Perhaps because Jingyun was particularly fond of Han Te and Lu Li, or perhaps because the Fist King specified it, Starlight prepared an independent room for the two of them, which was a dark cave on the wall of the mine. Although the cave was dark and narrow, with broken rocks occasionally falling from above, the environment was still much better than the company of other bandits and thugs, where the stench of sweat and blood was disgusting. After the bloody battles in Liberty City, Han Te and Lu Li had grown a lot in only a few days. They did not have the naivety they had when they just left the Village of Peace. At this moment, they were not panicked or confused at all, they simply bulged their black, glittering eyes while observing the starry light outside, which belonged to the pale-skinned members of Starlight, who were busy attending to their earthly dragons. Li Yao observed the two of them from the back in silence, capturing every subtle change of feelings on their faces. He noticed a lot of mixed feelings within himself again. Once upon a time, he had thought that he was the unluckiest man in the world, and his rise against all the unfavorable circumstances in the past was a soul-stirring legend. He did not think that he could find a second being in the entire universe who had as abundant and unique experience as him. However, compared to Han Te and Lu Li, his harsh life in the magical equipment graveyard in the past could almost be called peaceful. The sea of stars was too vast and boundless. Everybody living among the stars had their own bizarre, soul-stirring stories. If the two little fellows were lucky enough to escape from the land of sins, who could say that they would not have more exciting adventures in the future and accomplish greater achievements than Vulture Li Yao? Seeing the two of them jumping from confused to exclaiming to excitement, Li Yao secretly made up his mind. Even if he could not save everybody in the land of sins, he would at least try his best to bring a whole different future to Han Te and Lu Li. After everything we've been through, do you have no surprise or fear at all? Li Yao could not help but smile. Your nerves are rather thick. Huh? Han Te and Lu Li turned back. The boy scratched his hair and looked at the girl. What's there to be surprised about and feared? Everything, Li Yao said. For example, Fist King Lei Zhonglia as an artificial intelligence, the truths of the land of sins and the city in the sky, and the desperate counterattack that is about to be launched by Starlight. To be honest, at your age, I seem to be occupied with love struggles with other people. Never in my dreams would I have imagined that someone at my age could be involved in such great events. Love struggles? Brilliance that looked like colliding brooks emitted out of Lu Li's eyes. She asked with both surprise and delight, Grandpa, have you recovered your memories? Li Yao was immediately lost for words. If his soul could cough, he would certainly cough for half a minute to cover his embarrassment. I was indeed a bit feared at the beginning, but on second thought, there was really nothing to be scared and worried about. We are the children of the land of sins after all, and we have seen too many such scenes. Han Te held his head high, pretending that he was a knowledgeable person. I do not know much about artificial intelligences, but the Fist King does not strike me as a bad person. He is at least no worse than other people. Indeed. Sitting against the wall, Lu Li held her knees and crouched, saying thoughtfully, I don't know what artificial intelligence actually is or how they are different from real human beings. But we have seen too many heinous guys in the land of sins. Some of them barraged crowds for no reason because they were not feeling very good. Some installed sawtooth wheels before the crystal tanks and charged into the crowd only because they were feeling good. Some even skinned people and asked the bleeding victims to dance before them until death. Those guys are terrible enough. But compared to the terrible people in Manjasaka, they are not worth mentioning at all. Whenever I think about what those dreadful people have been doing, I can't help but tremble and feel like vomiting. But all of them are living human beings made of flesh and blood, like me and Han Te. Then, why should we be concerned about artificial intelligences? You are both some sort of special artificial intelligences, but it doesn't matter as long as both of you are good guys. While speaking, the little girl puffed her cheeks and gave Li Yao such a brilliant smile that he was almost caught in a trance. Looking at Liao, Han Te said carefully, "What Starlight is going to do must be very dangerous, but I am not scared at all. If anything, I feel that I'm lucky. I feel lucky that I found Grandpa Yao deep inside the ruins and a vaster and more splendid world from there. I learned that the life in the village of peace in the desolate world was not the only life. There's also Starlight and the earthly dragons, as well as heroes such as Jingyun and Wei Longtao. Perhaps I am overestimating myself, but I want to become a hero like them. I really do." "It is dangerous to be a hero," Li Yao observed. Han Te scratched his nose and chuckled. "Then I must blame you, Grandpa Yao. Who told you to show us such a spectacular world? After everything in the past month, how can we return to our life in the village of peace in a desolate world?" "Yes. It is exactly like what Uncle Wei Longtao said," Lu Li added. "If one has always lived in the darkness, has never seen any light, and does not even believe in the existence of light from the bottom of their heart, living such an ignorant and sunless life doesn't mean anything. However, as long as they see a ray of light or even a feeble spark, they will no longer be able to bear the suffocating darkness anymore, will they? Right now, we have seen not a spark but the most brilliant fireworks. Grandpa Yao, Master Fist King, Leader Xiaoho, Zhua Jingyun, Wei Longtao. Since we are fighting side by side with so many heroes, we cannot return to the past anymore. We can only stride forward to where the most light is. Am I right, Han Te?" "Yes. That's exactly what we are going to do." Han Te grinned carefreely. "Besides, there is still Grandpa Yao. With Grandpa Yao's help, we will absolutely blow up Manjasaka." Li Yao could not help but smile when he saw the boy and the girl's innocent and fearless smiles. "It seems that I really must do my best now," he mumbled. "Otherwise, I won't deserve to be your Grandpa Yao at all." The chains outside began to clatter, and the Fist King's tall and lofty body appeared at the entrance. The two little fellows greeted him. "Master Fist King. I just went to meet Wei Longtao, the general commander here, and discussed some details with him." The Fist King bent his back, walked in, and sat next to Li Yao. He appeared to be talking to the two little fellows, but he was actually communicating with Li Yao. "Everything Wei Longtao said corroborates the intelligence that I collected from the sanctuary of the martial meritocrat civilization. There are not too many loopholes. It is very possible that the Temple of Cultivators does exist." "Is that so?" Li Yao was refreshed. "Right. You mentioned yesterday that you could share the journals and last words of the people of the martial meritocrat sector in the sanctuary with us after we settled down, didn't you?" The Fist King paused for a moment. His crystal processor hummed for a while, and extremely thin threads of light soon darted out, outlining vivid, emotional faces in midair. One of the faces, which looked hideous and panicked, was enlarged by the Fist King. An intermittent, shivering voice came over. "Lord Chiyu, please tell your most pious believers why everything has ended like this. Everything we did under your guidance. We obviously secured a triumph and conquered the two worlds. But why have so many dreadful immortal cultivators arrived from the sky? Is this your punishment for us? Did we misunderstand you? Were we really wrong? No. It is impossible. We were not wrong. We absolutely were not wrong. Please give your most loyal warriors some more enlightenment." The muscular man on the light beam recited Chiyo's name with a twisted and weird expression, until the brilliance in his eyes was lost and his life was gone with the wind. They are the last words of a warrior of the Chiyu cult. While transmitting tremendous data to Li Yao's crystal processor, the Fist King explained, the Chiyu cult was a mainstream religion in the Sand Primitive sector. The believers of the Chiyu cult were the most elite warriors of their world. His last words proved that a brief war between the martial meritocrat sector and the Sand Primitive sector did take place a long, long time ago and ended with the Sand Primitive sector's victory. The avatar of the hideous warrior of the Chi-Yu cult was gone, replaced by the big head of a 12-year-old girl. She seemed severely malnourished, and her head took all the supplies of her body. Her slim neck could not hold the weight of her head anymore, making her only able to lie on the bed. Dad, the little girl who had turned into dry bones hundreds of years ago, was hugging a ragged toy dog as if she was holding her entire world. Mom said that you went to the sky to fight the bad guys, and every brilliant star is the light of your battles. She also said that as long as I behaved, the light of the stars would eventually illuminate our land again. I have always been a good girl, but my mother went somewhere far, far away now, too, and I am left alone now. Dad, when will you come back? This place is dark. I'm so scared. It's been a long time since I last saw the Starlight, too. Dad, Starlight is a word that appeared in the journals and last words of a lot of people, the Fist King analyzed coldly. At first, I thought that it was some sort of rhetorical device. But now that I think of it, it must be referring to Starlight as an organization. At the very least, during the last years of the Judgment War, the massive resistance organization had already been born, and some of the resistors broke the blockage into the Sea of Stars. Looking at the ill and devastated child, Li Yao could not help but feel sorrowful. The Fist King continued projecting the third paragraph of last words, which belonged to a skinny man whose big eyes were filled with sadness. Today is March 4, 1855. This is Shelter 668. Yesterday, our last companion left this world. I am the only living man in the shelter right now. The air circulation system has been seriously damaged. The food has been used up, too. Whatever's left of my life can only be measured by minutes now. In a certain number of minutes, this shelter will become a dead tomb, which will probably not be discovered in the next 1,000 years. Let's hope so. In the past half a year, I sorted and gathered the journals and last words of everyone in the shelter. Together with the books, jade chips, and crystal processors we brought from the ground, I preserved them in a vacuum. The documents have recorded the brilliance and glory of our civilization in the past, as well as the arrogance of us cultivators, who considered ourselves the guardians of the civilization, and the unpardonable mistakes we made behind the brilliance and glory. I hope that somebody will see everything in 1,000 years and realize how naive, childish, blind, hypocritic, and idiotic the cultivators in the past were, and how zealous, ignorant, violent, and easily manipulated the mass were. I hope that people in the future will not make the same mistake that the Martial Meritocrat sector made, but I hope more that you will not walk on the opposite side and become monsters like the Immortal cultivators. I hope that cultivators will still exist in the world in 1,000 years, ones who are more intelligent, wise, and rational than us. Then, they will lead the seemingly zealous, ignorant, and violent people to resolve the problems that we did not have enough wisdom and courage to resolve, so that they will struggle to walk on in the darkness of the universe. However zealous, idiotic, ignorant, selfish, and evil they may be, there is still hope for human beings, right? Right, the last cultivator 1,000 years ago mumbled. His voice became more and more feeble, and the picture gradually faded out. The Fist King opened his fingers, extending 5 crystal wires from his palm into the data transmission holes on Li Yao's back to transmit the journals and last words of all the cultivators, Chi-Yu cultists, and ordinary people in the underground sanctuary. Li Yao immediately sensed the joy and sorrow of countless people, the struggle of countless souls in darkness and desperation, and their repentance. Han Te and Luli held their hands and loosened them again and again. In the end, they held each other's hands and declared solemnly, yes. In any case, we will never become immortal cultivators. Never. Calming himself down, Li Yao pondered for a moment and asked, so, was Wei Long Tao speaking the truth? 99.5% of what he said must be true, the Fist King said. However, he seems to be overenthusiastic about my current iron body. He has been beating around the bush to ask me how I managed to escape from my doom and how the body was created. He does not seem convinced that I could have crafted such a perfect slaughter machine. Of course, his guess is correct. It's true that I can't. Li Yao was somewhat alarmed. This is a very important mission. Since we have gotten involved in it, it is only natural for him to want to figure out every detail. He can't be too prudent. If he were prudent, he shouldn't have rescued us at such great risk, the Fist King analyzed rationally. Even if he did risk saving us, there was no need for him to bring us to the secret base where dozens of earthly dragons have been gathered. If the immortal cultivators were to trace us back to this place, wouldn't all of them be fished up? He could have asked Jingyun to drill her earthly dragon into a wasted mine thousands of kilometers away for careful scrutiny and vetting. In that case, even if the immortal cultivators discovered our tracks, the loss would only be Jingyun's earthly dragon. Do you not feel that it should have been the most normal approach for a commander of a secret resistance organization? Li Yao's soul rippled out. He finally understood why he vaguely felt ill at ease at the beginning. The Fist King was right. Wei Longtao's decision was reckless. If the commander of Starlight, in the Land of Sins was such a straightforward iron-blooded general, it would have been impossible for the organization to persist to this day under the relentless assault of Manjusaka. The man was reckless in the major decisions but prudent in the minor details. He had also appeared at the best and most critical moment. What kind of truth was hidden behind all the anomalies? Also, he seems particularly interested in Han Te and Lu Li, the Fist King said casually. More precisely speaking, he is very interested in you. Me? Li Yao's soul was disturbed, and his computational ability soared. He mentioned Han Te and Lu Li incidentally and asked if they were my family and whether their spiritual puppet and beast puppet, referring to your two clones, were produced by me, the Fist King said. Although he pretended to be casual, I sensed that something was not right from the constrictions of his facial muscles and his pupils. You did not tell him who I really was, right? The more Li Yao thought about it, the weirder it felt. Of course not, the Fist King said calmly. After careful analysis for a long time, I feel that my secrets are likely to have been exposed. But I do not want another spiritual puppet with such advanced automatic learning and upgrading functions to be discovered by the city in the sky. By my calculation, keeping your secrets will improve the odds of blowing up Manjusaka so that I will have a greater likelihood to be stronger. Li Yao did not know how he should explain himself to make the Fist King believe that he was not his own kind. Right then, the chains outside rang again. The magnificent shadow of Jingyun, the one-armed female warrior, blocked the light from the entrance of the cave. Li Yao hurried to retreat his telepathic thoughts and the brightness inside his eyes, disguising both the tarantula and fiend star as regular puppets. The Fist King's man-made eyes flashed. Looking at her, he asked, Conductor Zhua, did Commander Wei send you here? Jingyun was slightly dazed. Her cold metal arm was carrying two fluffy quilts, and her right hand was holding some food and simple medicine. Nodding, she said, yes. Commander Wei asked me to check if you needed anything. I thought that the cave might be too dark and damp for the two little fellows' bodies, so I decided to bring two quilts for you. We are not little at all. Hiding behind the Fist King, Lu Li grabbed the Fist King's dented fist and craned her head out from behind the Fist King's arm. Summoning her courage, she said, Han Te and I are brave warriors, too. We will be heroes and cultivators in the future. You want to be cultivators, too? Jingyun chuckled in astonishment. Illuminated under the dim light, the contours of her face somehow became gentle. As long as she was not faced with the ferocious bandits and thugs, she did not seem as taciturn and unapproachable as they thought. She helped the two little fellows make their beds and opened the food boxes, revealing the hot, synthesized food inside. Naturally, it did not taste as good as the pure natural ingredients that the Fist King treated them to the previous night, but it did smell delicious enough. You are hurt. Come here. Let me clean your injury for you. She beckoned Luli over, but then she seized Luli impatiently and pressed her on her round and healthy legs. Smiling casually, she asked, "Do you even know what a cultivator is when you are talking your nonsense? I'm rather curious. You are obviously from the desolate worlds. How on earth did you become an acquaintance of the Fist King, the most dreadful bandit in the land of sins? Neither Liberty City nor the underground world is a place that little guys like you should visit." I said that we are not little. Luli struggled hard on Jingyun's leg. Blushing, she argued, not convinced at all. "Of course we know what a cultivator is. My mother was a cultivator." "Is that so?" Jingyun stopped applying the medicine to the girl's arm. The frost on her face completely melted, and she asked with great interest, "What's her story?" Luli looked at Han Te and, biting her lips, told her origins exactly as it was, but naturally hiding the parts where Li Yao was involved. She only said that Han Te and her were both gifted puppeteers, and Fiend Star, and the tarantula, were the best battle puppets in the village. My mother entrusted the mission to plant the gold barley to my father before she passed away, and the mission has been passed on from my father to me. Look. They are the seeds of the gold barley that I have been carrying with me. One day, I will grow the gold barley all over the land so that everybody's stomach will be filled. Luli presented the gold barley very proudly and sent it before Jingyun's nose. She said, "Sister Yun, do you think that my parents are qualified to be called cultivators?" Jingyun did not expect that the two little fellows had such a background. Staring at the can of gold barley seeds for a long time in a daze, she said thoughtfully, "That's right. I was told by someone in the organization that we indeed sent some warriors to travel in the land of sins and disseminate the ideology of the cultivators a long, long time ago, hoping to make the flowers of hope blossom in the most barren deserts. However, such a practice was too dangerous. Many fellow cultivators were discovered and captured by Manjusaka. Even if they weren't, they were mostly taken by the sinners in the land of sins for idiots or lunatics. Because of the unsatisfactory result, the practice slowly came to an end. I did not know that the seeds we planted in the past really flowered and fruited. How beautiful the seeds of the gold barley are." Closing her eyes and taking a deep breath of the fragrance, she looked at the two little fellows in a completely different way when she opened her eyes again. "Of course your father and your mother are qualified to be called cultivators. I believe that the two of you will grow into awesome cultivators in the future, too." "Great!" Luli exclaimed in joy, only to grimace in pain because she accidentally moved the bruise on her body. She then winked at Han Te and said, "Did you hear? Sister Yun believes that we will grow into cultivators." Sister Yun, gulping down the synthesized food that Jingyun had brought over, Han Te smiled, somewhat embarrassed. "I did not expect you to be such an amiable person. When we saw you on the earthly dragon earlier, we thought that you were a real mean woman. Speaking of which, other than my masteress, you are the first real-life cultivator that we have met. There is so much we want to know about the cultivators and Starlight. Can you tell us more about them?" "Yes," Luli said. "We only know a thing or two about the cultivators. What exactly do we need to do in order to become cultivators? What can we possibly change the world into? Can you tell us the answers, Sister Yun?" Jingyun coughed lightly and began to hesitate. With a bitter smile, she replied, "In fact, I do not know much more about the cultivators than you. I often question whether or not someone like me is qualified to be called a real cultivator, or if I'm just a counterfeit among those great people. Sometimes, I also wonder about the significance of Starlight's struggle." Well, Luli and Han Te looked at each other in bewilderment. Then, they glimpsed at Li Yao in confusion, too. Why? The dull theories are always boring to talk about. How about this? Let me tell you my story. Jingyun combed Luli's hair with her cold, rigid metal fingers subconsciously. Do you want to hear it? Yes, of course we do. Luli and Hante nodded at the same time. I was sort of born into Starlight. Unlike you, who were born and raised under the violent and vicious sunlight in the land of sins, I grew up inside a fulminating earthly dragon deep below ground. Caught in the memories from a long time ago, Jingyun was somewhat in a daze. She mumbled, "My hometown was a very, very long earthly dragon. My mother was a mechanic of the vehicle, and my father was a warrior and an explorer. Ever since I can remember, the noise of drills shattering rocks has filled my ears. There was nothing but bumps and quakes below my feet. As far as my eyes could reach, the whole world was a long, narrow pathway, and it was the pitch-dark rocks outside of the pathway. Occasionally, the starry, colorful minerals could be found. Do you know? For a long time, I even thought that the whole world was just a hard and suffocating rock, and human beings made their living by digging holes in the rocks like metal bugs. I could not imagine mountains, rivers, the blue sky, or the white clouds, not to mention the infinite sea of stars that's millions of times vaster than the sky. My whole world was exactly such a long, narrow channel, with the complicated gears and dials, the leaky tubes, and the flavorless synthesized food. The adults were busy at work 24 hours a day. The earthly dragon would encounter all kinds of bizarre faults every second, and we often encountered rocks or even metals that were too hard to pass through. Everybody screamed and shouted in the middle of the steam, banging their wrenches and drills loudly. The children like me would follow them and learn how to maintain and maneuver the earthly dragon and how to distinguish the thousands of minerals and metal resources from the moment we knew how to talk. At that time, everybody was occupied with only two things. Firstly, drilling the underground world and searching for the mines and city ruins left by the Martial Meritocrat sector 1,000 years ago. The pitiful fuel, food, and other resources that we excavated maintained the functioning of the earthly dragon and our internal organs. Secondly, avoiding the penetrators sent by Manjasaka. If we could not, we would be engaged in fierce battles with them in the underground world. The penetrators sent by the Immortal cultivators did not need to carry civilians but only accommodated the most fundamental warriors. So, they were much swifter and more violent. But after all, they were searching a large range. All we needed to do was lurk and hide in silence. Also, because our ancestors had lived hundreds of years below the ground, we were practically the natives of the place, and we were as familiar with the complicated terrain as we were the lines on our palms. Therefore, the two parties were generally on par with each other. We were able to slip through their fingers every single time. Of course, I was too young to know what Manjasaka was or the difference between cultivators and immortal cultivators. I thought that the brutal penetrators were our natural enemies and that they were attacking us by the same logic as eagles hunting rabbits. Every earthly dragon was a moving village. Occasionally, a lot of earthly dragons would gather to exchange assets and information and to perform large-scale maintenance and upgrade. Those days would be the greatest festival for all of us. The children would even decorate the earthly dragon of their village with all kinds of paint and compete on the awesomeness and beautifulness of the earthly dragons. However, in my childhood, such festivals were rare. The sieges of the immortal cultivators on us increasing in frequency, and the dragnets they established grew ever more thorough. A lot of earthly dragons were discovered by them and blocked in tunnels and caves when billions of tons of rocks were detonated by their crystal bombs. Our earthly dragon suffered several attacks, too. We lost a third of our cars and almost half of the crew. In such a desperate war, I gradually learned everything from my parents. I learned about the glorious history of the cultivators and Starlight, and how foul the immortal cultivators from Manjasaka were. At that time, I laughed at many of my parents' theories, and I did not think that the cultivators or Starlight were glorious at all. My parents told me that the cultivators were the pride and hope for the civilization of mankind, and Starlight would certainly deal a heavy blow to the immortal cultivators after resisting for hundreds of years below the ground. At that time, I was younger than you are right now, but I could vaguely tell that my parents were bluffing. There was the blue sky, the white clouds, and the boundless sea of stars outside, as well as countless sinners suffering miserable tortures who were waiting for us to come to their salvation. But we were pressed and beaten hard in the underground world like tortoises, living nomadic, panicked lives every day. What kind of pride and hope could such cultivators have brought? And how were they glorious in any sense? Also, we were attacked all the time, and the situation looked worse and worse. I met a lot of my friends only once in the gatherings before I heard that their earthly dragons had been discovered by the immortal cultivators and crushed together with themselves. Then, what kind of heavy blow did we deal to the immortal cultivators? Was it the drills and the fuel of the enemies that we forced them to consume? All in all, I was in the rebellious phase of my life. I did not feel that being a cultivator was anything remarkable. I even thought that I was terribly unlucky to have been born in an earthly dragon of Starlight, and to be forced to live such a lackluster and hopeless life. I dreamed every day of escaping from the underground world, from Starlight, and from the goddamn cultivators, to the brilliant sunlight where I could live an unburdened, unrestrained, and entirely different life. Such a day finally came. Because of the serious shortage of hands, we were forced to recruit new members on the surface. It was the first time I had gotten in touch with real sunlight, breathed fresh air, and seen the large, fluffy clouds in the sky. I screamed and roared in such ecstasy that my voice must have flown to the horizon. To this day, I cannot forget the feeling when the first ray of sunlight pierced through my pupils and made me blind for 10 minutes. We found a bunch of bandits or slaves in one of the bloody worlds. They used to be a very influential gang in the local area, but because they were too big, they were annihilated by the coalition of almost 10 gangs. The few survivors left had turned into slaves. We destroyed the gangs and rescued the slaves. After interrogation and vetting, some of them who could be educated were brought to the underground world with us. After that, Jingyun's voice became hoarse and disrupted. Pain quickly flashed on her face, and she could not help but scratch the joint of her left shoulder and the metal arm. Intrigued by the story, Luli and Han Te could not help but ask, what happened after that? Frowning, Jingyun said, later, one of the slaves betrayed us and led a large batch of immortal cultivators to us. The earthly dragon that I was born and raised in was completely destroyed. Both of my parents died in fighting. I lost my left arm but struggled to escape to the ruins of an underground city, managing to survive the disaster. Ah! Luli's eyes widened as she lowered her head somewhat in embarrassment. Thinking for a moment, she grabbed Jingyun's right hand and said, I'm sorry, Sister Yun. It was not until this moment that Li Yao and the Fist King finally realized why Jingyun was so hostile to the bandits and thugs from the land of sins. They could not help but grow fonder of the one-armed female warrior. Jingyun smiled and touched Lu Li's head with her artificial arm. She said, it was something that happened a long, long time ago, which I have almost forgotten. You have nothing to feel sorry for. Ever since that moment, I have stopped thinking of the golden sunlight, the blue sky, the white clouds, and the winds of freedom. All that is on my mind is revenge. Although I do not understand the concept of being a cultivator very well, it can't be wrong to go against the immortal cultivators and butcher them as well as their accomplices, right? Luli watched the scar on Jingyun's left shoulder where the flesh was connected to the metal arm pitifully. She wanted to touch it, but she did not have enough courage. She asked in a low voice, then, how did you survive in the end, Sister Yun? Wei Longtao saved me. Indescribable brilliance suddenly beamed out of Jingyun's face, and even her voice was more refreshing than before. He is a real hero and a real cultivator. Many people in Starlight today were saved by him. They have all been united by his charisma and his dominating strength. Before Wei Longtao, Starlight had lost its significance as a real organization, although it was still catching its last breath. The descendants of the cultivators in the past such were merely dodging the pursuit of the immortal cultivators with the earthly dragons or launching suicidal attacks at the immortal cultivators with our hot blood, consumed by the fury of revenge. We could not hurt the immortal cultivators at all. Starlight at that time was a tray of loose sand where everybody minded their own business. We were ghosts and homeless dogs wandering below the ground. Wei Longtao's arrival completely changed everything. He was both the most excellent master of maneuvering and modification for the earthly dragons and a strong, fearless warrior. He drove one earthly dragon against dozens of sandworm-type penetrators on the immortal cultivator's side countless times and accomplished dazzling, unbelievable results every single time, retreating in one piece after blowing up countless penetrators of the immortal cultivators and saving a large batch of descendants of the cultivators. He is the greatest legend of the underground world in the recent 100 years. After earning their reputation below the ground and scaring the immortal cultivators, he reorganized the disorderly, hopeless descendants of the cultivators and established new rules and goals for Starlight. He told the confused, desperate, angry, or despondent people what the word cultivator really meant. What was most unexpected was that he even figured out a way to reach out to the Starlight that was active in the space, allowing the two branches of the organization to reunite. He even excavated important intelligence on the global sword network. It was with his arduous effort that we were able to concentrate all our forces to perform an ultimate counterattack. For hundreds of years, we have been hiding and fleeing in panic below the ground, living in fear every day. Such a cutthroat attack that will likely destroy the city in the sky is something that we did not dare dream of in the past. So, if you ask me what it means to be a cultivator, I don't think that I can give you an answer. But I can bring the two of you to Wei Longtao if we have the opportunity so that he can explain it to you in person. Don't be intimidated by his eyes that are bigger than lamps. He looks rather ferocious, but he is actually quite friendly. So, I am not the only one who thinks that Commander Wei Longtao's eyes are like lamps. Han Te blurted out. Everybody laughed. Biting her lips, Luli said, that explains a lot. With the leadership of such a great hero like Commander Wei, we will certainly be able to shoot down Manjusaka. Jingyun glanced at the Fist King. With a complicated expression, she said gloomily, perhaps you will think that our plan is a bit rash, bordering on daydreaming, but we do not have a choice. In fact, the immortal cultivators' searches and sieges in the underground world of the Land of Sins were much weaker more than 100 years ago. There were even decades when they bothered little about what was going on below the ground. Something happened among them, which gave us an opportunity for a brief development. However, in the recent decades, Manjusaka has been supervised by a new leader named Wu Yinglan. This is a very tough guy. He has been building up the forces of the sky every day like magic tricks, and the sieges over the underground world are intensifying on a daily basis. Even though such a smart and brave expert like Wei Longtao has been leading us to deal with the immortal cultivators headed by Wu Yinglan, our strength is being diminished every day like a person whose blood is being let out. If we do not perform a counterattack right now, we will die. Now that we have reached out to the cultivators in space and discovered the control center of the global sword network, the legendary Temple of Cultivators, this is certainly the best opportunity we have right now. If we do not take our chances while we still can, we will not even have the strength to fight a desperate counterattack in the future even if we want to. Of course, the difficulties and dangers of this mission have been well considered. Everybody is prepared to die a hero's death. We are scared of neither death nor failure. Even if we fail this time, I believe that everything we've been doing will spread into the sea of stars like burning dandelions and into the hearts of countless people. One day, new cultivators will be born and accomplish what we failed to, overthrowing the evil tyranny of the immortal cultivators. Han Te and Luli were deeply fascinated. They looked at Jingyun even more admiringly. Jingyun smiled, somewhat embarrassed. She pinched Luli's cheeks softly and said, I seem to be bluffing about us. In fact, we might not be so influential, but we have been hiding below the ground for hundreds of years like turtles, mining and scavenging in the dust or fleeing in panic every day. If we are going to live such a life for another hundreds of years, what kind of cultivators will we be qualified as? Han Te waved his fists and declared solemnly, Sister Yun, you do have a point. Then, let's fight side by side with you and shoot down Manjusaka together. You? Zhuo Jingyun was amused. Looking at the Fist King, she remarked, we were only thinking to recruit some bandits who were caught in a dead end to build up our forces. After all, we thought that everybody involved in the chaos of Liberty City was an atrocious bandit who had also been pushed into desperation by the Immortal cultivators. Even if they were indeed killed in our mission, that would not be the worst outcome for them, right? But I did not expect that the Fist King would grow interested in your spiritual puppets and even bring you with him. As a result, you have been involved in the perilous mission that you do not deserve at all. Pouting her lips, Luli said, Please don't say that, Sister Yun. If you hadn't shown up in time to rescue us, we would have been swallowed by the disgusting giant lizards. In that case, Zhuo Jingyun said, I cannot watch you be killed for nothing. Let me think how I should deal with you, there's no need to think about it. We will stay by Sister Yun's side on Cloud Penetrator, your earthly dragon. Han Te bulged his eyes, full of expectation. This is the land of sins. No place is absolutely safe until Manjusaka is blown up. We swear that we will obey your words and never add to your trouble. So, please bring us with you. I want to see Manjusaka falling from the sky with my own eyes. Yes. We will certainly be of great help. Luli also clung to Zhuo Jingyun's clothes and begged. Let us stay on your train, Sister Yun. Zhuo Jingyun obviously did not have much experience with kids. Frowning and thinking for a long time, she hesitated. Well, just get some rest. Let's talk about it tomorrow. We'll see what Commander Wei thinks. She put Luli aside softly and was about to turn around and leave. Han Te, however, suddenly put on a weird expression and asked abruptly, Right. Sister Yun, how did you decide to recruit new blood from Liberty City? Was it Commander Wei who came up with the idea? Yes. We would not have done it. After all, if a lot of disobedient guys of unknown backgrounds join our team in a hurry, they will bring forth many unstable factors, which can be even more severe than the inadequacy of personnel. Zhuo Jingyun looked at Han Te suspiciously. However, since it was Commander Wei's proposal, there must be deeper meanings to his plan that we cannot understand just yet. But it doesn't matter whether or not we understand it. Commander Wei is never wrong. Before, he proposed many suggestions that sounded even more ridiculous, but the suggestions achieved amazing results every time. It shouldn't be an exception this time. Why do you ask, my young friend? Nothing important. Han Te scratched his hair rather unnaturally. I'm just asking because I suddenly thought of the question. Also, about the branch of Starlight in space. How did you reach out to it exactly? Have you seen the cultivators from space in person? What do they look like? Sort of. Yes. Zhuo Jingyun nodded, somewhat hesitantly. For safety reasons, Commander Wei has always been talking to the cultivators in space single-handedly. The less we know, the better. After all, the Immortal cultivators have too much technology that can force the critical intelligence from us. However, Commander Wei has brought us a lot of video files and promotional pamphlets. I think that it means I have sort of seen the fellow cultivators from space, haven't I? Except for being slimmer and lighter, they do not look very different from us. You can stop your random thoughts, kid. Han Te stuck out his tongue and then yawned so hard that he almost squeezed out his tears. I have disrupted your rest for too long. I believe that there will be a long time before the two of you can digest and absorb everything that you've been through over the past few days. Zhuo Jingyun smiled and grabbed the chains at the entrance of the cave, disappearing in the abyss of the mine. The Fist King looked at Han Te and then at Li Yao. He walked to the entrance of the cave and said casually while observing the situation outside, "Why did you make Han Te ask the question? What are you suspicious of?" "Huh?" The two little fellows bulged their cheeks and eyeballs again and stared at Li Yao in confusion. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao said, "Can I trust you, Fist King?" "Of course not. You know that I am just a puppet, an artificial intelligence, that does not have any concept of morals or integrity. Everything I do is based on the guideline and for the purpose of getting stronger. As long as it is favorable for my ultimate goal, I will not hesitate to betray and even kill the three of you at all. So, how on earth can you trust me?" The Fist King furrowed his metal eyebrow and looked at Li Yao in obvious bewilderment. "I am really puzzled how your logical circuits are devised. You appear shrewd one moment and then silly the next. How can you not come to such a simple conclusion?" Li Yao was choked for a long time. Then he said, "Allow me to rephrase it. I can tell that you are a strong-willed man in any sense. So, why don't we make a deal? Your goal is to be the strongest, isn't it? I don't know what exactly the level of strongest is, but as long as there are enough resources, time, and refining facilities, I can help you build a super iron body whose comprehensive battle performance will be 5 times greater than that of your current one. It will certainly be able to keep up with your ever-expanding battle database. How does that sound?" The Fist King's crystal processor began to hum noisily again. "Also, if you prefer the super-large magical equipment system like Great Iron City, although I am not particularly good in that field, I can gather tremendous resources and hands to help you build a transformable starship, if you will, when I have the chance in the future. It will be able to switch freely between the form of a starship and a super-enormous war puppet, and it will be as awesome in appearance as it is in fighting. This is not exactly a promise, but it is at least a possibility. After all, you will receive absolutely no help from the Imperium of true human beings and the Immortal Cultivators. Should you be captured by them, you will only be dismantled into the most fundamental parts for study. Every crystal chip of yours will be scrutinized until no secrets are left. Only in me, and the force that nurtured a monster like myself, lies the possibilities of your further strengthening and upgrading, right?" The Fist King's crystal processor, crystal camera, and every crystal chip uttered cracking sounds as he calculated crazily for a minute. Then he said peacefully, "I once heard a piece of interesting intelligence, which stated that the Imperium of true human beings was at war against the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, another super force. So, are you from the Alliance of the Holy Covenant? If the answer is yes, I cannot agree to such a deal. I have no opinions at all on the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, which seems to be a country where the lives of flesh and blood are refined into cold puppets like me. By the analysis of my logic circuits, it is not necessarily a solution for the survival and development of a civilization that is not worth trying. However, if you are from the Covenant Alliance, it will be too dangerous, and the odds of my destruction will be significantly improved if I stay too close to you. My logic circuits and my database tell me that my optimal strategy is to keep as far away from you as possible. You can rest assured about that." "I have absolutely nothing to do with the Covenant Alliance," Li Yao said. "Think of me as someone from a harmless small force for now, one that is weak, unnoticeable, and insignificant. You should really upgrade your deception database to make better lies," the Fist King said casually. "But go on. What is the deal that we are talking about? Help me protect the two little fellows." Not embarrassed at all, Li Yao pointed at Han Te and Lu Li. "Until you are destroyed, you must prevent them from being killed no matter the cost. If you can make sure of that, I will not go back on my promise. You will have a much more powerful body produced by me in the future. I can even be your personal technical consultant and explore the infinite possibilities of the strongest with you. You can see some of my capabilities from my current iron body. So, just boost the computational ability of your crystal processor and calculate the gains that you will earn from the deal." The Fist King was truly caught in a daze. Noises that were more and more ear-splitting echoed from the crystal processor. Steam was even popping out from the gaps of the metals. Grabbing Li Yao's metal limbs, Han Te and Lu Li exclaimed in surprise, "Grandpa Yao. Why have you asked Master Fist King to protect us? Are you leaving?" "Yes. I have something very important that is lost in space. I must get it back immediately," Li Yao said solemnly. "Also, we have discovered 99% of the secrets and truths of the Land of Sins. I have some ungrounded speculations, too, about the most critical 1% that remains. However, whether or not the speculations can be proved, and how the conundrums can be resolved if they are, I can't find the answers to the questions if I stay here. The immortal cultivators have transformed the martial meritocrat sector into the Land of Sins and an impenetrable iron house that is impossible to be broken from inside. But if there is a way to jump out of the sunless iron house, it may be possible to locate its flaws and demolish it in one attack. Then, take us with you," Han Te said in excitement. "We are going to fight side by side with you, Grandpa Yao. The whole sky has been blocked by the immortal cultivators. Even the Fist King failed to break through it with his great iron city. I can only try to sneak out without alarming anyone," Li Yao said. "The two of you can neither sneak away nor live and fight for a long time in the vacuum of the space. So, it is best that you stay here. Staying here is another way of fighting with me. The Temple of Cultivators, the control center of the global sword network, must have some special usages. Rest assured. I promise you that I will be back very soon, in a form that you absolutely can't imagine." Grandpa Yao, Han Te and Lu Li looked at each other in bewilderment, feeling lost. The Fist King listened to their conversation in silence and suddenly said, "I have finished my calculation. You are of mysterious origins that you cannot explain, and your capabilities are unpredictable and inestimable. Little data can be used for my deduction. However, by my comprehensive analysis, reaching a deal with you will expand my possibilities of strengthening and upgrading. There is a 78.5% likelihood that it will have positive effects on my goal. However, I must figure out one thing first, which concerns the specific methods that I will use to carry out the deal. The two little fellows can't be your family or old friends. What's so special about them that made you reach a deal with me solemnly to ensure their safety? Are they of unknown functions, or are they related to some powerful magical equipment that will make you stronger?" Li Yao laughed and frankly admitted, "You have got it right this time. The two little fellows can indeed make me, and possibly you, stronger." "Oh." Sharp brilliance beamed out of the Fist King's crystal cameras as he scanned Han Te and Lu Li. "Would you care to tell me the mechanism?" "No problem," Li Yao replied light-heartedly. "The two little fellows are innocent, kind-hearted, and lovely. Whenever I see them, I'm in a good mood and can't help but grow the urge to protect them. If I successfully protect them, I will feel satisfied. After I am satisfied, I will have a better appetite and be more energetic in training. My fighting will be more efficient too. Am I not stronger because of them?" After a long silence, the Fist King said, "My self-learning and infinitely proliferating database allows me to vividly simulate all the feelings and thinking patterns of human beings, including ecstasy, happiness, sorrow, fury, fear, and even ambition. But for me, they are just different policies for survival and fighting. I truly cannot understand the true meaning of those emotions, including the satisfied you mentioned just now. Is it important to be satisfied? In my eyes, those two little fellows are burdens for anyone trying to become stronger. They are absolutely worthless." "Then, I'm afraid that you couldn't be more wrong," Li Yao said. "They are not burdens when trying to become stronger, they are the reason to be stronger." "The reason to be stronger?" "I don't understand," the Fist King said. "You are not strong enough exactly because you don't understand that. It was also why you were blown up by a minor Manjasaka. Li Yao poked the Fist King's shoulder with his metal limb and said solemnly, "Look. It is because I have perceived the enigmatic principle that I am stronger than you. You wouldn't deny that I am stronger than you, would you?" "No," the Fist King shook his head and asked suspiciously, "does it involve the logic circuits and the survival policy optimization of a higher level?" "Possibly," Li Yao said. "It doesn't matter if you don't understand, but a great opportunity has been presented to you. Just try your best to protect the two little fellows and consider it a new training method. When you find your reason to be stronger, I believe that you will certainly be reborn as a more evolved, advanced super-artificial intelligence." "I do not need any reason to be stronger," the Fist King said coldly. "I do not have emotions or self-will. I am not a real life, only a puppet and a machine. My goal is the only reason for me to become stronger." That is not necessarily the case. It's like how people who live in the darkness below the ground and never see the blue sky and the white clouds think that they do not need light, Li Yao said with a smile. "In many cases, you think that you do not need something, but that's only because you haven't discovered it yet. Okay, enough talking. Do we have a deal?" The Fist King thought for a moment and nodded. "It's a deal. Until the immortal cultivators and the Imperium of true human beings propose more enticing conditions, I will keep the two little fellows safe." Han Te and Luli were both upset and amused, but they swallowed their words after moving their lips for a while when they saw the Fist King's glittering iron body. "Also, a word of advice," Li Yao said. "Beware of Wei Longtao. Even if he does find the control center of the global sword network, don't carelessly lead the charge. Try to keep a low profile as much as you can." "How can I keep a low profile?" the Fist King said calmly. "There is a 95% likelihood that the immortal cultivators have discovered my secrets. It's impossible for me to keep a low profile. Why don't I try to keep a high profile to cover your existence and operation?" Li Yao was slightly dazed. Then he said in a low voice, "Thank you. Believe me. As long as I am here, whatever broken garbage that you are blown into, I will do my best to repair and upgrade you. I can't find any successful policy in my database. The only policy with a success rate of 1% is to trust you," the Fist King said casually. "How are you going to leave the place?" "I have worked everything out." Li Yao's soul glanced at the dozens of earthly dragons outside that were being maintained, upgraded, and refilled with ammunition and spiritual energy. "If I am not mistaken, there will probably be an opportunity very soon." According to the time on the surface, it was already late at night. But the underground mine that had been forsaken for hundreds of years was ablaze with lights and filled with an obstreperous crowd. The collisions of metals and the splashing sparks were echoing everywhere. Lurking deep inside the mines, Li Yao's soul spread out in ripples and covered the entire mine while he observed the last preparations of the resistance warriors of Starlight in silence. To be more exact, the resistance warriors who called themselves cultivators were different from the cultivators of the Star Glory Federation. They did not have perfect theories or beliefs, and they never thought about how they could create a new world. They were merely the descendants of the cultivators in the past who were struggling in the hopeless desperation with their instincts of survival and revenge. However, if Li Yao were in their shoes, he was not certain that he could have behaved better than the cultivators, like Jingyun. This was going to be the largest counterattack of the underground branch of Starlight in the past hundreds of years. Li Yao could tell from the eyes that were filled with light, their rapid breathing, and their hot sweat that all the warriors could not be more excited. Wei Longtao, their general commander, was leading everyone in the work. He heaved the locomotive of the most majestic and intimidating earthly dragon into midair with hoists and chains. Crawling up and down, he added battle units to the vehicle and cheered up the warriors next to him, waving the maintenance tools in his hands. Illuminated by the dazzling lights, his white teeth and his eyes that were filled with dreams were particularly eye-catching. "Are you all ready? We have been losers below the ground for hundreds of years. Today, we are finally going big. Do not slack off at the most critical moment. Wei Longtao laughed loudly. Let's make the wretched immortal cultivators open their eyes and see clearly what real cultivators should look like. The hundreds of resistance warriors bashed their chain swords and vibration sabers on the earthly dragon and uttered roars of excitement. Some of the warriors were playing instruments that were similar to harmonicas. Under the lead of Wei Longtao, everybody began to sing the same thrilling, blood-boiling battle hymn. While they were singing, everybody's eyes were filled with tears. Looking at the black rocks around them, their eyes seemed to have pierced through the miserable, suffocating world to the ultimate battlefield. Li Yao observed everything in silence and added every detail into his deduction model. His soul became clearer and clearer but also more and more angry. Right then, Li Yao sensed feeble quakes from the dark wall of the cave above their heads. Cracks unnoticeable to the naked eye appeared on the wall quickly, spraying dust that was as small as sand. They're really here. Li Yao thought something and sent 2 warnings into Han Te and Lu Li quickly. Wake up now. Bring all the food, medicine, and ammunition. Be ready to retreat with the Fist King. The Fist King stuck his metal palm to the wall and sensed something. Ominous brilliance beamed out of his man-made eyes as he said, "Intruders?" "Exactly," Li Yao said coldly. "The intruders that have drilled into the ground." Hardly had he concluded his sentence when devastating alarms began to ring. "Enemy incoming! Enemy incoming! Enemy incoming! The immortal cultivators' penetrators are approaching us quickly from above. They are less than 3 kilometers away from us. The index of quakes is so high. It must be a super drill of an extremely huge size. Also, there is no stopping and adjusting at all. They have obviously discovered our accurate coordinates." Panicked exclamations were echoing everywhere, mixed with the alarms each higher than the last, which only made everyone even more panicked, especially the bandits and thugs who had just been guided to the underground world. If the place had not been an underground mine with no escape at all, they would have held their heads and fled in a hurry. "Don't panic, everybody. Listen to my command." At the critical moment, Wei Longtao roared like a bell being tolled. 80% of the earthly dragons have completed the final upgrading and loading of ammunition. The basic position of the temple has been transmitted to your respective crystal processor, too. There is no time to delay anymore. All conductors, set off immediately in search for the precise coordinates of the temple in a grid as we planned before. As for this place, I will cover the retreat for everybody. Not a single immortal cultivator will catch you. The final war has come. Take action now, warriors of Starlight. Let's meet again at the temple. Wei Longtao's voice seemed to boast amazing magic, filled with the power to convince and pacify other people. Under his roars, the chaotic atmosphere in the place had entirely vanished. All the resistance warriors jumped to their feet like fully wound machines that were full of fuel. Boom! 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 The drill-shaped excavation systems before the earthly dragons began to revolve slowly in deafening fulminations, releasing unstoppable mystic rays and high-frequency vibration fields that were enough to shatter the hardest rocks and minerals. Countless warriors leapt out of their respective caves. Moving on the chains and the rails as steadily as if they were running on the ground, they soon jumped into their own earthly dragons. This place is about to be breached. Zhua Jingyun showed up before Li Yao and the rest of them again. She extended her hands to Han Te and Lu Li and said, "Let's go to my cloud penetrator." Quite a few earthly dragons had long finished their maintenance and modification and were standing by in their respective tunnels. They took off before other people and soon disappeared into the depths of the soil with the tracks all over their bodies rotating crazily. Boom! 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 After they drove into the depths of the tunnels were all blown up by the crystal bombs that had been planted earlier. Materials similar to gels had been mixed into the crystal bombs, which stuck the collapses and made them as tough as iron. It was practically impossible to drill through the same way. In the meantime, unpredictable explosions also echoed from everywhere in the vast mine. They were the interferential quake sources that Starlight deployed. For the hide-and-seek thousands of meters into the sunless rocks, optical senses were of little use. Sound waves and the perception of quakes from the enemy's drills and tracks were much more important to lock onto the target. Right now, the earthly dragons of Starlight were in a hurry to escape. Naturally, they had to boost the performance of the drills and tracks, having no time to care about the problems of quake and noise prevention. Therefore, the crystal bombs that had deployed everywhere before were detonated to create a lot of minor quake sources, making it hard for the Immortal cultivators to tell which ones were the earthly dragons. That was the only approach for them to escape. Crack. 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 There were also many resistance warriors who did not board the earthly dragons. Instead, with determination and fearlessness on their faces, they entered the half-fixed turrets that boasted massive firepower but had lost all mobility. Gritting their teeth, they aimed the turrets that were even thicker than their waist at the crags above. On the crags above their heads, hundreds of interconnected cracks appeared at some point. Broken rocks and dust were falling non-stop, like the breath of a certain underground ferocious beast. Everybody could feel the bone-numbing quakes approaching from all directions. The broken stone and the dust smashed into the turrets non-stop in clinking noises, making everybody even more anxious. This is our day of glory. Wei Longtao ascended from the deepest part of the black smoke in the mine again. He was covered in a bronze-colored crystal suit, which had strengthened plugins that were similar to an Ares extension. At first glance, he was like a bronze 5-meter-tall chimpanzee. His eyes were bloodshot, and the steam popping up from his head was even more intense than the waste spurted out by the earthly dragons. His volume was raised to a higher level too as he shouted with explosive strength, "Hundreds of years of being attacked, hundreds of years of running, and hundreds of years of failures have made almost everyone including ourselves forget the name, the proud and glorious name. But after the battle today, whether we win or we lose, nobody will ever forget us. The light of the stars beyond the firmament will be our eyewitnesses, telling everyone in the entire universe that there used to be a group of fearless warriors who called themselves cultivators. Cultivators. Cultivator. Cultivators." All the resistance warriors screamed their most hoarse but most loud voices that had been mixed with blood. Cultivators. Zhou Jingyun escorted Han Te and Lu Li into the train. Looking at the fellow cultivators who had stayed to cover the retreat, she bit her lips hard and said, "We will find the temple. I swear that we will." On the crags above everyone's head, the gaps that looked like wounds ripped apart by deadly beasts continued expanding. The collapsing rocks grew larger and larger still in size. At first, they were the size of fingernails. Then, fists. Then, heads. Eventually, boulders almost 5 meters in diameter fell to every corner in the wasted mine, smashing the disorderly metal facilities into smithereens. "They're here. They're here." Orange brilliance could be vaguely seen from the center of the interconnected gaps, which was the mystic rays released by the super-enormous drill that was digging down, as well as the flames when the dust was ignited because of the friction. Chi. 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 The ear-splitting friction and shattering sounds were like the laughter of fiends that savaged everybody's ears. "Prepare to fight." Wei Longtao bellowed and drew 2 extremely thick machine guns from his waist. Holding a gun in each hand, he aimed at the dome and shouted, "Let's show them who we are." Walla! Finally, when the laughter of fiends reached the loudest point, the dome was completely pierced through by a super-enormous drill. The drill was more than 10 meters in diameter, filled with sharp teeth and mincers on the surface, which were still rotating at a high speed and transforming broken rocks and dust into orange flames. It was like a gigantic meteor from outer space that had crashed into the mine, raising a deafening explosion and tidal blasts that felt like a tsunami. The black smoke deep inside the forsaken mine was driven away. Explosions that echoed everywhere were like eruptions of volcanoes, whose orange brilliance illuminated the face of every resistance warrior. Even their droplets of sweat that were as large as beans were clearly visible. Hum. 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 From the vertical caves up above that were more than 10 meters in diameter, ominous noises that sounded like dancing wild bees came over. In the ear-splitting sound waves, countless round metal balls rolled from the caves and released gliders and honeycomb-type launchers while they were still in midair, turning into round battle puppets that rushed at the earthly dragons around that had yet to leave. Stop them. Under Wei Longtao's command, the half-fixed turrets released thousands of fiery snakes amid the roars of the resistance warriors, restraining the iron tides from spreading out. The battle puppets of the immortal cultivators were pierced through and blown up one after another. Dazzling fireballs were blossoming at the bottom of the earth. Sensing the massive firepower of the resistance warriors, the battle puppets immediately changed their patterns. They turned into round balls again and gathered together, activating tiny spiritual shields and integrating with each other into a solid wall. The entrance of the cave up above was well protected by them. Now that the entrance was protected, countless battle puppets were able to flood in, soon surpassing the threshold that the warriors of Starlight could deal with. They were also mixed with the lizard skeletons that had ravaged Liberty City the previous day. Such biological weapons that were almost perfect lunged at the resistance warriors in weird routes the moment they landed, so fast and agilely that the storm bolters and the crystal cannons could not take care of them over the long distance at all. Several half-fixed turrets were too focused on the war puppets to spare enough firepower to deal with the skeleton lizards that came at them at a high speed. They were surrounded by a couple of skeleton lizards, which corroded the gaps and the shield with acid and dragged the resistance warriors out from inside, before the heads of the creatures that looked like man-eating flowers crowded forward and chewed the prey into blood and bones. One last earthly dragon was already fully loaded with crew members, ammunition, and fuel. They were about to leave when several skeleton lizards crawled into the cabin doors that were not entirely closed. A storm of blood was immediately raised in the cars. A lot of turrets and resistance warriors were forced to shift their firepower to the skeleton lizards. As a result, the war puppets of the immortal cultivators in midair were able to lock onto and shoot their targets unhurriedly. The spiritual shields of the resistance warriors were all sparking and shaking. Exclamations, explosions, moans, and curses were echoing non-stop. The situation could not have been more dangerous. B*****, go to hell. Wei Longtao took action. The general commander of the underground branch of Starlight, with the Ares extension that looked like a bronze chimpanzee, was truly like a dominating, unstoppable god of war when he leapt forward and crashed into where the war puppets were most populated on his own. Despite his body, which was so brawny that it bordered on clumsy, he danced a most swift and perfect battle dance. He was carrying 2 machine guns that were supposed to suppress the enemy with the stormy firepower, but they were like 2 sniper rifles in his hands. Almost none of the bullets missed their target. When one bullet hit the most vulnerable part of a war puppet's spiritual shield, a second bullet would immediately take advantage of the weakness and blow up its mainframe crystal processor immediately. Next to Wei Longtao, the immortal cultivators' war puppets all turned into burning garbage that fell like hail. The 2 machine guns that were roaring crazily in his hands gradually turned from yellow to crimson in spurting sounds, requiring a cooldown because of the overloaded rune arrays. Dozens of war puppets and almost 10 skeleton lizards lunged at him immediately. Wei Longtao burst into laughter. He picked up 2 burning axes that seemed to be made of magma. Waving them up and down crazily, he delayed the attack of almost 100 enemies like a butcher that was dissecting bulls. In the middle of the soaring flames and smoke, his back was particularly daunting and majestic. One could not find a greater hero than him. Go! Go now! Seeing that Wei Longtao was as tough and brutal as a god, the resistance warriors who stayed to cover the retreat with him also unleashed their fighting will to die together with the enemy. Their bones and muscles were all broken by the recoil of the crazy bombardment of the turrets as they fired with their entire life and hope. The war puppets and the skeleton lizards of the immortal cultivators could hardly crawl out for a moment. The other resistance warriors took the opportunity to activate the earthly dragons to the maximum efficiency and slipped through the interconnected, complicated tunnels. Explosions echoed deep underground. The tunnel system that was as complicated as a maze previously was now an even messier knot. It was impossible to track anyone at all. Let's go. Jingyun was the last to board her earthly dragon, Cloud Penetrator. Looking at Wei Longtao, who was galloping unstoppably in the storm of bullets and tusks, she gritted her teeth. We have to find the temple and avenge all the brothers and sisters who died today and in the past hundreds of years. Right then, several war puppets and skeleton lizards suddenly ripped apart the fire net of the resistance warriors and lunged at Cloud Penetrator. Jingyun raised her hand to shoot, but a gray shadow was even faster than her, which turned out to be Lu Li's beast puppet in the form of a tarantula. While Jingyun blew up the other few war puppets, it crashed into a skeleton lizard brutally and pierced its sharp limbs into the enemy's body. Fighting against each other hard, they both fell into the depths of the dark mine. Then, a small, bluish cluster of sparks burst out. Jingyun slightly frowned. In fact, she could have taken care of the problem on her own. The sacrifice of a spiritual puppet was unnecessary. However, Lu Li was in a trance and sweating hard. The girl must have been frightened and therefore selected a safer approach. It was not entirely a bad decision. Having no time to think more about it, Jingyun slammed the door of the earthly dragon. Let's go. The debris of the tarantula that was under Li Yao's control was torn and gnawed by the heavily wounded skeleton lizard crazily. But his soul had been transferred to Neltharion. Under the cover of the explosions, the fire, and the skeleton lizards, he crawled into a crevice at the bottom part of the forsaken mine without a sound. Neltharion had a tiny drill, too, which made it possible to go almost anywhere. With the heated battle up above, absolutely no one could detect that he was lurking quietly in this place in such a weird way. It was not until Cloud Penetrator completely vanished into the tunnel and blew it up with crystal bombs that Li Yao finally somewhat relaxed and shifted his attention to the battlefield. Then, his heart was palpitating again. As time went by, more and more small drills dug in from the crags around the forsaken mine. The resistance warriors were all running about exhaustedly and could barely resist the enemy. After each tunnel was broken through, war puppets and skeleton lizards flooded in. When the enemy's units were upgraded to the regular army of the Heavenly Eye Legion in crystal suits and the crazy live streamers, the resistance warriors' defense line finally collapsed completely. Long live the cultivators. Long live Starlight. Ha ha ha. I've been hiding for 55 years and never had a battle as gratifying as today's. My life has totally been worth it. Let's die together, scumbags from the sky. The resistance warriors roared, laughed, and carried their crystal cannons that were almost melted with tears in their eyes while they charged at the enemy before they turned into dazzlingly brilliant fireworks in the iron torrents. Every firework was like a crystal bomb that exploded brutally deep inside Li Yao's soul. He was so infuriated that he almost could not wait to charge out and fight side by side with the fellow cultivators from the center of the cosmos, turning his soul into furious flames that would ignite and even detonate the entire forsaken mine. The mental devil shrieked aloud next to his soul and even released many bloody waves to tie up his soul and prevent him from doing anything rash. It's not going to help. There are simply too many enemies. Also, they are all minions and cannon fodder. If you kill them, 10 times more reinforcements will arrive incessantly. If we expose our existence, the whole area will be bombarded by railguns and turned into a living hell. There's no reason we should die with the small fries of such a level, right? Besides, our soul has not been completely melted with the body yet. Even if you do your best right now, you can only bring out 10% of your combat ability at best. How is that going to help? After the soul returns to the position and is armed with the crystal suit and the Colossus, and after the culprit hiding behind the curtain of Manjusaka is revealed, you can always go on a rampage then. I know, Li Yao said slowly. His telepathic thoughts locked onto Wei Longtao, who was still fighting a bloody battle like unpredictable spider threads. The man seemed to be really fulfilling his promise to cover the retreat. He waved his burning axes crazily, safeguarding the resistance warriors next to him into the tunnels. How brave, how tough, how great, and how selfless he was. At this moment, even the most cold-hearted bandit or thug would have had to raise their thumbs for Wei Longtao if they saw this and praise that he was a real man. Li Yao, however, did not feel moved or awed at all. He really seemed to have become a human-shaped crystal processor that had focused all his computational ability on Wei Longtao. To be more exact, it was focused on the bullets, flying swords, and mystic rays that brushed past Wei Longtao narrowly. Wei Longtao should be an expert in the nascent soul stage, probably at the middle level or even the high level, Li Yao observed coldly. But even the peak of the nascent soul stage is still far from invincible. Faced with the iron tides, the overwhelming number of the enemies, and the tornado-like firepower, he should still be injured. However, although Wei Longtao has been fighting enemies while heavily outnumbered for such a long time, he can still perform such perfect dodging movements, as if he can predict the trajectory of the enemy's attacks. This is truly talented and incredible. Look, look! Didn't you see that? The gunshot at such a close distance was very likely to have hit his head, blowing up or at least blocking the crystal cameras on his helmet. But the shooter somehow trembled and missed the target. What's your take on the situation? Well, the mental devil said. There are three possibilities. Firstly, Wei Longtao is adept at mental attacks and has imposed interference on the minds and the sights of the hundreds of immortal cultivators as well as their puppets without them knowing it. Secondly, the immortal cultivators and spiritual puppets that are attacking Wei Longtao are all blind, which explains why they missed the critical parts at such a close distance. Thirdly, it's very simple. The immortal cultivators are going easy on him. On the surface, the immortal cultivators did not seem to be going easy on him at all. Instead, the battle was rather fierce. Few resistance warriors were hanging on in the Forsaken Mine at this moment, but Wei Longtao was definitely the most ruthless and dazzling one of them. He attracted almost half of the immortal cultivators' firepower. All kinds of bullets and colorful mystic rays were coming at him, triggering the most glamorous sound and visual effects around him. His Ares extension that looked like a bronze chimpanzee were riddled with holes and bordering on collapse. The pieces and components erupted, flying into the air crazily. Wei Longtao seemed determined to die together with his enemy, too. Without caring about his seemingly devastating wounds at all, he threw himself into the immortal cultivators like a cannonball time and time again, and he did take down a few opponents. When the resistance warriors who fell back to the tunnels under his cover looked back, they happened to see him mired in the ocean of immortal cultivators but still fighting relentlessly without backing off at all. They could not help but feel moved, their nostrils and chests burning. "Commander," the resistance warriors roared desperately. "Leave me. Just go." Wei Longtao's voice turned extremely hoarse, as if his throat had been stuffed with frozen blood. "I will break out of the siege. I promise." Boom. 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 A number of fireballs enshrouded Wei Longtao and blocked his voice. The last image that he left to all the resistance warriors was him waving his axes in the flames on a killing spree like a god incarnate. However, such sound and visual effects and such a gory battle could only deceive the common cultivators but not the senses of a divinity transformation stage cultivator. Li Yao focused his attention on analyzing the endless data that he had collected, building new models deep inside his soul until the whole battlefield was reconstructed virtually. Firstly, he analyzed the spiritual puppets on the Immortal Cultivator's side in terms of speed, ballistic trajectories and firepower, thereby reaching a value of standard battle performance for the spiritual puppets. Then, based on the squad tactics of the Grand Illusionary soldiers in the Star Glory Federation, he estimated the comprehensive combat ability when the 100 spiritual puppets were teamed up. In the end, he compared the result of his deduction to the performance of the Immortal Cultivators when they were besieging Wei Longtao. He immediately noticed that something was wrong. Assuming that the value of the combat ability of the battle puppets is 100 when they are dealing with the regular resistance warriors, it has dropped to 82 when they are fighting Wei Longtao. To put it more simply, they are slower, more sluggish, and weaker in firepower. Even the accuracy of their shooting has plummeted by at least 30%. In the meantime, they are wasting more spiritual energy on sound and visual effects that are utterly unnecessary. The shocking mystic rays, electric arcs, and fireballs they trigger indeed look cool, but it's not like they're in the middle of a play. Even with the squads of Grand Illusionary soldiers in the Star Glory Federation, I could have heavily wounded or even killed Wei Longtao in the virtual battlefield. It is even possible to capture him alive. The Grand Illusionary soldiers of the Star Glory Federation originated from the Star Child who came from the Imperium of true human beings. In other words, in terms of the production and organization of spiritual puppets, the Imperium can't be any worse than the Federation, even though it might not be too advanced. There's no reason the Imperium can't achieve what the Federation can. Same goes for the living Immortal Cultivators. The soldiers of the regular army who have an eye carved on their crystal suits are ruthless, merciless, and pitiless when they deal with the common resistance warriors, but they become clumsy and hesitant when their opponent is Wei Longtao. Also, in order to cover their clumsiness, they are also triggering dazzling airwaves, fireballs, spiritual flames, and blasts, interfering with the eyesight and the senses of the witnesses as much as possible. Not just the common resistance warriors, even the experts in the core formation stage or even the nascent soul stage couldn't have discovered it at all if they were not suspicious of it beforehand. Only those live streamers are charging forward like idiots. Naturally, they are no match for Wei Longtao, and they only make the play vivid and lifelike. Li Yao's soul grew colder and colder. It was almost frozen into a block of ice. After analyzing everything, he and the mental devil were both absolutely certain that the Immortal Cultivators were going easy on Wei Longtao. Wei Longtao's crystal suit seemed broken, filled with the traces of bullets and tears. He was heavily wounded, too, with blood leaking out of the gaps of his crystal suit. He was like a blood-stained iron statue. However, when Li Yao analyzed his every wound, he discovered that the devastating explosions did not hurt him very much. Or rather, because of the interference on the ballistic trajectories from some insignificant attacks, Wei Longtao was even able to evade a lot of fatal attacks. It was not because Wei Longtao could predict the enemy's attacks and present the glamorous performance in the storm of bullets unhurriedly, but the very contrary. The Immortal Cultivator's attacks were guiding Wei Longtao to perform the dazzling, complicated dodging movements, as if he were a marionette. Due to Wei Longtao's valiant fighting, most of the resistance warriors had fallen back safely. 100 balls of lightning suddenly burst out in midair, illuminating the underground world as if it were day, followed by thunderous explosions. Wei Longtao is about to break out of the siege. Li Yao's soul was naturally not affected by the sound and visual effects but kept locking onto Wei Longtao. Or rather, he is going to act to break the siege. As he expected, boosted by the might of the lightning, Wei Longtao's flames of spiritual energy were 10 times more overwhelming than before. His ravaged Ares extension turned into pieces that were exploding non-stop when he threw them in all directions. The next moment, he turned into a streak of green brilliance and dashed to the depths of the Forsaken Mine not far away from Li Yao. Quite a few Immortal Cultivators were following him closely. They seemed unstoppable and determined to catch the enemy, but with the senses of the divinity transformation stage, Li Yao could vaguely tell that they did not really mean to accomplish that. The few live streamers and trial takers among them were the only ones who were roaring crazily and really wanted Wei Longtao dead. However, under the intentional or unintentional blockage and interference of the regular army, their fatal attacks all missed the target and only caused tremendous scorching fireballs around Wei Longtao, making the scene even more soul-stirring than before. Shua. One of the live streamers or trial takers was extremely fast and approached Wei Longtao before anybody else did. But Wei Longtao simply turned around and slashed him in half from the waist. His internal organs had been burnt into ash by the heated axes before they were spurted out. The gruesome scene made all the immortal cultivators dazed for a moment, or at the very least, the regular army appeared to be dazed. The regular army became sluggish and panicked, and they happened to stand before the trial takers and live streamers, delaying them for half a second. Wei Longtao took the opportunity to accelerate and sprint into an inconspicuous tunnel at the bottom level of the Forsaken Mine. Then, explosions echoed from the tunnel, and it completely collapsed. The immortal cultivators rushed over, only to see that flames were soaring from the collapsed tunnel. They gnashed their teeth and whined in fury, but it never occurred to them that an enemy 10,000 times more dangerous than Wei Longtao was lurking right next to them. The brief but ghastly battle in the underground world was finally over. The bodies of the resistance warriors and the burning turrets were melted into burning garbage, rolling down from the top and crashing at the bottom of the mine, turning the place into an anonymous graveyard. The immortal cultivators had controlled the entire Forsaken Mine. They seemed to be rebuilding the place into a temporary command center. All kinds of engineering facilities and materials were shipped, and many renovation projects were already underway up above. As for the earthly dragons that had fled into the depths of the underground world, they did not seem to be chasing after them. Or rather, there was even no sign that they were preparing to chase after the enemy. It was almost like they were already certain where they could wait for the resistance warriors to step into the trap on their own. They were not in a hurry to chase after the enemy at all. Li Yao locked onto the few trial takers and live streamers who had tried hard to kill and capture Wei Longtao just now. He vaguely had a feeling that he could gather critical information from those guys. As he expected, the young and arrogant immortal cultivators thought that all the resistance warriors in the Forsaken Mine had been hunted. They took off their helmets and breathed in the air that was filled with the stink of blood while they looked at the messy battlefield, not without regret. Is this the legendary epic quest? One of the immortal cultivators who was handsome and looked rather young licked his blood-stained lips and smiled. It does not seem to be much an improvement compared to the Platinum Quest in Liberty City. This is just another whack-a-mole game. Why are you so impatient? A female immortal cultivator, who had a blood mole at the center of her forehead, eyed him and said, "The first level is just an appetizer. Isn't there still the Battle of the Temple later? Even that is not the final level. I'm told that a splendid and thrilling battle in space has been arranged at the end. That will be the real great meal. There will be a time that you will enjoy enough killing." It makes sense. The first immortal cultivator rubbed his hands. Come to think of it, you can kill as many people of the Covenant Alliance who are emotionless and as cold as wood as possible today, but the naive and idiotic creatures like cultivators are harder to come by than three-legged toads. They are definitely state-level endangered animals. Killing endangered animals feels different from butchering chicken and dogs. Did you see their looks before they were killed? They could cry, burst into fury, or roar out gallant words. Ha ha ha. How soul-stirring and poignant. Killing them is much more thrilling than killing the people of the Covenant Alliance who are like dead fish. In short, this feels much better. Indeed. When she thought of the picture just now, the frost on the female immortal cultivator's face melted. She could not help but chuckle. Long live the cultivators. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's been years since I last heard such an outdated and ridiculous line. My hands were shaking so hard that I could barely aim just now because of those bumpkins. I almost laughed aloud. Hey! Another fat immortal cultivator joined him in delight. There's a rather interesting branch quest, which is to catch the wandering earthly dragons. Did any of you not have enough fun just now and want to have more? Great. Let's go together. The battle of the temple will not start for a few days. We have nothing to do anyway. The many immortal cultivators talked and laughed and flew skyward, leaving Li Yao below their feet alone in the darkness. Li Yao's voice was like the gloomy wind blowing in hell. Therefore, the so-called temple is indeed a scheme to attract all the enemies and capture them together. It's not much of a scheme but a large-scale game, at best. The mental devil grimaced. You've seen it with your own eyes. For the Imperium of true human beings and the immortal cultivators today, cultivators are an obsolete and insignificant concept. It can barely be counted as a threat. Compared to the pressure caused by the alliance of the Holy Covenant on the frontal battlefield, Starlight, even if it does exist, is nothing more than a skin disease. In other words, while the cultivators like you regard the Imperium of true human beings and the immortal cultivators as sworn enemies and want to prove that your ideology is correct, the immortal cultivators do not bother to look at you properly. They simply take you for flies and mosquitoes, or endangered species at best. Yes. In the eyes of the immortal cultivators, the cultivators are exactly like flies and mosquitoes, which, although unable to cause much harm, can be quite annoying when they keep humming around you. Therefore, the immortal cultivators are paving a sticky pad and attracting all of us to land on it so that they can burn us up once and for all. Then, the whole world will be at peace. Li Yao pondered for a moment and said, such a plan is exactly the same as how the Star Glory Federation established the Dragon Snake Space Zone and sent Lu Qingchen to set up CFIA. Wei Longtao of Starlight in the Land of Sins is exactly like Lu Qingchen of the CFIA in the Federation. He is not a legendary hero who fights hard in the underground world at all but a puppet idol that the immortal cultivators have intentionally fabricated. He elaborated on the Temple of Cultivators and the control center of the Global Sword Network as if they were real. Even if they are, the place must have been heavily surrounded by the immortal cultivators, who are waiting for the ignorant members of Starlight to enter it and be killed. No. We have to save them. Of course, they must be saved, the mental devil said slowly. Not those in the underground temple but those in space. The space? Li Yao was deep in thought. That's right. Are you suggesting that of the two branches of Starlight, the space one is the key? Obviously, the mental devil said. As the saying goes, you cannot raise a huge turtle in a small can. It is impossible for a dragon to dash out of a little pond. The martial meritocrat sector in the past and the Land of Sins today are such little ponds and fully sealed cans. How developed can Starlight possibly be even if it has the leadership of an unparalleled genius? With the overall capabilities of the Imperium of true human beings and the cunningness of the immortal cultivators, if they had truly wanted to demolish the underground branch of Starlight, were they unable to accomplish it in the past hundreds of years? Even if a few small fries did escape, there would have been little that they could do. But not only did the immortal cultivators fail to completely destroy the underground branch of Starlight, they also sent a legendary hero that was Wei Longtao in secret, helping the dying underground branch of Starlight to revive and flourish again. If everything is just meant to be a game, the cost and the risks are too high, aren't they? Therefore, this is only a plan to loosen the trotline in order to catch the big fish. The underground branch of Starlight is just a big, fat bait. The real target of the immortal cultivators is the space forces of Starlight. Fair point. Li Yao's eyes were opened, too. He added quickly, first of all, Black Star the Great returned to the martial meritocrat sector for revenge with an overwhelming fleet 1,000 years ago, launching what Wei Longtao and Jingyun called the Judgment War. That was probably real. However, the martial meritocrat civilization had arrived at its peak, too, and was mixed with the bloodthirst and ruthlessness of the sand primitive sector. Technologically speaking, it couldn't have been much worse than the Imperium. At the very least, there was not a generation gap, like stone axes versus assault rifles. It was only weaker than the Imperium in terms of scale and comprehensive national strength. Then, even if it suffered a crushing defeat on the frontal defeat and was no match for the Imperium at all, it was not entirely unlikely that a few starships broke out of the siege in the middle of the chaos and escaped into space, right? It's certainly possible, the mental devil said. In fact, the martial meritocrat civilization we talk about today was a twin civilization that involved both the martial meritocrat sector and the sand primitive sector. Considering the frequent communication between the two sectors, they must have grasped very advanced space sailing technology. Also, don't forget that the Fist King mentioned at the martial meritocrat sector and the sand primitive sector had a minor war before the arrival of Blackstar the Great. War would naturally greatly damage the comprehensive strength of the martial meritocrat civilization, but it would also boost part of the cutting-edge technology in weapons. For example, the forces of the entire world might be focused in order to produce a few extremely advanced super starships, whose comprehensive battle performance might reach 70 to 80% of what the starships of the Imperium had. It seems to be a reasonable assumption. If such advanced starships did exist, it's very possible that a few survivors escaped from the siege even though they could not defeat the fleet of the Imperium. The universe is boundless. Once they escaped from the planet, they would be like dragons unchained. It would be practically impossible for them to be locked onto and annihilated. The space pirates in the Flying Star sector were on a rampage for thousands of years, Li Yao said solemnly. Firefly of the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic fled for 1,000 years. So, it's not entirely impossible for Starlight, a resistance organization of the cultivators of the martial meritocrat sector, to act unpredictably in the peripheral space zones of the Imperium and shine for hundreds of years, which also agrees with the intelligence that D. Feywin shared with us. Think about it. D. Feywin and the Black Wind Fleet took off more than 100 years ago, at which time the Land of Sins was entirely different from what it is today. But rumors of Starlight already existed at that time. It is highly unlikely that the Immortal cultivators have planned the game for 100 years, right? All in all, the Starlight in space should be the real deal. It also boasts certain forces that caused some trouble for the Immortal cultivators before. In order to resolve the headache once and for all, the Immortal cultivators have fabricated the legendary hero that is, Wei Longtao. They supported the underground branch of Starlight and made them try to reach out to the fellow cultivators in space. Then, a magnificent plan for an ultimate counterattack with all the available forces was proposed. After the main forces of Starlight are all mobilized, they will be annihilated completely. Just like the Immortal cultivators said, the Battle of the Temple will not begin for several days. But it was still not going to be the final level. A battle in space that follows it will be the star of the show. Therefore, the mental devil said, it is useless to catch up to Han Te and Lu Li right now. On one hand, we are of unknown origins, and the resistance warriors including Zhou Jingyun have seen Wei Longtao sacrificing himself to cover the retreat fearlessly with their own eyes. It is impossible that they will believe a mysterious freak like you and doubt their general commander. On the other hand, even if you do break Wei Longtao's mask with all the tricks possible, so what? Wei Longtao is just a puppet. It won't solve the problem even if he is minced into pieces. Or rather, the entire underground branch of Starlight, including the temple, does not matter. Space is the key to the conundrum. It's just like I said before. We are now no better than ghosts, with only the level of the divinity transformation stage but not the corresponding combat ability. It is not like we can simply blow up all the Immortal cultivators in Manjasaka with just our tongues, right? It is not going to help anybody to stay here. Return to the sky as soon as possible and get back our body, crystal suits, and colossus. Swallow all the high-energy nutrition drugs and the heavenly materials and earthly treasures to release the most violent forces of the divinity transformation stage. Sneak into Manjasaka before the army of the space branch of Starlight arrives. That is the only opportunity to crack the trap. Let's go now. Li Yao made the decision immediately. We don't have much time left. Neltharion was no larger than a finger. The gaps that the enormous penetrators could not enter could not stop the small multipurpose exploration starship at all. Zigzagging in the underground tunnels for a long time, Li Yao activated the drill of mystic rays and began to drill upward. Naturally, he did not plan to drill up to the surface, which would consume too much of his time. He was searching for the vertical channels dug out by the immortal cultivators. Very soon, he located one. A lot of penetrators and spiritual puppets were still shipping assets in the vertical channels. Their controllers were mostly immortal cultivators in the refinement stage or the building foundation stage. Even those in the core formation stage were few. It would be the greatest joke if Li Yao was discovered by them as a divinity transformation stage cultivator. Hiding in the gaps of the tracks of one of the penetrators, Neltharion returned to the ground successfully half an hour later. The surface there was a restricted area. Further beyond, it was a desolate and bleak land, with no sign of a single bandit. There was no telling whether they had been driven away or simply killed. Li Yao released his telepathic thoughts and scanned everybody and their vehicles in the restricted area. Very soon, he located a small transporter. The vehicle that was similar to a rocket was specially designed to get rid of gravity and commute between the ground and outside the celestial object's gravitational pull. When a few immortal cultivators walked into the transporter, talking and laughing, Li Yao flew Neltharion to the bottom of the stabilizer fins of the vehicle. Neltharion was capable of getting rid of gravity on its own. Li Yao was only doing this to deceive the defense rune array that blocked the sky. Who? Flames and smoke spurted out of the transporter, pushing it to beyond the atmosphere. Half an hour later, Neltharion silently escaped the gravitational pull of the martial meritocrat's planet. Li Yao perceived the rusty planet and Manjasaka, which was like a cancer and a parasite residing on the planet. Now that he had learned the truth about the land of sins and the city in the sky, his mood was naturally different from when he dived into it at the beginning. So, the Imperium of true human beings has truly forgotten your old friends. The cultivators are no longer your enemies but toys, clowns, puppets, and endangered animals that exist for your daily entertainment. Staring at the bleeding Manjasaka, Li Yao mumbled, "It's all right. I will remind you of everything about the cultivators. A space battle to shoot flies and mosquitoes? Very good. I promise you that the cultivators will show up on the magnificent stage at the center of the cosmos again after the battle. We are back after 1,000 years." Inside the hibernation capsule of Jingle Bell, the stealth exploration starship of the Star Glory Federation, on the 9th satellite of the 5th planet in the Martial Meritocrat sector. Hiss! Li Yao leapt up from the hibernation capsule, breathing in the recycled air so deeply that Jingle Bell was almost absorbed into a vacuum. Enjoying the both familiar and strange feeling when air entered the windpipe and expanded the lung lobes, Li Yao finally confirmed that his soul had returned to his body. It truly feels weird to look at my body again after my soul has been out of the body for such a long time. Half narrowing his eyes, Li Yao warmed up his fingers somewhat sluggishly and sensed the rhythm of his veins, muscle fibers, and nerve endings with a lot of mysterious and indescribable feelings. After breaking into the divinity transformation stage, the fleshly body would no longer be one's sole reliance but only a rather important and unique tool. The path to a brand new life form had been completely paved through. Above the divinity transformation stage, it is the divinity branching stage, where I can split the soul into thousands of parts and control all of them at the same time. One single person will be a whole army. What an amazing and enticing level it is. Before the divinity branching stage, there are even more bizarre and incredible levels. Some can even travel in the four-dimensional space and swim across the sea of stars without any protection. It is almost like a myth. I wonder if it is true. Just let me keep on training until the end of my line. Let's see what my limits are when I finally collapse in the end. Li Yao was more excited and enthusiastic than ever. However, a burning feeling of drought came over from his brain. Ugly spots were also appearing on his fingers, hands, and arms, and his body was withering and disintegrating at a visible rate. Li Yao was alarmed, knowing that the body that had been well scourged by radiation would not last long. In the meantime, if he could be refilled with abundant resources so that his collapsed body could be completely reconstructed and upgraded, it would be possible for him to enter the ultimate levels beyond the middle level of the divinity transformation stage. With a telepathic thought, thousands of spiritual threads spread out from his pores and retrieved all the broken cosmos rings, which revolved around him like shooting stars. Inside the tiny storage cabin of Neltharion was a cosmos ring that he had looted from the immortal cultivator Wei Xiaotian. The cosmos ring stored the flaw detector from Xiaohu Wuxin that boasted the function of high molecular layer-by-layer scanning and a microscopic carver of mystic rays after his modification. After they were connected, the device more or less had the ability to repair the crystal chips on the molecular level. Li Yao took out the ugly scanning and maintenance device that he had thrown together with all the parts exposed to the air. Calming himself down, he placed the first damaged cosmos ring on the octagonal platform at the center and inputted a stream of spiritual energy to activate the equipment. Instantly, almost 100 bright gold electric arcs thinner than a hair were triggered around the device, which lifted the cosmos rings like the hands of elves. Several of the electric arcs submerged into the complicated crystal chip groups on the surface of the cosmos ring. Li Yao's eyes were half closed, but his eyeballs were shaking. Sweat the size of beans was leaking out of his forehead, and the steam around his body seemed to be foretelling a volcanic eruption. That indicated that his brain was in the middle of the extreme functioning state. 20 minutes later, he released a mouthful of air with a confident smile on his face. Picking up the cosmos ring with 3 fingers, he blew at it softly before activating the release rune array of the cosmos ring with a telepathic thought. Ripples spread out in midair, and high-energy nutrition drugs and medical drugs as high as a hill immediately appeared before him. Li Yao whistled in a low voice. Baring his white teeth, he poured a can of high-energy nutrition drugs into his throat ravenously. Squeaky sounds as if ice had been poured into melted steel immediately echoed from his abdomen. Every muscle, every vein, every nerve, and every cell in his body was shrieking in hunger and thirst. After chugging almost 20 cans of high-energy nutrition drugs, Li Yao finally felt that his starved body had been somewhat comforted. The first cosmos ring was only meant to test the performance of the high molecular layer-by-layer detector and maintainer. The job was much easier after that. Li Yao spent 3 hours fixing all the cosmos rings. Except for the cosmos rings that stored the crystal suits, the weapons and ammunition, and the Colossus, he took out all the cosmos rings and retrieved all the edible nutrition drugs, medical drugs, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures in them, which were piled up into an enormous mountain. Are you really going to swallow such a mountain? The mental devil's voice was rather shaky. Isn't this a bit too much? Of course it is too much. How else can I show the demeanor of a divinity transformation stage cultivator? Recalling the biting and mauling of the sinners in the land of sins in the oceans of blood like hungry dogs, the valiant sacrifices of the resistance warriors of Starlight, and how hilarious the immortal cultivators thought them to be, Li Yao felt that infinite fury was rolling up in his chest and turning into appetite. I am going to blow up the heads of a lot of people in the next couple of days. How can I beat anybody up without a full belly? Han Te, Lu Li, Fist King, Xiaohu Wuxin, Xian Xiaoqi, Zhua Jingyun, all the fellow cultivators of Starlight who are fooled, and everybody in the land of sins. Just wait for me. I'll be back soon. Clenching his fists, Li Yao bellowed and jumped at the mountain, with a beast-like hunger beaming out of his eyes. An hour later, at the bottom of the deepest fold on the 9th satellite of the 5th planet of the Martial Meritocrat sector, a very strange creature showed up. His body size had expanded to almost 5 meters tall. His flesh had withered and ulcerated, but new bones, veins, nerves, and muscles were growing non-stop. Visible flames of spiritual energy were also flooding out of his veins and surrounded his body like wings, capes, and armor, fluctuating at the same pace as his breath with soul-stirring magic. It almost felt like a supernova had been embedded into his chest, which was releasing the most violent forces that made him unable to control himself and roar like a primeval beast. Even the vacuum of silence was almost shaken by his furious roars. Boom! Without a crystal suit, without power knuckles, just bare-handed, he punched at the deepest part of the fold with his fist that was still growing and bleeding when the skin was torn apart, raising an appalling dust cloud that was similar to a meteor shower. The broken rocks and the dust were all blown away, revealing a crater almost 5 meters in diameter. The monster did not stop at all but punched as fast as lightning with both fists in turn. His fleshly body was like a super-heavy penetrator or a pile hammer of the highest level as he pushed into the crater. The crater that was almost 5 meters deep was blown into a vertical tunnel by him. Just like that, he blew all the way into the depths of the 9th satellite several hundred meters from the ground. Boom! 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 After he arrived at the place, the auras from his fists spread out like blossoming flowers, creating an underground space hundreds of meters in diameter in the rocks that were as hard as iron to be his temporary secret residence. With his surging spiritual energy and the explosions of his soul, his wounds were gradually healed, and his body was constricted and condensed again into what appeared to be made of jade and bronze. The magnificent body was so perfect that even Fist King Lei Zhonglia's iron body would have felt dwarfed in front of him. This is what a real divinity transformation stage cultivator should be like. It is much better than the state when my soul was out of my body. Li Yao looked at his plump palms in satisfaction and pressed the wall of the cave. After he exerted his strength casually, an enormous trace more than 1 meter in diameter immediately appeared on the wall without a sound. If such a trace is discovered by a civilization that has just sprouted, it will certainly be worshipped as the miracle of a god. No wonder this is called the divinity transformation stage. With a telepathic thought, Li Yao's body turned into a streak of brilliance that occupied the entire underground residence in a breath. 180 vivid blurred shadows in different forms were condensed in a row in space. Each of the blurred shadows had its own spiritual energy in air and could last for more than 3 seconds. They were absolutely enough to trick the aiming system of most aggressive magical equipment. Shwa. He retrieved a mystic skeleton battle suit from the Cosmos Ring. Instead of putting it on in a hurry, he dismantled the mystic skeleton battle suit into tens of thousands of components by ways of remote manipulation and dissection-like skills. Attaching his telepathic thoughts into it and examining every stroke of the rune arrays on every component, he finally assembled the crystal suit unhurriedly and put it on. The crystal suit was no longer cold metal but more like his second skin. He could not have felt more relaxed and comfortable. Shwa. 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 With the enhancement of the crystal suit, Li Yao's speed was accelerated to higher than ever. This time, even the blurred shadows and the streaks of brightness were no longer visible. He seemed to have completely vanished from the cave, but the dents on the wall that were caused by his brute punches were disappearing and paved at a visible speed, until the wall became as smooth as a mirror as if it had been polished carefully with a quickly rotating grinding wheel. When Li Yao stopped at the center of the cave, it had already become a flawless, absolutely perfect sphere. If other civilizations were to find the cave billions of years later, they would certainly be astounded and exclaim in disbelief. Li Yao chuckled and touched the most important Cosmos Ring, which stored his old friend Little Black and the Tartarian skeleton, a colossus dating back to the primeval era. The lowest level to make use of a colossus is the nascent soul stage. The higher one's level is, the more likely it will be to unlock the new techniques and moves of the Colossus. Now that I have ascended to the divinity transformation stage from the nascent soul stage, what kind of surprises can you bring to me, little black and Tartarian skeleton? Li Yao licked his lips and raised his fist that was wearing the Cosmos ring, clenching it hard. At first, a stream of black mucus that was as thick as a swamp and as dark as night enshrouded him from head to toe. Then, ripples that ripped apart the three-dimensional space appeared. An enormous shadow more than 30 meters tall, like the most hideous devil in hell, crawled out of the ripples in the middle of the furiously burning flames of revenge. Under the cold starlight, above the orbit of the third planet that was not far away from the Martial Meritocrat's planet, a small space gate made of an array of 88 star beacons in the form of rhombus was revolving slowly and emitting lackluster redness. Centered at the space gate that looked like a bloody diamond, void ripples flooded out of the vacuum, and starships jumped to the Martial Meritocrat sector like whales and giant squids that had just surfaced from the deep ocean. The lightning trident emblem on the head of their starships looked even creepier under the illumination of the red light, suggesting that they were all from the Imperium of true human beings. The Martial Meritocrat sector was not a world that could sustain itself. Because of years of experiments on advanced magical equipment and techniques, the only habitable planet in the region had been scarred and reduced to a mess, making it absolutely impossible to maintain a stable ecological system and a material and energy recycling system. Although there were some experimental plantations in Manjusaka and the enormous Heavenly Rail, it was far from enough to meet the demand of all the immortal cultivators, sinners, and biological weapons. Therefore, countless carriers shipped assets from every part of the Imperium to this place, transmitting the daily necessities to Manjusaka. Perhaps because the epic quest had been activated and a soul-stirring space battle would break out very soon, an even greater number of carriers were moving between the Martial Meritocrat sector and the heartland of the Imperium during the recent couple of days. Perhaps some of the most advanced warships under the disguise of carriages were hiding among them. The carriers large and small from different worlds in a myriad of shapes and styles swarmed toward the tentacles that Manjusaka extended into space. Each of the tentacles was an enormous spaceport. But none of the carriers noticed that a crystal suit that was almost transparent was standing in the vacuum right next to them and observing them coldly, as if it had been completely melted into the dark space. The almost transparent crystal suit was surrounded by a unique twisting field that blocked all scanning and detection. Even though a few alarm satellites of the Imperium just brushed past it, they failed to discover its existence. Li Yao stared at the space gate for an hour and a half before he finally locked onto a target. He did not want to sneak into Manjusaka directly because he did not know what defense measures the immortal cultivators had. Even his cultivation of the divinity transformation stage was not enough to break into a space fortress by brute force. The carriers of the latest models that were large and elegantly designed, protected by luminous spiritual shields, were not his prey. After all, he was going to sneak aboard from space. It would be practically impossible for him to avoid their attention. The old, ragged carrier that seemed to have just been scourged by a cosmic storm was his best target. Making up his mind, Li Yao turned into an almost invisible ripple and moved at the carrier that had the logo of a black bear painted on its flank. Like a dry leaf or a dandelion, he landed on the rear of the target starship next to the spurts of the power rune arrays. The temperature in the spurts area was well above 5,000 degrees, mixed with all kinds of violent radiation and particles. Li Yao would not have been able to last a few minutes in the past, but he was now as comfortable as if he were drinking iced beverages in the cool breeze on a summer day. Li Yao smiled and stuck his hands against the shell of the old carrier. His telepathic thoughts turned into waves, leaking and expanding into the engine compartment of the old carrier. Closing his eyes, he moved his soul out of his body and flooded into the carrier along with the waves in his palm. Every tube and every crystal wire in the engine compartment was clearly displayed inside his brain before they were connected to each other quickly and established a perfectly accurate virtual model of the engine compartment. Li Yao's guess was correct. The unfortunate carrier had indeed encountered an unexpected cosmic storm soon after it left the mother port, which had seriously damaged the starship. The evidence was the liquid metal fixers that had filled the gaps and holes everywhere on the shell of the starship. Although such fixers boasted a lot of advantages, such as flexible forms and rapid consolidation when exposed to air or a vacuum, they could not maintain their solid form for long and therefore could only be used as temporary materials in emergencies. Generally speaking, after a voyage, all the fixers would need to be cleaned after the damaged vehicle was pulled into a dock before they were replaced with legitimate materials whose durability was better. The Sea of Stars was always treacherous. Nobody would dare joke with their lives. Therefore, the liquid metal fixers must have been spurted out recently. Also, almost all the power units in the engine part were showing signs of being overloaded. Several power units were on the brink of collapse and would reach the tipping point at any moment. It meant that the commander of the carrier had just performed very violent operations, say, competing against a cosmic storm and struggling to get away from its pull. It was truly the most perfect prey. Li Yao's telepathic thoughts, like vipers in the vacuum, snuck into the most severely damaged and the most unstable power unit, where he focused his attention, interfering with the circuits of spiritual energy that were already on the verge of short-circuiting. In the meantime, he crushed dozens of sensors inside the power unit so that the crew members in the engine compartment would not notice anything wrong with the power unit on the operation interface of their crystal processors. All the values on the operation interface were normal. In their ignorance, the crew members even thought that victory was close at hand after seeing Manjusaka not far away. They were all relaxed and put on a smile now that the heavy burden had been removed. Right then. Boom! The power unit that Li Yao had messed with exploded. The high-energy fuel was spurted everywhere, leading to a series of explosions that even spread to the shell of the carrier. A devastating hole was formed, and scraps, fuel, and severed limbs of the crew members darted out like a spring. Damn it! Another explosion. Put on the fire. Repair the damage immediately. Hurry up. The F*King Cosmic Storm. The entire carrier fell into chaos once more. The damage control team began their action in an orderly fashion. First of all, they prevented the fire and the fuel from further spreading with high-density anti-fire foam. Then, abundant liquid metal that looked like gel was sprayed onto the damaged parts, where it froze into a silver shell immediately. In the end, a large batch of fully armed crew members moved toward the explosion area, cursing and complaining. The Level 7 carrier of the Imperium, named Black Bear, seemed to have been haunted by bad luck ever since it encountered a cosmic storm soon after it set sail. For minor explosions had already taken place. The members of the damage control team were already used to it. None of them realized that a fiend 100 times more dreadful than the explosion had already snuck into their starship under the cover of fire, smoke, and poisonous gas. Leaning against the wall in a corner where fire and poisonous gas were surging, Li Yao did not even bother to look for a hideout. On this ragged carrier, the best of the immortal cultivators were only in the refinement stage or the building foundation stage, and those in the core formation stage were few to none. It was almost impossible for them to discover Li Yao at his level. After he snuck into the starship, the speed and efficiency of the expansion of his telepathic thoughts were further improved. He figured out the overall structure and the distribution of the passengers in the blink of an eye. It was a rather shabby carrier even for the standard of the Star Glory Federation. In front of the engine compartment were 4 enormous warehouses. Below the warehouses were the asset and fuel areas. Further ahead, there was the rest area for the crew members and the bridge. Only from the bridge did Li Yao detect several auras that were rather impressive, but they did not pose any threat to Li Yao. All that attracted his attention were the goods in the warehouses. They were not regular goods but about 1,000 human beings, curled up inside hibernation cabins like babies, their faces in pain and their bodies twisted and covered in frost. The hibernation cabins that they were using were also rusty and ragged, surrounded by thick, spiral tubes. They were even less developed than the cabins in which the Black Wind Fleet carried the immigrants and seemed more like narrow iron coffins. The 1,000 iron coffins were placed on two sides of the warehouses neatly. Illuminated by the pale light, they gave out a creepy air of horror, as if the place was a weird cemetery in space. Li Yao noticed that the warehouses had been scourged by the cosmic storm, too. Many tiny meteoroids had broken the defense of the carrier and pierced through almost 100 hibernation cabins. The hibernators inside them were already deformed and lost their lives. Every hibernation cabin was connected to a small crystal processor, on which a thin light beam was floating. Li Yao submerged part of his telepathic thoughts into one of the crystal processors and read the information on the light beam curiously, only to discover a few rows of simple data. Number 11546, female, 44 years old. Health, good. Guilty of instigation, insurgency, and jeopardy to national security. Then, there was her physical data, but not too many personal features were involved. They were only used to prove the health level of her body. Dazed, Li Yao continued to sense the female inside the hibernation cabin whose hair had turned white with wrinkles all over her face even though she was only 44. He could tell at first glance that the female's spiritual root had not awoken. She was a standard ordinary person, or in the words of the Imperium of True Human Beings, a hominoid. Li Yao could not understand how a hominoid whose spiritual root was not awakened could commit a crime that jeopardized the national security of the Imperium of True Human Beings. The remaining hundreds of hibernation cabins were the same. Those sealed inside were mostly ordinary people whose spiritual roots had not awoken. Their genders and ages varied, but most of them were brawny young adults. Despite their impressive body figures, their tendons and joints were slightly twisted, which suggested that their bodies were not formed by working out but came from years of heavy work. All of them had similar crimes: instigation, insurgency, and jeopardy to national security. They did not have names but only cold numbers. At the frontmost part of the place that seemed both like a prison and a cemetery were 36 hibernation cabins that were streamlined and larger. They looked much more advanced. Observing through the translucent holes on them, it could be seen that 36 hibernators were also crouching inside like babies. But different from those who were found guilty of instigation, insurgency, and jeopardy to national security, the hibernators had complicated, shining nails smashed all the way down from the back of their head to their spine every few centimeters. The tops of the nails were connected to each other with solid and complicated mechanical structures. They also spread to their limbs and extended to their fingertips, like some sort of weird external skeleton. Li Yao thought for a moment and realized that the nails were probably bashed into the gaps on their spines in order to control their spine, their central nerves, and all their limbs and organs. Even if they escaped hibernation, there would barely be any room for their resistance when their spine was confined in such a shackle. In conclusion, they were not passengers but prisoners. It did make sense on second thought. This was a carrier that jumped and sailed among different sectors in the heartland of the Imperium of True Human Beings. Judging from the structure and the performance of the engine compartment, it was not suitable for carrying out a super-long space jump mission. Its voyages would not take very long, and there was no need for the crew members to hibernate. Li Yao keenly sensed vague spiritual energy from the hibernators. He was particularly drawn to the cluster at the center of their eyebrows that was still bouncing feebly like virtual neurons even though they were deep asleep. It was the place where the spiritual root was located. Their spiritual roots are all awakened. Are they cultivators, or are they? There was a small crystal processor next to the hibernation cabin of each of the 36 people whose spiritual roots were awakened. The physical information recorded on them was much more detailed than that of the ordinary people. It included their major level, minor level, familiar arts, and even a few clips of their battle videos. However, their name and background were not included. There were only simple numbers, as well as new crimes, dereliction of duty, treason, and crimes against humanity. Most of the prisoners whose spiritual root was awakened were found guilty of one or two of those crimes. One of them was even charged with all three. He also happened to be the strongest of them and was at the beginning level of the core formation stage. He was bound tightly by a particularly thick shackle. 100 crystal wires extended out of the topmost part of the shackle and reached his face from the back of his head, piercing into his brain through his nostrils, ears, and eyes. Judging from the horrible look on his face and his rapidly shivering eyeballs, his soul was still suffering indescribable torture in the frozen hell even though his fleshly body had been sealed in the extremely low temperature. If he is a cultivator, it will be understandable that he committed treason and crimes against humanity, Li Yao thought to himself. But what about dereliction of duty? Even if they were just fabricating crimes for him, such a crime should still be too weird for a cultivator, right? The warehouse that was as cold and gloomy as a refrigerator was utterly silent. Only several spiritual puppets were patrolling mechanically according to the routes that they were preset with, which only added to the creepy and rejective atmosphere of the place. After thinking for a moment, Li Yao retracted his telepathic thoughts and focused his attention back on the engine compartment at the rear of the starship that was drowned in smoke, fire, and poisonous air. The whole engine compartment had no secrets at all before him. The lick of every flame, the explosion of every fuel transmission tube, and the action of every immortal cultivator in the damage control team disintegrated and separated like translucent virtual pictures and appeared in his brain in the most fundamental data and models. Boom! When a squad of the damage control team ran past the pathway next to the engine compartment, Li Yao made up his mind. One of the tubes of ancillary catalysts that he had sabotaged earlier by remote manipulation immediately broke apart. The catalysts immediately expanded by thousands of times after they were vaporized and led to new explosions when they collided with the poisonous gas. Everybody was swallowed by the venomous flames. Some were even blown dozens of meters away because of the blast and hit the end of the pathway brutally. The spot turned into chaos. Explosions and screams were everywhere. All the lights and surveillance systems were in disorder. The wounded fled from the fire with their crippled arms or legs. Those who were lucky enough to be unhurt had breathed in poisonous air, too, because of the damage to their crystal suit. Confused and lightheaded, they ran amok in the gas and the fire like headless flies. In such turmoil, none of them noticed that their captain disappeared into the poisonous air that was as intense as ink the moment he was blown to the end of the pathway by the blast. Li Yao opened his fingers and grabbed the captain by his head, with such force that the helmet of his crystal suit was squeaking and seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Spiritual energy slithered over like vipers, cutting off all the rune arrays and the crystal chips on the crystal suit that could transmit information to the outside world. It also pierced through the crystal processor and paralyzed the crystal suit into a fully enclosed iron coffin. It was not until then that Li Yao dragged the captain to an inconspicuous corner. He had carefully studied the structure of the engine compartment, deduced based on the current damages, and released hundreds of telepathic thoughts to stay on alert. Nobody would disturb him in the next 5 minutes. Bam! Li Yao slightly increased his strength. The helmet of the crystal suit, which was made of super alloys and special porcelains and could resist the close-distance shot of a storm bolter, broke apart immediately. What was most amazing was that the head below the crystal suit was not hurt at all. There was not even a bloody scratch when the helmet exploded into pieces. The captain had a pale face, not knowing what had happened at all. But when he looked at Li Yao's fiendish air and immeasurable eyes, he was like a hyena faced with a velociraptor and could not even think of resisting. He did not even have the strength to scream anymore. Li Yao curled his lips. Having no time to waste on him, Li Yao gradually turned his left eye red. From deep inside the pupils beamed out demonic bloody streaks, which even crawled out of the eyeball and proliferated in midair before they all pierced into the eyes of the captain. In utmost fear, the captain cramped as if he had suffered an electric shock. Hissing sounds echoed from his throat, but they could not be condensed into a scream at all. There was not any substantial resistance, either. In the end, his both eyes were bloodshot, and bloody streaks protruded out of his face as if an enormous spider was lying on his face. "All right. Go ahead." The mental devil grinned. The chasm between the two parties was too huge. Li Yao did not need to play any tricks of interrogation or language games but simply let the mental devil break the opponent's defense line in the mind and hypnotize him. "Who are you? What is your mission?" Li Yao asked. The bloody streaks on the captain's face were wriggling and absorbing the secrets in his brain cervixes like eelworms. Half a second later, he replied clearly and quickly, "We are the 221st carrier of the Trioni shipping group. We are carrying a regular shipping mission to transport a batch of assets to the Heavenly Eye Group space base in the Martial Meritocrat sector." The Heavenly Eye Group? Li Yao pondered to himself and realized that it was probably the force of the Immortal cultivators that controlled Manjusaka. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Were you caught in a cosmic storm during your voyage?" "Yes," the captain said. "We encountered a fairly large cosmic storm soon after we set sail from the spiritual snake sector 12 days ago and only managed to arrive here through all kinds of difficulties." "Are the goods that you are shipping the people in the hibernation cabins? Who are they exactly? Why are they being sent to Manjusaka?" "They are all prisoners." The captain's eyes glazed, but his head was very clear, and the speed of his speech was higher and higher, as if a mysterious force was reading information from his brain forcefully. "They are the felons that have been sentenced with life imprisonment and death with reprieve. They are going to serve their term in the prison in Manjusaka." Li Yao was slightly surprised. "Is there a prison in Manjusaka, the city in the sky?" "Yes. There is an extremely large private prison, which ranks among the top in terms of scale and level even taking all the space prisons of the Imperium into consideration," the captain said. "The Trioni shipping group and the Heavenly Eye group have a transportation contract. We send a large batch of prisoners from everywhere in the universe to them to serve the term. I saw their crimes. Instigation, insurgency, dereliction of duty, treason, jeopardy to national security, and even crimes against humanity," Li Yao said. "There were only the names of the crimes but not the details. Do you know how exactly they committed the crimes?" The captain hesitated for a moment. "We are only responsible for shipping. Other people are in charge of capturing them. I only know some hearsays." "It doesn't matter." Another few bloody streaks popped out from Li Yao's left eye and darted into the guy's eyeball. "Tell me all the things that you have overheard. Now." The captain trembled. His eyes shook quickly, and he spoke as if he were in a dream. "They seem to be the miners on a certain remote resource planet in the spiritual snake sector. Because they were dissatisfied with their working conditions, or maybe because the compensation after several accidents in the mine was not given to them in time, they had strikes first and then illegal demonstrations, which escalated into armed rebellions. After they were suppressed quickly, all the key personnel in the riot were sentenced to life imprisonment and death with reprieve and sent here to serve their term." "That explains a lot," Li Yao thought to himself. No wonder all the prisoners looked rather strong despite their genders and ages and although their spiritual roots were not awakened. They were actually minors. What about those who are confined and guilty of dereliction of duty and other crimes? Are they minors, too? "No," the captain said. "They seem to be the managers of the local mining group. They are all immortal cultivators. But because they dealt with the emergency unsatisfactorily and were too merciful during the suppression of the illegal demonstrations and the armed rebellions, which led to the escalation of the incident, they were found guilty of dereliction of duty and sent here. Rumor has it that some of them were rather sympathetic to the rioters. They were suspected to have been infiltrated and polluted by the Covenant Alliance. That was why their sentence was rather harsh, and they were even found guilty of crimes against humanity. Infiltrated and polluted by the Covenant Alliance? Li Yao secretly frowned. Of course, he disagreed with the Alliance of the Holy Covenant's approach to treat human beings as the slaves of the Pangu clan and completely abandon emotions and free will. If he had to choose sides in the war between the Imperium of true human beings and the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, he was still more inclined to the Imperium side. However, just because of their poor performance during the suppression of the riot of the miners, they had been deemed to be infiltrated and corrupted by the Covenant Alliance and sentenced to death. The punishment seemed too severe. Even the immortal cultivators, their own kind, were treated so harshly. It was not hard to imagine the Imperium's attitude toward the hominoids. Li Yao ground his teeth hard and felt exasperated at the idiocy of the immortal cultivators. If he were a hominoid caught in darkness and desperation after seeing his compatriots being suppressed miserably, he might have considered abandoning his feelings and joining the Covenant Alliance, too. After a sniff, Li Yao continued his questioning. You said that you have carried out a lot of shipping missions. Were they all the relocation of felons? The captain nodded. Yes. Our carrier boasts the ability to keep 1,000 hibernation cabins running at the same time after special modifications, which were done at a great cost. It is not a fair deal to ship common goods. So, you have met a lot of prisoners, Li Yao said casually. Were they also found guilty of insurgency or even treason because of various riots, rebellions, and uprisings like the prisoners this time? The captain thought for a moment and then nodded somewhat hesitantly. In most cases, yes. Naturally, there are occasional individual or criminal cases. The Trioni shipping group does not have enough experts to escort the criminals that are more dangerous. We do not have a higher level. Therefore, those who are shipped by us are mostly the general criminals that involve a lot of people whose combat ability is not very high. In the last half a year, we have already carried out 3 similar missions. Oh. Are there a lot of large-scale resistance cases caused by the hominoids in the Imperium? A few hundred years ago, there was no end to such incidents, the captain said, but in the last 100 years, after the various reforms in the Imperium, such incidents have decreased. However, over the last couple of years, because the Imperium is at war against the Covenant Alliance and in dire need of resources, every subject of the Imperium is required to dedicate themselves selflessly. Many lazy hominoids lack the spirit of sacrifice. Because of the indulgence in the last 100 years, they grew resentment when their workload was slightly increased. Besides, the spies from the Covenant Alliance have snuck into the Imperium to spread propaganda and instigate the ignorant folk to rebel. Some of the bottom-level immortal cultivators were even corrupted and developed an unnecessary sense of empathy and mercy. So, the cases of strikes and riots are on the rise again. Got it. To cope with the war against the Covenant Alliance, or more exactly, to prepare for the largest counterattack in the past 1,000 years, the Imperium is in desperate need of tremendous resources. So, harsh laws have been implemented to serve the purpose. After the riots of the hominoids are suppressed, they will be sent into various prisons. Even the prisons of the national level are insufficient now, and private prisons have to be established to cage the prisoners. Li Yao narrowed his blood-stained left eye and stared at the opponent. Is that so? Yes, the captain said. The prisons of the government are useless for those criminals because the environment in the prisons is no different from their workplace deep inside the mines. It is barely a deterrence, only a great waste of precious resources in keeping them fed. But private prisons are different. The hundreds of private prisons have different ways of operation. After the criminals are delivered here, not only will they waste 0 coins of the country, the owner of the private prison will also submit a large sum of money according to the headcount and their capability. It is both a relief of burdens for the country and a greater deterrence for the criminals. The owners of the private prisons have their ways to exploit them for abundant revenue, too. It is a stone that kills 3 birds. Therefore, all kinds of private prisons are flourishing in the Imperium nowadays. The private prison under the banner of the Heavenly Eye Group is a typical example. It is a model prison of the state level. Li Yao took a deep breath to hold back his simmering emotions. The Heavenly Eye Group pays a large sum of money for every criminal delivered. How are they going to earn the money back? I don't know. The captain shook his head quickly. We are only responsible for shipping the goods and only stay in Manjusaka for a day or 2 every time. We don't have an opportunity to find out much inside information, nor are we interested in it. As long as we can earn our money, it will be good enough. Under the deterrence of Li Yao's soul and the hypnotization of the mental devil, there was certainly no possibility of lying for the captain. He truly did not know anything about it. You are being silly. The mental devil chuckled. The so-called criminals naturally have a lot of value to be exploited. They are all the new blood to be transmitted to the land of sins. Huh? Brilliance shone in Li Yao's eyes. Are you suggesting, yes? Didn't we analyze it before? The land of sins suffer from radiation and pollution, the mental devil said. It is an atrocious world with endless slaughter where the strong prey on the weak. The children born in the land of sins are highly unlikely to grow up smoothly. By the calculation of the demographic model independently, it should be a world of a scarce population that has collapsed a long time ago. In fact, the population in the land of sins is refilled mostly by the newcomers from the sky other than natural reproduction. Every day, countless people who have lost their memories are projected from the sky and grow into a new generation of sinners. They will either struggle, fight, and be twisted into ferocious experts and monsters in the abnormal world, or die without a sound there. Where do you think is the incessant fresh blood from? That explains a lot, Li Yao said. Most of the fresh blood from the sky are the ordinary people who were engaged in strikes, demonstrations, and uprisings in the Imperium. After they were suppressed, they were naturally regarded as sinners, and became a new generation of sinners before they were exiled to the land of sins for life imprisonment. What a marvelous design! Don't forget that there are still old grandpas, the mental devil said. The old grandpas are newcomers that arrived with all kinds of advanced arts and techniques and are much stronger than general sinners. Naturally, common criminals do not qualify for that. I understand it now. They are the Immortal Cultivator criminals, just like the 36 unlucky fellows who have been charged with dereliction of duty up ahead, Li Yao said. The Imperium is such a large place. There are all kinds of setups and competitions among the Immortal Cultivators. It is only natural that a lot of criminals are generated. Perform brain surgery on the criminals to erase or corrupt their memory area and implant abundant new information into it. Or, simply refine them through high-intensity hypnotization procedures for a long time, and they will become old grandpas who are responsible for the dissemination of new techniques. Right. Gu Zhengyang, Lu Li's dad, mentioned that he vaguely recalled his skull being opened on an operating table and somebody ruling that he was guilty. It perfectly fits this guy's theory. Lu Li's dad used to be an immortal cultivator who committed a crime. So far, most of the secrets about Manjusaka had been unveiled. The only question now was how to sneak into and destroy it. Li Yao considered the matter in silence for 10 seconds before he asked the captain, "Is there a dock near the spaceport of Manjusaka, one that is capable of repairing large starships? Your starship is too badly damaged. It cannot perform a space jump if it is not maintained right here, can it?" "There is," the captain replied. "The space fortress of the Heavenly Eye Group has full facilities. Naturally, it is not short of maintenance docks. We have performed a few simple maintenance and examination jobs there. We saw other starships that suffered cosmic storms repaired there, too. Therefore, with the condition of your starship right now, it will certainly be docked here for a long time for maintenance," Li Yao said. How long do you expect it will need to stay? The captain was responsible for the damage control team in the first place and was a professional in terms of starship maintenance. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Our engine compartment is almost entirely ruined now. However we accelerate the process, it will take at least 10 days to half a month. What will the crew do in the meantime?" Li Yao asked. "Will you be allowed to go out?" "We have a small activity area near the spaceport, but it is impossible for us to enter Manjasaka," the captain replied dutifully. "It's a forbidden area. People from the Heavenly Eye group help us move all the hibernation cabins in every time. We have never entered it." "All right. Everything is clear now. Thank you for your cooperation." Li Yao snapped his fingers. The Immortal Cultivator's bloodshot eyes immediately glazed. He turned around mechanically like a zombie and opened his arms, running at where the poisonous gas and the fire were most furious. After a dull explosion, the Immortal Cultivator turned to ash, but before that, his screaming soul had been ripped apart by the claw of Li Yao's soul, completely vanishing into the fire. "Let's keep the same approach and fly Neltharion in for reconnaissance first." Li Yao lifted the stealth multipurpose starship in his palm and blew at it softly. The mental devil took the opportunity to dive in. Li Yao's soul was 10 times stronger than before, and the distance to secretly control Neltharion had been extended dozens of times over. Even if his remote control over Neltharion was cut off, there was still the mental devil who was relatively independent to maintain the stealthy investigation of Neltharion when the connection was off. For Li Yao's own body, when he was equipped with a crystal suit or went on a killing spree after summoning the Colossus, there was little difference between the periphery of Manjasaka or its center. After all, the entire sky would be within the range of his attack. Li Yao wanted to take a gamble. The carrier was not of a high level. It was shipping nobodies from the riot in the mine. The best of them were a few immortal cultivators in the core formation stage. Both the Fist King and Xiahou Wuxin were much stronger than them. They should not attract much attention from Manjasaka. Besides, Manjasaka was planning the epic quest to fish up Starlight once and for all and had no extra energy to spare on a minor explosion accident of such a carrier. Furthermore, it was anything but unusual for a starship to be seriously damaged after encountering a cosmic storm during the voyage. Therefore, Li Yao estimated that the carrier would stay in the dock of Manjasaka for at least 10 days. There probably would not be enough hands to perform a full maintenance on it at the beginning. It was absolutely safe for Li Yao to hide his original body inside. Unless a divinity transformation stage cultivator suddenly decided to rip the carrier into shreds, nobody would ever be able to discover him. For the low-level immortal cultivators, even if he swaggered before them openly, they would not be able to see him at all. That was the confidence of a divinity transformation stage cultivator. Neltharion, go now. Figure out the overall structure and the distribution of forces inside Manjasaka. Most importantly of all, find the planner and commander of the so-called epic quest, as well as the heart of the enormous space fortress. Li Yao rubbed his chin slowly and put on a cold smile. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I last employed the decapitation strategy. Neltharion turned into waves that were utterly inconspicuous in the air again, moving further away quickly. Under the dual control of Li Yao and the mental devil, Neltharion passed the heads of the immortal cultivators who were in a hurry, avoided the anti-fire foam that was spurting everywhere, and snuck into the main warehouse where 1,000 hibernation cabins were located by following the few patrol puppets whose routes were fixed. Since his goal was to approach the enemy's core, the general criminals were not his target. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao flew Neltharion to the top of the hibernation cabin that caged the immortal cultivator of the highest cultivation. The gap between the bars that was as thick as a finger happened to be enough for Neltharion to crawl in without a sound. Li Yao slightly adjusted Neltharion's output of spiritual energy to make it melt into the cooling and stabilization rune arrays of the hibernation cabin. Then, it was ordered to lurk quietly. What he needed to do next was wait. The cultivators who were stranded in the Imperium of true human beings had waited for 1,000 years. They did not need to wait much longer. After several hours of anxious, exhausting work, the fire at the rear of the carrier was finally extinguished. Although the power engine had been messed up by the explosions and almost lost all its impetus, it was great that they had finally arrived at their destination. The carrier was pulled by several navigation starships from Manjasaka and docked at the end of one of the spaceports. The Crimson Space Fortress looked even more magnificent and splendid when it was viewed at a close distance. It was truly like a flower of the hell that was blossoming slowly and could be divided into 3 layers that were entangled and connected with each other. The disc-shaped space stations at the periphery were like enormous petals. A lot of tentacles also extended out of the edge of the petals and into space. The carrier was docked right next to one of the tentacles. At the center of the petals was the thick, flower disc. Judging from the scale, it was no less impressive than 100 Flowers City, the largest space city in the Star Glory Federation. The flower disk, as the main body, was connected to a spherical space station that went deep into the atmosphere by almost 100 channels that looked like stems. Countless circular rails extended from the spherical station in all directions, which enshrouded the entire planet like the claws of a fiend. Small barges and automatic spiritual puppets were working around the circular rails. They were exactly the heavenly rails that Li Yao had seen from the land of sins. The port where the carrier was docked was itself a large warehouse. There were not many living immortal cultivators in the warehouse. Most of them were clumsy and lifeless spiritual puppets. It appeared that the 2 parties had cooperated many times and knew each other very well. The spiritual puppets moved in on fixed rails, and the crystal wires and mechanical structure on them were connected to the hibernation cabins on the carrier, pulling all of them out. The hibernation cabin where Neltharion was hiding was certainly no exception. Because it was larger and more advanced, for spiritual puppets worked together in order to move it out of the carrier. Several immortal cultivators in black uniforms, with an emblem of a soul eye on the chest and left arm, who appeared to be officers, discussed something with the captain of the carrier, while they pointed at the damage at the rear of the carrier. It appeared that they were checking the number of goods and the losses during the journey and discussing the maintenance issues. Neltharion completely went into stealth mode, like a meteorite that spattered into the hibernation cabin. It was not discovered by anybody. 10 minutes later, the 36 hibernation cabins where the immortal cultivator criminals were locked indeed went separate ways from those that caged the hominoid criminals. The hibernation cabins of the ordinary people were still waiting to be shipped, but the hibernation cabins of the immortal cultivators had already been delivered to a spacious platform, where the ground was carved with complicated runes, with bright purple smoke popping up intermittently. A teleportation array? Li Yao blinked. The next second, his connection with Neltharion was cut off. CR*P. There is actually a quick channel for the immortal cultivator criminals, which can teleport them to Manjasaka directly. The mechanism of teleportation arrays involved the esoteric knowledge about the four-dimensional space, the super-tiny wormholes, and many other things. Despite Li Yao's powerful telepathic thoughts, it was impossible for him to track them through four-dimensional space. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao entered the deep meditative state in a dark corner of the carrier. His telepathic thoughts turned into waves, which analyzed the space ripples that were triggered, and the teleportation array was activated and then spread out to all directions. Twins usually had a weird telepathic connection between them, like a certain state of entanglement. Li Yao and the mental devil were two halves of the same soul that had split apart. They were also entangled with each other in a very mysterious way. However far away they were from each other, there was an amazing connection between the two of them. Li Yao's telepathic thoughts continued spreading out. He seemed to have heard a calling from somewhere he did not know, which led him to run inside the maze-like pathways on Manjasaka. Eventually, the entanglement of the two parties became clearer and clearer. Li Yao finally saw the obscure picture taken by Neltharion again and heard the mental devil's voice. "This is rather splendid," the mental devil mumbled. The picture before their eyes indeed could not have been creepier or more splendid. Neltharion seemed to be above a hollow, cylindrical plaza. Below it were holes that were as dense as those on a beehive. Every hole was embedded with a hibernation cabin. The number of the holes that they had seen alone had surpassed 10,000. Inside most of the hibernation cabins, a statue that was struggling in pain had been frozen. Some of them stuck their faces against the translucent observation hole tightly. Their miseries and desperation were deeply etched into Li Yao's heart through the ice and tempered glass. Some other hibernation cabins were flashing with ominous red lights while they were surrounded and operated on by countless spiritual puppets. There were also hundreds of immortal cultivators who were fully armed and floating in the sky as supervisors. The nutrition liquids inside the hibernation cabins were bubbling as if they had been boiled. The prisoners who gradually woke up from their hibernation were struggling, screaming, and moaning like goblins that had been thrown into a tank of seething oil, trying to break free from the cold nightmare. But their spine and their limbs were all bound to shackles tightly. The shackles, which were as sharp as nails, even pierced into their spine deeply, turning all their resistance into the most hilarious dance. After every immortal cultivator criminal was completely woken up, their hibernation cabin would be opened, and their shackles would be connected to several spiritual puppets before they were shipped to the darkness further down on the floating discs under the close surveillance of the other immortal cultivators. They were probably going to be experimented on or have surgical procedures to remove the memory section inside their brain and implant crystal chips or similar things before they were thrown into the land of sins. No matter how many evil things the immortal cultivators have done, they should at least be complimented for one thing, which is that they are absolutely fair, the mental devil remarked in amazement. They are as cruel to the ordinary people and the cultivators as they are to their own kind. Are you not impressed? Follow the few guys who were just unfrozen. Let's see what's down there. Li Yao's heart was slightly thumping. He focused his attention to maneuver Neltharion to crawl out of the grill of the hibernation cabin, past the immortal cultivator guards in midair, and sink to the bottom of the beehive prison. In the past, even when he was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, he would not have been bold enough to break into the facility so blatantly. Despite the stealth functions of Neltharion, there might still be loopholes when it was faced with the full scanning of an expert. But after advancing into the divinity transformation stage, and especially after his soul and his body were perfectly melted, his expertise in hiding and concealing his tracks had drastically improved. The immortal cultivator guards were in the core formation stage at best. Naturally, it was impossible for them to discover Neltharion that was remotely controlled by him. He followed one of the floating discs from above, neither too far away nor too close, and descended at the same pace as the floating disc. At first, there was nothing but hibernation cabins and frozen prisoners around him. But after hundreds of meters, some regular prison cells began to show up, in which many intimidating, despondent prisoners with bloodthirsty eyes were locked. There were even a few fairly large common areas where dozens of prisoners were caged together. Those people are quite strong. Under the perception of Li Yao's soul, all the prisoners turned into clusters of colorful flames and vitality fields. From the ignition and bouncing of the flames, Li Yao had a basic evaluation of their capability. Those prisoners were all highly dangerous with cultivation at the peak of the building foundation stage and even the core formation stage on average. Many of them even had a burning existence that was particularly condensed, like a small sun revolving slowly at the center of their vitality fields. It was their second brain and the legendary gold core. Even the experts with gold cores are kept as prisoners and test subjects here. The owner of Manjusaka is truly extravagant. Li Yao focused on observation. He discovered that the prisoners were much more than simply in the building foundation stage or the core formation stage. The bodies of most of them had been modified in bizarre ways. Some had bone spurs all over their bodies, some had metal-like scales covering their brawny arms, and some had composite armor directly melted into their chests, which turned them into half-human and half-machine monsters. There was no telling how the immortal cultivators fixed the problem of the conflicts between the metal and the fleshly body, but their integration seemed to be even more perfect than Iron Commander Zhou Hengdao of the old Federation. Li Yao vaguely smelled a familiar feeling from the prisoners. Yes. The mutations and modifications that happened to the prisoners were almost the same as the bandits in the Land of Sins that he saw in the Fist King's army, except that it was less flawed and more natural, as if it were their upgraded version. It feels like Manjusaka runs experiments on the tough bandits in the Land of Sins with all kinds of crazy technology and techniques first, and after enough data is recorded, it is applied to the test subjects of a higher level in order to produce the ultimate subjects that are much more advanced, said the mental devil casually. Exactly. Li Yao felt cold. That should be the truth. It was a complete pipeline of new techniques and modification technology. From the bottom to the top, from the sinners in the Land of Sins to the immortal cultivator criminals, everybody was a test subject. Li Yao focused and carefully observed. Although the prisoners were very strong and received the most cutting-edge modifications, they did not feel like experts at all. They were all lethargic, with the looks of frustration and desperation on their faces. Some of them were bulging their eyes and glaring at the guards outside of the prison cells with hysterical fury and hatred. Their hands, legs, and necks were locked by heavy shackles. Every shackle was carved with dense rune arrays and functioning crazily, with flashing crystal embedded in them. Li Yao narrowed his eyes. He immediately saw the thick electric arcs and magnetic fields among the shackles and between the shackles and the walls around them. The slightly weird posture when the prisoners moved about made Li Yao immediately realize what was going on. The entire Beehive prison must have been installed with a certain super-magnetic field control system, which generates a powerful magnetic field on the shackles and the walls. So, the prisoners can only struggle to move despite their unbelievable physical strength, as if they are carrying rocks that weigh 10,000 tons. The intensity of the magnetic field can certainly be adjusted. Once it is raised to the maximum, all their shackles will likely be pulled to the ground or the walls, or a couple of prisoners may be attracted to each other. In that case, they would not be able to move anywhere but be at anybody's mercy. It seems that the immortal cultivators are quite wary of the prisoners and have to suppress them through the most rigorous approaches. The mental devil grimaced. Hey! Do you think the prisoners enjoy their days in Manjusaka? Li Yao frowned. Is that even a question? The mental devil continued. Therefore, although they are all immortal cultivators, they must bear the deepest grudge against the owner of Manjusaka, and they will not hesitate to skin and mince the owner of this place when they have an opportunity to, will they? Li Yao immediately realized where the conversation was going. Exactly. The immortal cultivators are all rancorous, brutal, and violent. Once the highly dangerous criminals are unchained and given freedom again, and the immortal cultivators in the hibernation cabins up above are all unfrozen, it would be a miracle if they do not turn the whole of Manjusaka upside down. But what exactly do we need to do in order to free all those people? It's simple, the mental devil said. With the bodies of the dangerous criminals that have been strengthened and modified and their combat ability in the core formation stage, it is practically impossible to trap them with a prison cell. The main control method should still be the ubiquitous super-magnetic field system. The super-magnetic field system certainly has a control center. It requires an enormous supply of energy, too. If we can sneak into the control center, hack and seize the mainframe crystal processor of the place, and take control of the entire super-magnetic field system, wouldn't we be able to do whatever we want? Li Yao blinked quickly. Is it possible? As long as we can locate the control center and the mainframe crystal processor, it will be more or less possible, the mental devil said. Don't forget that we have swallowed most of the pieces of Tenebrum energy of the extraterrestrial devil, and we received the complete legacy of Professor Mo Xian. We have entered the divinity transformation stage, too. It may be too hard for us to create in cyberspace, but the destruction is always 10,000 times simpler than creation. Is it really a problem to plant a few viruses and completely sabotage the entire system? Then again, even if we cannot achieve that, we can always resort to the most simple and straightforward way, which is to directly blow up the power center that provides energy for the super magnetic field control system. Let's see what they can use to generate the magnetic barriers without energy. Now that you put it that way, Li Yao mumbled. I almost can't wait to watch the entire Beehive prison going out of control, and all the exasperated, ferocious criminals flooding out and lunging at the depths of Manjasaka. Neltharion continued downward. The prison cells gradually turned into an enormous circular space that was hidden in darkness. A lot of human-shaped objects were vaguely standing in the black fog. They were all naked but entangled by tubes and syringes. They are humans who are in the deep sleep state. Li Yao was confused. Their aura is very intimidating, but their brain activity is extremely weak, as if it has been suppressed by some sort of barrier. Who are they exactly? They may be the army of the owner of the place, the mental devil said coldly. The man maintains such an enormous laboratory and runs so many experiments at such a great cost. It is only reasonable that he has some results, isn't it? After the most advanced and cutting-edge achievements are secured, isn't it perfectly normal for him to apply them to his own armed forces? Staring at the shadows in the black fog that were covered in tubes and wires, Li Yao felt that coldness was spreading out of his soul. Ho! Ho! Right then, feeble roars echoed from the bottom level of the Beehive prison, which attracted the attention of Li Yao and the mental devil. It was an extremely spacious prison cell or test field, where two ferocious creatures were engaged in a battle of life and death. One of the creatures looked like the combination of spiders, scorpions, and crocodiles, but enlarged to almost 5 meters long. It was covered in sharp bone spurs and scales, as if a forest of blades had grown out of its flesh and blood. The other creature was a freak that looked like a monster. The creature could have been a human being, or an abnormally mutated gorilla. He was covered in green hair that was like iron needles, and the big eyes that bulged out were on the two sides of the head, with flames of spiritual energy that were more chaotic than a tsunami burning inside. Although the enemy was twice its size, his air had completely dwarfed the enemy's. When Li Yao saw the battle, the freak that looked like a great-haired gorilla was sitting on the crocodile creature despite the sharp scales and bone spurs on the enemy body. Then, he opened the enemy's mouth by brute force and rippled its head in half. Crack! In an explosion, blood burst out everywhere. But the green-haired gorilla was still not satisfied. He stabbed his fingers, which were sharper than chain swords, into the back of the crocodile creature and groped for a moment before yanking the heart out. The crocodile creature boasted great vitality and was still struggling before its death. However, the green-haired gorilla already put on a smile of satisfaction and began to devour the bleeding, damp heart of the enemy. Outside of the test room, a dozen immortal cultivators in sealed gowns were pointing and recording the data. This guy is rather tough. Even Li Yao was somewhat shocked to see it. Almost 0 drops of spiritual energy leaked out of his body. All of it was used to nurture the cells so that the body would release the optimum combat ability. This is the core principle of the body fundamentalists in their training and fighting. This green-haired gorilla should be a body fundamentalist that has trained or been modified to the highest level. Right then, the researchers seemed to have received a command. After whispering to each other for a while, they began to operate on the crystal processors quickly. Dozens of red spots suddenly appeared on the green-haired gorilla. Then dozens of streams of scarlet liquids were injected into his body like water arrows. At first, Li Yao thought that the immortal cultivators were going to destroy the test subject, but the green-haired gorilla simply staggered and collapsed onto the ground as if drunk after jumping up and down for a while. It was not until then that Li Yao finally realized that what was injected into his body just now must have been anesthetics of a high intensity and dose. After making sure that he had been heavily sedated, a few vigilant immortal cultivators in crystal suits tied him up, carried him into an enormous metal bag, and delivered it to a floating disc, which then slowly descended. It was by far the strongest test subject that Li Yao had seen. Since he had the highest combat ability, he must be related to the most advanced strengthening and modification technology, the most important labs, and the most influential big shots in Manjusaka. Li Yao's interest was aroused. Let's follow them and see where they are shipping him to. Chapter 2066 Who's the Acquaintance? Like a haunting ghost, Neltharion stayed on top of the green-haired gorilla and the 8 immortal cultivator guards and followed their floating disc into the immeasurable darkness. On their way, they transferred between floating discs twice and changed guard shifts twice. The 6 guards who showed up at the end were all in the core formation stage. The trainers in the core formation stage were more than enough to work as a mayor of a city, a dean in a college, or a major in the army in the Star Glory Federation. Even though the Imperium of true human beings was 100 times stronger than the Star Glory Federation in terms of the comprehensive national power, the experts in the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage were still rare. Now that 6 immortal cultivators in the core formation stage had been deployed to escort the green-haired gorilla, the place that they were going to must be very important. But when it came to the green-haired gorilla itself, even though he was a body fundamentalist, above average, he did not seem to boast that much value or require so many security measures. So, while Li Yao was pondering, more than 10 round metal balls flew out of the darkness nearby and shot out dark red rays, scanning the floating disc from every perspective. It seems to be some sort of anti-stealth magical equipment. The mental devil grimaced. It is just a petty trick to us right now. Li Yao and the mental devil both boosted their computational ability to the highest, like a dual-core system in supercrystal processors. They analyzed the wavelength and frequency of the incoming rays and adjusted the invisible flames of spiritual energy from Neltharion to the same frequency. It was like a drop of water melting into an ocean. The enemies detecting rays passed Neltharion again and again but noticed nothing wrong. The 6 guards in the core formation stage and the green-haired gorilla who had fallen asleep were thoroughly scrutinized to make sure of their identities and that they were not carrying any forbidden objects with them. Then, the dozen metal balls began to revolve at a high speed and emit ultrasound that human ears could not hear, posing severe interference. Those guys are indeed meticulous. They still have such powerful interferential sound waves. The mental devil was as relaxed as before. If our cultivation were lower by a level and we had maneuvered Neltharion in the nascent soul stage, it would have been impossible to resist such intense interference. The crystal chips would have certainly exploded and revealed where we were. As for the reality, a divinity transformation stage cultivator would not be discovered so easily. It was not because Manjusaka did not have enough security checks. For the entire civilization of mankind, including the Federation, the Imperium, and the Covenant Alliance, it was already the best they could do to resist the infiltration and the infiltration of the experts in the nascent soul stage right now. As for those in the divinity transformation stage, they were the most powerful and influential celebrities of a country. How many of them were fond of acting stealthily like a thief? Building a defense system that could resist the experts in the divinity transformation stage was like building a dam that could resist a once-in-a-million-year flood. The technological problems were one thing, but the cost alone was enough to bankrupt any sponsor. The weapons that could resist colossi were colossi. By the same logic, those who could cope with someone in the divinity transformation stage were experts in the divinity transformation stage, too. It was absolutely impossible to resist them with a cold, rigid defense system. Besides, neither Wu Yinglan, the owner of Manjusaka, nor Li Lingfeng, one of the 4 Kurfürsten of the Imperium in the future behind Wu Yinglan, was good at prophecies. They thought that everything was under their control. It had never occurred to them that an unexpected divinity transformation stage cultivator had snuck into their heart. The defense system that could catch a nascent soul stage expert was already of the highest level. Li Yao was more and more curious about their destination. The floating disc sank to the bottommost floor of the Beehive prison. Gliding forward along a pathway for 3 minutes and passing countless branches that looked like a maze, it finally came to a stop. The 6 guards in the core formation stage loosened all the shackles on the green-haired gorilla. One of them fell to one knee and shot the back of the green-haired gorilla's head with a gun-like inoculator. Then, the 6 of them all retreated into the darkness on one side of the pathway. The green-haired gorilla's even breath became heavy again. Roars were echoing from his chest, and his eyeballs were shivering more and more violently, showing signs that he could wake up at any moment. The floating disc slightly shivered before it sank again, sending the green-haired gorilla and Neltharion into an ivory chamber. The pathway up above slowly closed. The walls and the floor of the secret chamber were all emitting gloomy glows, giving the feeling that there was nowhere to hide. Except for the surveillance cameras in the 8 corners, there were no adornments in the room. But at the center of the secret chamber, a seemingly slim and weak young man was crouching. What's going on here? Li Yao could not have been more befuddled, wondering if it was a new test. But he could not sense any air of an unparalleled fiend from the young man who was holding his arms. The mental devil suddenly sent a very feeble message to Li Yao. Attention! There's an expert here. Then, instead of waiting for Li Yao to reply, it controlled Neltharion to enter the absolute stealth state, floating in midair without moving at all. Li Yao's heart palpitated. He also sensed that the wall that they were faced with should be tempered glass that was transparent one way. Although they could not see the other side of the wall, those on the other side could see the young man and the green-haired gorilla clearly. On the other side of the wall, there were 2 clusters of very powerful life energy, one of which was very likely to be completely beyond Li Yao. You've got to be kidding me. I have run into divinity transformation stage experts from the Imperium so quickly? And not just any of them, but one in the high level or even the peak of the divinity transformation stage? Li Yao's secret gnashed his teeth. Damn it. I haven't even gone on a killing spree and enjoyed myself with the combat ability of the divinity transformation stage before meeting such experts. Am I terribly lucky or unlucky? However, it did make sense on second thought. Manjusaka was an important place, and an epic quest was underway. It would not seem right if the place was not supervised by a few experts in the divinity transformation stage. Thankfully, the enemy was in the daylight, and he was in the darkness. Unaware of his existence, the enemy would not intentionally release their telepathic thoughts to search every inch of the space. There was still room for Neltharion to hide. Li Yao and the mental devil did not dare move at all. They simply hid in a corner dutifully and observed the mysterious young man who was crouching at the center of the secret chamber. During his observation, Li Yao had more and more questions. It was a rather handsome young man who could not have been older than 18. He should be at the most vigorous and unrestrained age. But the look of vague sorrow and desperation on his face made him seem like an old man that had lived 180 years and only wished to die sooner now that he was faced with an illness that he could absolutely not resist. His weary eyes seemed to be saying, "The greatest sorrow is hopelessness." He was wearing a large surgery gown. While his skin was as smooth as jade and perfectly flawless, Li Yao discovered many pinky traces all over his body. Li Yao was no stranger to such pinky marks, which were the unique signs when the skin and the muscles were healed after they were severely torn apart. The pinky marks that covered the young man indicated that he had been ripped into shreds like a ragged doll not long ago, before he was jumbled and repaired again through some foul technology. With the medical and biochemical technology today, even death was not something that someone who was kept in a prison could get if they wanted. But all that was not what baffled Li Yao most. The young man was likely yet another test subject of Manjusaka. Li Yao would not be surprised however cruelly the immortal cultivators tortured him. What did surprise him was that Li Yao vaguely felt that the young man looked somewhat familiar. The familiarity bordered on intimacy, as if he had lived with the young man for a long time ago. Just a quick look at the face made him grow subtly fond of the young man. The face. I must have seen the face somewhere before, or someone who carried some of his features. But Li Yao could not figure out who it could have been at all. But isn't it too creepy? I was born and raised in the Star Glory Federation, which is billions of light years away from here. I also hibernated for 100 years in total. The young man here looks no older than 20, and he is from the Imperium of true human beings at the center of the cosmos. How on earth could I possibly be related to him? However. Hey, does he look familiar to you? He does, the mental devil replied. It shared the same memories as Li Yao. Naturally, Li Yao's acquaintances were its acquaintances. But it's impossible. Did we accidentally see him in the land of sins before, and he was captured just now and delivered here? No. Certainly not. Thinking for a moment, Li Yao was even more sure of his conclusion. It's a mottled memory from a long time ago. He is like an old friend. Seeing that the hideous and terrifying green-haired gorilla had been sent into the room and showed signs of waking, the young man finally stood up. His eyes were like a frozen pond, with no ripple spreading out at all. Who could it be? Li Yao continued thinking hard. Even if I've never seen him, I must have seen someone very similar to him before. Perhaps it is not about the similarity of their faces but their unique vibe, the feeling of losing all hope. I saw it from somebody else a long time ago, and I saw it a lot. The green-haired gorilla was finally completely awakened. The waking drugs that the guards had injected into his body were probably mixed with tremendous excitants to simulate his brutality. The moment he caught the scent of a human, he immediately pricked all the green hair on his body, turning from an enormous gorilla into a gigantic hedgehog. There was no fear on the mysterious young man's face at all. He simply smiled bitterly and opened his arms at the green-haired gorilla, as if he were braced for whatever might become of him. Ayo! The green-haired gorilla, however, was completely infuriated by the mysterious young man's casualness. With a roar, he opened his giant hands, ejected the sharp claws, and slapped at the mysterious young man brutally. The mysterious young man did not dodge at all but took the slap. The force was so immense that he seemed to have been hit by a high-speed crystal train. With a deafening explosion, the left half of his body completely broke apart, and he was also blown into the air and did not smash into the wall heavily until he had rotated almost 5 times, leaving a shocking, bloody mark on the wall. When the blood darted out and spread in the air, the brutality of the green-haired gorilla was further stimulated. Putting his fingers into his mouth and sucking for a while, he grinned and lunged at the broken young man again, stabbing the sharp claws deeply into the young man's chest and waving him back and forth like a sack. Even the most cold-hearted person would feel that their blood was freezing and vomit hard if they ever saw the scene. It was not a test at all but the purest brutalization. But from the beginning to the end, no matter how the green-haired gorilla vented his violence and cruelty, the mysterious young man did not say a word. Even when his entire face was scratched and messed up, his eyes that were as clear as water and haunted by vague sorrow did not change at all. He seemed capable of closing his nerves, and the physical pain had nothing to do with him at all. Besides the vague sorrow and desperation inside his eyes, Li Yao even somehow sensed the feeling of boredom. Li Yao did not act rashly. It was partly because an expert in the divinity transformation stage who was far stronger than him was monitoring everything from the next door, and partly because Li Yao did not believe that the immortal cultivators went through so much effort to arrange the test just to watch the green-haired gorilla rip someone apart. There was definitely something more to the mysterious young man. He did not need to take action, at least not yet. Very soon, Li Yao noticed an anomaly. If the prisoner were just a common young man, the green-haired gorilla's first brutal slap would have been enough to kill him, and the dazzling and ruthless attacks that followed would have torn him into shreds. But the mysterious young man's body appeared to be unbelievably sturdy. After being ravaged by such a ferocious beast for 5 minutes, he was only suffering from some bruises and some broken bones. It was almost like when someone who was hit in the front by a crystal cannon only vomited some blood instead of getting killed immediately. Could it be normal? Also, despite the green-haired gorilla's stormy attacks, the mysterious young man's wounds were actually healing weirdly at a visible rate. It could clearly be seen that tensile granulation tissues were growing crazily around the white bones and the devastating wounds, which entangled with each other and constituted newer, thicker, and stronger tendons and muscles. You've got to be kidding me. It is the basic mechanism of training to be torn, broken, and reborn and become stronger. Li Yao secretly clicked his tongue. Is the boy not being tortured at all but practicing a certain weird art, one that will make him stronger if he is beaten harder? Li Yao had practiced similar techniques in his early years. At that time, it was Ding Lingdang who had assisted him in training. The two of them even had chemistry and fell in love during the fighting. The mysterious young man's art of being beaten, on the other hand, was much harder than Li Yao's training years ago and almost bordered on appalling. Chances are that the boy is much stronger than the green-haired gorilla. So many vigilant Immortal Cultivator guards and the thorough defense just now are not meant to deal with the green-haired gorilla but this kid. But when he was crouching on the floor just now, even I did not sense any strength from his body at all. This is truly horrifying. But why is he not counterattack at all? He also acts like his life is too boring for him to live. Is it because he is well aware of his destiny as a test subject, or is it because... Shua. Li Yao's memories expanded and extended like a gold, splendid, and sophisticated palace. The memory pieces of the past in every day turned into locked rooms, which were opened one by one to search for every face that he had seen in them. Li Yao was pretty sure that he must have seen the vague sorrow on the young man's face before. He had to find out the face. However, 99% of his computational ability was now dedicated to the control of Neltharion to keep the stealth state at the highest level. After all, an expert in the divinity transformation stage even tougher than him was right next door. If he did not try his best, he would be discovered by the guy in no time. He only had 1% of his computational ability spare to search the memory pieces of the past. It would take several minutes. What are the immortal cultivators up to exactly? Looking at the mysterious young ball being thrown by the green-haired gorilla like a ragged doll but simply not counterattacking at all, even closing his eyes in the end, Li Yao could not have been more confused about what this damn test was. In the control room next to the test room, against the tempered glass that was transparent on one side, Wu Yinglan, the master of Manjusaka, the helmsman of the Heavenly Eye Group, and a secondary member of the royal family, was standing next to Li Lingfeng, the future leader of the Li family, one of the 4 Kurfürst families. They were observing everything in the test room calmly. He is still unwilling to attack. Li Lingfeng observed casually. He obviously has massive strength. Just now, he killed 4 highly brutal mutated beasts without even batting an eye. He took down the skeleton lizards, the nightmare monsters you produced recently, as easily as tearing apart geckos. But right now, he refuses to attack. It can't be helped. The refinement today is still very successful, Wu Yinglan said respectfully but somewhat helplessly. We have applied the most mature and cutting-edge strengthening and modification technology that we grasped in the past 100 years to him. In terms of the sturdiness of his body, he is even better than me in certain parameters. There is nothing wrong with his combat ability at all. You saw just now with your own eyes how he tore the skeleton lizards as easily as paper, but the will to fight cannot be controlled or changed easily. Well, maybe I shouldn't put it that way. In fact, there are a lot of ways to hypnotize his brain and transform him into a pure slaughter machine, the most dreadful one. However, yes. You can't do it because I told you not to. I do not need a slaughter machine whose brain is blank, no matter how powerful it is. Li Lingfeng glanced at Wu Yinglan emotionlessly. I have made it clear since the very beginning that I need him to perform ruthless slaughters and to become the most standard, most excellent, and strongest immortal cultivator by his own will. What I need is a living man with a soul, not a puppet and a moron that only has a shell. Then, I'm afraid that it will take some more time. Pointing at his temples, Wu Yinglan said in a low voice, you know where his problem lies. The haunting shackles are still restraining his soul tightly. Nobody knows when they can be cracked. 99% of his brain and soul are waiting to be explored by us after all. It is just like foretelling when a vegetative patient in a deep coma will wake up. Nobody can say that for sure. Maybe he will think everything through in a second. Maybe he won't think it through for the rest of his life. All in all, there is nothing we can do if he does not want to kill anyone. Test subject 11453 is already the most hideous, brutal, and inhuman one here, but it is a human after all. Li Jialing must have sensed that his opponent is a human, not a mutated beast. That's why he does not counterattack at all, right? He. That boy, frowning, Li Lingfeng stared at the bleeding, broken Li Jialing inside the test room thoughtfully and mumbled, he is truly stubborn. As expected of, he stopped his remark in time. Lord Li, there is something that I've been meaning to say, but I don't know if it is appropriate, said Wu Yinglan carefully. Li Lingfeng retreated his aggressive eyes and smiled. Can there be anything inappropriate between the two of us? In that case, you must forgive my recklessness, my lord, but I've been confused by something for a long time. Trying to find suitable words, Wu Yinglan said, it is true that the test subject codenamed Li Jialing has been refined into a perfect slaughter machine. The project is a success by itself. However, counting all the resources and costs that we have invested into the project, it does not seem to be a fair deal. A war cannot be won by a slaughter machine or a single expert after all. If the same resources were dedicated to other projects, 1,000 slaughter machines and 10,000 of the most powerful mutated beasts may have been produced. They would have been absolutely loyal and would have carried out all kinds of tasks dutifully. Li Jialing, on the other hand, has serious issues with his fighting will. It is even safe to say that he is an unstable weapon. I wonder, why are you continuing such an enormous investment in him? Well, please don't misunderstand, my lord. I'm only asking the question because it is directly concerned with his coming refinement. So, I did not misunderstand you, but the answer to the question is not something you should know. After pondering for a moment, Li Lingfeng said, let me put it this way. He is indeed a secret weapon, but he has been specifically designed to deal with a single person. If the battle that I anticipate does happen in the end, he will play a much more important role than a great army. The battle, on the other hand, is drawing near and may take place soon. So, I don't care what methods you resort to, but you have to break his mental defense and the rules inside his head this time so that he will kill other human beings consciously and voluntarily. It will be even better if he can start an indiscriminate massacre. Only by completely shattering his original beliefs will I be able to rebuild a set of new beliefs for him, the beliefs that are more glorious, advanced, and correct and belong to the immortal cultivators. Do you understand? Yes. Wu Yinglan nodded heavily. Looking at the gory picture in the test room again, he hesitated. What about now? Forget it. The stimulation that the green-haired gorilla has given him is not strong enough. He will not attack. Li Lingfeng waved his hands. Get that thing out of here and let him take a rest. See what else you can do. I'll give you another 3 days. In 3 days, I want to see a brand new Li Jialing. Inside the test room, the green-haired gorilla was still on a rampage. His fists that felt like iron hammers were bombarding Li Jialing non-stop like a storm, almost entirely drowning the tiny body of the young man. Suddenly, rays flashed nearby, and dozens of red spots appeared on the green-haired gorilla again. In swooshing sounds, the powerful anesthetics were injected into his body. He moaned at first and then scratched his body crazily as if his skin was itching. Staggering and dancing like a drunkard for a moment, he collapsed to the ground. Li Jialing lay in a pool of blood. He stared at the sleeping green-haired gorilla emotionlessly and sighed. The seemingly gapless wall glided to two sides without a sound. A few exos entered and pulled the green-haired gorilla out. But no doctors or researchers came to examine Li Jialing's body, as if everybody knew full well that the minor injuries would not cause any substantial damage to the young man. Qi. Dense mist spurted out of the walls, cleaning the blood and the stains immediately. The room recovered its previous pureness and translucency. Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan moved away and left the control room. When the gate of the secret chamber was closed again and turned into a gapless wall, the only things left in the room were Li Jialing, whose body was healing rapidly, and Notharian, on which part of Li Yao's soul was hidden. Sensing that the two clusters of powerful life energy had walked away, Li Yao finally took a breath in relief. He was now able to summon more computational ability to examine the deepest parts of his mind palace. The young man. The face, staring at Li Jialing's face that was filled with bitterness, helplessness, and sorrow, Li Yao felt that his memories of the past were raging inside his head like an unstoppable flood. Countless mottled faces brushed past his soul, and he traced back all the way back to a long, long time ago when he was in his teens. "Wait," the mental devil suddenly said. "Have you discovered that the boy looks like your father?" "What are you talking about?" Li Yao was slightly dazed. Then he trembled hard and almost lost his cool and gasped. "Now that you mention it, you're right. The facial organs and the feelings inside his eyes are truly similar to my pop, who used to be drunk all day." Li Yao had achieved what he had today partly because of the memories of Earth. But his foster father's meticulous caretaking and tutelage, and especially the man's teaching of basic knowledge in maintenance and refining, certainly played an irreplaceable role. Without his foster father, he would not have become what he was. Maybe Vulture Li Yao would only be a pugnacious rogue in the magical equipment graveyard and the leader of a certain gang at best. It was even possible that the fate of the entire Star Glory Federation would have been changed and be no more right now. In his teenage years, before Ding Lingdang appeared, Li Yao's only relation in this world was his foster father, other than the uncanny dreams of Earth. His foster father had protected him countless times in the dangerous environment in the magical equipment graveyard. Other than laying a solid foundation of refining for him, he had also taught Li Yao many moral lessons and told him to look for the light above his head even if he were mired in the swamp of darkness. Li Yao was very close to his foster father. They were like a real father and son bound by blood. Well, perhaps Little Black was sort of his family, too. But Little Black had been brought by his foster father as well. Also, his foster father had hidden his last words, which explained his origins, and half a weird key inside the body of Little Black. His foster father was not a native of the Federation but from the most mysterious alliance of the Holy Covenant. But he was also in a sophisticated relationship with a woman named Li Linghai from the Imperium of True Human Beings. He had asked Li Yao to go to the Imperium and turn to Li Linghai for help if the Federation could not hold on any longer, as if he believed that Li Linghai would certainly protect and help Li Yao. His foster father was somehow related to Li Linghai. Li Linghai, according to the intelligence that Li Yao had collected through various sources, was a core member of the Li family, which was one of the four most powerful Kurfürst families in the country, and the queen of the Imperium of True Human Beings. The Emperor of the Imperium today had lost the authority that Blackstar the Great had 1,000 years ago. But in any case, an emperor was still an emperor, and a queen was still a queen. So, what kind of messy family drama am I watching right now? Li Yao was befuddled. After observing the young man more carefully, and especially after scanning the structure of his facial organs and his bones, he was even more certain of his finding. When his foster father escaped to the Star Glory Federation at the edge of the cosmos, he was already a weary, wounded, and dying old man. His face that had been weathered by snow and storms was naturally as old as dry rind. Also, he had grown a messy, gray beard, and his face was always covered in stains, grease, and the stink of alcohol. Even Li Yao had barely seen his clean face. At first glance, he was entirely different from the mysterious young man who was vigorous and had a clean skin. It was also the reason Li Yao had failed to recognize him at the beginning. However, after Li Yao scanned their face and bones profoundly and examined the very similar feelings in their eyes, he was able to discover the shocking similarities between the two people. The unique air of sorrow and hopelessness would have escaped anyone's attention if they had not spent every day with Li Yao's foster father like Li Yao did. But now that he had clearly sensed it, it would be bullsh*ting to claim that Li Yao's foster father was not related to the mysterious young man. "Is he, the blood son of our foster father?" the mental devil asked. "Didn't we speculate that he used to be in a romantic relationship with Li Linghai, the queen of the Imperium? Then, it is perfectly normal that they secretly had a child. Wow! It is indeed as expected of the foster father of Vulture Li Yao. To think that he made the wife of the Supreme Emperor of the Imperium of true human beings cheat on her husband. How incredible he was. Enough of the Cr*p. Li Yao was amused. My pop fled to the Star Glory Federation about 130 years ago. Even though he was in a relationship with Li Linghai, it must have been 150 years ago. If he really had any blood children, they should be more than 100 years old now. If they were immortal cultivators, they would be in the most prime years of their life as the most standard adults. If they were ordinary people, they would already be in their senior years. But in any case, they should not be such an unbelievably young boy. That is not necessarily the case, the mental devil said. Don't forget that the artificial insemination and fertilization technology nowadays are already unbelievably advanced. Sealing the life seeds for 100 years is not a technological problem at all. Didn't you also leave some life seeds in the Federation, which somehow went missing after being sealed for 100 years? Chances are that several vigorous kids will jump out of nowhere in a couple of days and cling to your thigh calling you dad. It will be perfectly normal, too. Okay. Li Yao trembled hard. May that never happen. Let's stay on topic. I am not scaring you, only trying to point it out to you that, if our foster father did leave some life seeds in the Imperium of true human beings before, it is absolutely technologically possible to produce his offspring after 100 years of freezing. It is even possible that he left a descendant more than 100 years ago who was kept in hibernation, in which his bodily functions and his growth were all frozen, until the descendant was unfrozen recently. This is a viable possibility, too. In any case, the odds are really too low for two people to have identical facial organs, bone structures, and even auras, one of whom from the center of the cosmos and the other from the edge billions of light-years away. The mysterious young man must be deeply related to our foster father, right? Yes. Li Yao agreed with the mental devil's judgment. The mental devil was the other side of his soul after all. So, it was his own conclusion as well. Li Yao was very close to his foster father. He was very curious about his foster father's origins and past. If the young man was truly related to his foster father, it was certainly his obligation to find out the truth and protect the young man. Right then, a weird thing happened. The mysterious young man, Li Jialing, suddenly glimpsed at Neltharian's direction, as if he had noticed it. Did he sense it? Li Yao's interest was aroused. The mysterious young man was much stronger than he had anticipated. Or maybe it was because he accidentally leaked some insignificant ripples in his excitement when he discovered that the mysterious young man looked very much like his foster father. From the quick glance, however, Li Yao sensed emotions of deeper levels from the mysterious young man's seemingly tranquil eyes. The mysterious young man left him an impression of sorrow and hopelessness just now. The man seemed to be completely desperate about the situation he was in and his destiny in the future. He was like a zombie dragging a shell, waiting for the arrival of death. However, the look on the young man's face that flashed quickly was like a man lost in a desert who discovered an oasis, a drowning man who had found a piece of floating wood, or an adventurer who had retrieved a marvelous weapon that could slay tigers and dragons. His eyes looked like frozen magma, and he did not seem to be waiting to be killed at anybody else's mercy at all. Cr*P, Li Yao was worried that the young man would act rashly. After all, although the two clusters of powerful life energy next door had left, dozens of crystal cameras were still monitoring the secret chamber from around. Traces would be exposed after only one moment of carelessness. But the young man was much calmer than he expected. His eyes were only frozen for half a second before they moved away. Then, he began to cough loudly. While coughing, he crouched on the floor again, and the desire for survival that was as intense as a storm in his eyes was hidden again. He became a walking shell without a soul, exactly like before. What an interesting kid. The mental devil chuckled. Take a guess. Has he discovered us or not? Whether the mysterious young man had discovered him or not, Li Yao decided to get in touch with him despite the risks. Now that there were experts in the divinity transformation stage on the Immortal Cultivator's side paying attention to the young man, it was evident that he must be a key to a certain program or project. Judging from the mysterious young man's torture a moment ago and the strong desire of survival that he was trying to hide right now, he did not seem to be particularly fond of the owner of Manjasaka or the place itself. The mysterious young man and Li Yao were natural allies. Li Yao's time was limited. Right now, the Immortal Cultivator's epic quest was being implemented step by step. If Starlight really walked into the trap, it would probably happen within a couple of days. Manjasaka was an enormous, complicated, super space fortress that looked like a maze. Li Yao was not sure that he could locate and sabotage its fatal weakness in only a few days. Perhaps the mysterious young man could give him valuable intelligence. Also, the man seemed to be deeply associated with Li Yao's foster father. Leaving the intimacy between him and his foster father aside, it was also his foster father's request to look for Li Linghai in the Imperium of true human beings. As a native of the Covenant Alliance, it was unlikely that his foster father had made friends with many people of the Imperium. So, was it possible that the mysterious young man was related to Li Linghai or was even their secret child as the mental devil said earlier? Li Yao had not snuck into the Imperium by himself to destroy the Imperium, and it was impossible for him to do so. Like it or not, the Federation and the Imperium would coexist for a very long time and would even be faced with the threats of the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, the Pangus civilization, and even the extraterrestrial devils together. It was an undeniable fact, which all the cultivators respected. Whether the two parties fought or not, if he had an opportunity to meet Li Linghai, the Queen of the Imperium, Li Yao would certainly be able to widen the Federation's choices in the future. Is the mysterious young man related to Li Linghai, the Queen of the Imperium? If he is, how did the Almighty Queen allow him to demean himself here as a miserable test subject? Or rather, are the Immortal Cultivators so inhuman that they do not let go of their own children as long as there is enough value in them to be exploited? With a head full of questions, Li Yao maneuvered Neltharion to slowly sink to the young man's head at a speed that was almost still. He then sent an extremely feeble spiritual wave to the young man's brain, which was equivalent to private talk of the highest level. Hush! Don't talk. Don't move, Li Yao said. The young man trembled slightly. The glamorous and violent sparks appeared and flashed deep inside his eyes again. Li Yao had never seen such flames in his foster father's eyes, but he did often see his own eyes burning furiously like that in the mirror. Maybe, the young man was the same type of person as him. At the very least, the young man absolutely was not as meek and cowardly as he appeared. Sense the vibration of my spiritual energy, and then vibrate your soul at the same frequency. Then, our brainwaves will be able to communicate, Li Yao said. Judging from your performance just now, your soul is rather strong. Such a simple trick to play with brainwaves is not a problem for you, is it? The young man blinked and mumbled something inaudible before he turned around. There was no telling whether he did not hear Li Yao or simply was unwilling to respond, but he did not send out his own soul waves for a long time. Who are you? Why are you locked here? What kind of studies have those people been running on you? Li Yao asked patiently. The young man was still staring at the ceiling in a daze, his eyes completely frozen. The flashing flames just now seemed to be only Li Yao's imagination. Li Yao smiled. It was truly an interesting and tricky young man, but he was still too little to deal with a divinity transformation stage cultivator. It seems that you are quite satisfied with your current situation and do not want any change. So, just forget it, Li Yao said unhurriedly. I'll be gone in 3 seconds and never show up again. You know how heavily guarded this place is and how difficult it is to sneak in. There won't be a second chance. 3, 2, 1. Who are you? When Li Yao dragged his tone and counted to 1, the ice inside the young man's eyes was finally broken. The brilliance of extreme hope flooded out like magma again as he sent out a brainwave somewhat clumsily. Li Yao smiled. Why were you silent just now? Were you suspicious of me? The young man hesitated for a moment but said dutifully, yes. I suspected that you worked for Li Lingfeng and were testing me in such a way. Li Lingfeng? Li Yao was slightly dazed. He naturally knew that Li Lingfeng was also one of the most powerful and influential celebrities in the Imperium of true human beings right now. He was Queen Li Linghai's brother and would likely be the next leader of the Li family and one of the 4 Kurfürsten. Li Lingfeng, Li Linghai, the mysterious young man, and his foster father. What had the 4 of them been up to exactly? Thinking quickly, Li Yao asked, then, why are your suspicions gone now? They are not, but I don't seem to have a choice except to take a gamble. The magma flowing blatantly on the surface of the young man's eyes was frozen again, and he appeared to be a sorrowful and hopeless zombie again. But there was a slight hint of determination in his brainwaves, like a gambler that had wagered all his money. If you are not sent by Li Lingfeng, you must be from Starlight. I did not know that Starlight had such experts who could hide one wall away from Li Lingfeng without being noticed by him. Li Yao was greatly alarmed. It was not until then that he realized the powerful life energy just now belonged to a future Kurfürsten. No wonder it was so intimidating that he did not even dare fart. The meticulousness of the young man's thinking and the calmness of his mind were also far beyond his expectation. Who are you? Li Yao asked for a second time. Who are you locked here, and why do you assume that I am from Starlight? I can tell you that, the young man said expressionlessly. But shouldn't you tell me some intelligence, too? If you are indeed from Starlight, there is no reason why we can't cooperate. Or to put it more simply, we can save each other's lives. Li Yao scanned every tiny change on the young man's face and pupils carefully. Denying the possibility that it was a trap, he thought for a moment and said, all right. Tell me your identity and origins first, and let's see how we can cooperate. The young man blinked. Perhaps realizing that his situation was much worse than the situation of the mysterious Neltharion, he did not haggle with Li Yao on the issue but replied dutifully, my name is Li Jialing. I am just a common member of the Li family. Wait. Li Yao interrupted him and confirmed something with him. The Li family, one of the 4 Kurfürst families, right? Yes, Li Jialing said. You mentioned Li Lingfeng just now. He is a big shot of the Li family. How are you related to him? Are you his descendant? Li Yao asked. Li Jialing shook his head. No. After 1,000 years of development, the Li family has plenty of branches and offshoots. There are hundreds of thousands of people in the family. My parents were just common inferior warriors of the Li family. After they died fighting for the family, I became an orphan and was adopted by the big shot of the family according to the tradition. I lived under somebody else's roof henceforth. Later, I was sent to a private school of the family, where I have been bullied and living a miserable life. Pausing for a moment, he went on with faint mockery flashing in his eyes. But that is just my identity on the surface. In fact, I don't even know if the couple of inferior warriors are my birth parents. That's just one of the things that other people told me and I pretended to believe. As for Li Lingfeng, he has been observing and monitoring me in secret this whole time. He also brings me to this place for all kinds of strengthening modifications in secret every year, turning me into a monster that even the green-haired gorilla couldn't kill, as you saw just now. I might really be Li Lingfeng's offspring. I'm told that many big shots of the Imperium use their blood descendants to run all kinds of strengthening and modification experiments and apply the procedures on themselves after the results prove stable. They choose their blood descendants because their genes and soul forms are very similar, and the experiment data is of a higher referential value. The young man told his appalling past casually. Li Yao, however, felt that there was more to the story. Considering for a moment, he asked straightforwardly, "Have you seen Li Linghai before?" Li Linghai? Li Jialing turned around again and lay on the ground, extending all fours. As the queen, she spends most of the time in the royal palace in the imperial terminus sector and has no interaction with a nobody of the family like me. Of course, I've never had the chance to meet her in person. But why did you suddenly bring her up? Who are you exactly? Why did you sneak into Manjusaka? Li Yao really did not know how he should explain himself. It was not like he could tell the keen kid that he looked like his pop who passed away more than 100 years ago, and said Pop probably used to be in a relationship with Li Linghai. After thinking for a long time, he decided to change the topic. What did you mean by saying we can save each other lives through our cooperation? So, are you a member of Starlight or not? Li Jialing asked back instead of answering. If you are, I have bargaining chips to trade you with. If you are not, I'll just admit that I made a terrible choice and can die in peace. Li Yao could not help but feel amused by the young man's self-important tone. He recalled when he had competitions of wisdom and bravery with the cunning old monsters such as Bai Xinghe in his younger days. At that time, he was often scared out of his wits in his heart, but he had to pretend to be calm and casual, fearing that the old monsters would see through him. But time had changed. It was his turn to play the role of the bold monster now. What if I am a member of Starlight? Li Yao said with a smile. If you are from Starlight, you people are in grave danger right now, Li Jialing said confidently. Are you preparing to attack Manjusaka? It's a trap. The army of the Imperium led by Li Lingfeng has set up a dragnet waiting for you to come. Nobody can save you now. Perhaps I'm the only one who can help you find something that will enable you to escape. So, it is absolutely possible for us to make a deal. Is that so? Li Yao smiled casually. But has it ever occurred to you why we should continue our plan like moths darting to a flame now that you have told me such important intelligence? I can totally escape right now and leave you here alone. Huh? Li Jialing was a teenager after all. Although he had been receiving the strengthening and refinement of the Li family and Manjusaka, which nurtured his fleshly body and his soul with infinite resources, and he had spent every second of his life considering the ways of escape, he was certainly no match for a cunning man like Vulture Li Yao. After hearing what Li Yao said, his eyes bulged out, and he was almost astounded. Please. Don't show that shocked idiotic look in case somebody notices, Li Yao said in a hurry. It was just a joke. Don't be so nervous. The young man coughed lightly and covered his embarrassment. Growing even more curious about the guy who had popped out of nowhere, he asked, Who are you exactly? Are you really a cultivator from Starlight, or are you from some other force? What is your purpose exactly? It is not important. What matters is that I'm quite interested in the deal that you talked about, Li Yao said with a smile. Tell me about it. What bargaining chips do you have for the deal, and what do you want to trade them for? After a brief silence, Li Jialing replied, It depends on what you want exactly. I can only say that I have ways to act freely in Manjusaka and even win Li Lingfeng's trust, at least ostensibly. The owner of Manjusaka is the Heavenly Eye Group, which is managed by Wu Yinglan. But the Heavenly Eye Group is backed by the Li family, or to be more exact, Li Lingfeng himself. In other words, Li Lingfeng is the one with the highest rank in Manjusaka right now. Even Wu Yinglan, the owner of this place, must listen to his commands. The two of them seem to be conspiring in secret. Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan. Li Yao thought for a moment. You mean the two experts who observed your test from the next door just now? Since you are only their test subject, why are you sure that you can win their trust? Yes. That's them. After hesitating for a moment, Li Jialing said, It is too complicated for me to explain quickly. All you need to know is that I am not simply a test subject to them. Li Lingfeng is also half a teacher and half a custodian to me. Li Yao slightly frowned. Li Lingfeng was Li Linghai's brother, and Li Linghai had an unknown relationship with Li Yao's foster father. Considering the similarities between Li Jialing and his foster father, the two of them were probably connected by blood. Then, Li Lingfeng was the young man's half-teacher and half-custodian, but he had been performing such cruel tests and refinements on him. Where should Li Yao start to crack such a complicated mystery? After thinking carefully for a moment, Li Yao proposed his requests to the young man. I need to know the general structure of Manjusaka, especially the locations of the mainframe crystal processor and the enemy supply base that are related to the Beehive prison. Also, if you really can talk to Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan, I would like to find out what they are doing exactly. Right now. How much do you know about Starlight? Are they an influential organization in the Imperium? So, you are truly not from Starlight. Li Jialing was not bothered by the new finding for too long. It is not exactly an influential one. Starlight and cultivators are both obsolete notions. Although they have occasionally been heard of in the past hundreds of years, they have never caused much trouble. That's right, Li Yao said. I'm told that the Imperium has secured glorious triumphs in the front line. The Covenant Alliance suffered a crushing defeat and left a lot of territory that is waiting to be carved up. At such a critical moment, Li Lingfeng, as one of the most important people of a Kurfürst family, has come here to deal with a bunch of unworthy cultivators instead going to the front line trying to earn more trophies? I feel that there is a scheme behind all this. I want to find out his real goal. After pondering for a moment, Li Jialing said, I should be able to move about in Manjusaka and even get Li Lingfeng to tell me something. But as for exactly what he will say, it will be beyond my control. I can't ask him directly as it will be too obvious. All right. That's good enough. Then, tell me, what do you want? Freedom. Ravenousness that looked like rolling magma flowed out of the young man's eyes again, like the roar of a man who was deeply mired in a swamp before he was completely swallowed by the darkness. I want to get out of the control of Li Lingfeng and the Li family. I want to escape from the fate of being controlled. I want to go to a place where nobody commands me or knows who I am to live a life of freedom. The brilliance inside the young man's eyes made Li Yao's soul bump quickly. He could not help but feel that he saw himself from a long, long time ago. Why? Li Yao was more and more curious about the young man's past. Li Lingfeng is one of the most powerful people in the Imperium. If he is half your teacher and half your custodian, your days in the Li family shouldn't be too rough, right? A world where the strong prey on the weak is cruel, but you are not weak at all. You are an out-and-out expert and a perfect slaughtering machine. If my senses were correct, the green-haired gorilla just now was no match for you after all. It would have taken you only 1 second to dig out his guts, wouldn't it? Judging from the forms of your bones and your teeth, you can't be too old and are no more than 20 years old. I can't imagine how much effort Li Lingfeng has dedicated to you to make you boast such massive strength before the age of 20. Even if you are really a test subject, you must be one of the ultimate test subjects that he has the highest hope for. Therefore, if you are willing to release your strength, it should be easy for you to win a place in the Li family. You may even grow into one of the key personnel of your family, and it is not entirely impossible for you to be as influential and powerful as Li Lingfeng in the future. Then, why did you not fight back when you were attacked by the green-haired gorilla, and why do you want to get rid of such a fate? Do you not believe in the Immortal Cultivator's ideology? Right. You speculated that I was a cultivator from Starlight just now, but you showed no animosity and derision at all and wanted to cooperate with me without any hesitation. Are you a cultivator? Mockery flashed in Li Jialing's eyes as he remarked, I don't know exactly what I am, but if I must choose sides between cultivators and immortal cultivators, of course I am a proud immortal cultivator. Only the fittest should survive, and the weak should be swallowed by the strong. This is the natural law of the universe. What's wrong about that? As for cultivators? Such naive, hypocritic, worthless, and idiotic things are only fit for novels and games. How can they compete with the immortal cultivators in reality? Young man, you are very straightforward, Li Yao said. However, Li Jialing said, even if I am an immortal cultivator, and you are a cultivator from Starlight, it does not mean that we cannot cooperate for now. I am just an insignificant nobody. Even if I run loose, it will not jeopardize your plan or your ideals, will it? All in all, I couldn't care less about ideals, beliefs, or morals. I only want freedom. Absolute freedom. I do not want to be a perfect slaughtering machine and fight for the Li family, no matter how many gains the Li family has to offer me. I only want to live a free, unstrained life where nobody tells me what to do. If I must fight, I will only fight for myself. Just like that. From the close distance, Li Yao could sense the young man's feeble but sharp fighting will, as if a frozen ocean was unfreezing with the cracking sounds of the ice. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao said, it seems that you have prepared for freedom for many years. Yes. A hint of frustration and desperation flowed out of Li Jialing's eyes again, only to be replaced by stubbornness quickly. A fraction of a second later, they were covered by icy mists, resembling the tranquility before the arrival of a storm again. For a long time now, I've been thinking about how I can escape the Li family and Li Lingfeng. But Li Lingfeng's strength is something that I absolutely cannot resist. Since I could not find an opportunity, I could only pretend to be frustrated and at anybody's mercy while hiding my true intentions. There was no need for me to reveal who I was. Today may be the only opportunity that I have. So, no matter who you are exactly, not just a cultivator from Starlight, it wouldn't matter even if you are from the Covenant Alliance or one of the extraterrestrial devils, I only want freedom. I'm done. If you've truly been sent by Li Lingfeng to test me, I'll admit my failure now that I have taken the gamble. Come on. Give me a quick death. The young man closed his eyes, as if he were ready to be executed. Li Yao did not know how he should view the young man who was likely connected to his foster father by blood. Although he knew that Li Jialing, born and raised in one of the 4 Kurfürst families of the Imperium of true human beings, could not have been a docile lamb, the young man's patience that was well beyond his age and the aggression behind the patience were still somewhat shocking for him. It was a man who was willing to do anything to achieve his goal and hid his claws and tusks just in order to soar into the sky for a lawless life one day. Li Yao saw the shadows of Yan Shibei, Xiao Xuanzi, Bai Xinghe, Jin Tui, Elder Nether Spring, Lu Zui, and Lu Qingchen deep inside Li Jialing's eyes. Looking at the flames deep inside the young man's frozen eyes that looked like black lotuses, Li Yao softly sighed and said, "Should I compliment you on your courage, or should I mock your overconfidence? Are you really certain that you can deceive Li Lingfeng? Maybe, Li Lingfeng is indeed 100 times stronger than me, but he cannot dedicate all his attention to me." Li Jialing gnashed his teeth. He is a powerful person who has a lot of business to attend to every day. There are too many enemies that he needs to consider how he can crush and swallow. I'm afraid that 1,000 schemes, traps, and targets are swirling inside his head every second. He's never really taken me seriously or viewed me as an enemy. I am just a mouse that has been domesticated by him. In his world, I have occupied 1% at most, or even less. But to me, he represents the whole world that I'm going to break. I have been spending every second and 100% of my computational ability thinking about how I can run away from his control for 10 years. I have come up with more than 1,000 possibilities and 10,000 variations and countermeasures in my head. Whatever the odds of success are today, it is worth a try despite the risks. Li Yao was silent for a moment, shocked by the young man's determination again. Li Jialing was still young and juvenile. If he had not run into Li Yao but a real cultivator from Starlight, it was very likely that his plan would have failed. But still, Li Yao saw countless black shadows in the young man, which were even slightly stinging his nerve endings. In any case, Li Yao could not leave Li Jialing aside. After discussing it with the mental devil for a while, he asked, "What are you going to do to win the trust of Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan?" After a brief silence, Li Jialing said, "You will find out very soon." "Then, how should I keep hiding by your side?" Li Yao was not bothered by the young man's obstinacy. "If you can truly get in touch with Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan at a close distance, it seems unlikely for me to follow you all the time stealthily. It will be very risky, and I may be discovered at any moment. If your magical equipment is not very large in size," Li Jialing said, "you can hide inside my body. It is indeed a good idea to hide inside your body and cover my existence with the flames of your spiritual energy, but if somebody performs a full body scanning on you, won't I be exposed immediately? Also, there will be nowhere for my magical equipment to run to at all. I can tear apart my abdomen and hide you inside it. Then, I will activate the gold core and unleash chaotic flames of spiritual energy," Li Jialing said. "Generally speaking, as long as they do not resort to large scanning magical equipment, it will be practically impossible for them to catch you. I will try to resist their full scanning. In any case, the gamble is certainly worth it." "You seem to be fond of gambling," Li Yao remarked. "I am not a gambler," Li Jialing replied, "but for somebody who has absolutely nothing in the first place, it is impossible for them to lose no matter how many gambles they take." Li Yao smiled. "Did you know? My original target when I snuck into Manjasaka was not you at all. I was not even aware of your existence. But now, I am more and more curious about your past and your origins. You are almost the greatest trophy in my eyes now. I am more and more curious about you, too," Li Jialing replied, not giving in at all. "Sneaking into Manjasaka by yourself, hiding right under the nose of two unparalleled experts, and yet unlikely to be a cultivator from Starlight or a spy from the Covenant Alliance. Right, we have talked for a long time, but I do not know your name yet." For some reason, Li Yao was unwilling to fabricate a name to fool the young man who looked very similar to his foster father. Besides, Vulture Li Yao did not mean anything in the Imperium of true human beings at all. He smiled and said, "My name is Li Yao." "A name is just a reference," Li Jialing said. "So, what kind of person is hiding behind the name Li Yao, and where does he come from?" "What about you?" Li Yao asked back. "Li Jialing is also a reference. What kind of past and origins are hidden behind it?" Confusion flowed out of the young man's eyes for the first time. After being momentarily dazed, he sent out a feeble wave. "I don't know yet. But after I get absolute freedom, I will find out who I am, where I'm from, and what my destination is. Looking at the young man's eyes that were covered in mists, Li Yao felt that he saw the unknown earth that was still hidden in mysteries. He was lost for words for a moment again. Having not received a reply for a long time, Li Jialing said, I will help you find more intelligence, and you will help me escape from Manjusaka. If you agree on the deal, I will start now. Start what? Li Yao asked. Licking his lips, Li Jialing suddenly widened his eyes so much that they were almost torn apart. Thousands of bloody streaks immediately jumped out of his eyes. His hands and feet were extended into the air as if they were pulled by invisible strings, and he bounced fiercely like a fish that was tossed to the shore. Arg! The roars deep inside his throat almost sounded like 1,000 drills finding their way out of his chest. His flesh that had healed just now was torn apart again, and blood spurted out crazily, turning him into a crimson man on fire. The young man retreated his hands in difficulties and held his head hard, howling, cramping, writhing on the ground in pain, and vomiting blood and foam crazily. Li Yao was taken aback by Li Jingling's sudden move. Had he not heard Li Jialing saying that he was about to start, Li Yao would have suspected that he was somehow possessed by evil spirits, or some uncanny forces inside his body had gone out of control. The young man stabbed his fingers so deep into his head that he almost squeezed his eyeballs out of their sockets, as if he could not restrain the explosion of his head if he did not do that. Bam! 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 He hit his head at the floor and the wall hard in earth-shaking noises again and again, as if crystal bombs were bursting out in the small secret chamber. Devastating marks of blood were left behind. Don't push me. With a twisted face, Li Jialing bellowed in a blurred voice. Whoever saw him would feel that he was in the most excruciating agony. Don't push me anymore, you asterisks holes. Asterisks holes. Thick fluids and blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Combinations of blood and vomit contaminated his chest. He looked hideous, horrifying, and more pitiful than ever. I didn't know that the boy was an actor, too, the mental devil exclaimed. Although he is still quite juvenile, his cruelty, disobedience, combat ability, and acting skills are all so distinguished, and he also understands the importance of patiently hiding. He will certainly be something in the future. Li Jialing tortured himself so hard that even Li Yao and the mental devil felt creeped out. It was needless to mention the researchers of Manjusaka next door. Right now, Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan were both off attending to more important issues. Only a few researchers were left to watch over the place. Li Jialing had always been like a lifeless zombie, never interested in hurting other people or himself. He had never struck anybody as a dangerous fellow. Therefore, the researchers were somewhat overwhelmed when they saw him on such a rampage and in such agony. Hew! 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 Dozens of red spots appeared on Li Jialing's body. Powerful anesthetics were shot at him from various directions. However, his movement was countless times more agile than the green-haired gorilla just now. Turning into red mists with bloody spindrifts, he dodged all the powerful anesthetics. Chi! The gate of the secret chamber was opened. A dozen immortal cultivators in crystal suits swarmed in. Don't come any closer. Li Jialing's face was caught in such fear and desperation when he saw them that he might as well have run into some ghosts. He retreated further into the corner and cried, "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Don't be scared. Just calm down." The immortal cultivator in the lead could not have sounded warmer or more comforting. Anybody would feel that they could trust him with their heart when they heard him talk. You are sick. We are here to help you. Don't. 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 Li Jialing shouted desperately. I'm not sick. Don't send me to the place for refinement. I don't want it. Help me. Help me. Fine. Fine. You are not sick, and we will not send you there again. Anyway, just calm down. The immortal cultivator's voice was even more gentle and comforting than before. Trust me. Everything is over now. What you need is a rest. A good rest. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. My head hurts. It hurts so much. Whatever the newcomers said, Li Jialing simply mumbled to himself repetitively. His pupils and his white seemed to have completely melted, releasing the brilliance of more and more brutality and violence, as if a dam deep inside his brain had been completely crushed and an unprecedented flood had been set loose. His mumbling became deeper and more hoarse. If you dare come closer. If you dare to come any closer. He seemed to have lost his awareness and caught in the utmost confusion. The immortal cultivator gestured at his subordinates nearby. A few crystal suits immediately approached him without a sound. Don't come any closer. In that moment, the confusion, chaos, indifference, and desperation in the young man's eyes had entirely vanished, replaced by the most typical cruelty and ruthlessness of a pure immortal cultivator. Schwa. The muscles all over Li Jialing's body were tightened into iron ropes. His blood and sweat, filled with the most violent flames of spiritual energy, darted in all directions like a storm of needles, disrupting all the guards' eyesight. He took the opportunity to dash into the crowd of immortal cultivators. Extending his arms and opening his fingers, he grabbed the heads of two exos more than easily. Bam! Savaged by his unstoppably brutal strength, the heads of the two exos hit each other hard. The helmets made of super alloys collapsed deeply, and dazzling sparks spurted out. So brutal. Although Li Yao had anticipated that the energy hidden inside the young man's body was definitely not as peaceful as it appeared to be on the surface, the abrupt change from frozen ice to rumbling thunder still made Li Yao secretly click his tongue. The immortal cultivators, on the other hand, were used to Li Jialing's meek, lethargic behavior. Some of them who knew the purpose of the many refinements and experiments had been trying to force him to go on a killing spree, too, but to no avail. Li Jialing would not hurt anybody, that was everybody's preconception. Nobody expected that Li Jialing would suddenly start to attack. The secret chamber was so narrow that the immortal cultivators' clinking crystal suits were more of a burden than a help. Li Jialing took a long breath in relief, as if he had exhaled the depression that had been held back for more than 10 years. His lips curled into a cruel smile, as if that was his real appearance. With a hideous face, he turned into a ray of death as agile as a ghost and bounced up and down among the immortal cultivators. Dark golden stripes were vaguely emitting from his palms and his arms, forming unpredictable rune arrays. The crystal suits made of super alloys were as fragile as paper and would under the tearing of his hands. In the senses of Li Yao's soul, Li Jialing's overwhelming flames of spiritual energy broke the boundary of the fleshly body and turned into an invisible giant monster. The tentacles of the monster filled the entire secret chamber and locked onto every breath of every immortal cultivator tightly. Crack! Another immortal cultivator was hit right in the chest brutally by the edge of Li Jialing's hand that was covered in fire. His entire chest collapsed, and even the armor in the back broke apart. Crack! Pooh! Another immortal cultivator in a super heavy crystal suit lunged at Li Jialing from behind, hoping to press the young man against the floor with his own weight and that of his crystal suit. However, Li Jialing seemed to have grown an eye on the back of his head. He stepped forward in advance and grabbed the wrist of the immortal cultivator before him. Crushing the armor as well as the bones, he robbed the enemy of the long saber in his hand and stabbed it back, piercing right into the chest of the immortal cultivator behind him. Chi! 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 The immortal cultivator in a super heavy crystal suit released a powerful spiritual shield, which triggered such intense smoke as if magma was flowing on a glacier, while he struggled to resist the attack of the saber. Li Jialing was utterly emotionless. After a shake of his wrist, the saber turned into a cluster of broken pieces, which were then enshrouded by his spiritual energy and turned into a high-speed metal torrent that broke the spiritual shield unstoppably, blasting into the Immortal Cultivator's chest. In the blink of an eye, almost 5 Immortal Cultivators were blown away and cramped on the wall and in the corners. There was no telling if they were alive. Grinning hideously, Li Jialing licked the blood stains on his lips and jumped at a heavy firepower crystal suit that was fully covered in firearms. On instinct, the Immortal Cultivator wearing the crystal suit activated all the storm bolters, crystal cannons, and flying sword launchers on him. They were all emitting dazzling brilliance. "Don't kill him," the Immortal Cultivator in the lead shouted. "Capture him alive." The Immortal Cultivator wearing the heavy firepower crystal suit hesitated for a moment, but Li Jialing had already grabbed the barrel of the storm bolter in his left hand and pulled it hard. There was no telling whether the Immortal Cultivator panicked or Li Jialing's movement affected his reaction, but a large cluster of fire spurted out of the barrel and darted into Li Jialing's abdomen. After a boom, a fireball exploded brutally above Li Jialing's abdomen and below his chest. As if he felt none of it, Li Jialing's speed was not affected at all. He simply pressed both of his hands on the chest of the Immortal Cultivator's crystal suit. Boom! The second explosion was 100 times more shocking than the fireball that exploded between Li Jialing's chest and abdomen. As Li Jialing's spiritual energy flowed out of his palms crazily, every gap of the heavy firepower crystal suit was spurting out chaotic flames. The Immortal Cultivator inside the crystal suit had been burnt to ash. Without the support of the fleshly body, and now that the joints and the connections were all shattered, the crystal suit fell to the ground in pieces like a collapsing castle. It was not until then that everybody saw the bleeding, deplorable wound between Li Jialing's chest and abdomen. They could almost see his spine through the broken internal organs. However, a lot of granulation tissue was growing at a visible speed and repairing the shocking wound quickly. Those present recalled Li Jialing's ability to quickly recover his wounds that were caused when he did not counterattack at all during the fight with the green-haired gorilla just now, as well as Li Jialing's tough performance earlier when he was against the mutated beasts. They all swallowed hard, feeling the urge to run. Li Jialing did not bother to look at them at all. Like a combination of an animal and a fiend, he roared in excitement and dashed at the gate that was being closed quickly. Shwa! Li Jialing ran crazily down the gloomy and cold pathway, with any place as a landing point for him. He was jumping and running on the floor, the walls, and the ceiling. Hey! He looked to be a combination of wildly joyful and remorseful, but his soul waves were unbelievably calm. "You did follow me out of the room, didn't you?" "I did." Li Yao followed the young man on Neltharion, neither too far away nor too close. With an eye-catching target like Li Jialing attracting all the attention, he did not need to worry that anybody would pay attention to the air that had nothing on the surface. "I am just somewhat astounded by your performance. Your attacks are actually so brutal. It was those guys who built me into what I am today. Every drop of pain that I bore was brought by them. Is there a problem repaying them with the same pain now?" The cold smile in Li Jialing's eyes was almost beyond disguise. He seemed to be somebody else after the killing spree. They want a perfect slaughtering machine, and I have given them one. They should feel happy about it. After a brief silence, Li Yao said, "Why didn't you attack the green-haired gorilla just now? I thought that you had a taboo, like no killing. No killing? Wouldn't I be an idiot?" Li Jialing said matter-of-factly but furiously. "There are a lot of people that I want to kill, except that I never had a suitable opportunity. They are insignificant ants anyway. Just let them live a while longer so that Li Lingfeng will misunderstand me. In my competition against Li Lingfeng, I barely stand any chance. Only if he is misled into making a bad judgment about my personality and my thinking patterns will there be a slim chance, if it can be called a chance at all. Now is the time. Enough of the talking. The wound in my abdomen is about to heal. Just hide inside now. Li Yao felt that his head was more and more befuddled when he heard the young man bragging about his challenge against a big shot of the Imperium and saw his face suddenly turning more brutal than ever. The situation was already chaotic enough. Now that such a little monster had shown up, how on earth should it be resolved? Also, what was going on with Han Te, Lu Li, the Fist King, and the rest of them? In the land of sins, deep down the ground, a gory battle of penetrators was at its most fierce moment. The capture, escape, and collisions of the penetrators were similar to the battles of the deep-sea submarines, except that they were 100 times crueler. Both the hunters and the hunted held their breath listening to the feeblest sound coming from the rocks in order to determine the coordinates and direction of the enemy. They would also spray tremendous quick-drying gels in the rocks that they had drilled through and plant abundant crystal bombs. The gels were meant to delay the speed of the enemy's drilling, and the crystal bombs could destroy the enemy's drills. But no matter how carefully they avoided each other, there would always be a time when the two parties had a head-on clash with nowhere to run. In that case, the battle would go on until no soldiers on one side were standing. Sometimes, all the crystal bombs and fuel stored inside a penetrator would be detonated to blow up all the rocks, and everybody would die together. Nobody was willing to be captured alive in the profound rocks thousands of meters beneath the ground, which often meant an ending 100 times more scary than death. Lu Li, watch out. Ever since they dispersed in the Forsaken Mine 2 days ago, the penetrators of the Immortal Cultivators had been following them like haunting ghosts. Cloud Penetrator, Zhuo Jingyun's earthly dragon, was unfortunately tailed by the enemy. After running about for more than 20 hours below the ground, it was still bitten by the enemy. The losses were so heavy that even Han Te and Lu Li, as two teenagers, had to fight like adult warriors. Seeing that Lu Li was about to be hit by a storm of bullets, Han Te roared aloud. His entire left arm almost exploded, triggering a series of electric arcs that were condensed into an impenetrable shield and helped Lu Li block the fatal attack. But he was blown backward by the counterforce and vomited blood crazily. His left arm dangled down, not having any strength anymore. He, the tall and brawny Immortal Cultivator on the opposite side aimed the thick barrel of the machine gun at Lu Li's little head again. As if to savor the entertainment a moment longer, he even intentionally paused. Then, his laughter turned into screams. An iron arm dug through his chest and raised him high in midair before throwing him to the ground brutality into a pile of scrap metal mixed with blood and meat. Master Fist King! Han Te and Lu Li exclaimed both in surprise and delight. The Fist King seemed to have just passed a destructive storm. His iron body was barely intact. 2 of the 4 arms had been torn off, and there were 100 holes in his chest, from which sparks were popping out non-stop. However, behind him was a penetrator of the Immortal Cultivators that was exploding and burning, as well as a whole ground of Immortal Cultivator corpses and pieces of their crystal suits. Lie down. Expressionless, the Fist King was unmoved by the 2 little fellows' exclamation at all. Han Te and Lu Li were slightly dazed. Then they felt that a torrent as scorching as magma brushed past their heads before screams of the Immortal Cultivators echoed behind them again. Don't be scared. Keeping Han Te and Lu Li behind him, the Fist King looked at his blood-stained fists and said peacefully, I will protect you. The cruel battle was finally over. Zhuo Jingyun submerged the broken, cloud penetrator into a natural underground chamber and moved forward along a dry underground river. Since the drill was no longer needed, the noise would be reduced to the minimum. The cultivators of Starlight with the best hearing stuck magical equipment that looked like metal ears against the crags in all directions, but they did not hear any noise of drilling for a long time. The Immortal Cultivators must have lost them. They were temporarily safe. The cultivators were finally able to take a breath in relief and seized every second to maintain the earthly dragon and tend to their wounds. The Fist King, as the greatest contributor of the battle, left the crowd and hid in a dark corner of the empty underground chamber. He asked Hante and Luli to help him carry the maintenance tools and the backup components to repair his broken body. Everybody knew the might of Fist King Lei Zhonglia. They had seen his tough and unparalleled performances in the two great battles with their own eyes. Seeing that he was apparently in no mood to talk to strangers, they did not dare to disturb him. The third cooling pad. The Fist King observed his twisted body through 4 crystal cameras that were floating before his face and spoke to Luli while pondering the maintenance plan. Luli hurried to find out what the Fist King needed from the box of backup components and brought it over with both hands. Looking at the Fist King's wounded body and recalling the sacrifices he had made for her and Hitan and his reassuring words, Luli felt her heart warm up, and she could not help but touch the Fist King's broken body. She said sincerely, "Thank you, Master Fist King." Seeing the girl extending her soft hand over, the Fist King's man-made eyes constricted quickly. But he did not dodge and simply said coldly, "There's no need to thank me. You know that this is just a deal. I have made the seemingly optimal choice from the database for the purpose of getting stronger. Besides, I am not a human being. Although I can simulate all the feelings of human beings, it will be nothing more than a pile of data. Even if you do thank me sincerely, I will not be touched at all." "Huh? Is that so?" Luli blushed and said somewhat in embarrassment, "But when you invited us to dinner that day at the top floor of Great Iron City, it was just a disguise and a simulation of the character of Fist King Lei Zhonglia," the Fist King said casually. "If needed, I can simulate hundreds of different personalities. Calm, brutal, cunning, temperamental, enraged, the list goes on. Such simulations can help me better melt into the battlefield environment and may be in favor of the accomplishment of my target. But it will consume part of my computational ability and slow down my central database. It will also result in a certain degree of instability. So, now that the two of you have learned my real identity, and I need to summon all my computational ability on the consideration of the maintenance plan, there is no need for me to keep the simulation of personalities. As a result, the efficiency of my maintenance has been improved by more than 7%. In fact, the Fist King had said the same thing to Li Yao before, but Luli always found it hard to understand. It is very perplexing. Are you suggesting that the nonchalance right now is the Fist King's real personality? There is no such thing as real personality. There is not even a real Master Fist King, the Fist King said coldly. Personality, feelings or self-will are exclusive for human beings. I am not a human being. I do not have any self-awareness. I am just a puppet, an object, and a machine that will move in a certain direction. Have you never used a spiritual puppet before? Of course I have. Luli thought for a moment and shook his head. But Master Fist King, you're different from those spiritual puppets. Those things are all very silly and will only respond to specific commands or questions that are proposed to them. They often spurt out sparks and fall silent. There is no essential difference, the Fist King said expressionlessly. The low-level spiritual puppets look stupid because of their poor databases and policy groups, which limit their choices. They do not have the ability to study and upgrade themselves. My database and policy group are thousands of times more abundant than theirs. Naturally, I seem to be very fluent in answering all your questions. But essentially speaking, I am no different from those things. We are all puppets and machines. When you raise a question, I will choose the most appropriate information from the database after computation and analysis and respond by means of voice to make us closer to each other. That way, it will be easier for me to realize the purpose to protect you. There's nothing more to it. Multipurpose wrench, please. Luli handed over the multipurpose wrench and stuck out her tongue. Then she said with a smile, "So, Master Fist King, you can say, please, too. Didn't you say that such formalities are meaningless? For me, please does not mean anything. But for you human beings, it is a way to express appreciation," the Fist King said. "By my calculation, if I behave in a friendlier way, your efficiency in picking and screening the backup components will increase, and the odds of your errors will drop. That is the reason I thanked you. Luli was dazed for a long time. Blushing, she said, no matter how you put it, Master Fist King, we haven't thanked you properly yet. You've probably never heard it before, but you are actually a good guy. Logical fallacy, the Fist King observed. You are very clear that I am neither good nor a guy. I only chose to protect you because the deal is in my best interests, and it serves to make me stronger. If there are other means that can make me stronger but I'm obliged to kill a lot of people, I will not hesitate to kill people, including the two of you. In fact, I have already killed a lot of people. Otherwise, how could I have become Fist King Lei Zhonglia? But, Luli summoned her courage and said, at the very least, you did not savage and torture them to death, did you? After a brief silence, the Fist King said, no, that's right, Luli said. Han Te and I grew up in a desolate world, but we've seen a lot of tough bandits from the bloody worlds. Many of them are perverts, lunatics, and fiends. They kill the babies who are still being breastfed. They skin people alive and watch the bleeding victims dance. They throw the captives into the horde of mutated beasts and watch them get mauled and torn apart. They hang their enemies upside down in the sunlight until they die of heatstroke and dehydration a few days later. We have seen and heard too many things like that. Would you ever do any of those things, Master Fist King? No, the Fist King shook his head. If I want to kill anyone, I will certainly choose the most efficient and convenient approach. I cannot understand the practice of torturing somebody for 3 days and 3 nights and mince him slowly until he dies, which will both be a waste of my own time and energy and increase the possibility of the enemy running away. It is truly pointless. That is exactly what I'm saying. Luli smiled. In a place like the Land of Sins, someone like you can already be counted as a good guy, just like my dad and Grandpa Yao. The Fist King was silent for a long time as he adjusted his joints and power rune arrays with his full attention. It was not until 5 minutes later that he finally opened his mouth and asked, "Are you not scared of me?" Luli and Han Te looked at each other. "Should we be scared of you?" "I don't know, but some human beings used to be very scared of us, artificial intelligence," the Fist King said. "You know that I've been to an underground sanctuary or library of the Martial Meritocrat civilization. A lot of files of the civilization were left inside, including some of their entertainment and art. It is quite strange that, despite all the internal and external problems that the Martial Meritocrat civilization was faced at that time, a lot of the entertainment and art regarded artificial intelligence as their future enemy. For some reason, some of the people of the Martial Meritocrat sector seemed very scared of the artificial intelligence that could learn. They even believed that artificial intelligence would destroy their world someday. But as it turns out, it was human beings themselves who destroyed the Martial Meritocrat civilization. I am not sure if human beings should fear artificial intelligence. But if fear can be defined as the alert for unknown dangers, then I think I probably am more scared of human beings than you are of me. Luli and Han Te bulged their eyes. Why you are scared of us? Yes. I am scared of you, the Fist King said solemnly. Some people among you are very terrifying. Luli tilted his head and thought for a long time. Not knowing how she should explain or comfort him, she suddenly took out the metal can that she treasured more than her own life from her pocket, grabbed a handful of golden seeds, and passed them over. With a smiling face, the little girl said innocently, "They are the seeds of the gold barley. I've given it a lot of thought. The Land of Sins is too large a place for me to plant the gold barley all over it on my own. So, I have made a decision. From today on, whenever I meet a really good person, I will give them a handful of gold barley seeds and ask them to help me. Master Fist King, would you like to give me a hand? If you go to a place far, far away and find suitable soil, please spray a handful of gold barley seeds." The Fist King's man-made eyes froze for a long time before he extended his metal arm and took the gold barley seeds rigidly. After observing them for a long time, he finally stored them into the storage space deep inside his chest. "All right. I'll do my best," he said in a low voice, with a voice not cold anymore but mixed with the ambition and fury to conquer the world. "Huh?" Luli blinked in amazement. "Master Fist King, you've become what you were like when you invited us to dinner that day. Didn't you say that such a simulation of personality will consume a lot of computational ability? If it makes you feel more comfortable, it is not actually a lot," the Fist King said in a deep voice. "After all, I've been playing the role of Fist King Lei Zhonglia for decades. I'm already used to it." "Great," the little girl exclaimed. "If you are used to it, maybe you will turn into a real human being someday. Human beings are really too complicated. I'm afraid that I can never upgrade into you." Pausing for a moment, the Fist King stressed his tone and repeated himself. "I am just a puppet, a machine." Li Jialing ran crazily in the cold pathway. The wounds all over his body covered him completely like weird stripes. On the pathway behind him, there was nothing but remnants of blood and flesh, like the alimentary canal of a primeval beast. "He's there. Stop him now. It's dangerous. Don't engage rashly. Open fire." The Immortal Cultivator's roars of surprise and fury were echoing both far and near. The enemy's attacks were not limited to anesthetics anymore but smashing at him overwhelmingly with all kinds of most dangerous aggressive magical equipment. Boom! One of the rays exploded on the young man's chest brutally, knocking him to a ground after a tremble and making him dodge 3 flying swords that were darting at him from his back. The moment before he hit the floor, every joint on his body seemed to have been installed with a spring, allowing him to change his direction uncannily and fly backward into the 3 immortal cultivators. After a few dazzling attacks and explosions, the few immortal cultivators were all blown back after their crystal suits were broken. Li Jialing took the opportunity to dash into a branch. The metal wall of the branch glided open without a sound, and the fully automatic turrets were rolled over. The young man's eyes were ignited by the fatal rays. He. Li Jialing's entire face seemed to be burning. Uttering roars that could be either joy or fury, he accelerated to his top speed and dashed in the middle of 4 crystal cannons. The 4 crystal cannons all began to spark, cramping and shivering mechanically. It was not until Li Jialing disappeared at the end of the pathway that they exploded at the same time. On the other side of the pathway, however, Li Jialing was greeted by more than 50 crystal suits of super heavy firepower, which blocked the sole path ahead. Wu Yinglan stood before those exos, his hands behind his back. He looked rather relaxed and thoughtful when he observed Li Jialing. Judging from the bouncing flames in his eyes, the owner of Manjasaka was more overjoyed than infuriated at the test subject that had gone out of control. "Have you played enough?" Studying the wounds all over Li Jialing's body that were healing rapidly as if he were appreciating the most perfect masterpiece, Wu Yinglan said casually, "If you want to keep on playing, at least get a rest first." "Get out of my way. Out of my way." His eyes bloodshot, Li Jialing heard none of it. The bloody mist around his body spurted out, and he turned into a raging fiend as he jumped at Wu Yinglan. "Get out of my way or die." Shwa. The bloody mist around Li Jialing turned into a weird claw. Leaving 3 crimson traces in midair, it snatched at Wu Yinglan's carotid artery brutally, as if it were going to tear the man's head off. Tisk, tsk. How brutal. Wu Yinglan smiled at ease. He was not equipped with any crystal suit, only wearing casual clothes. Yet, he was faster than the immortal cultivators who were equipped with high-mobility scouting crystal suits. Nobody saw how he dodged Li Jialing's attack. They only saw that Li Jialing seemed to have hit a non-existent shooting star and was blown backward brutally into the metal wall of the pathway, leaving a human-shaped dent there. Pooh! Li Jialing spewed large clusters of blood and white vomit. Young man, you are the most perfect masterpiece that I have ever produced. You are even stronger than me in certain respects. Warming up his wrists and ankles unhurriedly, Wu Yinglan walked up to Li Jialing. But you do not know how to make use of your strength at all despite its massiveness. You are just squandering the precious abilities that have been granted to you. Do you not feel that it is too much of a waste for the efforts that all of us have invested in you? You, Li Jialing seemed to have been woken up by the punch. Crying and coughing, he lunged at the enemy again. You are all fiends. Fiends. Boom. He was blown away by Wu Yinglan again. This time, Wu Yinglan's fist did not stop but pressed his head deep into the metal wall before he opened his fingers and clutched the young man's skull so hard that it was uttering cracking noises. Wu Yinglan dragged Li Jialing out. After a bellow, his body size expanded to twice as large. The previously sloppy casual clothes turned into a tight suit. The thick veins all over his body were clearly revealed on his clothes like boas. He threw the young man against the floor, the wall, and even the ceiling crazily like he was a broken bag. Every hit triggered such a deafening explosion that one could not help but wonder if Manjusaka was being bombarded by giant cannons. Even the most fearless immortal cultivators were shuddering in fear, feeling that their blood was freezing, when they heard the collisions. Li Jialing's body was unbelievably sturdy, too. He was not killed immediately under the unreserved bombardment of an expert like Wu Yinglan but was still vaguely moaning. Enough! A low but solemn voice came from behind the many exos. Everybody hurried to step aside and greet Li Lingfeng's arrival. Wu Yinglan sniffed and tossed the young man aside casually, backing off. You may leave now. Li Lingfeng looked at Li Jialing without any expression. Nobody knew what was on his mind. Wu Yinglan bowed respectfully and soon disappeared with all the other immortal cultivators. In the bloody pathway, the only things left were the bleeding, broken corpses and Li Jialing and Li Lingfeng. Well, there was still Neltharion, which was hiding inside Li Jialing's body the whole time, in which part of Li Yao and the mental devil's soul was hidden. You've finally awoken now. After the immortal cultivators that belonged to Manjusaka retreated, Li Lingfeng's voice somehow turned, gentle and soothing. He smiled and said, I've been imagining all the time what your performance will be like after you break all the shackles and are completely awakened. I did not know that the day would arrive sooner than I expected, nor did I foresee such a marvelous performance. Do not be affected by what Wu Yinglan said just now. He has honed his strength for decades, and this is only the first time that you've ever used it. It is only natural that you were defeated by him. But if you train yourself hard under my tutelage, it won't take long before you have an opportunity to far surpass him. Believe in your potential. Look at the path of blood behind you. Fiend? Hee. Who's more like a fiend here? Hoochie. Li Jialing crouched in a corner without any strength. The miserable wounds all over his body were healing rapidly, but his head, having just been freed from extreme excitement, was more frustrated and confused than ever. Looking at the smiling Li Lingfeng before his eyes, the broken limbs and guts of the dead immortal cultivators behind him, and then his intimidating hands where veins were still protruding, the young man trembled for a long time before he finally murmured, I've killed people. I've killed people. I've killed people. Holding his stomach, he began to gag again. It was a pity that all the contents in his stomach had been vomited just now. He could not spit out anything except for confusion, regret, and fury now. Why? Why are you doing all this? Hot tears flooded out of his eyes again. The young man shivered hard, as devastated as a flower that had been ravaged and polluted by a swamp. He shouted, You are a high and mighty big shot. You can exterminate my life as easily as stomping on an ant. Why have you been pushing me to do the things that I don't want? Why are you tricking me? The things that you don't want? Li Lingfeng's smile became even deeper as he appreciated the dead bodies of the immortal cultivators that had been torn apart by Li Jialing just now. With everything coming to this point, there is no need to keep lying to yourself. Did you dare say that you killed so many people because you completely lost your sanity? Did you not feel unparalleled ecstasy in the middle of the crazy slaughter? Was it not the urge that had been deeply lying in your mind all the time under the suppression of the goddamn shackles? Look at all the broken bodies here. They are the best evidence to prove that you are a natural-born immortal cultivator and the most perfect immortal cultivator. This is your natural instinct. This is the real you. I merely pushed the boat along the current to set it for sailing. That's all. As if hit by lightning deep inside his soul, Li Jialing appeared astounded and felt like crying. Seeing that he had calmed down somewhat, Li Lingfeng asked, "Should I help you examine your body first? Although your body boasts very powerful self-recovery abilities, this is your first slaughter after all. It will be safer if you have a full physical examination." "Don't touch me." Li Jialing jumped to his feet as if he had an electric shock. Holding his arms, he shuddered with tears running out of his eyes. "Don't touch me. Please. Don't touch me. Just leave me alone. I need to calm down. Please, please, all right, all right, all right. It's true that you need to calm down and figure out your real identity and destiny." Li Lingfeng raised his hands to show that he meant no harm at all. "There is no need for you to beg me or be so wary of me. I told you last time, and I will repeat it today. You were never a test subject. You should know very well that absolutely nobody would invest so many resources into an insignificant test subject. In my eyes, you are the most perfect warrior of the Li family and a new generation, most standard immortal cultivator." "I don't understand." The young man's eyes gradually focused, as if he had been caught in Li Lingfeng's pace before he knew it. He had completely broken free from his previous panic and disgust. Ignoring so many people who had been killed by him nearby, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Tell me the truth. If I was never a test subject, why have you been torturing me so cruelly all these years?" "Torture?" Li Lingfeng burst into laughter. Then he suddenly changed his face and glared at Li Jialing. "Boy, you don't know what is good for you at all. You think that anybody is qualified to bear such torture? Let me tell. This is not torture but the most cutting-edge and the most efficient way of training. Too many people are begging for it but can never get it." Training, Li Jialing was at a loss again. His eyebrows and his lips shuddered slightly, and he played the role of a perplexed young man perfectly. "Yes. Only after you taste the bitterest of bitterness can you grow into the best of the best. I do not need to explain such a simple logic to you, do I?" Li Lingfeng sighed and said gravely, "As either a member of the Li family or an immortal cultivator, honing yourself in the cruelest and craziest ways, making breakthroughs on the path of evolution incessantly, and advancing to the unprecedented levels that have never been reached before, that is your destiny. Every member of the Li family has been through that. Everybody tortures, torments, and wets themselves in the cruel environment where only the fittest survive. They tear their flesh into shreds, grind their bones into powder, and burn their guts into ash before they condense all the pieces together and build them into a new self. That is as much the case for you as it is for anybody else of the Li family, including myself. Do you think that I suffered less pain than you when I trained myself at the beginning? It is true that most members of the Li family never shoulder the extreme pain that you had, but that's only because they are unqualified. Those people will never grow into a perfect warrior like you. The destiny awaiting them is to die an unknown death as cannon fodder in an insignificant war, or they'll be dispatched to a remote resource plant under the control of the family, where they will live their boring, tasteless life. Look at the corridor that is filled with guts and broken limbs behind you. Look at your hands that are stained with blood. You should know this already. You are different from those worthless, hopeless guys. That is not your destiny. You were born to dominate the world as the greatest glory of the Li family. Li Jialing stared at the bloody pathway behind him again. This time, he did not tremble but stuck out his long, narrow tongue, licking his lips that were covered in bloody, with voracity beaming out of his eyes. Watching the young man who looked like a ferocious beast that had just been let loose, Li Lingfeng smiled in comfort. I don't understand. Taking a deep breath, Li Jialing regained his tranquility. He stared at Li Lingfeng and asked, why me? You have so many sons, grandsons, and great-grandsons. Why did you have to pick me for such refinement? My parents were only unknown, bottom-level warriors of the family. Or were they? The young man's eyes shuddered as he observed Li Lingfeng's face. Li Lingfeng smiled warmly. It is not what you are thinking. I never attach much importance to lineage. Or rather, whoever has the blood of the Li family flowing in their veins is qualified to be my heir. As for whether or not they are my own offspring, that is not important. What I need is a real expert. There are a lot of useless descendants among my offspring. I despise them as much as anybody else does. Come on. Show me the masterpiece that you have just created, and I will tell you all the truth. Truth. Flames flowed out of Li Jialing's eyes. He stood up without a sound and walked to the bloody pathway. When he accidentally stepped on a few bones on the ground and broke them, he did not even bother to blink. I know you have always been curious about why I picked you from all the younger generations of the Li family when you seemed so plain and unattractive. And more importantly, what was the seal that haunted your head, baffled you, and prevented you from killing about? Roaming among the broken corpses at East, Li Lingfeng said casually, for someone as smart as you, you should have vaguely guessed that the so-called seal is quite similar to the 3 fundamental laws. Li Jialing's pupils constricted violently. He scratched his skull unconsciously. 3 fundamental laws? The Covenant Alliance? Yes. It is a very complicated issue, which can be traced back to the Origin Plan, a program to raise future warriors for the family, personally planned and implemented by me decades ago. Li Lingfeng took out a green, translucent ball from his pocket and tossed it at Li Jialing. This is all the information and data about the Origin Plan. I prepared it a long time ago as a gift for you when you are completely awakened. Blinking his eyes, Li Jialing held the green ball in his hand and inputted a stream of spiritual energy into it. The ball flew from his palm and to the height of his eyes, triggering a panoramic light beam. Infinite information poured down like a waterfall. The Origin Plan was a program drafted and implemented by me in order to raise super warriors for the next generation of the family. It was a bit avant-garde and experimental, Li Lingfeng said. You know that as one of the 4 Kurfürst families, the Li family has always attached great importance to the education of the next generation. Only the elites of the elites can be real members of the Li family. Garbage who have the blood of the Li family but do not want to make a name for themselves should be eliminated without any mercy no matter their parentage. Therefore, almost since the moment they are born, every member of the Li family has to receive the nurturing of the best resources and the harshest training of optimization. However, different people have different talents after all. In many cases, it is already too late after the fetus grows in the womb for 10 months. From the perspective of eugenics, the real training should start from the womb. No, it should start from the zygote, or even before the 2 life seeds are combined. The Origin Plan was exactly such an avant-garde, experimental program to culture and refine the subjects when they are still life seeds. I carefully selected the life seeds of almost 10,000 strong warriors of the family, refined and strengthened them with all kinds of secret arts, and further screened and nurtured them after they were combined into zygotes. Eventually, the 10 most ideal fetuses were chosen. Yes. From the 10,000 carefully selected life seeds, 10 were screened out in the most selective way. They were nurtured with the most precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures, many of which were even directly excavated from the relics of primeval battlefields and likely won't be found again. You can imagine how strong the fetuses must have been. Li Jialing's eyelids shivered. I was one of the fetuses. Precisely. Li Lingfeng smiled. Why else do you think you can boast such strength at such a young age? I still don't understand, Li Jialing said. If it is a program to raise new warriors for the family, why was it never announced to the public but always kept a secret? Also, what are the 3 fundamental laws that have been haunting my head and were eradicated only just now about? Because the origin plan was a complete failure. Li Lingfeng sighed. At that time, I placed the 10 meticulously chosen fetuses near a neutron star to be strengthened by the radiation. But the starships of the Covenant Alliance jumped out of nowhere and tried to seize the products of my careful refinement. In the fierce battle, 9 of the fetuses were destroyed, and the last one was polluted by the foul forces of the Covenant Alliance. It was implanted with their evil seal, which was part of the remnants of the 3 fundamental laws. Well, Li Jialing was somewhat at a loss. It's not like you ran your experiments on the front lines, did you? How did the people of the Covenant Alliance show up? You've asked the most critical question, Li Lingfeng said thoughtfully. You know that the internal conflicts within the Li family are very fierce. Competition is everywhere. Perhaps some people did not wish to see my plan succeed in their struggle for power, and they were even reluctant to see me gain 10 perfect warriors who were much stronger than their peers. Therefore, they accidentally leaked the information, hoping to disrupt my plan with the hands of the Covenant Alliance. All in all, because of the unexpected assault from the Covenant Alliance, the origin plan that cost me years of hard work and tremendous resources was almost entirely ruined. Although one last fetus survived, it had been corrupted by the 3 fundamental laws of the Covenant Alliance. Nobody could tell what kind of person it would grow into eventually. I did not dare expose your existence, either. Li Jialing blinked. Why not? Isn't it obvious? Li Lingfeng said. Because you were already corrupted by then. How could the Li family have kept a monster contaminated by the Covenant Alliance alive? Wouldn't it be a great humiliation for the Li family? Countless people would chastise me with you as an excuse. Li Jialing was silent for a moment. Then he asked, why didn't you destroy me? Li Lingfeng smiled bitterly, with caring light beaming out of his eyes. If I say that I dedicated all my energy and hope into the origin plan, the 10 perfect fetuses were more important to me than my own blood descendants, and I could not bear to abandon my life's work when the other 9 fetuses were destroyed by the Covenant Alliance, would you believe me? Biting his lips softly, Li Jialing pondered for a moment and asked, therefore, you hid my existence, fabricated a new identity for me, and let me live in the Li family as a common member, right? Yes, Li Lingfeng said. In the report that I submitted to the family, I lied and said that the 10 fetuses were all destroyed. The rest is history. Countless eyes in the family were staring at me the whole time. So, I could not arrange appropriate training sessions in the family directly for you. Wu Yinglan, the owner of Manjusaka, is an old friend of mine. Only here can we do our best together to crack the seal of the Covenant Alliance deep inside your soul and boost your potential in order to see the end of the origin plan. This is about everything that has happened so far. The details are all recorded in the Jade Chip. You can take your time to examine them. Jialing, you have every reason to hate me, for performing strengthening and modification on you when you were still a life seed, for not telling you the truth for so many years, and for conducting such cruel training on you. But no matter how much you hate me, I want you to be clear of one thing. Every generation of the most distinguished heir of the Li family has been through the same thing. Pain is the greatest treasure. Whoever grasps the treasure will be qualified to grasp the entire world. Live up to your potential, and don't fail your fate. Li Jialing was stunned for a long time as he listened to Li Lingfeng. His lips shivered for a moment, before he stabbed his fingers into his blood-mottled hair. After thinking for a long time and raising his head to observe Li Lingfeng, he finally said, why didn't you tell me the whole truth before? Firstly, cases such as yours who are corrupted by the barriers of the Covenant Alliance are very rare. Neither I nor Wu Yinglan knew how to crack it without causing any side effects, Li Lingfeng admitted frankly. Eradicating the seal deep inside your brain and your soul with brutal force would very likely damage your soul, which would affect your further advancement in the future and even your ability to think normally. It is a highly infeasible plan. Impose stimulation of a certain degree on you so that your brain will break the seal of the 3 fundamental laws from the inside after tremendous pressure is accumulated there. I believe that this was the best solution. From what I've seen now, I can say that we adopted the right methodology. You have indeed broken the 3 fundamental laws with your own strength. Secondly, and also more importantly, it was for your own safety. You must know that there have always been forces within the family who oppose me. As my position rises higher and higher in the family, more and more people envy me, hate me, and want to overthrow me through whatever means possible. The tallest tree in a forest tends to be destroyed by the wind first. Since I am a common target for everyone, those people are wasting no time looking for my weakness. Think about it. Should they have found your real identity and learned that you were still corrupted, how would they have treated you, and how would they have used you against me? If you had fallen into their hands, you would have really begged to be killed. Therefore, it was for your own safety that I never asked anything about you in daily life and acted as if your life and death was none of my concern. I feared that the eyes that were everywhere would see through the real relation between you and me. I couldn't tell you anything until today, when you completely shattered the shackle deep inside your soul and awakened your real strength. You are now finally able to become a super warrior walking in the daylight representing the future of the Li family. Li Jialing took a deep breath, as if he were caught in a trance by Li Lingfeng's charming words. After a long daze, he said, that explains a lot. Then, what am I going to do next? Li Lingfeng smiled and patted the young man's shoulder where the muscles were still tightened. You have finished your initial training. From now on, you will stay by my side and receive my personal tutelage. Trust me. There are many worlds waiting to be conquered by you, many enemies to be hunted by you, and many glories to be reaped by you. Ha. Ha ha ha. As it happens, we have a reasonably interesting game right now. It is an epic quest regarding Starlight, the resistance group of the cultivators. It is very suitable for you to enjoy yourself. Why don't we go to the control center? I'll ask Wu Yinglan to explain the details to you. Unused to Li Lingfeng's warmth, Li Jialing said in a shivering voice, I don't know. My head is still a mess. I want to be alone for a moment to calm myself down. Is that okay? Of course. Absolutely. I'll ask Wu Yinglan to arrange an advanced suite for you. It's true that you should take a good rest, and clean all the stinky vomit on your body while you're at it. Are you sure you don't need a full physical examination? Li Jialing's body trembled as he said unconsciously, maybe in a couple of days. I'm feeling great right now. Can we do the examination in a few days? Li Lingfeng smiled. Of course. Then, clean yourself up now. I'll be in the control center. Delight and disbelief beamed out of Li Jialing's eyes. Can I really go to the control center? Certainly. Don't forget, Li Lingfeng patted the young man's shoulder heavily again. Of the hundreds of thousands of descendants of the Li family, you are the one that I think most highly of and have dedicated the most effort to. Chances are that you will even become my true heir someday. You can go wherever and do whatever you want. Whatever I want. A hint of animality suddenly flashed inside the young man's eyes, and his lips curled into an aggressive smile. The aggression only made Li Lingfeng smile even more thoughtfully. Li Jialing summoned his courage and said, I have 2 questions. Just spit them out. Whatever you want to know. Li Lingfeng smiled, even more amiably and gently. Firstly, who are my birth parents? Li Jialing asked. They shouldn't be as simple as the pair of inferior warriors that you told me earlier, should they? Indeed, they were not, but they were not dominating big shots either, Li Lingfeng said. Their files are all inside the jade chip of the origin plan. The combination of life seeds is the most amazing thing. It is not always the case that the tougher warriors will produce the tougher life seeds, and the combination of two toughest life seeds may not necessarily lead to the strongest zygote. Too many incalculable factors are involved in the whole process. What matters most is not strength but suitability. Your birth parents were indeed among the best of the family, but they had already sacrificed for the family before the origin plan was initiated. I retrieved their life seeds from the frozen seed bank of the family. The project was also a plan to create a descendant for the heroes of the family. I believe that my action was justified, wasn't it? Their ashes are kept in the Hall of Heroes of the family right now, but I don't recommend that you pay tributes to them for the next year or two. In a couple of years, after your cultivation advances into higher levels and my position in the family is steadier, it will be a good time to completely reveal your secrets. After considering that for a moment, Li Jialing nodded. Fair point. I'll follow your advice and act prudently. With a smile, Li Lingfeng asked, "What's your second question?" There is one question that is of paramount importance. The flames in the young man's eyes were suddenly condensed into blades. You mentioned just now that many people in the family have been opposing you and were even bold enough to sabotage the origin plan by borrowing the strength of the Covenant Alliance, which almost exterminated me when I was still a fetus. Do you have any theory about who was guilty of the incident? Li Lingfeng was slightly dazed for a moment before he replied, "Of course, I am suspicious of a lot of people, but the enemy acted very secretly and mysteriously. I cannot end on bad terms with them until I find any solid evidence." "Tell me. Who was it?" Li Jialing asked. "Who was it that intended to suffocate me as a fetus?" Li Lingfeng hesitated. "Well, it's hard to say. It's really hard to say. I do not want to affect your judgment by inculcating certain preconceptions into your head. Besides, just like me, the enemy is a powerful, upper-class person in the family, and a behemoth that is too gigantic for you to compete with openly right now. It's all right. Just tell me a name that you are mostly suspicious and wary of." "I will not make any move recklessly," Li Jialing said carefully. "No matter how I hated you in the past, I am yours right now after all. It is very likely that the enemy will find your weakness in me. It is very important that I know whom I should be wary of after I return to the Li family, isn't it? Fine. In that case, prick your ears and listen up." Lowering his voice, Li Lingfeng said, one word after another, "I am very suspicious that the schemer who sabotaged the origin plan and almost killed you years ago is Li Linghai, the almighty queen of the Imperium of true human beings today and my dear sister." Inside the hot tub that was filled with simmering steam in a VIP suite of the highest level in Manjusaka, Li Jialing was enjoying brief relaxation and tranquility. He suddenly opened his eyes to observe his almost perfect body in the giant mirror on his opposite side. It was like a combination of a cheetah and a tiger. Every muscle was perfectly mixed with the features of strength and dexterity. He had fought a bloody battle not long ago, but no wounds could be seen. His fair, translucent skin truly seemed to be made of the purest marrow crystals. Every drop of water from his body would raise the most beautiful splash. The young man's eyes were mysterious and sophisticated as he appreciated his perfect and young body. There was not the confusion and panic that he had when he talked to Li Lingfeng a moment ago anymore. Focusing his brainwaves, he sent a message to his abdomen very peacefully. "Why are you not saying anything? I have already scrutinized the room. There shouldn't be any detectophones or prying devices in this advanced suite. It seems that Li Lingfeng is not willing to break the trust between him and me easily now that it has finally been built. The young man's abdomen was silent for a long time before Li Yao's waves finally came over hesitantly. I'm a bit scared of you. Scared of me? Li Jialing was slightly dazed. Why would you be scared of me? In terms of strength, I am absolutely no match for you, and I am almost completely at your mercy with this piece of magical equipment embedded with me. I should be scared of you. Or rather, you should be more scared of Li Lingfeng. No. Although Li Lingfeng is very strong, he is only horrible in the general sense. I have seen and killed too many supervillains like him. Maybe it will be tricky to deal with him, but it is far from scary, Li Yao said. You are different. You are no older than 20 right now, yet you are already capable of digging such a giant pit for Li Lingfeng to jump into. Had I not known that you'd got a secret plan for yourself, I would have thought that you were completely convinced and manipulated by Li Lingfeng based on your conversation with him just now. Little did he know that he was the one who judged you wrong. You are already capable of such blood-freezing things as a teenager. How horrifying will you be if you hide yourself and train for decades? Li Jialing appreciated his perfect body in the mirror with the utmost ecstasy and enjoyment. He said casually, every person I killed deserved to be killed. They were all guards of Manjusaka and have done too many evil things as the fiend's entourage. Too many test subjects died by their hands. It was their karma that they were minced apart by me today. As for deceiving Li Lingfeng. He was deceiving me, too. The origin plan? He really thought that I would be stupid enough to believe that Cr*P? This has always been a dog-eat-dog world of conspiracies and schemes, where everybody can only get what they want and control their own fate if they resort to any means necessary. I only did it to protect myself. Is there anything wrong with that? Should I have listened to Li Lingfeng's bullsh*T obediently to be a slaughter machine of the Li family, just to be harmless and unhorrifying? Li Yao was lost for words for a moment. Then he frowned and said, fair enough. If I were in your shoes, I probably would have made the same choice. However, when I was your age, I certainly did not have your strength, intelligence, and acting skills. If I had met such a big shot as Li Lingfeng at that time, it would have been possible that my whole spine was trembling violently, which definitely would have given me away. Let me think carefully about the source of my unease. Right. It is probably because I'm a little worried about my own safety after appreciating your astonishing performance. I fear that you will kill me to keep my mouth shut someday, considering that I have heard too many great secrets about you after all. Kill you to keep your mouth shut? Li Jialing smiled casually. Touching his marble-like muscles, he said, first of all, I do not intend to climb upward with the power of the Li family, nor am I interested in becoming the heir of Li Lingfeng or the future of the Li family, which will only get me involved in the chaotic, familial conflict between Li Lingfeng and Li Linghai, the queen of the Imperium. I only want to live a free, unstrained life where absolutely nobody can control me. Therefore, even if my identity is exactly what the origin plan describes, so what? I do not want to make use of any resources of the Li family, so I am not scared of my identity being exposed. Who can threaten me with such an identity? Such a great secret actually means nothing at all. Furthermore, the so-called origin plan is probably fabricated or at least has many fabricated parts. Li Lingfeng thought that he could convince me of my origin with a carefully made jade chip that was filled with all kinds of information. I have to say that he underestimated me. Therefore, the speculation I told you earlier has been proven correct. From beginning to the end, Li Lingfeng has never taken me seriously. His real enemies are the big shots on the level of Li Linghai, and 99% of his computational ability and his energy are dedicated to said real enemies. As for me, I am nothing more than a pawn that he can freely manipulate. He thinks it is already good enough to make a crude, lousy trap to fool me. Since the origin plan contains a lot of false elements, it does not seem to be a big deal that it was overheard by you. Thirdly, the Li family is a superfamily that has existed in the Sea of Stars for thousands of years. It has been one of the most powerful, influential forces since the Star Ocean Republic. Its shadow has reached every corner of the universe. If I really want to get rid of the control of the Li family, even if I can kill Li Lingfeng with unbelievable luck, it doesn't mean that the pursuit of the Li family will be over. Perhaps it will take me a lot of years, during which time I will have to kill a lot of people, before I finally get rid of the control of the Li family. If possible, I'm certainly unwilling to compete with the enormous Li family entirely on my own. If I have an ally of mysterious backgrounds but unparalleled strength, is there any reason for me to kill him to keep his mouth shut, instead of fighting side by side with him? Wouldn't I be too stupid if I did that? The universe is a vast place, but few experts are bold enough to go against the Li family. Now that I have accidentally run into one, I almost can't wait to cling to your thigh and ask for your help. Why on earth would I have ill intentions toward you? No. Please don't, Li Yao said. I can vaguely foresee Li Lingfeng's outcome after you cling to his thigh. How can that be the same? Li Jialing chuckled lightly, but his smile this time was devoid of any sordidness and cunningness. It was a simple and sunny smile of a big boy. Scratching his head, he said, "Fourthly, well, you may find it hard to believe, because even I don't believe it very much myself, but I somehow feel that you are a man that is worth being approached and trusted, although I haven't even seen your face or heard your real voice. Forget it. Let's not talk about such childish impressions. Just consider it my imagination." "It is, not necessarily your imagination," Li Yao said carefully. "It is true that you can approach and trust me without any reserve. I guarantee that I am different from Li Lingfeng, or any other immortal cultivators that you have met so far." The young man was slightly dazed as he sensed Li Yao's tone. Authentic confusion beamed out of his eyes for the first time. "We have talked for a long time, but I don't know how I should address you yet." The young man waved his head hard to throw away the feeble confusion. Putting on the carefully feigned expression that looked like a mask, he asked, "Should I call you Senior Li, Fellow Cultivator Li, Master Li, Uncle Li, or Uncle Yao?" "I am not as old as you imagine," Li Yao replied. "If we calculate it thoroughly, I am no more than 20 years older than you. I am a vigorous young man, too. You can call me Brother Yao. The delicate mask on the young man's face was broken again. He slightly raised his eyebrows, as if he were meant to laugh but did not have the courage to. "All right, I'll give you that. You are truly different from all the immortal cultivators that I've met before. Brother Yao. There is no need to worship me. Just consider me your peer. After we get to know each other more, you will realize that, although I am an unparalleled expert with destructive combat ability that can break a world, I am actually very casual, approachable, and simple. All the formalities are unnecessary. You can regard me as a friend." "Right. I want to know more about the 3 fundamental laws in your head, which you did not seem to tell me at the beginning." Staring at his eyes deep inside the mirror, Li Jialing hesitated for a moment before he asked back instead of replying, "Brother Yao, you seem not surprised that a barrier similar to 3 fundamental laws is inside my head, do you?" "Well, is that so?" "Yes," Li Jialing said solemnly. "The Imperium and the Covenant Alliance are sworn enemies, and the Covenant Alliance is best at pouring simulated emotions and wills into the cerebral cortexes of their spies before the spies are sent into the Imperium to instigate riots, raise resistance groups, and steal intelligence. After hundreds of years of development, the technology for the spies of the Covenant Alliance to simulate the feelings of normal people have reached the peak. Even the most advanced Ring 2 test of the Imperium can barely distinguish demi-humans from real human beings. A normal person's first reaction after they hear that there is such a weird barrier inside my head should be wariness, alert, or confusion, shouldn't it? But I did not sense any such ripples from your waves. I felt that you had known it since a long time ago, or you had figured out its reason. Is that true? With a smile, Li Yao said, perhaps, after you've told me everything, I will really be able to offer you a theory for everything. You want to figure out your real origins, too, don't you? Li Jialing's eyelids bounced again. What Li Yao said was exactly what the young man wanted most. Closing his eyes and thinking for a long time, he said, ever since I've had consciousness and memories, I've always been disturbed by a certain uncanny barrier or fear. It was almost like some people are scared of chickens, some are scared of spiders and worms, and some will lose all the strength and collapse after they climb to great heights. Studies have shown that it is the result of the primitive memories that have been deeply embedded into the genes and the soul. Perhaps, in the primeval age a long, long time ago, the ancestors of the chicken were certain species among the dinosaurs that posed a great threat to mankind. Or maybe spiders at that time were behemoths and top predators 100 meters long. The fear and disgust that have been passed on through one's blood, genes, and soul have significantly increased the odds of mankind's survival. As for what I am scared of, it is not chicken, not spiders, not snakes, but killing. To be more exact, it is attacking other people. Brother Yao, you know that the competition within the Li family that I grew up in was very cruel. It was anything but unusual for someone to be accidentally wounded or even killed in the familial training fields. But for me, even if I only watched other people fight fiercely on the training field until their bones were broken and they were vomiting blood, I would feel my heart thumping, my eyes blurred, shortness of breath, and strong nausea, not to mention going into the field to fight in person. I could barely stand on my own feet, much less fight. Thinking quickly, Li Yao observed, of the three fundamental laws of the Covenant Alliance, there is indeed one that dictates human beings must not brutalize each other, not without the command of the Panga clan. So, it actually works in such a way. I was too little at that time to understand what my problem was, Li Jialing said. Other people only took me for a piece of garbage and a target to be bullied who was weak in nature. He. Now that I think about it, those days were indeed tough to live through. Li Yao was silent. In the Li family, which worshipped survival of the fittest and wild competition, it was indeed chilling to think how a bottom-level descendant who was too cowardly and weak to fight others would be treated. No wonder Li Jialing's personality had been shaped into what it was today. Having been growing up in a swamp of darkness irrigated by venom and mucus, could it have turned into a pure and flawless lotus flower? Since a long time ago, Li Jialing said, Li Lingfeng has treated the disease for me. I was too little at the time to tell the difference between treatment and refinement. Other than the weird drugs they injected into my body, the high-dose rays that illuminated my internal organs repetitively, and all the other torture that I would rather forget, Wu Yinglan and him mainly focused their attention on inculcating certain things into my head. It is almost like a transmission of knowledge. Voices, pictures, and data as vast as an ocean flooded into my head crazily, and I couldn't dodge them at all. They were all skills concerning killing, plotting, and so on. He. I must give credit to the big shot of the family for me to be who I am today. Perhaps he did not see it coming himself that I would be refined so successfully one day. However, being familiarized with a certain skill of killing was entirely different from truly dissecting a man into pieces. At that time, despite the enormous physical strength and the skills of killing someone in 100 different ways in half a second, the extreme disgust and fear still haunted me and bound my soul hard. If I so much as felt the intention to kill, my head would go dizzy, my heart would race, and I would have such a headache that I could barely grab a blade, much less putting my killing skills into practice. Therefore, in the eyes of other people, I was still a piece of wretched garbage who was born a weak coward. Then, when was the barrier removed? Li Yao asked. 2 years ago, Li Jialing replied emotionlessly. After a procedure 2 years ago, I discovered that the barrier inside my head had begun to loosen. There was no telling whether it was a result of the procedures or the barrier simply wore out on its own as I grew up, but all in all, I was no longer disturbed by the damn barrier a year and a half ago. Although I never did it for real, I could clearly sense that I no longer had any fear or disgust for killing, and I could kill anybody that stood in my way completely at my own will. After a brief silence, Liao asked, "But you didn't tell Li Lingfeng?" "No. Why would I?" With a cunning smile, Li Jialing added, "In the past, I was only incapable of killing, but it doesn't mean that I didn't have my own feelings and will. I'd been considering how to get rid of the control of Li Lingfeng for a long time. I decided that the key was to prevent him from learning about my actual condition. He may be talking nicely right now, but he was obviously treating me as some sort of test subject. Perhaps 80% of what he said was true. He has indeed dedicated a lot of effort and resources to me, but so what? A tool is always a tool, and a test subject is always a test subject. If I had told him the truth at that time, he certainly would have ushered me into the training of Phase 2. He probably would have given me various kinds of violent missions so that I would work hard and sacrifice myself for him and the Li family. The higher the combat ability that I demonstrated, the more arduous that the missions he entrusted to me would have been. One day, I would die on a certain battlefield for the interests of the Li family as cannon fodder. Why would I do that? Therefore, I chose to hide the mutations inside my brain and pretended to be a useless coward who loathed killing and could not fight anyone, waiting for the best opportunity. In the best opportunity that I envisaged, I shouldn't be at the nest of the Li family, where there was absolutely no way for me to escape, and it would be best if Li Lingfeng could be trapped by certain things or experts. That was the only way that a small fry like myself could escape from the dragnet. Today is probably the best opportunity. I can tell that Li Lingfeng has been starting to lose patience. If my seal was not cracked by the end of this year, it's hard to tell if he would switch to crueler methods to refine me. In the meantime, it is obvious that Brother Yao is not on the same side as Li Lingfeng, and you two are likely to have huge conflicts. So, despite your abrupt arrival and the possible accidents and unexpected factors it will bring, I do not have any choice except to bet everything." Taking a deep breath, Liao asked, "Have you never considered the possibility that Li Lingfeng was not lying? Or rather, is it possible that he sincerely wants you to be his heir and inherit the entire Li family someday, although he lied to you about certain things?" After a brief silence, Li Jialing chuckled. "I'm afraid that you haven't figured it out yet, Brother Yao." Looking at his burning eyes in the mirror, Li Jialing said, "From the beginning to the end, I have never considered being someone like Li Lingfeng. Or rather, I despise the idea of becoming someone like him. Even if he truly becomes the leader of the Li family one day and one of the 4 Kurfürsten of the Imperium, so what? He will only be a spokesperson that the Li family nominated and a component of the enormous machine. He is expected to give his all for the interests of the Li family and even die for it. I do not want to live such a life. I do not want to be restrained or controlled by anyone. I want to be absolutely free. So, even if Li Lingfeng has truly planned a smooth and brilliant life for me, I do not want to live it at all just because he wants me to." As he approached the end, the young man was almost gnashing his teeth in fury. Taking a deep breath, he smiled. "Sorry. I was a bit too excited. Maybe it is because I've been manipulated and repressed for too long. How about it? What's your theory on everything now that you have learned the background? They say that the observers understand a game better than the players in it. As an observer, can you explain the questions that have always bothered me? When Li Lingfeng raised the origin plan, my first reaction was that it was absolutely not to be believed. But on second thought, it seems fairly reasonable that the nausea and sense of fear that disturbed me in the past were the pieces of mutated 3 fundamental laws. So, if Li Lingfeng was lying and there was no such thing as the origin plan, I would never have been corrupted by the foul forces of the Covenant Alliance. What can my problem be ascribed to? It's very simple. Thinking carefully for a moment, Li Yao still decided to say it out loud. You were never corrupted by the foul forces of the Covenant Alliance, but one of your parents was from the Covenant Alliance. That will explain everything. Li Jialing was stunned. It was the first time that Li Yao had seen undisguised astonishment on the young man's face. For some reason, Li Yao had a weird sense of joy. His lips cramping, Li Jialing mumbled to himself, It does seem to make sense. Yes. If they were both from the Covenant Alliance, you would have been bound by the 3 fundamental laws. All your feelings and will would have been eradicated, Li Yao said. However, if you are only half a native of the Covenant Alliance, and the man who passed the blood of the Covenant Alliance on to you was not a pure native of the Covenant Alliance because he was somewhat breaking the boundary of 3 fundamental laws after the many adventures he had, it will certainly be much easier for you to break the barrier that has been inherited by your genes and your soul because it is nothing more than broken fragments. Brother Yao, you said just now that you were scared of me. Li Jialing could not help but hold his abdomen. But I'm starting to feel that you are too immeasurable and horrifying. Have you deduced everything based on the broken pieces of information just now? Why do I feel that you are so certain as if you know it is a fact? Li Yao's own body blinked in the spaceport not far away and said, like you said just now, the observer knows the game better than the players do. Li Jialing sniffed, obviously not satisfied by the answer. But he was too smart to waste his time on pursuing the question any further. The Covenant Alliance, he said gloomily and looked at himself in the mirror, with additional feelings in his eyes. If it's true, how will you feel? Li Yao asked. Will you feel that it is a bit weird? It doesn't matter. The young man took a deep breath and suddenly relaxed. It doesn't matter whether I'm the offspring of cultivators, immortal cultivators, those of Covenant Alliance, or any monstrous creatures. I will always be a free, unstrained spirit. I don't care about it at all as long as other people do not mess with me. But it is obvious that Li Lingfeng is messing with you and even manipulating you right now, Li Yao said. I suggest you pay more attention to Li Linghai. Right. You mentioned Li Linghai at the very beginning of our encounter. Li Jialing's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Why? Assuming that Li Lingfeng has been lying about the existence of the origin plan, and you are nothing more than a perfect test subject that he has carefully produced, it is obvious that he did not invest so much time and so many resources into you because of the spur of the moment. He must have been planning to use you against someone, Li Yao remarked. It is also the reason you asked him who sabotaged the origin plan just now, right? Li Jialing was somewhat surprised and admired Li Yao even more. You've seen through that too, Brother Yao? Of course. Whoever Li Lingfeng accuses of being the schemer that disrupted the origin plan is likely the one that he wants you to deal with. Li Yao smiled. From what I've seen now, Li Lingfeng wants you to deal with Li Linghai. Li Jialing sneered. Like I said just now, I am uninterested in the conspiracies and power struggles of the leadership of the Li family. I'll be a fool if I intend to deal with the Queen of the Imperium. Uninterested is far from enough, Li Yao said. Has it ever occurred to you why Li Lingfeng wants you to deal with Li Linghai? Despite all the cutting-edge refinements you have had, you are no older than 20. With your current combat ability, it's questionable that you would be able to defeat Wu Yinglan. On what grounds does Li Lingfeng believe you are capable of dealing with Li Linghai? Li Jialing frowned. He. Wu Yinglan is not worth mentioning at all. I kept part of my strength to myself just now, but I see your point, Brother Yao. It is indeed a very important issue. Consider such a possibility, Li Yao said. You are deeply connected to Li Linghai in a certain way. Li Linghai is confident that you can deal with Li Linghai not entirely because of your combat ability but also because of the very special connection. Is it possible? Li Jialing was stunned again. Li Yao's words cast him into deep thought for a long time. In the mirror, he was covered in an obscure mist. All you said makes a lot of sense. Li Jialing's eyes were suddenly sharper than ever, tearing apart the mist and staring at himself in the mirror. Who are you exactly? Why do I feel that you seem to know everything? Or rather, you did not show up by accident but had always considered me as your target? Well, that is not exactly the case. My target at the beginning was really not you but Li Linghai, Wu Yinglan, or Manjusaka itself, Li Yao admitted frankly. However, there is indeed something in you that interests me very much, which is the reason I risked approaching you. As for what exactly it is, we'll talk about it after you get rid of the control of Li Lingfeng and I destroy Manjusaka. It will be useless even if we talk about it now. The young man raised an eyebrow. Are you really going to destroy Manjusaka? What, any problem with that? Li Yao asked. Not at all. The young man smiled. That's exactly what I want. Li Yao smiled, too. That's good. On a completely irrelevant note, we have been talking about tricks and schemes all the time, which are truly annoying. Should we change a topic so that we can get to know each other better? The young man frowned. Like what? Like, you can tell me the feelings you had when you grew up or your values and outlook, Li Yao replied. Huh. I'm starting to understand how you got your slightly extreme and sordid personality. A poor kid who lost the protection of his parents at a young age was thrown into such a perilous place as the Li family where strength was all that mattered. He suffered endless bullying and humiliation, and he was sent to laboratories for the cruelest refinement now and then. But after he was granted massive strength through the procedures, he could not unleash the fury and hatred in his heart at all because of the constraint of a weird barrier. He wanted to get rid of the dark fate, but it was such an unparalleled expert like Li Linghai who was manipulating him with a string from up above. He wanted to live a free, unrestrained life, but he was covered in the ubiquitous shadow of the Li family. As time went by, he was gradually reduced to what he is today. How heartbreaking. Li Jialing's lips were trembling as he said in amusement, "What do you mean by the reduced? I'm feeling very good about myself right now." What are you trying to say exactly? All I want to say is that, although fate treated you unfairly, you should not completely give up hope, and you should believe in brightness and justice, Li Yao said sincerely. Try to be sunnier wherever you can. It is not a bad idea to help other people in need now and then, too. Also, it is very important that you do not vent the darkness that other people poured on you onto the innocent people. Wait a moment, Brother Yao, Li Jialing interrupted Li Yao impolitely. What's your problem? Huh? Watch your manners, kid. Li Yao said. Li Jialing turned off the showerhead. Wiping his wet hair, he said, if this is not a trap of fancy words and you do not have a problem, are you one of the cultivators from the tales? Li Yao pondered for a moment. If Starlight was about to launch a massive attack like moths charging into a fire, it was impossible for him to turn a blind eye to their inevitable doom. So, his identity as a cultivator would be exposed sooner or later. At the very least, he would not be able to conceal it from Li Jialing. Besides, he did not want to conceal it. It was not like he could just watch the young man who was suspected of being the blood son of his foster father grow into the most perfect immortal cultivator, could he? Yes, Li Yao admitted straightforwardly. Huh? Li Jialing blinked. You are really a cultivator. Then how come you do not know anything about Starlight? You can consider me a wild cultivator, Li Yao said. Why are you so surprised? You haven't seen any cultivators before? I haven't, Li Jialing replied dutifully. The cultivators, as foolish and childish creatures, went practically extinct hundreds of years ago across the entire Imperium. Occasionally, a few kittens jump out and make some noise, but they barely cause any trouble. To be frank, I'm not surprised to see a few cultivators, but it is indeed beyond my expectation that the cultivators have an expert like Brother Yao among them. How could you have advanced to such a level with your juvenile and idiotic beliefs? It seems that you have some misunderstandings about cultivators. Li Yao smiled, trying to turn the waves that he released into a gentle spring breeze. That's fine. There will be a lot of time in the future for me to discuss the path of the cultivators with you. I believe that you will certainly perceive a lot of things. For example, the greatest service is the service for the people and the country, with great power comes great responsibility, and so on. Trust me. You will certainly be enlightened and reborn. May I refuse it? Of course you can. I am a very reasonable man. As long as you can stop me from sending waves of information to your brain incessantly, you can absolutely refuse it. Come on. Try to resist my overwhelming waves. However, Li Yao said, first things first. Let's go to Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan's control center now and see what those two bad guys are up to exactly. Li Jialing took a deep breath in relief and put on a sloppy robe. Rubbing his belly, he said, okay. But before that, what? Li Yao asked. Li Jialing smiled. I'm hungry. When Li Jialing stepped into the dining room specially prepared for the honorable guests who had come to Manjusaka for trials and visits, he happened to run into a batch of immortal cultivators who had just returned from the paradise of sins after playing or taking their trials. Those people still carried the stench of dust and blood of the land of sins, not entirely freed from the extreme stimulations in the battlefield slaughters. They were swaggering arrogantly and talking loudly. The entire lobby was filled with their laughter. 8. I took down 8 in a row. It feels good. You didn't see it, but the sinners were actually quite clever. They were like rats hiding in a gutter. It was not an easy task to catch their tails. I had to burn all of them in the end. Ha ha ha. Unsatisfying. I haven't enjoyed myself enough yet before I was summoned. Isn't it supposed to better prepare us for the upcoming epic quest, Dying Light? You will definitely enjoy plenty then. Thrilled, the many immortal cultivators raised their cups and toasted themselves. There were also a lot of Li Jialing's peers in the room, who were unqualified to take part in the real trials in the land of sins and could only stay in Manjusaka for simulation training. They could only visit and experience the land of sins in a couple of days after the epic quest was over. At this moment, they surrounded the adult immortal cultivators and listened to their brothers and sisters talking about the stories of slaughter full of envy. Like a moving block of ice, Li Jialing passed everyone and picked the simplest foods from the buffet window. Then, he sat in a corner and began to savor them. Drinking the soup slowly, he shifted his big eyes and stared at the heated crowd. Such direct eye contact meant provocation in many places. You are not hungry, you are just in a mood for trouble, aren't you? Li Yao said. Li Jialing tore the bread into shreds and tossed it into his mouth casually. How did you know? Of course I know. A useless young man who has always been bullied by his companions suddenly gains unparalleled strength. Then, he accidentally runs into the companions who used to despise him. Even an idiot knows what will happen next. Li Yao sighed. Those people are unlucky enough to be here. Li Jialing smiled and intentionally made noises as he drank the soup. As he expected, somebody soon noticed him sitting in a corner by himself. Hey, boy. A few tall and brawny young men of the Li family, just as Li Jialing wanted them to, swaggered up to him with hideous grins. The young man in the lead was 1.5 times the height of Li Jialing, and he had a neck thicker than Li Jialing's waist. His short, spiky hair was as hard as needles. His energy and agitation that had nowhere to be vented seemed to be emanating from his every pore, making his whole body shine in grease. The young man's name was Li Yingxiong. He was one of the guys who ranked top on the ledger, in Li Jialing's heart. Why haven't we seen you in the past couple of days? We were doing the simulation training of the highest level. Where were you? Li Yingxiong knocked Li Jialing's desk so hard that his soup was splashing. You did not hide in fear because you were intimidated by our declaration that day and thought that we were really going to kill you in the simulation training, did you? Ha ha ha. It was just a joke. In any case, there are so many members of other families here. Even if we wanted to kill you, we wouldn't do it until we returned to the Li family. Why would we do it here? It will only make the Li family a joke for everybody else. However, Li Yingxiong suddenly put on a grave face. He roared with additional fury, "The brothers of our family have just returned from the trials in the land of sins. Everybody is greeting them. How dare you drink your soup slowly here? Did you not see their arrival because your eyes are blinded by your sh*t, or have you completely forgotten the rules? Hee hee. Even if your eyes are blinded, have your ears been blocked, too? I'm talking to you. Do you hear me or not?" Holding the bowl with both legs, Li Jialing took another sip of the soup comfortably. Savoring it for a moment, he replied slowly without raising his head, "The soup is delicious." "You are very lucky." Li Yingxiong was slightly dazed. Looking at the members of his family who used to bully Li Jialing a lot, he frowned and asked, "What are you talking about?" "I'm saying," unhurriedly, Li Jialing watched the bottom of the soul bowl, which had been cleared, and smiled. "You are very lucky that the soup here is delicious. So, if you shut your mouth and get lost right now, chances are that I will choose to have another bowl of soup instead if knocking out all your teeth." What? Not only was the tall and brawny Li Yingxiong astounded, the few young men of the Li family in his company were also shocked. Even the young people of other families who overheard their conversation looked at them in astonishment. Over the past few days, the young people of the few families had gathered for training. Li Yingxiong had distinguished himself by defeating a lot of good warriors of his peers in a row. His brutality was pretty well known. Everybody knew that his attacks were heavy, vicious, and aimed at the critical parts, as if they were not training but in a life-and-death battle. Nobody wanted to mess with such a crazy and unreasonable man. But right now, the seemingly ordinary Li Jialing was bold enough to do so. "You heard me," Li Jialing said with a smile. "Do I need to repeat it for you?" Hee hee, Li Yingxiong's pupils constricted non-stop, with crimson beaming out. Thick veins protruded out of his forehead, from which hot steam was popping up. "By the way, do you know why I never bothered to counterattack when you beat me before?" Li Jialing drew a napkin tissue to wipe his mouth before he folded the napkin tissue and said casually, "Because your punches were no worse than the bites of mosquitoes. It could not raise my interest at all, dumb bear." Li Jialing curled his finger and flicked the balled-up napkin into Li Yingxiong's face. Shoal. If he could swallow such humiliation, he would not have been Li Yingxiong. The tall and brawny young man roared crazily and leaned forward, extending his arms that looked like iron sticks and trying to pull Li Jialing up from his seat. He had already grabbed Li Jialing's shoulder and was about to stab his fingers into Li Jialing's flesh when Li Jialing suddenly snatched his wrists, pressed them hard, and dragged him backward. He was dragged over the dinner table and thrown onto the ground heavily, covered in dust. Everybody was shocked. The dinner room was caught in silence. Even the adult immortal cultivators who had just returned from the trials in the land of sins observed the fight between the two young men with great interest. How is it possible? Li Jialing. Although most people could tell that Li Yingxiong did not use his full strength, or even barely used any spiritual energy, in the attack just now, it was still beyond everyone's expectations that Li Jialing could catch and fling him away. "You!" Li Yingxiong jumped to his feet immediately, with brutality and killing intent beaming out of his eyes. Li Jialing's unexpected throwing just then did not really hurt him. But such great humiliation in public was certainly an unprecedented blow to his mind. Li Yingxiong felt that his ears were humming in congestion, and his eyelids were twitching fast. He could see nothing but Li Jialing's mocking gaze. His heart pounded like drumming, repeating the same melody that asked him to kill the young man. It was not until then that Li Jialing glanced at him casually and then moved his eyes down at his waist. A small vibration dagger was hanging from Li Yingxiong's waist, which mostly served as a multipurpose tool. He did not think to draw his dagger before, but Li Jialing's shivering eyes reminded him. Grinning hideously, he plucked the dagger and lunged at Li Jialing. To this moment, Li Yingxiong had still maintained the last bit of his sanity. He knew that such a public fight, especially one witnessed by the members of many other families, was best kept without anyone dying. Otherwise, his outcome would not be good after he returned if he brought shame to the Li family. Therefore, he only planned to intimidate Li Jialing with the dagger and cut a few wounds on Li Jialing's face so that the boy would pee his pants and run away. But out of his expectations, although Li Jialing had acted so confidently and casually a moment ago, he panicked upon seeing the dagger get drawn. He jumped from his seat and tried to escape, but his left foot was blocked by a chair. Losing his balance, he sent his neck, and the carotid artery in particular, to his dagger. Li Yingxiong was slightly dazed. He did hesitate for a moment, wondering if he should stop cutting the throat of the boy in public. If he was truly going to do that, it was best to be done on a training field. But very soon, he did not need to hesitate anymore. The moment his dagger pierced Li Jialing's carotid artery, or rather, Li Jialing's neck volunteered to crash into the tip of his dagger, the uncertainty in Li Jialing's eyes turned into ecstatic mockery. In the blink of an eye, Li Jialing's carotid artery brushed past the vibration dagger narrowly. Then, Li Yingxiong's wrist hurt so excruciatingly that his dagger somehow fell to the hands of Li Jialing before it circled Li Yingxiong's neck as fast as lightning and stabbed deeply into his chest, completely mincing his heart. Li Yingxiong bulged his eyes. Blood darted out from his ripped neck and his pierced chest, while he stepped back and collapsed to the ground, cramping. Li Jialing lowered his head, not interested in looking at the guy anymore. He went to the buffet window for a second bowl of soup and sat back in the corner where he had been standing right next to Li Yingxiong's body that was still cramping, continuing to enjoy the delicious hot soup slowly. The quick and clean skill of killing shocked everyone. Even the adult immortal cultivators narrowed their eyes and looked at Li Jialing and his seemingly weak hands in disbelief. "Did you have to kill him?" Li Yao asked. Li Jialing said, "Do you not feel that this is more suitable for my character? I believe that Li Lingfeng must be observing me through a certain channel right now in secret. Only with such a performance can I completely satisfy him and relieve him of his suspicions, right?" "What? You think that the big silly bear looks like an innocent good guy who does not deserve to be killed?" Li Yao thought for a long time and shut his mouth. The clattering noises of crystal suits echoed from outside the dining room. The guards of Manjusaka arrived. Although the immortal cultivators worshipped the doctrine of survival of the fittest, it did not mean that anybody could attack each other anytime and anywhere. Without the restrictions of certain laws and rules, the order of the whole society would collapse. It was one thing to accidentally hurt someone in a training field, but it was a whole other thing to intentionally kill someone in a street fight. However, many people had seen with their own eyes that it was Li Yingxiong who provoked Li Jialing first, attacked first, and drew the dagger first. In the end, he even stabbed the dagger at Li Jialing's carotid artery. Considering the power of the vibration dagger, the attack could indeed have been fatal. Therefore, Li Jialing's counterattack when his life was under threat was not exactly a violation of the rules. Although many people who were smart could tell that what Li Jialing had done was certainly not a counterattack in self-defense, nobody really cared about the details. So, it truly came as no surprise that Jialing was led away by the guards not to a brig or a temporary prison cell but directly to Li Lingfeng, who was smiling in delight. "You really couldn't wait, could you?" Li Lingfeng smiled. "You hadn't enjoyed enough killing?" "I only wanted a bowl of soup in peace." Li Jialing shrugged. "It was the big bear who messed with me first. I couldn't swallow the humiliation meekly anymore, could I?" "Well said," Li Lingfeng said happily. "From today, you don't have to be meek to anybody. But how am I going to explain it? Li Jialing said. I'm not asking how I should explain killing the big bear but how to explain why I suddenly turned so strong. Remember, Li Lingfeng replied, the strong do not explain. Li Jialing was slightly dazed. With brilliance beaming out of his eyes, he said softly, got it. Then, where are we going now? To the stream center of the Heavenly Eye Group. Leading the way in the front, Li Lingfeng said casually, like I told you before, I have been sincerely raising you as an heir. To become a real powerful and influential expert, combat ability alone is far from enough. You also have to recognize the logic and methods of the operation of our world. Only when you completely figure out the logic of the operation of our world can you expect to control the entire world. Control the entire world? Li Jialing mumbled. I don't understand. Come with me, and you will understand it. With a casual smile, Li Lingfeng said, you know that the government of the Imperium of True Human Beings was founded on the basis of true human beings ruling over hominoids. The true human beings are the essence and future of mankind, the winners in the race of evolution, and the 1% of humans whose true selves are awakened. The other 99%, the hominoids, are just ignorant, human-shaped beasts, abnormal creatures who do not have independent thinking and pure emotions, and inferior goods that are born to be entangled by laziness, cowardice, and all other negative factors. Making the hominoids perceive the significance of their life and their great responsibility to boost the advancement of the civilization of mankind as burning fuel is the greatest problem that the Imperium has faced in the past 1,000 years. In the past 1,000 years, true human beings used to manage hominoids through simple and straightforward approaches. At that time, the Imperium was still in the phase of great expansion. Despite the enormous threat of the Covenant Alliance at the central battlefield, we were finding new territories all the time in the rear and could earn incessant resources and slaves from the new territories, which brought benefits to all hominoids. Therefore, the world at that time when the conflicts of the two parties hadn't escalated operated based on such logic. However, about 300 to 400 years ago, the Imperium passed the phase of high-speed expansion. It had been a long time since a resourceful, populated sector was last discovered. Even if some discoveries were made occasionally, the cost of exploration, conquest, and shipping after the establishment of space gates significantly outweighed the profits that the new worlds could possibly bring. In other words, the potential earnings of the Imperium's expansion had dried up. We were forced to find more resources from the territory and the population that we already had in order to compete with the Covenant Alliance. Li Jialing listened attentively, as if he were enthralled by Li Lingfeng and was receiving the man's edification sincerely. Li Yao also pricked his ears. He was very curious about how the immortal cultivators viewed the natural-born contradictions between true human beings and hominoids. Li Lingfeng sighed and went on. When the Imperium arrived at the limits of expansion about 400 years ago, its comprehensive national power began declining. The hominoids went on a strike or riot every now and then, which significantly diminished the strength of the Imperium and deprived the Imperium of its competence in the war against the Covenant Alliance. A typical example of the escalation of the situation was the failure of Black Wind 100 years ago. Highly sensitive about the words Black Wind, Li Yao could not help but shiver lightly. Are you referring to the fiasco of the Black Wind sector? Li Jialing asked. Exactly, Li Lingfeng said. In the battle, 5 worlds of the Imperium including the Black Wind sector were swallowed by the Covenant Alliance. One might say that it was a crushing defeat unlike anything the Imperium had ever witnessed for hundreds of years. Most importantly of all, the Imperium could not mobilize more troops for the time being and reclaim those 5 worlds, not even one of them. Such a debacle completely woke all the immortal cultivators from the illusion, forcing them to reflect on the feasibility of the logic in which the world operated. The 100 years from that time to this day have been the age of revolution for the Imperium. Almost all insightful people have been working hard to reflect on the old true path of immortality and government. They have also raised all kinds of optimization and improvement plans. It is not wrong to say that the drastic changes that have taken place in the Imperium in the past 100 years are more intense and profound than those in the past 1,000 years in total. For example, slaughter streams? Li Lingfeng smiled and nodded in approval. Yes. You are smart enough to see that the so-called slaughter stream is much more complicated than a simple game. It is a whole set of lifestyles that are extremely cheap in cost and most suitable for the hominoids to vent their redundant energy and dissatisfaction. Through the thrilling battle scenes shot from the first-person perspective, the streaming platform's tipping and chat functions, and the myriad of talent shows and lotteries, it is very convenient to control the eyes, brains, and souls of the hominoids. In the end, not only are we gaining astronomical revenues from the slaughter stream platform, we can even conquer and control all the hominoids, including those who do not belong to the Li family, after bypassing the traditional barriers of power and the nominal leaders without them knowing. This is why I have invested a great amount of money in the Heavenly Eye Group to build the slaughter stream platform. While talking, Li Lingfeng stopped at the end of a pathway and smiled. We're here. Li Jialing looked at his feet. Bluish arcs extended gradually from the surroundings and congregated into a circle. The floor inside the circle slightly shivered and sank, bringing him and Li Lingfeng into a gargantuan, hollow sphere. The place looked like a magnificent ball-shaped palace. The arced wall of the room was covered by glittering light beams that flashed non-stop. But what was manifested on the light beams were not the scene streamed from the land of sins but faces that were anxious, excited, angry, scared, or extremely twisted. Right next to every face was a series of information and parameters that poured quickly like a waterfall, reflecting weird brilliance. Countless workers flew without a sound in the spherical palace on floating discs, like ghosts that were feeding the heads. What is this place? Li Jialing swallowed hard. Shouldn't we be visiting the stream center? Yes. But it is highly unnecessary for us to watch the boring games in the land of sins, Li Lingfeng said. They are the viewers who are watching the slaughter stream right now and a sample of targets that we have randomly selected for investigation. We implanted some small information feedback chips on their terminals, which will collect all the physiological and mental changes when they are enjoying the slaughter stream. Their breath, their heartbeat, their secretion of adrenaline, and the rhythm of their brainwaves are all under our observation. After analyzing and calculating the big data of their feedback comprehensively, we will be able to find out their needs more accurately and provide more exciting and irresistible shows for them. More importantly, we can grasp and even interfere with their ideas based on that. Ideas? Li Jialing mumbled. Yes. Maybe you will find out later that it is very easy to destroy a living enemy, but it can be terribly difficult to eliminate an idea. With a weird smile, Li Lingfeng replied, but today, we are trying to completely eradicate an idea with the platform of the slaughter stream, the idea of the cultivators. Li Jialing slightly trembled, and his eyes widened. Wu Yinglan, the owner of Manjasaka, slowly ascended on a floating disc with his hands behind his back. My lord, everything is set now. Wu Yinglan bowed to Li Lingfeng gracefully. The branch of Starlight below the ground is about to find their temple, and the branch in space should be arriving in the space zone that we expected to launch the suicidal attack very soon. Everything is within our control. The most splendid scene of Dying Light, the epic quest, will come on at any moment. Very good. Li Lingfeng nodded in satisfaction. However, I must trouble Lord Wuying to explain why we planned the epic quest first. Looking at Li Jialing, Wu Yinglan said with a smile, are your wounds better now? Do not blame me for giving you a hard time earlier. Li Jialing looked at Li Lingfeng and then at Wu Yinglan. Swallowing, he could not help but observe, I understand that you have long been aware of the existence of Starlight, and you set up the trap with bait, hoping to catch them up once and for all. But I do not understand why you have to put the whole battle on the streaming platform. Isn't it too childish and risky? Won't the enemy notice any issues in it? Wu Yinglan smiled and shook his head. Please rest assured. We have meticulously calculated which pictures can be shown to the public and which ones must be kept a secret. No information that shouldn't be leaked will be leaked. Only when the enemy launches a general attack with no turning back will we open all the cameras and pictures so that the audience of the entire Imperium will see for themselves how the pitiful and pathetic organization of cultivators is entirely wiped out. As for your accusation of us being childish, this is definitely not a spur-of-the-moment thing but an ultimate action that we have been forced to adopt in order to completely destroy Starlight. Li Jialing was somewhat at a loss. I don't understand. Is Starlight very difficult to destroy? No. In fact, it is not very difficult, but almost too easy, to destroy them. Approaching the young man, Wu Yinglan grinned. Did you know? Ever since the earliest members of Starlight fled to the Sea of Stars in panic after the Martial Meritocrat sector was conquered by the Imperium, Starlight has been destroyed 41 times in total over hundreds of years. Every single time, the army of the Imperium completely destroyed all the personnel, chains of command, and secret bases of Starlight, ensuring that there were no lucky escapees or shelters that they could hide in. But before long, or even as the old Starlight was smashed into smithereens, a new Starlight would pop up from the depths of the mines on a certain remote planet. They are like lice, cockroaches, and rats that you can never finish killing. Why? Li Jialing mumbled. Ideas. Wu Yinglan pointed at his head. The Imperium only destroyed the bodies, weapons, and bases of the cultivators of Starlight but never their ideas. Ideas are the most dangerous things in the world. They are invisible and ubiquitous. They may seem unpredictable, but they can wield the power to collapse mountains and transform a world. They can turn cowards into animals, animals into warriors, and unorganized mobsters into an iron-blooded army. It is useless to just destroy Starlight and kill all the cultivators. Before long, someone will be corrupted by their naive but dangerous ideas and establish a new Starlight for their generation, which is passed on generation after generation and spreads from one world to another. In the end, the new Starlight may be deformed and completely different from the Starlight from the Martial Meritocrat sector at the beginning, but they share the same group of damn ideas. It is practically impossible to completely kill such ideas. The more cruelly the cultivators are hunted and slaughtered and the more blood they shed, the more greatly their images as tragic heroes will be shaped, which will attract more and more desperate hominoids and bottom-level immortal cultivators to join the side of the cultivators and establish a new Starlight. They are like cancer cells. After you kill one, two will be proliferated. The more killed, the more emerge. It can be truly annoying. Therefore, although the Star Ocean Republic was replaced by the Imperium of true human beings 1,000 years ago and the massive resistance forces of the cultivators are long gone, the cultivators who cause minor trouble for all have never been completely eradicated. They caused minor trouble 1,000 years ago, and 1,000 years later, after being erased 41 times in total, they are still causing minor trouble today. I really can't think of a more unreasonable thing. This is the key to our problem. Ideas can hardly be killed, but they can be contorted and deconstructed. In order to prevent the cultivators from causing minor trouble again, besides destroying them physically, it is very important for us to change their roles as tragic heroes into a character that all the hominoids are amused by and gain pleasure from. The role that they are going to be changed into is clowns. Li Jialing tilted his head and began to think carefully. Instead of killing them directly, transform all the cultivators into clowns? With thoughtful brilliance flashing inside his eyes, Wu Yinglan replied, yes. It is useless to destroy their fleshly bodies as we've done the previous 41 times, although it is quite easy for the Imperium. It is a shame that even if their bodies are burnt up to ash and their bones crumble into powder, their idiotic but dangerous ideas will likely continue spreading. At first, the ideas may be as harmless as the weakest cold viruses, as if they have truly gone extinct. Tales of the cultivators are sometimes not heard for decades. But the day will come eventually when a small bunch of people are corrupted by theories that have disappeared for decades and become a new generation of cultivators, causing minor trouble in the Imperium again. Did you know? According to our investigation, the Starlight that has popped up this time did not even have a single person whose spiritual root was awakened at the beginning. It was merely made up of a group of idiotic miners who did not even know what they were doing. But after decades of development and absorption of depressed immortal cultivators and scoundrels of all trades, they have transformed it into a rather troublesome force. We captured a few core members of the new Starlight. They admitted frankly that they had nothing to do with the Land of Sins or the Martial Meritocrat sector. They did not even know that Starlight originated from the Martial Meritocrat sector. All they had heard were some ungrounded, ridiculous legends that worshipped Starlight and the cultivators. In those *T legends, the cultivators of Starlight was like an undying phoenix that would be reborn in fire time and time again. All the sacrifices were meant for it to be stronger the next time it was reborn. Some of the legends were told from person to person and first made by a wrinkled, dying old man at the beginning. Some came from jade chips and crystal processors because the previous 40 Starlights left something before their destruction. The thing about rumors is that the more bizarre and appalling they sound, the more people will buy them and the faster they will spread. All in all, the universe is too vast a place. Despite the speed and ferocity of the Imperium's army, it is difficult to annihilate an insurgency organization of cultivators immediately after the news that it is on the rise in a certain border space zone. As a result, Starlight is truly carrying a mysterious, heroic, and soul-stirring halo, and more stupid people will believe in the legends of reborn in fire. Therefore, even if we completely destroy the Starlight today, it will only begin a new cycle of rebirth. Before long, a new Starlight will emerge, perhaps established by a bunch of exhausted miners, perhaps by furious bottom-level soldiers, and perhaps by hungry famers. No matter how weak and unattractive it may seem at the very beginning, as long as the banner of Starlight is set up, it will mean a small victory for the cultivators. Do not overlook the cultivators, Li Lingfeng added. Although our greatest enemy right now is the Covenant Alliance, the cultivators have been the earliest enemy of the Imperium. Those guys have not been completely annihilated after 1,000 years. Their vitality is truly stronger than that of the cockroach. But after the epic quest, it will be practically impossible for the cultivators to deceive anyone in the future because we will not grant them a chance to make a valiant sacrifice. Wu Yinglan operated his wrist crystal processor quickly. The arc-shaped light beams around the sphere palace changed quickly, displaying the pictures on the surface of the Land of Sins, below the ground, and the space zones near Manjusaka. Starlight has 2 branches. Other than the one in space, some of their cockroaches are below the Land of Sins, too. They have not been completely extinguished in the past hundreds of years, Wu Yinglan explained. However, I found an opportunity decades ago to send one of my spies to the underground world of the Land of Sins. I plan to completely demolish the underground branch of Starlight with the intelligence provided by the spy, but the spy's performance was unexpectedly remarkable. It seemed to be a waste to just deal with the underground branch. As it happened, the slaughter stream platform of the Heavenly Eye branch gradually climbed to the peak, and its influence spread throughout the Imperium. So, I began to consider a new possibility. Li Jialing raised his head and looked at the enormous light beams floating before him. On the light beams, all the remaining earthly dragons of the underground branch of Starlight were clearly visible. Their most accurate coordinates had been locked onto by the immortal cultivators. Some of the earthly dragons even had spying chips in them, planted by the immortal cultivators. The conversations among the excited or exhausted cultivators could occasionally be heard. It could also be seen that they were wiping their magical equipment, touching their blades, and assembling the firearms somewhat nervously, waiting for the arrival of the final battle in the temple and the global sword network system. Do you see it? Those cultivators are waiting for the sacred sacrifice ravenously. Wu Yinglan chuckled. They think that attacking the city in the sky will be the most splendid, glorious, and tragic battle of Starlight in the past hundreds of years. They are not worried about whether or not they will win because even if they do fail eventually, as long as they have made the gesture of a massive attack and caused the slightest damage to Manjusaka, the story will certainly grow into a new legend after much exaggeration, the legend of the undying cultivators, which will charm another bunch of fools and turn them into new cultivators in the near future. This is exactly their plan. It doesn't matter whether they win or lose. All they want is a valiant death. They want the almighty Imperium of true human beings to admit that cultivators are a concept on par with the immortal cultivators so that they can spread their ideas with the opportunity. Nothing more. It is a shame that none of the cultivators will realize that the tragic battle to attack the city in the sky has been planned by the immortal cultivators from beginning to end. Also, I have stuffed a lot of our own men into all the procedures. They think that they are initiating a sacred battle. Little do they know that it is only a live stream and a game, and they are nothing more than the entertaining clowns and toys in the game. Look here. We have been able to monitor the cultivators' every move and hear their unbelievably idiotic declarations since the very beginning. Those declarations, if switched to a different scene and supported by some stirring music, may indeed be a bit attractive. But what if we add some canned laughter here with certain funny sound effects? What if we pave a few unctuous comments on their faces? As a result, when the targets that the cultivators want to win over most, namely the hominoids that make up 99% of the population of the Imperium, watch the scenes that we have carefully prepared, what will their impression of the cultivators be? Will they consider them warriors like moths darting at the fire and mantises stopping a car with their forearms, or clowns who do not know what they are doing at all? And here, do you see it? This is the underground main battlefield that I have carefully devised, the Temple of the Cultivators. To make it more mysterious and enticing, I even fabricated the notion of a cultivator that had been lost for 1,000 years. It was not exactly my personal creation but a rumor that spread through the past goddamn Starlights. It was nothing more than the image of an ancient cultivator and an almighty, invincible god that was made up randomly to boost morale. It must be noted that this is a resistor that does not exist at all. How can the Imperium kill him or disapprove his existence? Today, in the game that we have carefully prepared, the cultivator that has been lost for 1,000 years will show up as a clown and tell all the people of the Imperium how hilarious the cultivator's beliefs and hopes are. The preparations in space are as thorough as below the ground. All in all, the dragnet has already been opened, and all the traps have been set up. All we need to do is capture every look on the cultivators' faces from hopefulness to frustration and then to desperation. We will watch how spectacular their faces are when they learn that the sacred destiny that they have been dedicated to at the cost of their own life is nothing more than a game that is planned by other people. We will even involve the general public and the hominoids deeply into the game and give them the impression that cultivators are worthless wretches and targets to be mocked and derided, and that everything is under the control of the Imperium and the immortal cultivators. When caught in desperation without any hope, many people are willing to be tragic heroes who march forward relentlessly without retreating. The feelings of fighting in blood until they collapse on a mountain of corpses in exhaustion can even be rather romantic. But in any case, absolutely nobody is willing to be a fly in a transparent glass jar, where their every move will be observed clearly by other people. What hilarious and pathetic wretches they are. This is exactly the case for the cultivators of Starlight now. They're wretches in a transparent glass jar. We will try to kill as few of those wretches as possible and simply try to capture them alive to deliver them to Manjusaka for refinement. We will let them realize how stupid and hilarious their beliefs were. They will certainly develop a profound understanding about the truth path of immortality after they are completely reborn. Trust me. After they completely figure out the truth and receive modifications in Manjusaka, they will certainly undergo drastic changes that touch their souls. Then, the processes in which they receive modifications and regret their past can be made into stream shows, too. They can also be arranged for a speech tour nationwide in the entire Imperium. Although the procedures can be complicated, I believe that this is the best way to completely destroy the cultivators and their ideas without leaving any hidden problems for the future. Li Jialing listened attentively in silence the whole time. Finally, he complimented sincerely, "What a great idea. I believe no one will ever want to become a shameful cultivator after such a carefully planned war stream." Having been complimented sincerely by the young man who was refined by himself through a lot of procedures that he had performed on himself before, Wu Yinglan could not help but smile. Exactly. I never blindly believe in absolute violence. Or rather, true strength is always much more complicated than simple violence. Survival of the fittest is doubtlessly a truth, but there are too many factors that decide what is fit and what is not besides one's combat ability. At the very least, it is impossible to completely destroy the ideas of the cultivators today purely with violence. Got it. Li Jialing nodded thoughtfully. Then he looked at Li Lingfeng and asked, "However, why did you bring me here to watch this, and why are you explaining everything to me?" With a smile, Li Lingfeng said, "The war stream to annihilate Starlight is not very important. What matters here is that I want you to see this new strength, the strength to catch eyes and manipulate people through the media. It has been decades since the slaughter stream was first planned, but in the past, it was mainly used to make profits and soothe hominoids. To be honest, that is only the tip of the iceberg of its real potential. But today, after hearing Lord Wuying's explanation, you must have vaguely realized how enormous and immeasurable the iceberg hiding below the surface of the ocean is. Such strength can narcotize or stimulate the will and emotions of billions of people, making them caught in our logic or even think in a seemingly independent way according to the shows that we have carefully planned. Such strength can turn someone into a hero in only a couple of days if not hours, and a hero into a devil in several minutes. At the most critical moment, it can even be used to seize and control the entire universe. This is only a minor test to annihilate Starlight, the insurgency group of cultivators. The key is to find a mature pattern and figure out a way to inculcate our ideas into the brains of all the targets, thereby controlling them without them knowing it at all. If we can do that, the value of the platform will be inestimable, and it can be used to do many interesting things. Li Jialing frowned and mumbled, "Is it possible?" "Of course it is. Don't underestimate the influence of the slaughter stream." Wu Yinglan chuckled. "Did you know? Among the hominoids on many remote resource planets in the Imperium, there are truly a lot of people. Especially adolescents. They often end up on bad terms with their parents and even kill their parents to loot their money, just to participate in our stream shows and derivative games without caring about anything. You cannot compare your wisdom and thinking pattern to the hominoids. We are all brand new human beings that are highly evolved. We have a profound understanding of the operational logic of the world. Naturally, we will not be deceived by such petty tricks, but the hominoids are no better than the ignorant animals. It couldn't be easier to manipulate them. Greed, indulgence, jealousy, pride, anger, laziness. As long as we start from the fatal weaknesses of humanity, the hominoids will cry, laugh, or hate their parents if we want them to. In the end, their entire souls will be absorbed by us. Only the world in the slaughter stream is the real world, and the world and family next to them become groundless, unimportant things. We are their supreme gods. It is completely possible and exactly what is going on right now." Li Jialing sniffed. "It really sounds like a grand design. Then, what is the role that I am going to play in such a magnificent project? I don't suppose you refined me at the cost of so much time and so many resources just to build a loyal viewer out of me. Wu Yinglan and Li Lingfeng looked at each other and both chuckled. What? You still hate us? Wu Yinglan said with a smile. You have no idea how much Lord Li treasured you. Most of the refinements that were performed on you had been tested countless times prior. I even tried many of them on myself to check the effects and the safety before they were applied to you. Despite the agony, there were absolutely no fatal dangers. In the entire Imperium, few young men can ever enjoy the privileges that you have enjoyed. Now, you have made a significant breakthrough in your training, and your future is nothing but promising. Are you still going brooding over the insignificant things in the past? Although you are young, you are definitely a smart man. So, I won't beat around the bush with you. Li Jialing patted Li Jialing's shoulder heavily. I brought you to Manjusaka partly to continue your treatment and remove the weird seal inside your head, and partly, if it succeeds, to turn you into a new hero. Turn me into a hero? Li Jialing was truly somewhat stunned this time. Me? A hero? Yes. A hero, a star, and a super idol that will be popular among the teenage boys and girls in the entire Imperium, loved by both the hominoids and bottom-level immortal cultivators. After a series of operations, you can even become the spokesperson of the notion of slaughter, streaming as the god for countless hominoids and low-level immortal cultivators. Li Lingfeng explained his plans incessantly while waving his hands. The war stream this time to annihilate Starlight is of a reasonable scale and difficulty. It is the best opportunity for us. We do not even need to introduce your identity and origins or reveal your real appearance at first. All you need to do is arrive from the sky and go on a killing spree in a cool crystal suit when the cultivators lose all hope and begin their final, futile resistance. Through the war stream of dying light, you will leave a deep impression on the hearts of countless people in the Imperium. After that, a series of soul-stirring, mind-boggling quests will be arranged for you so that you will soar into the sky and become a real superhero. Li Jialing looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. Is it so hard to accept? Li Lingfeng smiled. Speaking of heroes, you killed one just now, Hero Li. His father is definitely not easy to deal with. After you return to the family, I fear that you will be faced with a medium crisis, but I will not help you directly. I've been thinking about how I can stuff you into the channel of ascension of the family, but the regular routes of elimination and upgrade are really too slow. The vetting and education that can take decades are too much for both you and me. Therefore, it is not a bad idea to simply bypass the plethora of screening procedures within the family and go down a new path. We will create a very charismatic superhero from the outside. Then, it will be easier for me to do a lot of things for you. Am I suitable for that? Li Jialing asked after a brief silence. What, are you not confident in your strength? I am not confident in my origins. Everybody within the family knows that I am the child of a pair of inferior warriors. That is what makes you perfect. We have decided to continue using that cover story, Li Lingfeng said. Ever since the establishment of the Imperium of True Human Beings, the idea that anyone can be successful as long as they work hard regardless of their origins has always been promoted. Born in the bottom class but not giving in to fate and striving all the way until success, this is the image of the most standard immortal cultivator of the Imperium and the image of a most attractive hero. Wu Yinglan sighed added, it is a shame the Imperium has endured 1,000 years. When a tree is too huge, there will always be dry branches. After 1,000 years, all kinds of conflicts and accumulated problems are gradually revealing themselves. The consolidation of social stratification is a very serious problem among them. I wonder, have you heard a popular joke among the immortal cultivators right now, Lord Li? If a father is in the nascent soul stage, his son will arrive at the nascent soul stage. If a father is in the core formation stage, his son will be in the core formation stage, too. The highest levels that most people can reach are exactly what their parents reached earlier. As a result, a lot of middle-level and bottom-level immortal cultivators who do not have resources and connections are restless. It is not entirely bad if they are too frustrated and give up trying, but I'm afraid that some of them may develop other nefarious intentions, which can be quite damaging. Hominoids are all mobsters. There is nothing to be scared of however many riots they launch. But the middle-level and the bottom-level immortal cultivators are the foundations of the Imperium. If even they cannot see any hope and are filled with grudges, the problem is truly rather grave. I couldn't agree with you more, Li Lingfeng said. This is not the age of Blackstar the Great anymore, when everything flourished like a morning sun and everyone was full of ambition, ready to burn themselves for the civilization of mankind. The immortal cultivators today are no longer the immortal cultivators from 1,000 years ago. Our society is decaying, and every generation is worse than the last. How many people can still prioritize talents over everything like me and worship the idea that whoever is strong and has enough potential is qualified to inherit my resources and strength regardless of whether or not they are my blood descendants? Li Lingfeng shook his head disapprovingly before he focused his eyes on Li Jialing again. However, this only further highlights your preciousness. As a common descendant in the family with unattractive talents, you never gave up despite all the humiliation you suffered. Through your own hard work, you finally changed your fate miraculously and distinguished yourself in the boundless sea of stars. This is almost a perfect image. How about it? Would you like to give it a shot? The young man was caught in hesitation and silence. Or rather, he seemed to be caught in hesitation and silence. After a long silence, when he raised his head again, there was both desire and ambition in his eyes that had been raised by the persuasion of the two big shots and a little bit of wariness that came from his natural instincts. Biting his lips, the young man hesitantly asked, "Can I ask you a question? What is your ultimate goal in fabricating such a hero with so much effort?" Li Lingfeng was silent for a moment. Sighing softly, he said, "If I said that everything we have been doing is only meant for self-protection, would you believe me?" Li Jialing blinked. Self-protection? The strength we talked about just now to manipulate people through the slaughter stream as a super platform is extremely fragile and can easily be completely demolished despite its magnificent power, Li Lingfeng said. From the large-scale infrastructure across the sectors, to the information connection to all the planets in a certain sector, and even including the terminal devices that meet our demand. Too many uncertainties are involved in the project. A lot of people, whose minds are rigid and obsolete, fear new, unknown strength. They believe that said strength poses a threat to the old order that they have established with starships, chainswords, and electromagnetic whips. Therefore, they have made up their mind to destroy our cause without considering anything else. Some other people see the value and potential of the strength and want to steal it for themselves. They extend their blood-sucking tentacles to our cause like shameless parasites, draining every bit of the achievements that we have made after 100 years of hard work. As the saying goes, the tallest tree catches the most wind. Wu Yinglan and I have come this far while holding the concept of slaughter stream, just like going against a fiercely burning torrent. We must tread lightly with every step, and we are faced with the threat of countless storms and arrows every second. One moment of carelessness, and we will be shattered and mired in an eternal doom. In order to safeguard the cause that we have created through so much hard work, we have no choice except to continue moving forward and prove the strength of slaughter stream. We will attract more capital and resources, gather greater connections, build images that are more vivid and impressive, and make a superhero that everybody in the entire Imperium knows. Only in such a way will those guys with ill intentions have to think carefully before they lay their fingers on us. Do you understand? Li Jialing's eyelids were slightly shivering. He asked in disbelief, with your position in the Li family, and Lord Wuying running the game as a member of the royal family, are you still scared of other people's greed? Royal family? Wu Yinglan said with a self-mocking smile. In the Imperium of true human beings, the royal family is the cheapest of all things. After 1,000 years of dispersion, there are at least 1,000,000 people in the Imperium with a surname of Wuying, 99% of whom are common workers and dealers. Even the branches that are close to the main bloodline like me are also too many to be counted. When the specific interests are concerned, nobody cares if you belong to the royal family. The higher you climb a mountain, the colder you will become. Like I said to you before, the higher I reach within the family, the more people eyeing me in secret. Pausing for a moment, Li Lingfeng glanced at Wu Yinglan. This is not much of a secret for Lord Wuying. Take Li Linghai, my good sister and the almighty queen of the Imperium, for example. She is an absolute conservative who feels natural disgust toward any mass information dissemination that involves the entire Imperium like slaughter stream. She believes that such an approach eliminates the capital's authority and has always been thinking to take slaughter stream away, or to destroy it once and for all if she can't. Narrowing his eyes, Wu Yinglan added, "The queen is a tough one. Everybody in the imperial terminus sector knows that the brilliant and unstoppable emperor, who has just defeated the Covenant Alliance and is ambitious enough to be a second Blackstar the Great, is actually a piece of useless CR*P with more ambitions than talents. Had it not been for the manipulation of the queen, he could not even have launched a single battle." Yes. Li Lingfeng sighed. Who could have thought that my sister, who purely focused on the advancement of personal strength, would grow into such a terrifying person someday? She is even cold-hearted enough to show no warmth to me, a blood brother who shares the same parents with her. Now that she has set her eyes on us, what can we do except try our best to protect ourselves? He patted the young man's shoulder again to sense the shivering muscles of the young man and grasp the subtle changes in his mind. No matter how many misunderstandings you may have of me and Wu Yinglan because of our doings in the past, I hope you can understand that it is for your own good. I would very much like you to join our cause. Whether or not you join us, you are one of my guys in the eyes of outsiders. Nothing can change that. If our cause collapses one day and Wu Yinglan and I are both despised and doomed, there is no way that you can stay out of this business. A lot of people will catch you and slice you up to study, trying to figure out the origin plan and the secrets of your refinement in Manjusaka. Then, you will understand what hell really looks like. How about it? Do you need some more time to think about it? Li Jialing looked at the enormous light beams on the wall of the spherical palace he was in. Inside the light beams were the pitiful wretches who were caged in transparent glass jars, which were darting at what they thought was light, only to crash into the transparent glass and bleed hard. Time and time again, they never regretted even if they were killed. That will be unnecessary. Narrowing his eyes, the young man put on a mysterious smile. It seems rather interesting to be a hero. However, can I spend some time in the Beehive prison? The Beehive prison? Wu Yinglan and Li Lingfeng looked at each other and asked curiously, "Why do you want to go there? Didn't you say just now that you want me to arrive from the sky in the coolest crystal suit and go on a killing spree?" Li Jialing smiled. Of course I need to prepare myself well in order to fully unleash the strength that has been suppressed for more than 10 years. I want to select a few crystal suits and find a few tough prisoners in the Beehive prison to enjoy myself with. Killing someone like Hero Li felt like stomping on an ant, which was not fun at all. Of course you can. Overjoyed, Wu Yinglan nodded quickly. You have just cracked your seal. It is indeed necessary for you to do some adaptive training in order to activate your full potential in the shortest amount of time possible. I can help you create an independent training area down there and capture a batch of the toughest experts from the Beehive prison for you. You can play with them however you want. That is too troublesome. I think I'll simply go to the Beehive prison and look for agreeable targets on my own. Li Jialing licked his lips ravenously. I vaguely have a feeling that a couple of experts are far from enough to fill my stomach. I wonder, will Lord Wu Ying's experiment plans be affected if too many prisoners are damaged by me? Ha ha ha. Wu Yinglan laughed and waved his hands. Just rest assured and play however you want. After the battle, we will have a copious supply of test subjects. Alright. If Lord Li has no objection, I'll have someone lead you to the Beehive prison. It will be your playground. Looking at Li Jialing, Li Lingfeng said with a smile, I have no objection at all. Ah Ling, I know that you have always been a very smart kid. Besides, even the most idiotic fool would have known what choice was in his best interests after so many years of edification by us. You can do whatever you see fit in regard to training. If you come across any questions, feel free to ask me. But you won't have too much time. In 2 days at most, the most splendid scene of our epic quest will begin. By then, we will choose the most soul-stirring and blood-freezing moment for you to cut in. Then, I'll be off now. Li Jialing nodded. Then, as if he suddenly recalled something, he said, right. There's still something insignificant that bothers me. Both of you claim that the ideas of the cultivators are both stupid and dangerous, and I, for one, believe that only fools and idiots will believe in such things. But why have so many people put their faith in them despite all the examples in the past 1,000 years? Well, about that, looking at the young man's eyes that were filled with curiosity, Li Lingfeng replied somewhat helplessly after a brief silence, perhaps it is because there are simply too many fools in the universe. At the 9th dock in the peripheral spaceport of the city in the sky, a ragged carrier was floating in the void. All the cargo and crew had been cleared. The starship was ready for a full maintenance and upgrade. However, dozens of starships were waiting in line for maintenance and examination. It wouldn't be the unattractive carrier's turn for at least a couple of days. Therefore, nobody knew that an infuriated expert in the divinity transformation stage was squatting in the most inconspicuous part of the carrier. Killing both the body and the mind, the immortal cultivators are too outrageous. Furious, Li Yao slapped his thigh hard. Not only are they going to destroy the cultivators physically, they are also going to tarnish our spirit and our soul. What a bunch of sordid, shameless, filthy, inhumane, animalistic scumbags. Not exactly, the mental devil said solemnly. I feel that the methods through which the immortal cultivators are dealing with the cultivators share a lot of similarities with how the cultivators dealt with the immortal cultivators in the Star Glory Federation in the old days. At that time, the Federation also focused more on destroying the ideas and the spirit of the immortal cultivators than on destroying their physical bodies. Is that so? Of course. Instead of sentencing Su Changfa, an immortal cultivator, to death, the Federation appointed him as a professor in a major college. The man was caged and kept like a rare, endangered species for the criticism of other people. Wasn't it exactly like what Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan are doing today? As I recall, you were the one who came up with the idea. You said similar things such as, ideas can never be killed, didn't you? Did I? I don't remember any of those things now. That's fine, the mental devil said. Why don't I retrieve the sound and picture from your brain and help you refresh your memories? That will be unnecessary, Li Yao said. I remember everything now. That sounds more like it, the mental devil said. You thought that everything was under your control, and the immortal cultivator Su Changfa was nothing more than a turtle caged in a tank, unable to cause any trouble again. Therefore, you wanted to turn him into a living textbook and use his insignificance and ugliness to highlight your own magnificence and brightness. But little did you know that you would screw everything up in the end, and the freak Lu Qingchen was raised. You almost did not have a chance to rectify the horrible mistakes that you made, right? Thank you for your reminder, Li Yao said. I have completely recalled everything. But our focus this time seems to be the sordid, shameless tricks of the immortal cultivators. I don't think we need to mention the past. Let's try to concentrate on the game here and now. The key is still on the little monster, Li Jialing, the mental devil said. Just like you absolutely couldn't have seen the arrival of the little monster, Lu Qingchen, who smacked your face hard. In the end, If you were not lucky enough to have a large batch of experts including myself wiping your ass for you, you would have been kicked to your hometown selling salty eggs. Li Jialing today is exactly the same. He can certainly grow into a person like Lu Qingchen as a key to crack the trap. Also, Wu Yinglan and Li Lingfeng look rather weaselly and unblessed. I don't think that they will have your luck, and not so many unexpected experts will jump out to wipe their asses for them. But I do believe that many will come to take advantage of their trouble. Can we stop talking about Lu Qingchen? On a floating disc, Li Jialing followed 3 managers of the Beehive prison and moved slowly down the metal pathway that led to the prison. He was wearing a mustard seed combat suit that was as thin as paper but extremely tensile, which highlighted his every muscle. The combat suit also had glittering strengthening systems of crystals and rune arrays on his chest, abdomen, and joints, which covered him in a warm halo and further added to his mysteries. His athletic clothing and the ambitions and desires in his eyes that could barely be disguised made him look like a standard young immortal cultivator who had just begun his career and could not wait to control the entire world in his hands. Li Yao sent a wave inside the young man's stomach, which rose all the way to his brain along the nerves in the spine. Hey, what's on your mind? Why are you not talking? You aren't having cold feet and thinking that you would rather stay here, right? Li Jialing smiled. Why do you ask that? Because I think that Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan's words sounded rather reasonable, Li Yao said. The conditions that they proposed were rather enticing. Turning you into a superhero that everybody in the entire Imperium knows. TSK, TSK, TSK. I think that at least 99 of 100 hot-blooded young men have dreamed of being a superhero. Are you an exception? Even if they are only making use of you, they would certainly not kill the egg that lays golden eggs at the very beginning. Whatever schemes they may have for you will definitely not take place until you have already been made into a superhero. So, are you really not tempted by the idea? If you are worried that I will go back on our deal, you are simply overthinking it, Li Jialing said casually. Firstly, as I told you before, I wanted to live a free, lawless life where nobody gives me any commands. I have no interest in becoming the heir of the Li family, the spokesperson of the Slaughter Stream platform, or a superhero. Secondly, even if I am truly going to be a superhero or I want anything for myself, I will earn it with my own hands. The schemes of other people are highly unnecessary. A fabricated hero, however awesome and popular they may appear, is simply a poor fly locked in a transparent glass jar if we get to the bottom of it. They must carry out Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan's orders all the time, accept the styles that they set, and live in their shadows for the rest of their lives. Hee. What kind of hero is that? Thirdly, I can tell that their plan to make a hero is not as simple as it appears to be. Did you hear it just now? Li Lingfeng mentioned the name of his sister again. It was the second time in only half a day. For some reason, I vaguely feel that Li Lingfeng is trying to inculcate an idea into my head without me knowing it, which is that Li Linghai, the Queen of the Imperium, poses a grave threat to my existence. He wants me to believe that Li Linghai tried to destroy me when I was still a fetus and that I will be sliced for studies if she catches me right now. Is it my imagination? No, it is not, Li Yao said. That is exactly what Li Lingfeng meant. He wants you to develop this misunderstanding, wariness, and even enmity toward Li Linghai. Enmity? Yes. That seems like it. Li Jialing curled his lips and narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Why does Li Lingfeng want me to grow strong enmity toward Li Linghai? Besides, what does it matter even if someone as insignificant as me grows hostile to the almighty Queen of the Imperium, and what blow can it possibly be for Li Linghai? It is really worth studying. In any case, however meticulous Li Lingfeng's plan is, he has made a fatal mistake. He has underestimated me too much. He did not underestimate you, he underestimated the abilities of himself and Wu Yinglan. Or rather, they tried too hard in your project, Li Yao said. I'm afraid that he hasn't realized to this moment what a terrifying monster he has raised after all the refinement. As it happens, the little monster that is already terribly tricky to deal with by himself now has the selfless help of a cultivator with profound wisdom, strength, and integrity. I'm afraid that his life will end before he has the opportunity to challenge Li Linghai. May I ask you a question? Li Jialing asked. As I said, all the formalities are highly unnecessary. You can ask me whatever you want to know, said Li Yao frankly. Some descriptions of the cultivators are involved in the education of the Li family, Li Jialing said solemnly. The textbooks and the pamphlets all depict cultivators as hypocritical, shameless people who always talk big but waver at the critical moment, which leads to infinite disasters and encumbers the entire civilization. Also, the last years of the Star Ocean Republic controlled by the cultivators were an age of corruption and decadence. That's why it suffered the intrusion of the Covenant Alliance and was crushed. As a result, the Imperium was forced to clean up the mess left by the cultivators the moment it was established, and the job hasn't been done yet after 1,000 years. Before, I always acknowledged such a theory. No, it seems very reasonable to me even to this moment. However, I am now getting very curious after seeing how seriously Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan were just now and how Starlight emerged again after it was destroyed 41 times. What are the real cultivators, and what is their real path? The floating disc slightly shivered, and the 3 gates up ahead that looked like lotus flowers opened slowly. Greeted by overwhelming screams and roars, they had reached the Beehive prison. The real cultivators, in a sunless tunnel below the surface of the land of sins, under the dim lights in the earthly dragon, Jingyun, the one-armed female warrior of the resistance organization, was thinking the same question. Han Te and Lu Li sat cross-legged next to her, looking at her with a thirst for knowledge. The Fist King was sitting nearby. He was staring at a delicate little furnace. On the plate of the furnace was the synthetic meat that he was broiling for the 2 little fellows. It was a hard-earned moment to catch their breath, or the last tranquility before a great war. All the exhausted warriors had fallen asleep. The 2 little fellows were the only ones who were energetic enough to harass the female conduction of Cloud Penetrator, hoping to learn more about the cultivators. In fact, I don't know what real cultivators are either. I never even thought of becoming a real cultivator at the beginning. At first, my parents were cultivators, so I was naturally a cultivator. Later, I only wanted to avenge my parents. It's as simple as that. If you want to listen to great philosophies, you will have to invite Wei Longtao to teach you. He can talk about them for 3 days and 3 nights without repeating anything. Jingyun scratched her bald head, somewhat embarrassed. Then, as if she suddenly recalled something, she put on a sincere smile. In fact, leaving aside my parents' identity or their revenge, I perhaps would have never thought of being a cultivator. To this moment, I cannot forget the feeling when I dug out of the ground for the first time and saw the high sky and the vast land. At that time, I had a very great or hilarious dream. I wanted to do nothing for the rest of my life except find a village and build a house on such a boundless land beneath the high sky, instead of being chased every day below the ground and using weapons for pillows at night. I would simply sit on the threshold of my house and stare at the sky every day. That would be my greatest gratification. If I could ever live such a peaceful and carefree life, only an idiot would ever think of becoming a cultivator. Ah, looking at each other in bewilderment, Han Te and Lu Li sighed in mixed feelings. That is more or less what we thought in the past. We hoped that the village of peace would forever be peaceful, and we could just live on the boats without worries. Swimming, fishing, and watching the sky while floating on the surface of the water. Nothing could be more enjoyable than that. With a bitter smile, Jingyun agreed. Yes. It is a pity that such a life will never be reality in the land of sins. Even the experts as strong as the Fist King and leader Xiahou can never really be free and untroubled, can they? Not only is it impossible for us to live such a life, we can never even live a worried and insecure life. We are nothing more than the mice in their laboratory. We live if they want us to live, and we die when they want us to die. So, is there another option other than to revolt against this world? If you ask me what constitutes the real cultivators, I believe that it should be resistance. This world is wrong. A normal world and a normal life shouldn't be like this. Although I do not know what a correct world should be like, I absolutely cannot endure the world we are living in right now. I would rather die with it than be part of its filth. Although they were in the sunless underground world, Jingyun was still emitting vague glimmers, as if she was made of the minerals that had been condensed and compressed below the ground for billions of years. The two little fellows considered her words in silence. Moved by the radiance from her body, they felt as if an unknown strength was growing inside their own bodies, too. The meat is ready. Eat it now. The Fist King brought over 3 plates and 3 forks. He gave a piece of meat to Jingyun, too, besides the two little fellows. Jingyun tilted her head and watched the Fist King and the broiled meat in his hands for a long time before she finally remarked, "I didn't know that you were such a Fist King." Although I do not need to refill fat and protein personally, regular human beings have to take food every day, the Fist King said casually. Only when someone is fed will they have the strength to train and fight. The deliciousness of the food will certainly influence their combat ability. In order to set their battle state to the optimal, I must take every detail into consideration. Is it really a surprise that I am a cooking master? Jingyun laughed and thanked the Fist King. Then she extended her hand to the Fist King sincerely and said, "Fist King, I think you are very different from the common bandits in the land of sins. How about it? Are you interested in joining our organization and destroying this damn world as a cultivator?" "I have no interest in becoming a cultivator." The Fist King rejected the offer without any hesitation. Pausing a moment, he said, "But I am very interested in destroying this damn world." After a brief daze, Jingyun laughed in amusement. "It makes sense. In fact, I think I am exactly the same. I don't care what real cultivators should look like, and my sole interest is destroying this damn world. Or rather, every generation of people has their generation's destiny. For our generation, it will be good enough if we can blow the land of sins to smithereens. As for the mission to build a new world from the ruins, that will be the concern of Hante, Luli, and their generation because we will certainly have died on the battlefield to destroy the old world." Hante and Luli were chewing the delicious meat when they heard Jingyun mention them. They both raised their heads and looked at the bald female warrior. "No, you won't." Waving her fork, Luli said in a hurry, "Sister Yun will certainly live and see a beautiful new world. Your dream will come true. You will establish your own small but beautiful house in a field where the sky is clear and the clouds are low. Then, you will do nothing but watch the sky and the earth from the threshold or the room every day, living a free and enjoyable life." Jingyun smiled. Azure and white colors truly flashed in her eyes that were almost transparent, as if the entire sky had floated to the bottom of her eyes. She was almost moved to tears by the image, but the azure and white colors disappeared as quickly as they appeared. She soon regained her previous calmness and toughness. "Judging from the elements of rocks and the forsaken tunnels we excavated today, we are getting closer and closer to the legendary temple. We are in contact with a few other earthly dragons that dispersed to escape earlier, too. At least 1,000 warriors have survived. Everybody is marching toward the temple from various directions. By our estimation, we will locate the temple tomorrow and activate the global sword network." With the underground glimmers dancing inside her eyes, Jingyun chewed the meat on her fork and said in a low voice, "However, the immortal cultivators are following us closely. It is very possible that they will reach the temple immediately after we do. There is bound to be a fierce battle. It doesn't matter whether or not I will survive the battle or ever build my own house in the future. But even if I must die, I will definitely activate the global sword network and shoot Manjusaka down. I really don't know what it will be like tomorrow. Tomorrow, Han Te and Lu Li grabbed Zhou Jingyun's warm right hand and cold left hand, declaring solemnly and piously, "Tomorrow will be better." The Fist King observed them in silence as his crystal processor squeaked and gathered everything he saw and heard into his database and his logic circuits. Inside his logic circuits, a certain thing similar to a virus but much more subtle was slowly growing. Gao Kangda stood on the messy bridge of Great Mountain and stared at the thousands of brilliant stars in the profound universe. The stars that dazzled his eyes reminded him of the gunshots and the sword auras that had butchered his brothers 20 years ago. Great Mountain, maneuvered by Gao Kangda, was one of the most enormous starships in the coalition attack fleet of Starlight. However, it was not a super-heavy cruiser or an expedition aircraft carrier produced in the regular military dockyard of the Imperium. 455 years ago, it had set sail from a civil dock for the purpose of prospecting, excavation, and exploration in deep space. In other words, it was a mining starship that was designed to perform excavation work on dangerous zones that were frequented by radiation and cosmic storms and on asteroids and stone belts where fixed mines could not be established. Gao Kangda became the deputy manager of the mining room of Great Mountain 30 years ago, which was the highest post that a hominoid could have possibly reached. From that day on, he learned every screw of Great Mountain as clearly as he knew his own fingers. Ever since they seized Great Mountain 20 years ago in an uprising, getting out of the control of the Immortal cultivators and joining Starlight after a long journey, he had regarded Great Mountain as his wife or even his child. Every cabin, every piece of plate armor, and every additional turret that was attached to Great Mountain had been planned in the most meticulous way after days of restless consideration. To outsiders, Great Mountain was practically an amalgamation of garbage and an iron beast with all kinds of abnormal tumors. Cooling pads, heat-proof plates, and metal components of unknown purposes were everywhere on the surface of the starship, leaving the impression that the starship would fall apart on its own while sailing in the sea of stars before the cannons of the Imperium shot it down. It was even questionable whether or not the starship could perform a space jump. However, Gao Kangda and his brothers whom he had fought side by side with for decades were the only ones who understood the sturdiness and reliability of the giant garbage starship. They knew how it helped them resist the most violent cosmic storms, the fiercest stone belts, and the most dangerous space ripples. They understood how it ripped the enemy's defense line against the bombardment of the army of the Imperium, shattering those high and mighty B***stars into smithereens as if they were raw minerals. Other than giving birth to a child, Great Mountain can do anything. Except for the capital of the Imperium, Great Mountain has the courage to barge into any place. It was the firmest belief of all the crew of Great Mountain, including Captain Gao Kangda. But when he thought of the attack they were about to launch tomorrow, Gao Kangda, who had survived countless sieges, could not help but secretly gulp in fear. After the battle, the big starship that had acted as a home for him and countless other people for decades would very likely fall apart and become a piece of enormous garbage floating in the sea of stars. But did they have any other choice? If they had a choice, they would not have launched a great uprising 20 years ago but kept working as dutiful miners and making a living with their handicraft. God knew that Gao Kangda and his brothers were the most diligent and trustworthy workers. None of them were sly, lazy slackers. It was already dangerous to mine in the deep parts of the planets, and it was 100 times more perilous to travel among the highly unstable stone belts due to the radiation, shooting stars, and cosmic storms. For hundreds of years, their forefathers and them had gritted their teeth through everything. There was no telling how many precious minerals they had collected for their company and the Imperium with their hands and their bones. They had practiced highly painful techniques in order to increase their physical strength, their sturdiness, and their anti-radiation abilities. They had performed modifications on their organs with special gene medicines and strengthening drugs, even taking energy pills for a long time until they collapsed at their post after days and nights of work. Such things were anything but unusual for them. Nobody ever had any complaints. It was all for the country and for the civilization of mankind. But why was the country and the civilization of mankind so difficult to satisfy? The annual ration of mining for everyone was higher and higher, but because all the places that were slightly steady and favorable for mining had been emptied, they had to step into the dangerous zones that were full of radiation, high-energy particles and extremely unstable stone belts, which naturally led to a drop in the mining efficiency and a drastic increase in the casualty rate. Could the low morale and the unsteadiness of productivity be attributed to their laziness? Gao Kangda had explained the logic to the management of the Immortal cultivators countless times before. His brothers had truly tried their best and were even too tired to vomit any blood. But the management did not care in the slightest. The electromagnetic whips with thorns in the hands of the foreman were brutal and excruciating. One whip was enough to blow a piece of flesh off, 2 whips could break a couple of bones, and 3 whips would blow the soul out of a miner's body. In the end, seeing that it was impossible to exploit any more value from the miners, the company was even considering introducing a few fully automatic mining and purification assembly lines with spiritual puppets, replacing all the human miners with the mining machines. The workers had been engaged in the mining work for generations. Other than detecting the minerals, digging the minerals, and refining the minerals, they were incapable of anything else. Besides, in the stone belts that had a terribly harsh environment, there was nowhere else for them to live. If the mining puppets replaced all of them, how would they survive? Gao Kangda still remembered the panic and anxiety in the mines at that time. Devastating rumors were spreading everywhere, which claimed that they were about to be sent to the front line as cannon fodder now that they were useless, or that they would be given some ragged starships that could not even perform space jumps but only sail in regular voyages before they were kicked out. In the boundless universe where the resources were scarce, it would be a dead end for them in starships that could not perform space jumps and find a habitable planet with an atmosphere and an ecological cycle. With the ragged starships that were only capable of regular voyages, it might not be possible to fly out of a galaxy even after decades if it cruised at a speed at 0.5% the speed of light. It was obvious that the management were replacing the living human miners with cold, lifeless spiritual puppets. The management went to a lot of effort to suppress the rumors and soothe anxious miners, but the final solution was essentially the same as the rumors. The sect that Gang Kangda and his fellow miners belonged to decided to give them a batch of small, complementary mining starships that were terribly outdated as well as resources that were only enough for their survival of the next couple of years, as compensation for their lifelong devotion. They were asked to embark on a journey to more dangerous, chaotic space zones that were filled with more radiation, storms, and unexpected factors for prospecting and mining, but they would have no technical support or logistical supplies. All their future revenue would belong to themselves, but there would be no liability between the sect and them anymore. Nobody could accept such a result. The miners, as well as their family, had been living on the enormous mining starships for generations. The enormous mining starships that could easily be dozens of kilometers long were not only their workplaces but also the homes to the grandfathers of their grandfathers. They were born in the middle of the rumbling noises as rocks were shattered. They grew up next to the scorching power furnaces and in the gloomy cooling chambers. They found their dates in the filtering rooms where dust flew all the time and had their offspring in the cabins that were narrow and cold like iron coffins. But when they hugged each other hard and held their hands, even the iron coffins were the warmest homes. Yet, the management were about to banish them and their family from their own homes into a small mining starship that could barely be called a can. They would be sent into the dark, cold universe, where they would slowly die at the speed of a snail. They had no choice but to launch their resistance with the brawny muscles and iron bones that they had earned after hundreds of years of crazy training and natural selection. The day when the manufacture ship with the most advanced assembly lines for fully automatic mining puppets slowly sailed into the unsettled space zone, almost 10 million miners and their families who were distributed throughout 42 enormous mining starships in the various mining areas of the unsettled space zone could not withstand it any longer. They launched an unprecedented uprising that was later known as the Unsettled Riot. The uprising came with a gory price. For hundreds of years, in order to increase their work efficiency as much as possible to compete with machines, the miners had been practicing all kinds of techniques crazily and almost turned their fleshly bodies into iron machines. They also had the assistance of the weapon-like magical equipment such as power pickaxes, drills of mystic rays, and mining crystal suits. Since the tools could smash the hardest rocks, they definitely had a chance to blow on a hole through armor. They had the absolute numerical advantage, and their morale was higher than ever when they were all determined to sacrifice themselves. But they were not well-trained soldiers. Faced with the immortal cultivators who were fully armed and had been practicing killing skills since the moment they were born, the miners collapsed wave after wave like wheat fields that were being reaped. Eventually, they succeeded in destroying the manufacturing starship of puppets and killing almost all the management of immortal cultivators in the mining areas. But the siege of the regular army came in no time. Of the 42 enormous mining starships, only 3 were lucky enough to escape. The other enormous starships all ended up as the most brilliant fireballs. Including Gao Kangda's blood brother, millions of miners and their families shed their blood in space, dying without a burial. At that time, everybody was intimidated by the overwhelming combat ability demonstrated by the regular army. The 3 mining starships initiated space jumps in a panic. Gao Kangda had no idea where the other 2 starships ended up. They were perhaps completely ripped apart by the cosmic storms in the 4-dimensional space, or perhaps they were blown somewhere unknown at the edge of the cosmos by the wind. Regardless, his own starship performed 9 space jumps in a row and finally escaped from the siege at the risk of tearing apart the main framework of the starship. Following that, Gao Kangda and the surviving miners drifted for a long time in the Sea of Stars, living a nomadic life. They were about to degenerate into space bandits who had given up all moral boundaries for survival when they ran into Starlight. They then lived several years in peace. However, Starlight was having a hard time itself in those years. After he became the captain of Great Mountain, to better command the big starship that was among the best in Starlight, Gao Kangda spent quite a lot of time reading and figured out many things that he did not understand in his ignorance before. Then, as if he were reborn, his cultivation soared, and he reached the core formation stage after only 20 years, even though he had only broken into the refinement stage after the Great Uprising. The new height allowed him to understand lots of things. He naturally knew that there had been an unpredictable and awesome Starlight a long, long time ago. But he also knew that the real Starlight had been destroyed almost as long ago, and the Starlight that he had joined was nothing but an organization that a bunch of mobsters established under the banner of the predecessors. It was not even the first duplicate. Dozens of Starlights before them had already been annihilated by the Imperium. The members of the Starlight they had right now were of complicated origins. Some were the miners who had been forced into desperation due to the rise of automatic mining puppets. Some were farmers who had lost their land because of the harsh environment after the planet was highly developed. Some were even the immortal cultivators who had failed their familial competitions and had run away because they were wanted by their families. They were completely unorganized mobsters. Everybody had different backgrounds, beliefs, and desires. Many people even could not say what they wanted exactly. They were merely huddling together to warm each other up, and they were essentially no different from old outlaws who dominated a forest and lived their unconventional life. No specific guidelines, no common beliefs, and no bases that they could rely on. They had been active solely based on the idea that they had to do something big. It was actually a surprise for Gao Kangda himself that the Starlight of the new generation had existed for decades without collapsing. However, every dream would come to an end someday. In the years back, the Imperium had focused all its attention on the Great War against the Covenant Alliance, unable to spare any troops to eliminate the annoying lice that they were. But as the Imperium secured a winning streak on the warfront and entered the phase to consolidate the war benefits, the noose that was tied around the neck of Starlight grew tighter and tighter. Their areas of activity narrowed, and their days became tougher. Just like cockroaches and rats had natural instincts about their doom, the resistance warriors of Starlight like Gao Kangda had a vague feeling that they could not escape from the cataclysm anymore. But they were caught in a dilemma and could not come up with any countermeasures. It was impossible for them to defeat the enemy. Most of the starships of Starlight were modified half-armed carriers, mining starships, or comprehensive refinement starships, like Gao Kangda's Great Mountain. No matter how many starships they had and how intimidating they might seem, they were nothing more than a well-prepared appetizer for the elite fleets of the Imperium. Surrender was not an option. They had all committed great crimes. Many of the former immortal cultivators were thorns in the flesh for their families or sections. Their outcome would be even more miserable than death if they were caught by their old nemeses. After thinking for a long time, they all agreed that there was only one last choice, which was to do something really big and die a gratifying death. Therefore, when the underground branch of Starlight deep inside the Land of Sins, or the Martial Meritocrat sector that Starlight originated from, figured out a way to reach out to them and proposed the plan to attack Manjusaka in coalition, they were both surprised and delighted. Taking a long breath, they finally felt that they were relieved. None of them were scared of death, but living in the darkness of space in worry and fear and hiding from the enemy all the time without any hope was too much suffering for anyone. Instead of living like a thief all the time, they might as well challenge the immortal cultivators with everything that they had. Even if they were killed in the end, the name of Starlight would at least resound throughout the universe. As the captain of Great Mountain, Gao Kangda had his voice among the decision-makers of Starlight. He agreed to fight the immortal cultivators in the most valiant way, too. After all, the worst outcome to be expected was only death, and he should have died 20 years ago in the unsettled riot. Even to this day, he could not forget the feeling when he knocked a power pickaxe into the skull of an immortal cultivator, and the guy's blood and brains splashed over his face. That was what an uprising should be like. The 20 years of his escape since then had been too humiliating to be recalled. He dreamed of his brothers and sisters who had been killed miserably every night. They all stared at him with their white eyes. "Let's do this," Gao Kangda mumbled to himself. "Don't be anxious, everyone. I'll join you tomorrow. But before I do, I am going to fight a satisfying and glorious battle to avenge everyone from the unsettled space zone, and I will show the immortal cultivators the strength of the cultivators." Tomorrow, looking at the shivering stars far away, Gao Kangda was once more mired in the violent flames that had swept across the entire unsettled space zone. Not far away from his great mountain, dozens of starships that were equally bizarre, ragged, and rusty were lurking and waiting for the arrival of the next day uneasily. When Gao Kangda, a resistance warrior of Starlight, was waiting for the moment of the valiant sacrifice, on a most advanced semi-automatic mining starship in his hometown dozens of sectors away, Gao Xiaojian, his brother, who was thought to have died in the unsettled riot 20 years ago, crawled into the loyalty room while waving 8 enormous mechanical limbs like a spider. The unsettled space zone and also Gao Xiaojian himself were entirely different from 20 years ago. The mess and destruction during the riot years back in the unsettled space zone were completely gone. Instead, it had become a model mine that was rather famous in the few resource worlds nearby. After the plummet of the revenues as caused by the Great Riot, the malfunctions of the fully automatic spiritual puppets in the cosmic storms, and most importantly of all, the great reduction of logistical pressure due to the elimination of 95% of human miners, the Unsettled Alliance, the sect that governed the unsettled space zone, finally admitted that it was a terrible idea to replace all humans in mining or any other work solely with spiritual puppets. Humans were the wisest of all creatures. Even hominoids, the inferior products among them, were not to be completely replaced by the silly spiritual puppets. Therefore, after a few fully automatic mining fields and mining starships, which were totally unmanned and only remotely monitored, encountered serious accidents in a row, skilled miners such as Gao Xiaojian were introduced back to the mining work again. Of course, to better improve the work efficiency and their cooperation with the spiritual puppets, great modifications had been performed on their bodies of flesh and blood, too. Basically, other than the brains that maintained their ability of independent thinking, all the parts in their fragile and delicate bodies had been removed and replaced with iron bones and external components that could be chosen and installed freely. For example, the body similar to a mechanical spider that Gao Xiaojian was using right now was a product of the latest technologies of the Unsettled Alliance. The few human miners, which had been highly modified, commanding abundant automatic spiritual puppets in the mining work on the spot was the most perfect work pattern for mining, which had taken both efficiency and stability into consideration. Different from his brother Gao Kangda's wrath that hadn't extinguished after 20 years but only got more and more blatant, Gao Xiaojian was quite satisfied, if not deeply believed in the life he had right now. To this day, he could not forget the moment when he was visited by the leader of the Unsettled Alliance to be a representative of the distinguished miners. At that time, the leader of the Unsettled Alliance even patted his iron elbow neither too lightly nor too heavily and told him in person genuinely, "We made a horrible mistake in the past. How can we overlook the important function of humans in mining work? The experienced, excellent miners such as you will forever be the greatest treasure for the Unsettled Alliance and the Imperium of true human beings." Did he hear it wrong? The leader of the Unsettled Alliance, an almighty lord of the immortal cultivators, complimented them in person like that, extolling them to be a great treasure of the Imperium. If Gao Xiaojian's eyes hadn't been replaced by 4 pairs of high-resolution crystal cameras, which boasted the functions of thermal imagery and clairvoyance, he certainly would have burst into tears feeling that all those years of hard work finally paid off. He felt that he could not repay the understanding and support of the immortal cultivators with what he was going to do. Gao Xiaojian deeply loved the Imperium and believed in the true path of immortality. He believed that, even for hominoids who were born at the bottommost level with certain stains, as long as they work hard dutifully and obediently, they would eventually be noticed by the immortal cultivators for their value and earn what they deserved. Wasn't what had happened to him in the past dozen years a perfect example of that? Right now, he was commanding 800 mining puppets on his own. Therefore, the education session in the loyalty room was never boring for Gao Xiaojian, who looked forward to it from the bottom of his heart and almost regretted that he could not receive the education of patriotism in the loyalty room every day. Today, Gao Xiaojian came late because of some issues of several seriously damaged mining puppets. When he crawled into the loyalty room, the spacious cabin had already been crammed by bizarre-shaped metal monsters of various sizes. They were all human miners who had received full modifications like himself and the managers of the various work planes in the mine. All the modified humans were too focused on the light beams, dwelling in the passionate and moving atmosphere, to notice his arrival. The vile and sordid people of the Covenant Alliance are now close to their doom. They are about to be completely doomed. As the faces and zombie-like bodies that represented the people of the Covenant Alliance popped up on the light beam, the broadcast rune arrays nearby played an ear-splitting female voice that was desperate and filled with anger and hatred. The voice was not only spread in the recycled air, but it also burst out directly inside Gao Xiaojian's brain through his ancillary crystal processor. He was suddenly grasped by a mutual feeling of hatred again, and his anger and hostility immediately soared. It was basically the content of the weekly loyal education. At first, the news about the significant improvement of the productions and constructions within the Imperium, the peaceful life of the people, and the friendly coexistence of the immortal cultivators and the hominoids would be played, followed by the terrifying pictures that illustrated the shamelessness and inhumanity of the people of the Covenant Alliance. Occasionally, there were also stories about how Blackstar the Great led the many pioneers to establish the Imperium through arduous work. Although the moral was always the same, the content was renewed every week. Therefore, human miners always enjoyed watching the news. However, after berating the abhorrence of the Covenant alliance, the high-pitched female voice added something else. However, within our great Imperium, a lot of accomplices of the alliance of the Holy Covenant are still lurking. They are the goddamned cultivators. Cultivators? Gao Xiaojian was slightly dazed. Of course, he knew what cultivators were. But because of the heated war between the Imperium and the Covenant alliance in the frontal battlefield, it had been a long time since he last heard of the term cultivator in the loyalty education. However, when the high-pitched female voice brought up the term cultivator, a certain switch inside Gao Xiaojian's head seemed to be touched. His anger and hatred against the cultivators immediately burst out like a flood that had just broken a dam. The condescending, hypocritical cultivators who looked like graceful gentlemen on the surface but were actually shameless scoundrels, after hiding here and there catching their last breath for 1,000 years, have been completely corrupted into the lackeys and accomplices of the Covenant alliance. The high-pitched female voice continued, in order to keep their humble and worthless lives, and in their dream of making a comeback and living the sanctimonious but debauched life before, the cultivators have abandoned their dignity and boundaries as human beings. They have bent before the puppets of the Covenant alliance and became the puppets of the puppets. Now, the almighty army of the Imperium is pushing forward unstoppably in the front line and securing the most brilliant triumphs in the past hundreds of years. The enemy has resorted to the most insane approaches but still cannot stop the thunderous strikes of our army. In their desperation, they are now forced to make use of their lackeys that have been lurking inside the Imperium. Right now, inside the Imperium, a tiny group of cultivators who haven't given up their ill intentions is now eager to jump out to cause trouble again after receiving the orders of their masters. It is a shame that their foul tricks have been completely seen through by the fearless immortal cultivators of our great Imperium. As the female voice grew more and more high-pitched, the expressions on the zombie-like people of the Covenant alliance appeared on the light beam again. Together with the despicable cultivators who were wearing sycophantic smiles, they tied some of the Imperium people to the operating tables and covered tools that looked like metal funnels on their heads. As the magical equipment began to function, all the victims on the operating tables were writhing in pain. Their eyes were rolling, and their mouths were foaming hard. Their faces gradually turned sluggish and numb, as if their feelings and their souls had been pumped away. Do you want the enemy's scheme to work out? The high-pitched female voice shrieked, do you want your family to be drained, their feelings and their soul pumped away, turning them into the walking dead? No. Gao Xiaojian was caught in the frantic state and was the first to roar. No. No. All the modified miners whacked their metal limbs hard. Great noises were echoing inside the loyalty room. Do you want the great and glorious Imperium to be polluted by the inhumane people of the Covenant alliance and the shameless cultivators? The high-pitched female voice shouted again. No. No. The miners roared zealously. Who is the most sordid and most dangerous enemy of the civilization of mankind? The high-pitched voice asked. The Covenant alliance. The cultivators. Illuminated under the erratic, quickly flashing light beams, the miners seemed to have been hypnotized and replied at the same time. Who is the great guardian of the civilization of mankind? The female voice continued. Immortal cultivators, the great immortal cultivators. Imperium, the sacred Imperium of true human beings, the miners roared. Some were uttering deafening shrieks, and some were crying hard. Long live the Imperium of true human beings. Long live the sacred civilization of mankind. Long live emotions and free will. Kill the Covenant alliance. Kill the cultivators. Kill them all. Whoever dares to go against the great Imperium and the great civilization of mankind, we will definitely fight against them until the end. Waving his 8 mechanical limbs, Gao Xiaojian almost wanted to jump in the air and explode while he made the declaration. From tomorrow on, we will have a special loyalty education session that will last a week. Through a living example, we will completely dissect an underground organization of the cultivators that is shameless and pathetic to show how they and the Covenant Alliance, their master, are approaching their inevitable doom step by step, the high-pitched female voice shouted. Special loyalty education for a whole week? Gao Xiaojian's crystal cameras glittered. He was so thrilled that he felt his transmission joints were melting. He vaguely felt that it would be a great eye-opener tomorrow, and he would have a chance to appreciate the hilarious performances of the dogs, lackeys, and wretches. Tomorrow. What am I going to see tomorrow? Gao Xiaojian lay down and thought with his physical brain that was accommodated at the pivot of the mechanical spider. How I look forward to it. This is rather splendid, isn't it? The Beehive prison has been constructed according to Imperium's best standard. 500,000 prisoners can be kept here at most. It also boasts the abilities to imprison, transport, and interrogate prisoners of the nascent soul stage. In the hollow part of the Beehive prison that was filled with cold air, the warden introduced to Li Jialing very proudly, of all the private prisons in the Imperium, we are definitely the best in terms of scale, facilities, or the danger level of the prisoners kept inside. There is only a slim gap between our prison and the Godly Might Penitentiary, the prison of the highest level in the capital of the Imperium. Lord Wuying asked me to see that your every need in training is fulfilled. A spacious chamber for rest has been arranged down there. Here are the files of the 3,000 prisoners that I have carefully selected. How about it? If you have a few candidates, I'll have them delivered here immediately so that you can enjoy yourself. The warden's hands moved and tapped quickly on the sphere light beam. All the files of the thousands of prisoners poured down like glittering waterfalls. Boom! 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 Ayo! Watching them slowly pass by on the floating disc, the dangerous prisoners caged on various levels of the Beehive prison were all uttering inhuman roars and crashing the tempered glass hard with all their strength. Sticking their bizarre, hideous faces to the transparent glass wall until their skin was broken and their heads were bleeding, they showed no intention of stopping at all. The devastating blood left burning marks on the tempered glass, which turned into twisted masks that looked even more creepy. What kind of people are locked here? Li Jialing browsed through the files of the prisoners quickly. They all look rather interesting. They are mainly all kinds of traitors who initiated riots, sabotages, or strikes at the rear when the army of the Imperium was fighting arduous battles against the Covenant Alliance in the front line, trying to disrupt the Imperium in such a way. The warden said, however, those traitors are generally rather weak. Many of them are even hominoids. They won't be of much help with training. If you have to choose them, I suggest you select this batch. Yes. We have run a lot of modifications on those people. They have survived the deadly screenings with rates of elimination that were higher than 90%. So, they all boast some combat ability right now. Or maybe the criminals who have committed felonies here. They were mostly the poor wretches who failed the internal competitions in their families or sects and sought illegal approaches to take everything back despite the risks. But then, they were stupid enough to be discovered by other people. As a result, they were sent to this place eventually. Those people were immortal cultivators in the beginning. So, they are all rather tough. Li Jialing blew a whistle. From the record here, those people are all ferocious and dangerous. Can you ensure the absolute safety of the Beehive prison? Of course. The warden grinned confidently. As you have seen, the entire Beehive prison is soaked in a supermagnetic field, which is generated by a great array that we call dragnet. All the walls and floors that make up the cells of the Beehive prison are made of very special magnetic materials, which have been specially modified. They are mutually attracted by the shackles on the prisoners' wrists, ankles, and necks, restraining them as tightly as invisible chains. The prisoners have to use tremendous strength just in order to make a step forward. Under the most extreme circumstances, if we activate the array of dragnet to the maximum, the pulling force that it generates will equal to the maximal impetus of a crystal warship when it is launched. Whoever dares to move recklessly will be pulled to the floor, the wall, or somebody else's shackles by the supermagnetic field. If they are determined to struggle free, they will only squeeze their bones out of their body, until it falls apart and breaks up. Therefore, even the experts in the nascent soul stage can barely escape after they are caged here. While talking, the warden displayed a simple illustration of the defense array of the Beehive prison on the light beam, which allowed Li Jialing to see the energy supply flowchart of the entire Beehive prison and the location of the source of the energy. Narrowing his eyes, Li Jialing asked calmly, "So, are there any experts in the nascent soul stage that are caged here?" The warden smiled. Such a sensitive question was beyond the permissions that Wu Yinglan had granted. It was naturally inappropriate for him to reply. "All right. I'll pick those 3 first." Li Jialing clicked 3 random names on the light beam, pretending that he had just asked the question casually. Bam! 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 3 utterly deformed prisoners who looked like human-shaped animals attacked Li Jialing, who was wearing a pure white, light, and graceful crystal suit, from 3 directions respectively, only to be blown backward by him again and again into the wall of the training room, leaving devastating traces of blood there. But the 3 prisoners seemed to have been injected with excitants that far exceeded the extreme dosage before they were delivered to Li Jialing for testing. They had completely gone into the berserker state, and although their faces were bleeding, their joints were broken, and their guts were flowing out of their chests, they did not stop lunging at the enemy crazily. Just break all their limbs. Li Yao couldn't help but remark, completely cripple them so that they wouldn't be able to move anymore. Chances are that they can still survive. Otherwise, they will not stop attacking until they die. You are going to save the lives of those crazy, demonic prisoners? Li Jialing snatched the wrist of a prisoner as quickly as a flash of lightning. After a slight shake from him, the bones in the entire arm were shattered into pieces no larger than fingernails. Then, his legs burst out like cannonballs and completely blew up the knees of the prisoner after ear-splitting explosions. Eventually, he kicked the prisoner right in the chest, knocking him to the wall on the opposite side into a flower of blood. The young man said coldly, "You haven't answered my question just now. What are the real cultivators? You obviously have the unparalleled strength to do anything you want to be unbound by any rules, but why do you want to be part of the silly cultivators?" After a brief silence, Li Yao said, "I'll spare you the boring philosophies. After all, even if I preached them to you right now, you wouldn't believe them. Let's just talk about the beginning. I wanted to become a cultivator at the beginning, perhaps because of only a simple word, empathy. What do you mean by empathy?" The young man turned into a streak of brilliance and opened his hand, grabbing the head of the second dangerous prisoner and throwing him to the ground. The spiritual energy was passed to the back of the head from the jaw and wrecked his spine completely, terminating his ability of action. It is a very simple logic. Li Yao said, "For example, many innocent or guilty prisoners are kept in this Beehive prison. But innocent or guilty, all of them are suffering inhuman tortures that they do not deserve for their crimes. Just listen to the screams and roars outside that never cease day or night, and you should understand how terrifying the torture is. The same torture once happened to you, too. It is a past that you would rather never recall, right?" Li Jialing's pupils constricted violently as he tossed the second prisoner who couldn't move anymore far away. When you hear the screams of other people, you remember your pains in the past and realize that the prisoners are the same as you. You are the same kind who suffer the same misfortunes. That is empathy. Li Yao said, "When you think of how terrible the pains you bore in the past were, and that such terrible pains are being imposed on some ordinary people who cannot even catch a chicken, or the innocent little girls and the white-haired old ladies, it is only natural that you feel pitiful and even angry. You will feel the urge to do something. I am different from them." Li Jialing held the third prison's iron fist that was punching at him. Staring at the man who was like an ape without hair, he said coldly, "I totally understand." Li Yao said, "After feeling the pain of other people, there will be two choices. The first is, naturally, to consider the victims as your own kind and even your family. You will try to extricate them from their pain without bothering anything and to destroy the guys who have caused mutual agony for you. But the path is too difficult to be finished after all. Too many prices must be paid, and you may not see the end of it at all. So, there is another path that is much simpler. You can try to hypnotize yourself and make yourself believe that you are different from them. Or rather, those people do not deserve to be called real humans at all. They are simply hominoids, nothing better than swine and ants. In such a way, you have removed your ability of empathy and changed into someone cold, ruthless, and self-deceiving. Naturally, you can turn a deaf ear to the screams and cries of your own kind and a blind eye to their bleeding, miserable situations. You must have guessed it. The first path is the cultivator's choice, and the second one is the immortal cultivator's. In fact, even I feel that the immortal cultivator's choice is simple, straightforward, and free. I do not want to always meddle in other people's business and ask for trouble, at the risk of being criticized for petty kindness. But it can't be helped. No matter how I hypnotize myself, I cannot completely eliminate the slight bit of empathy deep inside my heart. Just because of the bit of empathy, I have suffered too many unfortunate things that I could have avoided. But what choice do I have? I am quite upset, too. Li Jialing scorned. Empathy, exactly. Li Yao smiled. Did you know? A long, long time ago, I grew up in a place where the environment was extremely harsh. In the beginning, I was as ruthless and cold-hearted as you, and I wouldn't hesitate to do anything for my survival. The jungle law of survival of the fittest was my intrinsic belief, too. But somebody from the sky planted a seed of empathy at the bottom of my heart, which changed everything later. A man from the sky? Li Jialing twisted the third prisoner's fist hard, turning his arm from the elbow to the shoulder blade into a screw. Why does it sound like a tale to me? It's true. In fact, the environments we grew up in are really quite similar. They are both living dog-eat-dog hells where there are absolutely no laws and one has to do anything one can, such as draining every bit of physical and mental strength, just to see the sunrise tomorrow. Li Yao said, as far as my eyes could reach, wolves, tigers, leopards, and jackals in human skins were everywhere. It was not unusual to search the garbage for an entire day without finding any food to eat. Days of starvation and homelessness were routine. Broken bones and blood vomiting because of other people's beating were more than occasional, too. I slowly grew up in such a twisted environment. The moment I gained enough abilities to protect myself, I already became cold and heartless. Everything would be fine as long as I could survive. Other people? I didn't bother to think about them at all. While I was not fond of bullying the weak, I never bothered to intervene if the scoundrels in human skins were bullying other people as long as I was not involved. At that time, those guys even gave me a nickname. They called me Vulture, for my sordidness, brutality, and solitude. Vulture Li Yao? Li Jialing was slightly dazed. It sounds like a nickname fit for an immortal cultivator. Who can argue with that? Li Yao smiled. If I had kept growing up like that, perhaps I would have turned into an out-and-out immortal cultivator. I would be indifferent in nature and always act on my own. Maybe I wouldn't harm anyone voluntarily, but I would not help anyone in trouble either. Just like what you are dreaming to become right now, I would be as free as anyone could have been. Everything would be fine as long as nobody messes with me. But the old man who arrived from the sky completely changed me. He chattered on, mentioning so many things to my ears restlessly every day, telling me solemnly what was right and what was wrong, what was justice and what was evil. He also dragged me to the darkest corner of the magical equipment graveyard, which was the name of my hometown, to show me how the lonely, helpless little ones were bullied and how they wailed in fear and desperation after that. The bullying that the little ones suffered and their wails were experienced by me in exactly the same way before. At first, I could not see any reason in the old man's words at all. I only thought that he was such a chatterbox that my head was going to explode. But he was much stronger than I was, and he allured me with very sophisticated technologies of magical equipment maintenance and many bizarre gadgets. To learn his skills, I had no choice except to calm myself down and grit my teeth to listen to the old man's jibber-jabber. But as it turned out, humanity is such a strange thing. For even the coldest and heartless man, as long as a tiny seed is planted into a perfect gap in his heart, there will be a day when the seed sprouts flowers and fruits. Also, the moment when the seed of empathy truly gives birth to a tiny flower, everything is screwed. The days when one cares nothing about the lives of other people but only his own freedom will be gone for good. On the surface, I still turned a blind eye to the miserable lives of the helpless orphans who were bullied flagrantly in the magical equipment graveyard. But late at night, when everything was quiet, I began to have dreams, in which the orphans in ragged clothes were shuddering and hugging each other to warm each other up, only to be starved or frozen to death without them knowing it. And I was one of them. Every time I woke up from such nightmares, my empathy for those orphans would increase by a little bit, and my fury for the adult scavengers would be deeper. At that time, I still maintained the most fundamental rationality and restrained myself from messing with the adult scavengers. They all had gangs in their back, which were not something that a teenager and an old man could deal with. If I were to mess with them for only a moment of pleasure, it would definitely cause us infinite trouble. But at last, when the old man and I were excavating a pile of valuable garbage, we accidentally saw 3 adult scavengers pushing an orphan no older than 10 to a corner and meaning to do dreadful things to her. I finally lost control of myself. My head went blank, and my empathy replaced my rationality. Together with the old man, I took down the 3 scumbags in difficulties, which indeed led to overwhelming trouble later. The old trouble wasn't even resolved yet, and new trouble was already knocking on our door. Even to this day, the troubles do not seem to have completely dispersed. This is perhaps the reason why I became a cultivator in the beginning. In fact, everybody can become a cultivator as long as he can feel a slight bit of empathy. The old man gave me a seed and activated that empathy in my heart. Now, I'm giving the seed to you. I believe that as an experiment subject, when you see so many people of your own kind enduring the hardship that you endured in the past, you will eventually find some empathy somewhere deep down inside your heart, won't you? Are you kidding? I don't even know what you are talking about. Li Jialing frowned deeply. Why me? Because of a certain mysterious and unpredictable cycle. Or rather, Li Yao said in a smile, it is just fate. Boom! Li Jialing blew away the 3rd prisoner with a punch, who wriggled on the ground in difficulties, unable to get back to his feet anymore. Breathing rapidly and frowning hard, the young man hinted at the surveillance camera at the corner. It is not satisfying enough. Give me another 30, no, 50 random prisoners. Very soon, 50 bizarre-looking, brawny, and hideous prisoners stood before Li Jialing. They were all foaming hard, their eyes bloodshot, and the muscles all over their bodies were shivering very unnaturally. It was obvious that they had been injected with excessive excitants. This is more like it. The young man grinned creepily. The power rune arrays of his crystal suit were triggered to the maximum. The tiny training room was filled up by the noises of exhaust flames tearing apart the air. The blasts swept across every inch of the space like surging tides. Hew! Li Jialing turned into a streak of brilliance and lunged at the 50 prisoners. The prisoners were much stronger than the 3 prisoners just now. Although they did not carry any equipment, their fists and claws were already the most dangerous weapons. With 5 fearless berserkers fighting against one Li Jialing, Li Jialing could not completely crush them but was blown away by them again and again into the transparent glass wall brutally. But in the ecstasy of killing, Li Jialing stomped on the transparent glass wall, again and again, to exert his strength and charge forward. The exhaust flames that spurted out of the power rune arrays at the bottoms of his feet significantly weakened the hardness of the transparent glass wall too. Finally, Li Jialing blinked past the sharp claws of two prisoners. On one of his knees, he opened his hands, raising a mini crystal cannon from each of his wrists and shoulders. The 4 crystal cannons were aimed at the prisoners and bombarded them crazily, but most of the bullets and the mystic rays actually hit the transparent glass wall that was facing the hollow channel of ascension at the center of the prison. Boom! 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 As if he were crazy, Li Jialing shot out fiery bullets from his hands and his shoulders, which swept across everything like a storm. Other than blowing away a large batch of prisoners, they also caused interconnected cracks that looked like a spider web on the transparent glass wall. Crack! 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 The wall of the tempered glass here had only considered the situation where the prisoners hit it with a body of flesh and flood. It was beyond the designer's expectation that someone would launch magical equipment attacks from inside to outside. Also, Li Jialing's few heavy thuds at the beginning already significantly diminished the hardness and stability of the transparent glass wall. Now that it was bombarded by the crystal cannons like a heavy storm, it could not sustain for long at all, and devastating holes immediately appeared on them. The prisoners who were attacking Li Jialing immediately fell quiet. They looked at the broken glass ball, somewhat in disbelief. Li Jialing also stopped attacking, as if he was at a loss about what to do. Ayo! The prisoners let out desperate roars that were mixed with the most intense hope and ecstasy. They were almost dancing in joy. None of them bothered to look at Li Jialing anymore. Everybody simply jumped out through the broken glass wall. Unhurried alarms immediately began to echo all over the Beehive prison. Hum! 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 As the red and green mystic rays flashed in turn, an invisible, mysterious strength ascended quickly like a flood, drowning the entire Beehive prison instantly. The complicated rune arrays on the wall nearby began to emit glamorous and brilliant lights, triggering visible electric arcs between themselves and the shackles of the prisoners. For a moment, all the prisoners in the cells of all directions were stuck to the floor with their arms and legs stretched. Their shackles were firmly stuck to the floor, and there was not even a gap for a piece of paper. The prisoners who had already jumped into midair were pulled back by the overwhelming magnetic forces too. They were smashed to the wall, the floor, and the ceiling, like rats that were pinned to a board by nails, unable to move at all. Crack! 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 Some of the prisoners who were particularly stubborn intended to break free from the shackles, only to make their bodies burst out ear-splitting sounds of broken bones. The pale, shattered bones even pierced through their flesh. But there was more sorrow and desperation on their faces than pain. Ayo! Ayo! Like beasts, they roared at Li Jialing and the entire prison. With his hands in his back, Li Jialing looked at the prisoners coldly. I'm very curious. When you were tied up and moved to the operating table for refinements, did you grimace in pain like animals the same way they are doing right now? Li Yao asked. Li Jialing narrowed his eyes and sniffed. For some reason, he lost the courage to look at the faces of the abnormal prisoners, nor was he capable of giving Li Yao a straight answer to his question. He simply changed the topic and said, "How about it? I have already allured the prison to activate the Great Array. Have you figured out the model of the entire magnetic field and its weakness?" Deep inside the ragged carrier in the spaceport, Li Yao was sitting cross-legged in midair 3 feet from the floor, with silver stripes of spiritual energy flashing around him, as if he were covered in an enormous egg. With Li Jialing's body as a platform, the powerful telepathic thoughts of the divinity transformation stage were spreading, sensing, and scanning the Beehive prison without a sound in the most mysterious way. Very soon, inside Li Yao's head, every feeble change of spiritual energy regarding the entire Beehive prison was clearly displayed. Every node released translucent threads, which interweaved, entangled, and split apart, eventually constituting the spiritual energy flowchart and the magnetic field model of the entire Beehive prison. It was like a sample whose flesh was removed with only the networks of nerves and veins left. All the critical parts were clearly visible, including the relay station that was deeply buried at the central part of the prison and used to transmit energy incessantly. The relay station, on the other hand, was connected to the main energy supply system of the entire Manjusaka, the city in the sky. The main energy supply system was responsible for the gravity balance between the exterior and the interior of the space fortress and the normal functionality of the spiritual field as well as all the other magical equipment. It was also responsible for the resistance of the pulling force of the martial meritocrats planet, Manjusaka, the city in the sky, which was floating above the atmosphere of the planet, not entirely out of the gravity sphere. In other words, if the main energy supply system was blown up and most of the anti-gravity rune arrays in the space fortress lost their functions, it would immediately be grabbed by the attractive force of the Earth, which was as vast as the ocean. There would certainly be the most splendid and unprecedented fall of the firmament. When Li Yao sensed the feeblest ripples of spiritual energy inside the Beehive prison with all his attention, he also sensed countless people who were also caged into the cold space tomb, bearing excruciating pains and modified into ghastly creatures, as well as their agony, desperation, and fury that were etched into the deepest parts of their souls. The emotions that were as thick as magma, swamp, and venom almost swallowed his soul and completely suffocated him. Li Yao's face was frozen in the shadow for a long time. Finally, it gradually split apart. Grinning, he responded to Li Jialing, "The scanning is now complete. You can continue your normal training in case anybody notices that something is wrong." "Right. Find an opportunity to release my scouting magical equipment. I'll need it to run some errands later. Then, let's just wait until tomorrow and do something big." "What about me?" Li Jialing said in a hurry, "You said that you would find a chance to get me out of Manjusaka, the city in the sky. Trust me." Li Yao said solemnly, one word after another, "After tomorrow, Manjusaka, the city in the sky, will be no more, and neither Wu Yinglan nor Li Lingfeng would have any time to bother you. Hey, do you know how many warships are docked in the spaceports of Manjusaka, the city in the sky right now?" "Well, I'm not sure. If we are only talking about warships, there are probably 700 to 800 of them." Thinking for a moment, Li Jialing said, "The battle to besiege Starlight is not a military operation of a very large scale. Also, Starlight is made of space rats that are highly alert. They will run off the moment they notice something wrong. Therefore, Li Lingfeng couldn't have summoned many regular troops but only wanted to solve the problem with his own Colossus and the elite warriors of the major sections. After all, the starships of Starlight are all wasted metals that are modified based on civil carriers and armed mining ships. As long as crystal suits can crawl into their stomachs, they will be blown up more than easily. There is no need to mobilize the main force fleets from the front line at all." 800, you say?" Li Yao smiled. "Rest assured. I will attract the firepower of all the 800 warships to myself. Then, you can hurry to escape." Li Jialing was stunned for a moment. What? The next day, Li Jialing stayed in the Beehive prison for training. But training was merely a pretext. He was actually helping Li Yao observe in secret who the most ferocious inmates in the Beehive prison were and where they were caged. Li Yao, on the other hand, was sneaking around in Manjusaka, the city in the sky. Right now, the only people who posed a threat to Li Yao in the enormous space fortress, to Li Yao's knowledge, were Wu Yinglan and Li Lingfeng. With a great war coming near, the two of them were both hiding in the control center while discussing their scheme, trying to dig the trap deeper. Never in their dreams would they have thought that a cultivator in the divinity transformation stage was swaggering around inside their nest. Based on Li Jialing's description, Li Yao basically grasped the overall structure of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. His efficiency was greatly improved when he focused his attention on the important parts. Not only did he figure out the critical locations of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, he even maneuvered Neltharion to dig out small holes on the cables and lines of the space fortress in advance, before he installed the gadgets that he carefully made for the purpose of hacking the spiritual nexus and the crystal processors. Once activated, the gadgets would be his platforms, which would allow the massive power of destruction that originated from extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian to flood in and destroy everything unstoppably. Destruction was always 100 times easier than construction. He was very lucky to be playing the role of a saboteur in darkness. He had no concerns at all and only needed to vent the anger and hatred in his heart and sabotage everything that he could see. The dining hall that was as extravagant as a palace was lit by the glittering, splendid crystal lamps again. The immortal cultivators with noble bloodlines and massive strengths from different sectors of the Imperium of true human beings were gathered again. Talking and laughing light-heartedly, they toasted on the airing of the main show of the series of quests. The 3D light beams floating around them were displaying the pictures of quite a few different earthly dragons below the ground of the land of sins. The blood-boiling and soul-stirring roars of the ignorant cultivators in the pictures reached no effect except to make the immortal cultivators chuckle. There was also a very clear overall map, which showed the coordinates of the cultivators right now accurately, as well as their final destinations. Quite a few eye-catching arrowheads were moving at an enormous empty chamber not far away from the ground. It was the place known as the Temple of the Cultivators, which had been excavated, modified, and decorated by the immortal cultivators. In one of the pictures, a bald, one-armed female warrior showed up. Her passionate, overjoyed exclamations made the nobles, the lords, the generals, the experts, and their disciples all chuckle in amusement. They have discovered the temple. They have discovered the temple. Deep inside the land of sins, on Cloud Penetrator, Jingyun, the bald female warrior, couldn't help but dance in joy and report the great news that everybody on board had been looking forward to. It was Wei Longtao who discovered it. Not only did he escape from the hunting of the immortal cultivators miraculously, but he also discovered the control center of the global sword network earlier than we do. He is now recovering the mainframe crystal processors inside preliminarily. Cloud Penetrator was filled with exclamations. Han Te and Luli couldn't help but hug each other tightly, before they crawled on the Fist King's body, crying and laughing. Wei Longtao has already sent over the specific coordinates of the temple and scanned the rock strata nearby. Everybody is now joining him at full speed. Let's go to them immediately. I don't want to miss the historical moment. Jingyun waved her hands and declared passionately. The drill of mystic rays began to revolve at a high speed again. The tracks with iron nails and hooks rubbed the rock strata hard, raising sparks everywhere. The earthly dragon leaned to the ground by 30 degrees, before it pushed forward unstoppably. They were not far away from the temple in the first place. Now, with the navigation of the accurate coordinates and the structure of the rocks, it took them only half an hour of exploration before the rubbing and shrieking noises of the drill in the front were gone. Then, the speed of the vehicle was improved by almost a third, and it dug out of the bottom of an underground empty chamber. It was not the real ground, but it was only one last kilometer away from the real ground. Several underground rivers seemed to have joined at that place a long, long time ago. Together with the violent tectonic movements, such a natural chamber that looked like an underground city was created. At this moment, more than half of the space of the underground chamber was occupied by a dark, metal fortress, whose surface was brimming with all kinds of twisted and interconnected vines that were emitting vague fluorescence, making the place look like a gorgeous fairyland. Above the underground chamber, there should be gaps leading to the surface of the planet, which brought cool and dry air from the ground and slowly diluted the darkness and depression of the underground world. Jingyun and all the other resistance warriors of Starlight, perhaps due to the stimulation of the refreshing air, burst into tears beyond their control the moment they saw the underground fortress. Temple. Our temple. At this moment, the temple that had been passed on by all the cultivators in legends was like an iron beast that was gradually waking up. Fulminations were echoing from inside non-stop. On its surface that was buried by vines, sophisticated but magnificent rune arrays were emitting colorful brilliant, which extended tentacles to the surroundings and darted into the depths of the crevices. There was no telling where they ended up eventually. Wei Longtao has already activated the Global Sword Network. This is spectacular. Jingyun was both surprised and delighted, almost finding it impossible to believe her eyes and ears. But the undeniable facts were happening right before her. Waving her arms, the bald female warrior led everybody into the place in ecstasy. Let's go and defend the temple with our lives. Before Commander Wei shoots down Manjasaka, the city in the sky, we will not let a single immortal cultivator breach into our temple even if we are shattered into pieces. Wow! When everybody entered the place through the wide-open gate, even the most ignorant and senseless bandits of the land of sins who had zero understanding about cultivators were deeply awed by the magnificence, profoundness, and splendor of the temple, feeling the urge to melt into it completely. The control center of the Global Sword Network was truly like a certain religious building. It was constructed in a mysterious and charming style. At the edge of the building were enormous metal pillars that rose to the sky like the ribs of an enormous beast. They spiraled and joined each other in the high sky hundreds of meters from the floor, constituting a vast and grand space. At the center of the joint of the spiraling metal pillars, on the other hand, was a hollow, which seemed to be leading straight to the surface of the planet. Chaotic glimmers were vaguely flashing at the center, as if it were possible to see the sky beyond through the hollow. On the bronze walls around, countless mysterious and wild rune arrays had been carved, symbolizing the cultivator's ineffable will of resistance. The large, half-fixed turrets stood nearby like huge puppets that had crawled out of the ground, watching the crowd that had barged into the place without saying a word. When Jingyun, Hante, Luli, the Fist King, and other people arrived, quite a few teams of earthly dragons had been here in advance. The resistance warriors were operating anxiously under the command of Wei Longtao and activating all the crystal processors in the control center as fast as possible, hoping to recover and control the whole might of the Global Sword Network. Hum. 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 As the crystal processors were activated one after another, and the keys and passwords that Wei Longtao had retrieved after decades of searching were inputted, weird shivering sounds were echoing from inside of the temple to the outside. Colorful brilliance surfaced on the rune arrays, with starry spots of light flowing out like glittering dandelions, which then congregated into operation interfaces and fundamental architecture. When all the interfaces and the architecture graphs were gathered, everybody was able to see with their own eyes how the entire control system was functioning. This is unbelievable. Jingyun and the other members of the resistance had never seen such an amazing picture before. The colorful spots of light flashed inside their eyes like hundreds of dancing butterflies, turning the bronze underground palace into a clear, crystal palace. When the tantalizing dream finally became such a beautiful reality, hot tears ran out of their eyes again. Fist King. With his disciple Xian Xiaoqi, Xiahou Wuxin strode over from the center of the temple and grinned. You're finally here. Leader Xiahou. The Fist King said calmly, I didn't expect that you would arrive earlier than we do. We encountered Commander Wei on our way and were among the first to enter the temple. Xiahou Wuxin lowered his voice and said, we saw with our own eyes how Commander Wei reached the place step by step and tested it one procedure after another before he finally activated the mainframe crystal processor successfully. There shouldn't be anything wrong. After a brief silence, the Fist King said, "Let's hope so." While they were talking, the hundreds of light beams floating in midair of the magnificent temple were all shattered into thousands of unpredictable light spots. Inside every light spot, a tiny face seemed to be hidden. No. Not one, but a couple or even a dozen faces. In the next second, all the tiny light spots flew to the top of the mainframe crystal processor at the center of the temple, where they were condensed into an enormous light ball almost 30 meters in diameter. After a moment of dazzling changes of light and shadows, it eventually turned into a giant golden head. What's this? All the resistance warriors were shocked. They watched the golden head, which was meditating with eyes closed and revolving slowly, and was lost for words. This is the cultivator that has been lost for 1,000 years. Wei Longtao, the general commander of the underground branch of Starlight, strode forward in footsteps that were loud enough to break the world. He seemed to have never changed his clothing after he escaped from the hunting of the immortal cultivators. Intense bloodstains were still lingering on his clothes, and his ragged robe had almost been torn into shreds. But his eyes that were as big as eggs were still emanating the never-dying brilliance of passion. Glancing around at everyone slowly and staying for the longest time on Zhou Jingyun, he finally announced determinedly, "I have finally figured out what the so-called cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years is." It is not a reference to any specific cultivator or anyone alive, but the artificial intelligence that is used to control the global sword network. Or rather, it is the database of the entire operation platform and fire control of the global sword network system. Ah, the resistance warriors had never thought it that way. They all exclaimed in astonishment. However, it is no ordinary artificial intelligence or database. Wei Longtao said solemnly, "When the martial meritocrat civilization was about to die, some of our ancestors hid in the temple. But the global sword network at that time was still in the half-paralysis state. Besides, the system alone was far from enough to compete with the overwhelming fleet of the immortal cultivators. Therefore, they chose hiding and dissemination. They turned their understanding about the path of the cultivators, their memories of the martial meritocrat sector, and their expectations for the successors 1,000 years later into data and transmitted them into the database. Then, they completely shut down the place and dispersed to every part of the land of sins with part of the clues about the temple, persisting in fighting in the darkest and most desperate years after Judgment Day. Today, after 1,000 years, the descendants of the cultivators in the past have finally returned to the temple of our ancestors. We have finally found the treasure of our predecessors. We can finally perceive the real path and spirit of the cultivators, and teach a most profound lesson to the cocky, condescending immortal cultivators." The more he talked, the more excited he became. In the end, the entire temple was filled by Wei Longtao's thunderous voices, which bashed into the deepest part of the soul of every resistance warrior like the most thrilling drumming. The blood of the deceased in the past hundreds of years has gathered into the most overwhelming river. Today, the river of blood is finally going to utter its own roar. The time of our counterattack has come. In midair and above Wei Longtao, the enormous golden head slowly opened its eyes. Two dazzling mystic rays beamed out, and hundreds of light beams were immediately unfolded around it, displaying the status of all the secret bases of the global sword network that were everywhere on the entire land of sins. About 2/3 of the secret bases deeply buried underground had been destroyed by the penetrating bombs in Judgment Day. But Manjasaka, the city in the sky, that they were going to deal with was not a starship moving at a high speed but an enormous target that was almost still and fixed at the orbit beyond the atmosphere of the planet. The remaining 1/3 of the secret bases were still enough to accomplish the mission successfully. Right now, the mainframe crystal processor in the temple was quickly connecting and awakening all the secret bases that were scattered in every part of the planet through the communication nodes that were deeply buried below the ground. On the light beams, one secret base after another turned from dark gray, which represented hibernation, to bright gold, which represented activated. All the resistance warriors were more anxious than ever. Han Te and Lu Li could even hear Jingyun clenched her metal fist so hard that it was squeaking. The immortal cultivators are here. One of the resistance warriors who was staying on alert at the periphery rushed into the room in a hurry and exclaimed while panting, "Noises of enormous drilling machines are echoing from all directions. The immortal cultivators have swarmed us this time. By estimation, they will drill through the rocks in 10 minutes and arrive at the temple." All the resistance warriors jumped to their feet and grabbed their blades and guns tightly. 10 minutes. The brilliance inside Wei Longtao's eyes was almost frozen into solid flames. Scratching his blood-stained beard, he burst into laughter. Too slow. They are too slow. At this moment, nothing can stop us from roaring at the sky. Prepare the first wave of attack. Target, Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The golden head floating in midair was revolving faster and faster. Hundreds and thousands of light beams and astronomical streams of information appeared like floods nearby. The light beams and the information streams were flashing beyond the recognition of any human eye, until they turned into a cluster of hazy mists of light in the end. Jingyun and the other resistance warriors observed in ignorance. They had no idea what operations Wei Longtao had done, but judging from the interface of the final output, he had completely controlled more than 120 secret firebases and activated the most powerful anti-air magical equipment in those bases. Nobody had any doubt about what Wei Longtao was doing right now, because Wei Longtao had always been an omnipotent god who was creating miracles every second for them. On the forehead of the golden head, an enormous number popped up, 10. Judging from the feedback of the light beams around, the anti-air magical equipment in altogether 124 secret bases that had been sealed for 1,000 years had finished self-examinations and preparations for activation. 70% of the magical equipment was still intact and still boasted the ability to blow up the sky. The enormous number changed from 10 to 9. Rumbling noises came from the rocks around the temple. The most massive warehouse of aggressive magical equipment had been established at this place. The beast that had slept for 1,000 years was woken up and was uttering the final roars before the attack. 8. All the resistance warriors were having cold sweat in their palms. Many of them couldn't help but hold each other's hands with such enormous strength that the cracking sounds of their finger bones could be heard. 7. Come on. Come on. Shoot down, Manjasaka, the city in the sky. All the resistance warriors prayed in silence, with all their hot blood, their souls, and even their lives. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. From the surveillance picture, it could be seen that enormous gaps split apart on the desolate and barren soil of the land of Sin simultaneously, and colorful masses of air popped up from the gaps like mysterious springs that appeared out of nowhere. 0. The Temple of the Cultivators, and the Global Sword Network System, launched its attack. Together with the overlapping, deafening explosions, from the 124 hot springs of air masses in the globe of the entire Martial Meritocrat's planet, the most dazzling rays of light shot out. Those rays seemed to be dragons of light that were alive. Rising slowly but firmly in midair, they changed their trajectories and angles non-stop. They had only one final target, which was the glamorous, evil flower of the other shore that was hanging high in the sky. The long ribbons pierced through the sun, ripping the sky apart. All the resistant warriors were deeply fascinated by the picture that was beyond the description of any words. Holding their breath, they tried to bulge their eyes as best as they could, hoping to stuff their hot blood into the raging flames of light that were rising to the sky to make them faster, faster, and even faster. The sky soon responded. From the heavenly rails that entangled the entire planet, a storm of rays was spurted out too, trying to intercept the flames darted out by the Global Sword Network. The flames were not simple attacks of mystic arrays and spiritual energy. Instead, it was more than 100,000 super flying swords with autopiloting rune arrays. Sensing the interception of the enemy, all the flames of light dispersed immediately, transforming from slightly more than 100 into almost 10,000, before they charged at Manjasaka, the city in the sky, from all directions. A translucent barrier of spiritual energy glittered around Manjasaka, the city in the sky, when a cascade of flying swords crashed into it. The blasts that they triggered were the most brilliant fireworks that many resistance warriors and sinners had ever seen in their lives. Although most of the swords were blocked, melted, and destroyed by the defense barrier was also riddled with holes and finally collapsed. Finally, a tiny proportion of the flying swords broke through the defense and crawled in, turning into blossoming flowers that represented death and destruction on the surface of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. We hit it. We have really hit it, did you see it? Manjasaka, the city in the sky, is shaking. It is shuddering in fear under our attack. The resistance warriors were too stunned to believe it at first. Then, they were so overjoyed that their hearts were almost jumping out of their chests. They jumped to their feet in excitement and collided into each other like bears and rhinos, roaring in their most primitive and wild voices, which congregated into an unstoppable torrent that swept across the entire temple. Even the most resolute man was also crying like a baby with tears and snots running loose, for no reason other than the shiver of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. As you have all seen with your own eyes, the power of the global sword network far exceeds our imagination. The first wave of test attacks that is not filled with maximal spiritual energy already knocked down the defense shield of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Wei Longtao declared loudly and determinedly, if we are given a second, or a third opportunity, we will certainly be able to shoot the nest of the immortal cultivators down from the sky. However, the immortal cultivators are about to arrive, and a bloody war may break out at any moment. Whether or not we have a second opportunity, and a third one, to activate the weapon system again will depend on your hard work. Just leave it to us, Commander. The brawny resistance warriors whose hot blood was almost spurting out of their bodies into red mists bashed their chests hard and roared confidently. Just give your best performance. This is going to be the last war. When he walked past Jingyun, Wei Longtao hesitated for a moment, and a hint of tenderness and sorrow flashed in his eyes. Understood. Jingyun, however, did not notice Wu Yinglan's hesitation. Still dwelling in the excitement of hitting Manjasaka, the city in the sky, just now, she said sincerely, "Thank you, General Commander, for leading us to create miracles again and again. We would never have dreamed that we could bring such shock to Manjasaka, the city in the sky, someday if it weren't for you. Please tell me in person once again. We do have an opportunity to shoot down Manjasaka, the city in the sky, don't we?" The bald, female warrior looked at her leader with eyes that were full of expectation. Wei Longtao smiled and said, "I have sent the whole process of our attack on Manjasaka, the city in the sky, just now to our fellow cultivators in space. With their cooperative attack, we will certainly have our chances." "All right. Since you have said it, it will certainly become the reality. Then, even if I am killed, I will bite the bones of the immortal cultivators hard and stop them from approaching the temple." Jingyun gritted her teeth and swore solemnly. "Rest assured. We are not going to die." Wei Longtao sighed with subtle coldness in his voice. "We will live on, and we will live a good life. It's activated. The fellow cultivators at the bottom of the Martial Meritocrats planet have truly located the temple and activated the global sword network. The defense shield of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, has been broken. At the edge of the devilish Scorpion Nebula, the coalition fleet of Starlight that was lurking at the back of the stone belts and the barren planets was exclaiming in delight too. Gao Kongda, captain of Great Mountain, which had been modified from a super-enormous comprehensive mining starship into a comprehensive supply mothership, was discussing with another 10 leaders of Starlight about the final strategies through the short-distance information network. The fellow cultivators below the ground have taken action. Let's join them quickly and destroy Manjasaka, the city in the sky, the man-eating nest of fiends, together with them. Some people couldn't wait any longer. Shouldn't we be more patient? Right now, we only have some modeled images that have been sent over a long distance. There is no telling to what extent Manjasaka, the city in the sky, has been destroyed. It is too risky if we attack recklessly just like that. Some people were more rational. It is now or never. The spiritual shield of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, won't stay collapsed, and the moment of turmoil will be pacified very soon too. The underground fellow cultivators can't persist for very long. Haven't we been expecting the most vulnerable moment of the enemy during such a long wait here? If we waver right now and do not take action, we will never have a chance to take action. Some people mocked back. I agree with fellow cultivator Chi. Touching the interconnected scars on his face that were caused by the burning of mystic rays in the unsettled riot 20 years ago, Gao Kangda said solemnly, with our strength today, we do not have any leverage to not take risks. After gathering here from every part of the universe through arduous efforts, we have used up all the resources that we have accumulated for decades. It is safe to say that there is no turning back now. The members of the Resistance Party from every part of the universe have gathered here today not for a 100% guaranteed victory. It doesn't matter whether we win or lose, as long as we have fought a good fight in a gratifying battle. Even if we indeed fail at last, as long as we can demonstrate the resolution and the valiance of the cultivators, somebody will remember us, and somebody will want to be us. A greater Starlight will appear, and a new generation of cultivators will be reborn from the ashes. We seek neither victory nor failure in the battle, but to inform everybody in the entire Imperium and the universe that when they are caught in desperation and they cannot hold it any longer, there is always one last option, which is to summon the courage, clench the fists, and rise up in resistance. So, now is the time. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's take action. However inconspicuous the trajectories of our voyages to the devilish Scorpion Nebula from various directions may be, they must have been discovered by the Imperium right now. It is absolutely impossible for us to retreat in one piece without any damage. Captain Gao is right. There is no turning back right now. Let's take our chances. The coalition fleet of Starlight soon reached a consensus. All the seemingly ragged, bizarre starships that looked like abnormal metal beasts dispersed and assembled into an arc-shaped formation of attack. As the exhaust flames spurted out, helical wrinkles appeared around all the starships. Target, Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Activate the super short-distance space jump. Long live the resistance. Long live the cultivators. See our strength and go to hell now, Imperium. In the middle of the coarse and disobedient roars, the ragged starships of the coalition fleet of Starlight vanished all of a sudden, turning into furious streaks of brilliance that rushed all the way at Manjasaka, the city in the sky, in the four-dimensional space. In the dining hall of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, the fancy party with songs and dances was still going on. There was no sign of any attacks or explosions at all. Both the overjoyed looks and the crazy movements of the resistance warriors of the underground branch of Starlight and the gallantry declarations of those in the coalition fleet were displayed on the 3D light beams nearby with a delay of no more than 1 second as a little entertainment show while everybody was enjoying their drinks. The Immortal cultivators picked up the round, juicy cherries and strawberries while smiling and put them into their mouths, savoring the sour or sweet flavors in them. Now and then, they glanced at the light beams casually and appreciated the live shows of the vigorous cultivators with chuckles of amusement. Those clowns are truly adorably stupid. They really think that they can cause damage to Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The Immortal cultivators looked at each other and laughed, shaking their heads and sighing for the innocence and idiocy of the clowns. There were looks of sympathy for the mentally retarded on their faces, as if they were wondering why such an amazing species had survived to this day without going extinct. Everybody, Wu Yinglan, the owner of the place, knocked his cup softly and raised his voice. Please focus your attention on the next scene. In the play that I have carefully devised, it is the most spectacular section. I hope you will not miss the look on any cultivator's face, which I believe will be more marvelous than any words can describe. On the light beam behind Wu Yinglan, inside the underground temple, the penetrators of the immortal cultivators had already broken through the multiple defenses at the periphery and arrived before the cultivators. The preparations for the second attack of the global sword network were nearly finished too. It was in the middle of the final countdown. Boom. 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 Ji. 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 All kinds of weird and ear-splitting noises filled the inside and the outside of the temple. They were the sounds caused by the immortal cultivator's army of penetrators that looked like torrents and locusts when they rushed forward and surrounded the temple. Now and then, they were mixed with deafening explosions and hysterical screams. That was the small group of immortal cultivators who had broken into the temple and were having a fierce fight with the cultivators who were defending it. All of the cultivators in the temple were prepared to sacrifice themselves. Like statues, they blocked the entrance of the gate of the temple and waited for the moment of the final glory. The only concern on their minds was the countdown displayed on the artificial intelligence behind them. The second full strike of the global sword network had entered the final countdown. All the anti-air magical equipment in the secret bases had been filled with an extreme spiritual energy that far exceeded their limits. They would certainly blow out damages that were 10 times more powerful than before. The defense shield of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, had been seriously damaged in the first round of attack and was not repaired yet. It was now a giant target hanging in midair. This was the best opportunity. 10. 9. 8. 7. Everybody counted the numbers quietly, envisioning the picture where Manjasaka, the city in the sky, fell from the sky in furious flames. Honest to the stars, they were willing to pay with their lives and their souls to make the scene a reality. The drilling noises, the explosions, and the screams of killing were drawing nearer and nearer. The collisions between the penetrators and the earthly dragons had already affected the land below their feet. All the bones and muscles on everyone's body were shivering. But they were still persisting in the defense of the place. In another few seconds, the second round of attack would be fully activated. 6. 5. 4. Sister Yun, Han Te and Luli were hiding behind Jingyun. Although shaking hard, they still grabbed the vibration sabers and the chains words tightly without retreating at all. Don't be scared. We still have a chance. Once we really blow up Manjasaka, the city in the sky, the immortal cultivators will definitely be in chaos. By then, I will figure out a way to help you escape out of this place even at the cost of my own life. Jingyun covered the two little fellows with her cold mechanical arm. Looking at the Fist King next to her, she said in a hoarse voice, "Somebody needs to tell other people what happened today after all." 3. 2. 1. Despite the tension of the battle up ahead, when the countdown reached 1, all the resistance warriors couldn't help but turn around and watch the big, glittering, and colorful 0 that the artificial intelligence had finally displayed, as well as the following rise of mystic rays, where thousands of flying swords would stab through the enemy's heart. We've made it. The second round of Global Strike has been activated. The immortal cultivators are one step slower after all. This round of attack will certainly shoot down Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The most dazzling fire was popping up in the eyes of all the resistance warriors. However, after the countdown above the head of the artificial intelligence jumped to 0, the pictures of soaring flames that they expected did not appear on the light beams around. Instead, they were seriously twisted as if they were suffering from a crystal processor virus. In the next second, a short sentence of infinite mockery popped up on all the light beams. 0 means nothing. The control center of the global sword network, which had been humming and functioning at a high speed, seemed to have touched a certain switch. The colorful brilliance around it dimmed, the illumination rune arrays were shut down forcefully, the defense system was completely cut off, and the shining, gorgeous automatic crystal turrets all dangled down and turned back into wasted metals again. All the members of the resistance were dumbfounded, their hearts cold, not having the vaguest clue what was going on. Everything was dark except for the bright golden, enormous head in midair. The so-called artificial intelligence that was filled with the spirit, the will, and the beliefs of countless previous cultivators and controlled the global sword network was still as eye-catching as before. But the enormous head, which was more than 10 meters in diameter, was experiencing drastic changes too, with weird contortions. The flesh on its face was corroded within seconds, turning a healthy, charming head into a creepy, horrifying skull at a fast speed. Bloody tears flowed from the dark, deep eye sockets, and its pale teeth were clattering non-stop while it made chuckling sounds. It couldn't have been more terrifying. What is happening? It is impossible. Has it been invaded by the Immortal Cultivator's virus? Why? This is such a critical moment. Everything was lost at the last moment. The hearts of the resistance warriors hit the rock bottom from highly rising mountains. They all felt that the world was swirling, and their heads were blank. They could barely breathe, and their faces were blushing and even turning purple as if they were suffocated. However, the reality was only more cruel than their imagination. They aimed all their firepower at the gate of the temple that had been opened, but they were never prepared for the darkness deep inside the temple. At this moment, from the darkness deep inside the temple, hundreds of spiritual puppets flowed out like tides. The spiritual puppets were like octopi with an enormous eye grown at the center of their bodies. They were made of a round shell and 4 freely extensible circular mechanical arms. Schwa. 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 From the sharp ends of the mechanical tentacles, cross-shaped tongs that were full of sawtooth were opened. At the center of the tongs were high-resolution crystal cameras. Almost 10,000 crimson crystal cameras were shining in the darkness and staring at the resistance warriors from the high stance without blinking at all. It seemed that there were other channels at the rear of the temple that led to the outside world or even the surface of the planet, and the channels had long been grasped by the immortal cultivators. We have been tricked? Trap. This is a trap. Looking at the cold spiritual puppets flying in midair with ear-splitting noises caused by metal contortions, some resistance warriors finally realized what was going on, but it was already too late. But even if they were dying, they couldn't figure out at all what the problem could possibly have been. The smiling skull, which was shedding bloody tears in midair, continued to collapse and fall apart. This time, after the pale mask of the skeleton broke into pieces, it turned into the face of a handsome middle-aged man who seemed to be carved out of marble. What was glittering in the darkness, other than the middle-aged man's face that was full of smiles, was the glass of red wine in his hands that looked like blood. My dear friends, thank you for your splendid performance so far. Your passionate and dedicated acting was indeed a soul-stirring and mind-boggling entertainment for all of us. The middle-aged man who looked like a marble statue sipped the delicious wine and continued with a smile. However, even the greatest show has an ending. Due to the limitation of time, I have to reveal the truth to all of you now. First of all, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wu Yinglan, the owner of the Manjasaka, the city in the sky that you have been so determined to destroy. What? How is it possible? What kind of trap have we fallen into? Including Jingyun, all the resistance warriors of Starlight felt that their souls had been shattered. The beliefs and the strength that supported them till this far completely collapsed. Everybody stared at the enormous head in devastation, like empty shells. Don't you understand? Then, just look at the real Manjasaka, the city in the sky right now. Wu Yinglan raised his voice slightly. Next to his head that was as enormous as a fiend, new light beams immediately showed up, in which the appearance of Manjasaka, the city in the sky that was shot at a close distance, was displayed. Surrounded by the red and gold spiritual shield that was utterly intact and as fresh as new, Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was still hanging in the sky like the most glamorous flower. Was there any sign that it had suffered any attack at all? It is a shame that the picture of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, suffering attacks just now, or rather, everything you have seen since you entered this so-called temple, is fake and simulated by the immortal cultivators. Wu Yinglan said casually, ever since the very beginning, there has been no global sword network or temple of cultivators at all. Everything, including your hopes, your missions, and the things that you were willing to strive for with your own lives, is false. They were all granted to you by the immortal cultivators. Even your organization, and the life of each and every one of you, was intentionally retained, carefully planned, and controlled by the immortal cultivators. You think that you were free, but your so-called freedom came from our generosity. In fact, you were not any different from the sinners on the ground of the land of sins. You were all puppets made of flesh and blood whose strings were in the hands of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Your resistance, your fierce fight, your escape, and your desperate counterattack. Everything originates from the plays that the immortal cultivators have written. The 3D light beams around Wu Yinglan began to display the pictures that had been secretly shot a long time ago. They were the most confidential combat meetings of the resistance organization. It was a sign that the immortal cultivators had truly infiltrated and controlled the entire underground branch of Starlight since a long time ago. Some cultivators were at a loss of what to do, some burst into tears, and some held their heads so hard that their fingers were deeply embedded into their skulls. They staggered back for a few steps, before they collapsed to the ground, unable to say anything for a long time. Some of them also looked at Wei Longtao, their general commander and the leader that they had always trusted, admired, and relied on most in suspicion. Right. There's also your general commander, the omnipotent hero of Starlight, Wei Longtao. Wu Yinglan's smile was more and more intense as he appreciated the looks on the faces of the resistance warriors in great interest. It is true that he was a cultivator a long time ago, but he was smart enough to recognize the real laws by which the world functions. He abandoned the naive, childish ideas that could never be realized and became an honorable, venerable, and dedicated immortal cultivator. Although many people had vaguely guessed the answer, their hearts still fell into the caves of ice when they heard it from Wu Yinglan's mouth and saw Wei Longtao standing below the enormous face of Wu Yinglan in silence. Then, the caves of ice were burnt into magma. Wei Longtao. Shuddering, Zhou Jingyun roared in fury, "You betrayed us. You betrayed Starlight. This is not betrayal, it's a sensible choice made by a smart person. Leading the members to a bright future is what a qualified leader of an organization should do, instead of darting into the fire like moths and asking to be killed." Wu Yinglan said casually, "Commander Wei, it's your turn now. Don't be excited, everyone. Listen to me. I absolutely don't mean you any harm. On the very contrary, I am saving all of you, like I have done countless times before." Taking a deep breath, Wei Longtao held his head high and bulged his eyes, making them look like light bulbs, while he stared at everybody including Zhou Jingyun. He spoke in such a resolute and matter-of-fact way that it was filled with convincing and trust-incurring power, like all the exciting speeches he made in the past. It seemed that somebody would believe him even if he said that the sun in the high sky was square. Think about it. Why are we resisting the Imperium and fighting the immortal cultivators? For no reason at all. It is only because we were born here, our ancestors were stranded here, that we have naturally become the so-called cultivators, the cockroaches, lice, and rats hiding here and there in fear in the underground world. Is such a life really worth it? Does such resistance really matter? Are the ideas and hopes that we persist in a real thing? Wake up, everyone. We are merely caught in an illusion of self-hypnotization and self-affection. We are haunted and possessed by the ghosts that should have perished 1,000 years ago. We have completely lost our true selves. Our life is false. Our resistance is false. Our hope is false. Our heroes and our desperate counterattacks that we believe to be true are false. All of them. In the past, I was also mired in self-deception under the manipulation of the ghosts that had been dead for 1,000 years. I thought that everything I did was truly of some significance, however little it was. Thankfully, I woke up in time and realized that the so-called path of the cultivators was an out-and-out lie, a fairy tale that would never become reality. It would only bring incessant tragedies to the land of sins and to each and every one of us. Besides, we are no real cultivators at all but a bunch of mobsters who are gathered by accident, driven by hatred, fury, and inertia. We are absolutely no match for Manjasaka, the city in the sky, if we can even deal any damage to it at all. It will only be a futile suicide. Nobody is scared of death, but your death should be more valuable. So, I have to save everyone and help you completely realize the ridiculousness of the lies, so that you can break away from the miseries and embark on a new life. Wei Longtao roared so loudly and passionately that his face was already red. Opening his brawny arms at everyone, he said in the most sincere way, "Come on. Stop lying to yourself. We are no real cultivators at all. Besides, the real cultivators were already thrashed by the immortal cultivators 1,000 years ago. What's there to struggle for when we are nothing more than counterfeits? Put down the hatred, leave the underground world, and embrace a brand new life. I already have got the promise of Lord Wuiyinglan. As long as we are willing to surrender unconditionally, we will certainly receive appropriate treatments. There will be a chance for us to recognize the real true path of immortality and the laws of the world so that we can be the supreme immortal cultivators. This is the only bright future that belongs to all of us. General Commander, you. Zhua Jingyun covered her mouth in disbelief, and her tears ran out of her eyes beyond her control. She stepped back to almost 5 meters away, but she still couldn't believe what she had heard and seen. Her body was like a sand tower in the wind that was shaking and might collapse at any moment. The roars and explosions outside were drawing nearer and nearer. With sharp noises, a few aggressive penetrators of the immortal cultivators dug into the temple from all directions, carrying a large batch of raging exos and spiritual puppets. The enemies are everywhere. They are 10 times more than us. What do we do? What do we do? The resistance warriors were like rats that had fallen into a pot of hot oil. Overwhelmed, they were at a loss about what to do. Yes. Different from the disobedient, uneducable guys in the space, I think that you still have some potential to be re-educated. Wuiyinglan chuckled. Therefore, if you are willing to lay down your weapons and surrender, as the owner of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, I promise you that I will not hurt you at all, and I'll give you an opportunity to be an immortal cultivator. Don't jump to any decision just yet. Come on. Let's watch the ending of your fellow cultivators in space first. Ha. Ha ha ha. In Wuiyinglan's laughter, the light beams around the enormous head displayed the battlefield in the vast sea of stars. It could be clearly seen that hundreds of ragged, bizarre-looking half-armed starships jumped out of the space not far away from Manjasaka, the city in the sky. As they regrouped into the intimidating arc-shaped battle formation, they did look somewhat invincible and unstoppable. It was a shame that they were faced with not a broken city that was on the brink of collapse because of the barrage of the global sword network, but an iron fortress with an intact defense system and abundant reserves of spiritual energy and ammunitions, which was also reinforced by half a main force fleet of the Imperium in secret in the recent month. It had been armed to the teeth. Hardly had the coalition fleet of Starlight jumped to the depths of the Martial Meritocrat sector when a large area of space torpedoes was detonated near their landing point. The most violent radiations and high-energy particles were released, causing a highly unstable zone with a coverage of almost 1,000,000 square kilometers. The space torpedoes were not meant to kill or injure the coalition fleet of Starlight but to completely disrupt the space stability in the area, in case the rats of Starlight escaped immediately when they saw that something was not right with another desperate space jump. Should they jump out of the Martial Meritocrat sector and even the devilish Scorpion Nebula, it would be terribly difficult to catch all of them again. If they were captured or annihilated by other forces, it would not be Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan's achievement. Right now, to initiate a space jump in the highly unstable three-dimensional space was like to set sail in the middle of a tsunami. The difficulties and dangers were 10 times higher. Almost nobody would do such a thing that was no different from suicide. Almost from the moment the space torpedoes exploded, the demonic, bloody flower of the other shore blossomed slowly. Silent, cold, and elegant starships of the Imperium glided out of the petals and assembled into an attack formation that looked like a sharp blade in dazzling movements. Hundreds of thousands of crystal suits had also been woken up from the dark space in all directions, as they went at the coalition fleet of Starlight. From the bloody flower of the other shore and the heavenly rails, thousands of bloody pillars of light emerged without a sound and covered the distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers in between in the blink of an eye, piercing into the fleet of Starlight in bloody bubbles. The massacre of the epic quest, Dying Light, had officially begun. We have been betrayed. Manjusaka, the city in the sky, is not damaged at all. Its spiritual shield is absolutely intact. Why are there so many main force warships of the Imperium in this place? Shouldn't they be mired in the battles against the Covenant Alliance in the front line? This is a trap. We have been deceived. Some traitors sold us out. This is a bait to attract and catch all of us. This is a scheme. It's hopeless now. Let's run. Let's run now. There was nothing but exclamations and screams in the communication channels of the leadership of the coalition fleet of Starlight, which was mixed with tsunami-like explosions now and then. Quiet now. Seeing that the enemy's space fortress was absolutely undamaged, and a batch of main force warships that far exceeded their expectation showed up, Gao Kangda felt that the world was swirling too. Everything in his eyes turned black and white. But he was a seasoned general who survived the unsettled chaos, after all, and he knew that they would be giving their lives away if they were to escape now. Since this is a trap, our retreat must have been blocked by the enemy. Look at the space stability index on your mainframe crystal processor. This space is like a piece of paper that has been torn apart brutally. It is impossible to launch a space jump at all. We have no choice except to march forward relentlessly. Even if we are going to escape, we will have to break the enemy in front of us and get out of the chaotic space first before we initiate a space jump. Have you all forgotten our purpose? We are here to die in the first place. Come on. Show the immortal cultivators the courage of the cultivators. Even if we are killed, we will die together with Manjusaka, the city in the sky, and crash the goddamn lair of fiends into the surface of the planet. Faced with the glamorous warships of the Imperium that were moving at a high speed, Great Mountain, the armed mining starship that looked like an asteroid of garbage, burst out the most brilliant exhaust flames in the past hundreds of years as it charged at the enemy at Manjusaka, the city in the sky. Have you seen it? Your fellow cultivators in the space have jumped into our trap in their idiocy too. They are now being reaped, butchered, and destroyed ruthlessly. Wu Yinglan said, those obstinate guys are destined to die. There is no chance for them at all. But you still have a choice to regret and abandon your dark past and embark on the journey to the light. Stop hesitating. Both my patience and mercy are very limited. Drop all your fantasies. Trust me, there are no miracles in this world. In the #1 spaceport of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, a black starship that looked like 3 sharp swords condensed together and slowly glided out of the rail. The power runa rays at the back of the starship burst out brilliant exhaust flames like plum blossoms, accelerating it to such a high speed that it almost tore apart the entire universe when it rushed to the sea of stars far away that had already begun to simmer. It was Tornado, Li Lingfeng's flagship. Li Lingfeng was standing on the bridge, and Li Jialing was pacing back and forth anxiously next to him. Around them were quick flashing light beams. Everything that was happening in the space and below the ground, including Wu Yinglan's remark of desperation just now, was all within their knowledge. Wu Yinglan was wrong about that. How can he say that there are no miracles in this world? Wouldn't it be very bad and inharmonious if the farmers, miners, and assembly line workers whose lives are already filled with desperation hear it? Playing with a set of colorful cosmos rings, which seemed to be made of rainbows, Li Lingfeng said with a smile, "Of course there are miracles in this world. But all the miracles are created by the immortal cultivators. We create whatever miracles we want and make them happen to whoever we want them to happen to." It was true that miracles were created and controlled by the immortal cultivators. At this moment, inside Manjasaka, the city in the sky, there was a professional team of more than 50,000 people in the Heavenly Eye group who were solely responsible for the creation of miracles. They were the most brilliant screenplay architects, picture editors, and After Effects engineers. There were also specialists in news, directing, and psychology. The pictures captured by various sorts of crystal cameras in the war taking place in space and the siege below the ground right now were only the raw materials. If they were directly broadcasted for the people of the Imperium to watch, the effect would not be shocking and educational enough, and it was often difficult to prevent unexpected factors from happening. Therefore, although it was real-time transmission, in name, there would always be a delay of 1 to 5 minutes according to the actual situation. The professional team of 50,000 people were responsible to filter, edit, and montage the materials in the 5 minutes that were of paramount importance. They had to decorate, implant, or even fabricate things out of nothing, in order to output a piece of flawless and highly shocking work, so that the will of the immortal cultivators, or to be more exact, the will of Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan, could be carried out as much as possible. At this moment, in the entire Imperium, millions of common people had received the pictures that were carefully compiled by the immortal cultivators, including Gao Shaojian, Gao Kangda's little brother. The underground cultivators in the picture were arrogant and overjoyed at first, before they were devastated and caught in complete desperation. Their extremely twisted faces were so pitiful, disgusting, and hilarious. Gao Shaojian and his workmates who had all performed mechanical modifications burst into laughter, amused by the cultivators' looks of disbelief and bewilderment. The ragged starships of the coalition fleet of Starlight, in contrast to the magnificent main force fleet of the Imperium, were so poor and thin, and they collapsed at the first touch. Together with the screams, moans, and sound effects such as, "We are screwed," that were added during editing, the absurdity of a bunch of clowns who did not know what they were doing was best depicted. If you had seen this coming, would you have done it at the beginning? Gao Shaojian shook his head in disapproval and thought fluently with the ways of thinking that his supervisors had inculcated into his head. Can anything be better than working diligently and being a decent man? It was their own laziness and sluggishness that caused the tragedy, and yet they are blaming it on the society, the system, and the government. Also, because of the infiltration and the instigation of hostile forces such as the Covenant Alliance and the extraterrestrial devils, they finally walked on the wrong path, broke the law, and committed all the wrongdoings. The only ramification of their action is that they are hurting both others and themselves. The Imperium has secured decisive, glorious triumphs at the front line, but our enemies are certainly unwilling to admit their defeat without fighting back. Even if they know they are doomed, they will still struggle desperately before their death. They will try to conspire with the ambitious forces within the Imperium, hoping to cause the last bit of trouble in the end. In the picture, an officer of the Imperium who was tall, sharp, and wearing a formal uniform declared aloud, "However, the Imperium is invincible, and our enemies are destined to die. For the Imperium, for the peace and happiness of billions of people of the Imperium, and for the rise of the civilization of mankind, we will never allow any enemy to get things their way. Go forward now, army of the Imperium. Destroy the cultivators before our eyes, the dogs of the Covenant Alliance. Go forward, Imperium. Long live the Imperium. Destroy the cultivators. Destroy the Covenant Alliance. Long live the Imperium. Long live the immortal cultivators. Long live the civilization of mankind." For a moment, Gao Shaojian was caught in a trance and thought that he had become the tall and handsome officer of the Imperium sailing in the Sea of Stars on the awesome super starship. The man-made blood in his body all flowed into his brain. He felt that he was burning all of a sudden. Thunderous roars echoed from the broadcast runes. Gao Shaojian and his workmates screamed so hard that the dome of the loyalty room was almost falling apart. "Are you ready?" On Tornado, Li Lingfeng looked at Li Jialing with a smile. "You are the greatest miracle that we are going to create in this battle. From this moment on, you will be a falcon soaring in the wind. Just release your potential and claim the entire universe." "I'm ready." Li Jialing stopped pacing. Taking a deep breath, he slightly clenched his fists and said, "I almost can't wait any longer." "That's good. Prepare to fight. I'll ask my most elite, Scorching Wind squad to stay behind you." Li Lingfeng said, "Remember. There's no need to deal with the enemy's minions. Your target is the enemy's starships. If you can blow up a starship with your crystal suit, it will be of great promotional value." Li Lingfeng did not bring much reinforcement of main force warships for Wu Yinglan this time. After all, the war against the Covenant Alliance on the front line was not over yet. Now that the Imperium had swallowed a large area of space zones in a row, the defense line and the supply line were greatly stretched. Fleets had been deployed everywhere to resist the counterattack of the Covenant Alliance. Besides, the army of the Imperium was not in one piece either. While the fleets belonged to the Supreme His Majesty in name, they were in fact under the command of the nobles and the masters of the sectors. The recruitment of soldiers, the subsidies, and the commanders of various levels were all controlled by the nobles and the sector masters, who had long minded their own business without taking orders from anyone. The vast and newly earned space zones were a piece of great cake. In regard to the distribution of the cake, the fleets of the Imperium, which represented the interests of different nobles and experts, would probably even burst into huge fights. Who was willing to abandon the benefits of a planet or even a whole sector at such a moment and fight the cultivators together with Li Lingfeng? Cultivators were nothing more than cockroaches and rats. They couldn't be anything better than that whether they were crushed or not. Even if they were all killed with no survivors, so what? How many gains could they possibly get? Could the cultivators make a few resource planets out of nothing and offer them to the immortal cultivators? As for Li Lingfeng himself, although he was the best expert in the prime years in the Li family and had always been known as the future Kurfürst, it was the unpredictable future after all. At the very least, the leader of the Li family was not him right now, and he was not one of the four Kurfürsten. Many people in his family within his generation or even his father's were coveting his place. They would already be considered friendly enough if they did not stab him in the back. How was it possible to expect them to bring out their private troops to help him? If he were to pull some strings, it was not entirely impossible to gather a few fleets. The question was that the fleets were not stupid either. If they were to mobilize a lot of troops to him, they were bound to extend their hands into the Heavenly Eye group and the platform of Slaughter Stream, sharing his core interests. The Heavenly Eye group was controlled by Wu Yinglan in name, but in fact, it couldn't have flourished without the support of the future Kurfürst. The construction of the Land of Sins and Manjasaka, the City in the Sky, as well as the epic quest of Dying Light, right now, was all for only one purpose, which was to pave the way for him to be the leader of the Li family in one of the four Kurfürsten by providing support of capitals, connections, fame, media control, or even military credits. Li Lingfeng absolutely couldn't tolerate anybody laying fingers on his core interests in any form. Therefore, after discussing with Wu Yinglan for a long time and running the most accurate estimation on the comprehensive capability of Starlight, he still decided to solve the problem with the armed forces of the Heavenly Eye Group themselves, Li Lingfeng's own private troop, and a few mercenary fleets that were hired with coins. The cultivators were an unorganized mess. It was more than easy to crush the enemy with their available forces at hand. However, the universe was too vast a place after all. If the cultivators were really determined to run away crazily, it did require some meticulous planning in order to annihilate all the cockroaches. Therefore, even Li Lingfeng had taken action in person with his flagship in order to reach the most perfect outcome and to make an accomplishment that nobody could question. So far, everything has been under our control. The annoying cockroaches that bothered us for 1,000 years are finally going to be stomped on today. Li Lingfeng patted heavily on Li Jialing's shoulder. Go now. The moment of miracle that belongs to us has begun. Go make your miracle. All right. Li Jialing smiled and stared at Li Lingfeng. Bowing at him respectfully, he took the opportunity to hide his eyes in the shadow. I'll be sure to let you see a shocking miracle. In the cold, quiet spaceport in Manjasaka, the City in the Sky, in a corner that was only one wall away from the dark space, Li Yao stretched out his limbs and crouched on the ground before slowly opening his crimson eyes. Li Yao's senses penetrated into the cold floor like the roots of an enormous tree through his eyes, palms, and abdomen, spreading out to the dozens of spaceports around. In the perception of his soul, the entire Manjasaka, the City in the Sky, gradually turned into a transparent, crystal castle. The starships docked in the various spaceports of the Crystal Castle caught his attention. When starships were activated, they were bound to spurt out dazzling flames of light and release intense spiritual waves, which could not escape the senses of Li Yao, who was at the divinity transformation stage. Every starship was as clear as an ant under the scorching sun. Their trajectories to the Sea of Stars were captured clearly by Li Yao. In only an hour, almost all the starships docked in Manjasaka, the City in the Sky, were launched to the battlefield in space to crush and besiege the coalition fleet of Starlight. The only things left in the spaceport were the civil carriers and small barges, but they were filled with fuel and ready to be activated too. The battles in the space were always protracted and could not be resolved in a day or two. By Li Yao's estimation, even though the enemy was as untrained as Starlight, it was impossible to catch all the rats and cockroaches that were running amok without 10 days to half a month's hunting and blocking. In other words, the interior of Manjasaka, the City in the Sky, couldn't have been more weakly defended. Most of the elites, including Li Lingfeng, had marched to the Sea of Stars and were engaged with the coalition fleet of Starlight. It was definitely impossible for them to retreat in a hurry. Right now, according to the feedback of Neltharion, which was maneuvered by the mental devil, there was only approximately 1/10 of soldiers left in Manjasaka, the City in the Sky, as well as the experimenters and the specialists of information processing. Wu Yinglan was supervising everything. Right. There were also the young people of the major families of immortal cultivators who had not reached the age of real battles yet but came to the place for visits with their seniors. There are miracles in this world. Real miracles. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao slowly rose to his feet. The map of the entire Manjasaka, the City in the Sky, and the sabotages that he was about to commit revolved rapidly deep inside his brain, making the furiously burning flames in his crimson eyes even more intense and fierce. Looking at the surveillance cameras around him, Li Yao said in silence, "Are you ready? You must ensure that the connection between the Beehive prison and Wu Yinglan's control center is cut off and replaced with false images. Can you do that? I'm already aware of that. You can stop chattering. The mental devil's lazy voice came over. I am now more or less in the divinity transformation stage 2, and I have absorbed the pieces of tenebrum energy from the extraterrestrial devils and the abundant legacies from Professor Mo Xian. This is just a minor issue in hacking a crystal processor. Do you have to make it so complicated? However, I do need to remind you that Wu Yinglan is a smart guy. He'll notice that something is wrong in 5 minutes at most. 5 minutes are enough. With a smile, Li Yao rose abruptly and strode out of the dark corner blatantly. Although the spaceport that was specially designed for the civil carriers was rather remote, a team of heavily armored immortal cultivators was still guarding it. At this moment, Manjusaka, the city in the sky, had entered the highest alert state. All the irrelevant personnel had been driven to the designated areas. Under the pale light, Li Yao's body that was surrounded by flames of spiritual energy was particularly eye-catching. Who is it? The guards of immortal cultivators were slightly dazed. They all bellowed and aimed their guns at Li Yao while they dispersed and surrounded him quickly in the shape of a sector. Don't move. Lay down your weapons and receive examination. Looking at his empty hands, Li Yao grinned and walked to the lift of the Beehive prison unhurriedly while baring his white and sharp teeth. Freeze! 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 The immortal cultivators all sensed the strength of Li Yao's body that felt like an awakening volcano. Their veins were all protruding, and their hearts were beating fast. They couldn't have been more anxious. They meant to report to their superior, only to discover that background noises were echoing from their communication channels at the same time, as if a certain weird force had disrupted and blocked their abilities to send messages to the outside world. Thud. 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 Li Yao moved forward one step after another, as heavily as if he were stomping on their faces and their hearts. I told you to stop. Soaked in cold sweat, the leader of the immortal cultivators in the front roared furiously to cover his fear. Instead of waiting for Li Yao to respond, he pulled his trigger brutally and commanded, "Shoot!" Duh. 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 Boom. 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 The destructive mystic rays weaved into a net, and the powerful crystal bombs exploded one after another. All the immortal cultivators roared crazily and vented their fury and fear without any restraint. Dozens of fiery lines congregated into a colorful, quickly expanding light ball. After the immortal cultivators had emptied dozens of magazines and crystal boxes and finally calmed down under the coarse roars of their commander, the light ball made of spiritual energy and metal scraps did not disperse but continued expanding like a fiend that was alive. A man whose long hair was moving quickly even though there was no wind and whose body was enshrouded in bloody flames was vaguely seen standing at the center of the light ball. The man even showed them the most horrifying smile that they had ever seen in their entire life. Run! The smile made the pupils and hearts of all the immortal cultivators shrink to the size of needle tips. Their first order from their nerve endings to their brain cells was to escape as quickly as possible. However, before they were able to put what they thought into action, they sensed a torrent of weird waves coming at them like invisible tides. Then, their crystal processors uttered cracking noises, and crazy stripes began to dance on their light beams. Their crystal suits had all been paralyzed. The magical equipment that their lives depended on became interrogational instruments that condemned them to death. Their crystal suits were squeezed hard by giant, invisible hands and collapsing non-stop, crumbling their bones and flesh. All of their blood and their mucus were darting out of the gaps of their crystal suits. Ah! It was certainly not an enjoyable feeling to have the crystal suit deeply embedded into the body or the skull be crushed by the helmet. The immortal cultivators let out excruciating moans and began to cramp crazily. Voila! At the last moment when they were about to explode alive from being crushed by their crystal suits, all the crystal suits suddenly fell apart and dispersed from their bodies like metal butterflies. All the immortal cultivators breathed deeply in a hurry, appreciating the preciousness of their lives with the intense desire for survival beaming out of their eyes. In the next second, the desire for survival in their eyes turned into the most agonizing desperation, because they saw that the scraps of all the crystal suits were condensed into a bizarre boa dozens of meters long, which became the tentacles of the weird man. Carrying the flames of the spiritual energy of the weird man that felt like a volcano eruption, they smashed at them brutally again. Pa! 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 The 12 immortal cultivators were almost blown up alive by the metal tentacles at the same time. Their broken bodies were whipped away to the walls far behind, turning into devastating blood signatures that informed the world of the arrival of a real cultivator. Li Yao did not bother to look at the bloody mists that were floating in midair. With his left hand behind his back, he opened his right hand and lifted it. The tentacles made of the scraps of the 12 crystal suits immediately flew to midair and gathered into an enormous metal ball. Ripples of spiritual energy flooded out of Li Yao's right arm non-stop, which enshrouded the metal ball and triggered spluttering red electric arcs around the metal ball, making it revolve at a high speed. When the electric arcs were glittering and revolving most intensely, Li Yao opened his hands and pushed the metal ball out, which hit the gate between the spaceport and the Beehive prison precisely. Boom! The gate was blown apart, revealing the pitch-dark channel behind. Ear-splitting alarms suddenly began to ring, but they sounded unbelievably thin in the vast, profound sea of stars. Li Yao blew at his palms softly and pushed forward to the Beehive prison with his hands in his back. However, something seemed to be missing. He couldn't help but feel that he hadn't completely enjoyed himself. What exactly am I missing? Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao began to consider carefully. The Beehive prison was peaceful and quiet. Although a heated battle was going on in the space, and the play on the Land of Sins had also reached the climax, they obviously had nothing to do with the Beehive prison. Hundreds of thousands of dangerous prisoners that received various sorts of modifications were still caged inside the cells that were made of superalloys and composite tempered glass dutifully under the suppression of the magnetic shackles of Dragnet. Every second, hundreds of spiritual puppets and almost 10 tough-looking alert squads patrolled the area without leaving any blind angle. The remaining jailers and guards were able to sit in the control room comfortably as they monitored the status of the giant array while appreciating the exciting slaughter stream and bursting into laughter at the cultivators' bewilderment and devastation. Suddenly, bam, 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 bam. The music that sounded like thunders from hell echoed from all the broadcast rune arrays in every corner of the Beehive prison at the same time. Like a flood that had broken the dam, they savaged every part of the prison and the eardrums of every prisoner. What is going on? All the jailers and guards jumped to their feet at the same time. Looking at each other in bewilderment, they stared at the broadcast rune arrays at the corner. They had never heard such angry, violent, shocking, flagrant, and alluring music before. If music could be compared to starships, what they were hearing must be a super-heavy main-force warship. Every drumming and every beat of the music was like the barrage of the main guns of the warship. Bam, bam, bam. Boom, boom, boom. Bam, bam, bam. The mind-blowing and soul-stirring, heavy music was still going on and successfully attracted the attention of all the prisoners, who could clearly sense the extremely dark and violent music that was a depiction of their daily life. It was the pain that they had been bearing and the sound that they wanted to shout out hysterically, which hadn't been heard by anyone. The rumbling noises and the crazy roars, which mixed with the shocking sounds of explosions and fractures, turned into floods and beasts that crashed into the hearts and the souls of all the prisoners through their ears, displaying the bizarre, bloody, cruel, insufferable illusions before them. They seemed able to see themselves being tied up by the jailers and the researchers for all kinds of cruel procedures on the operating tables. They envisioned the cold and shining scalpels and tongs and the hideous grins of the immortal cultivators. They saw their ghastly appearances after the first refinement, and they saw their miserable outcomes when they were forced to fight the mutated beasts and other prisoners under the threat of the electromagnetic whips and high-pressure phasers, until they were bleeding everywhere with broken bones all over their bodies. It was not music but the most painful and desperate moans from the deepest level of hell. All the prisoners covered their ears hard, unwilling to allow the demonic sounds to pierce through their brains. However, no matter how they dodged and resisted it, the sound from hell still shocked their blood, bones, and souls. Ah! The prisoners let out roars as they could not hold it any longer. They bashed their heads on the transparent glass walls hard, until the entire Beehive prison was clattering. At the deepest, darkest, and cruelest moment of the music of hell, the roar of an awakened primeval beast suddenly echoed after a deafening explosion. It was like a peal of thunder on a sunny day. The music seemed to have dug a hole on the iron house that absolutely did not have any exit, letting in the brightness that felt like running magma. After that, the rhythm of the music was faster and faster, and the tune was more and more exciting and exuberant too. Desperation turned into hope, pain turned into fury, and the fury gathered into blatantly flooding torrents. The prisoners were seeing all kinds of illusions again. They seemed to be part of the furious torrents that were breaking the cages and the Beehive prison and sweeping across the entire Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The arrogant and almighty immortal cultivators could do nothing except to shudder in fear under their torrents and be destroyed unstoppably. Ho! Ho! The blood and the brains of all the prisoners were simmering. They felt that they were filled with explosive strength that could not be vented out at all. They simply bashed the transparent glass walls hard, until intense marks of blood were left on the wall. The storm of hell had swept across the entire Beehive prison. The anger of the thousands of prisoners had been completely awakened by a battle hymn from the deepest level of hell. What? What is happening? Inside the control room, faced with the sounds that were like surging tides, both the warden and the jailers were scared out of their wits. Somebody hacked our system and played the uncanny music. Our connection to the control center has been cut off. We are trying to reconnect, but it will probably take another couple of minutes. Bad news came over one piece after another. Shoal, the muscles on the warden's face were twitching violently as he gnashed. Activate the dragnet and make sure that every prisoner is lying on the ground obediently without causing any trouble. Everybody, stay on full L, boom. Before he was able to complete his sentence, an earth-shaking explosion already came over from the vertical channel that looked like the silo for a starship. It was not a sound that any human could make at all, but more like the collisions of a heavy starship or a previously unseen alien beast with the gate of the prison at a super high speed. Boom. 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 The crazy collisions were happening again and again. The entire Beehive prison was shuddering in fear. The warden and the jailers looked at each other in bewilderment, their souls were shaking violently. They had no idea at all what kind of strength could possibly cause such noises. Even the most inert prisoner had realized that something unexpected must be happening. It seemed that somebody was attacking the Beehive prison. For a moment, all the jailers and the prisoners were palpitating hard as they watched the gate above their heads being twisted, deformed, and dented downward by the earthquakes. Swoosh! 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 Dozens of connection components more than half a meter in diameter that were used to fixate the gate and the shell of the prison were blown away, darting into the depths of the vertical channel and disappearing before everyone's sight. In the next second, it was another tsunami-like collision. The gate of the Beehive prison, which was more than 5 meters thick and weighed more than 1,550 tons, made of 7 composite materials that were designed to resist the barrage of the main guns of starships, was blown up by brute force. Several pieces of the gate that weighed dozens of tons rushed close like meteorites and fell into the vertical channel that was thousands of meters deep, triggering such a dull noise that was enough to grind the heart of every jailer. Before the warden realized what was going on, 100 twisted, bleeding immortal cultivators were blown downward from above, screaming while crashing helplessly. The crystal suits of many of them were spurting out miserable sparks non-stop and even exploded in midair, sparing the immortal cultivators in them the pain of falling into pieces. The hearts of the warden and all the jailers almost exploded at the same time. Their eyes were about to be torn apart and their every breath seemed to inhale flames that were mixed with thorns as they watched the monster that blew up the gate of more than 1,000 tons descending before them slowly. Out of their expectation, it was not an entire army, nor a hideous beast that was 100 meters long, but only one man. But what a tough man he was. He was wearing a half-transparent black crystal suit whose materials were beyond any recognition. It was also barely possible to lock onto it with metal scanning devices or heat scanning devices. The crystal suit seemed to have condensed all the darkness in the space and couldn't have looked more profound and mysterious. In the middle of the transparent and unpredictable black materials, deep red and bright gold crystal wires could be vaguely seen. They interweaved with each other and constructed a cubic network that was as complicated as nerves and veins. The network improved the crystal suit's circulation speed of spiritual energy as much as possible, and the starry red lights and the never-ending dark gold brilliant added to the mysteriousness and the glamour of the crystal suit. The warden had never seen a crystal suit of such a shape before. He had even never seen such mysterious materials and such a way to construct a crystal suit. However, according to his limited experience, such an immaculate and flawless crystal suit only meant one thing, which was an unparalleled expert who dominated the sea of stars with destructive strength. Hiss! 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 From the deep red and dark gold crystal wires inside the mysterious crystal suit, mystic rays as thick as hair flowed out and soon protruded out of the crystal suit, extending all the way down the back of the crystal suit. As if they had their own life, they connected with each other and soon weaved into the veins and nerves of two enormous wings. In the next moment, the black flames of light spurted crazily and congregated into delicate but sharp feathers that covered the network of veins and nerves, turning into a pair of enormous wings almost 30 meters long which couldn't have looked more awe-inspiring. The black crystal suit with blood-red spiritual stripes and gold brilliance was exactly the mystic skeleton blood wing, the best, unique crystal suit of the Federation that Li Yao had produced with the help of the entire Star Glory Federation and the most cutting-edge units and rune array systems from the primeval relics for the journey to the Imperium of true human beings. Ah! Both the warden and the jailers had sensed the unstoppable, destructive waves released from Li Yao's body. It felt like a whole high-speed crystal train was running over their faces brutally. Ho! The prisoners also saw the scene. Although they did not know who Li Yao was, they knew that he must be an enemy of the Beehive prison and Manjasaka, the city in the sky, as well as the source of the Hell March. Awed by Li Yao's dominating image, the prisoners were roaring even more excitedly than before. Bashing the transparent glass walls hard, they cheered for Li Yao. Hiu! 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 The hundreds of spiritual puppets under the control of crystal processors were the only things that were not moved by Li Yao's grand entrance. They spurted out from the pathways in all directions and unfolded from the balls, unleashing all their firepower in the battle form. Hee, hidden deep below the dark mask, a smile of eagerness popped up on Li Yao's face. He licked his lips and extended one finger. Countless storm bolters, crystal cannons, chaotic cannons, machine guns, and honeycomb-type flying sword launchers arrived from the sky. They were all the weapons that he stole from the immortal cultivators on his way to break into the place. Li Yao's telepathic thoughts turned into hundreds of tentacles, entangling and controlling the heavy firepower magical equipment and locking onto the spiritual puppets in every direction. Beep! 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 From the depths of his soul, invisible waves were also released to disrupt and sabotage the fire control chips of the spiritual puppets. Pa! Li Yao snapped softly. Boom! 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 Red, orange, green, blue, purple. A storm of bullets of a plethora of colors and a tsunami of spiritual energy were raised at the same time. The mystic rays, the bullets, and the metal scraps filled the entire vertical channel. Explosions and fireballs were happening non-stop, and the spiritual puppets fell like raindrops. But the black shadow remained absolutely still at the center where the explosions were most heated. Half a minute later, the explosions came to a stop. All the flames, spiritual energy, and blasts dispersing in midair were absorbed by the mystic skeleton blood wing. There was nothing around Li Yao anymore. Not a single spiritual puppet was still floating in the midair. The scene took place exactly next to the prisoners. It was truly splendid, exciting, and violent. All the prisoners couldn't have been more shocked by Li Yao's astonishing combat ability. They all cheered for him at the loudest of their voices. A large batch of jailers finally put on their crystal suits and lunged at the intruder from all directions. The volume of the Hell March was suddenly raised to a high level, as if it were going to shatter the entire Beehive prison, or at least all the transparent glass walls that blocked the prisoners. Nobody can defeat me with my background music. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao mumbled, not to mention worthless scumbags like you. Bo! 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 The mystic skeleton blood wing turned into a vortex deep inside the ocean. The spiritual energy ran to all directions like undersea magma. The space in the hundreds of square meters nearby was filled up by Li Yao's soul and spiritual energy, as if it were an extension of his brain. He could easily control the feeblest ripple of spiritual energy in the space of hundreds of meters. He could also sense the tremble of every grain of dust in the area within the time of a breath. It was the most terrifying new technique of the divinity transformation stage. The soul could be released into a domain, creating a small world that solely belonged to himself. He was the dominator and the sovereign of the small world. In the violent space that was filled with gloomy winds and raging tides, he was an almighty god. The immortal cultivators made an absolutely wrong choice. Seeing that Li Yao was all by himself, they tried to lunge forward at the same time with their sheer advantage in number and besiege Li Yao in the narrow, vertical channel so that he would be drowned in the stormy, incessant firepower. It was a shame that while the strategy might have worked on someone in the nascent soul stage, it was absolutely impossible to deal with an expert in the divinity transformation stage. In the narrow space where the immortal cultivators in the crystal suits were highly crowded, Li Yao's advantage of absolute domain couldn't have been made better use of. Now that most immortal cultivators had appeared within the range of his domain, there was nowhere for them to escape at all. In the blink of an eye, Li Yao had sensed the circulation routes of their crystal suits, the types of their supercompressed crystal reactors, the structures of their every chainsword and every saber, the quakes of the bullets of spiritual energy that were well prepared inside the barrels ready to be shot out any moment, and even their every breath, every heartbeat, and every drop of cold sweat on their forehead where veins were protruding out. All the immortal cultivators had no secrets before Li Yao. Their crystal suits turned into half-transparent glass, and their veins, nerves, and even internal organs were clearly visible. Li Yao was even able to predict their next move before their nerve endings began to constrict. Hew! When the fire control system of the crystal suits of all the immortal cultivators locked onto Li Yao tightly, Li Yao suddenly vanished from their crystal processors. He was floating right before everyone. They could even see him clearly with the naked eye without the scan of the crystal cameras. However, the target on the light beams of their crystal suits was erratic and unpredictable. They could not lock onto the target at all, as if it were not a human being before their eyes but a wandering ghost without a real entity. In the next second, Li Yao took action. The wings that were almost 40 meters long, which was surrounded by bloody flames and golden light, suddenly expanded to almost 100 meters long and enshrouded 100 immortal cultivators. Revolving rapidly, they turned into the most ferocious tornado. Exclamations, gunshots, collisions, and explosions echoed non-stop. Having no time to bother with the safety of their companions, the immortal cultivators shot mystic rays and bullets at the black tornado crazily. But they seemed to be feeding a ravenous beast because the black tornado was only getting larger and larger in size and consuming more and more immortal cultivators. Pooh! 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 As the black tornado revolved at the highest speed, many immortal cultivators whose crystal suits had been shattered or even set on fire were thrown away brutally into cannonballs that were as quick as lightning, before they hit the transparent glass walls of the prison cells around heavily. The force of the collision was so huge that many immortal cultivators were vaporized even before they were split apart. The supercompressed crystal reactors on their crystal suits, in the meantime, turned into powerful crystal bombs that exploded on the transparent glass walls one after another. Despite the sturdiness of the transparent glass walls, they could not withstand the incessant collisions of crystal suits. With cracking sounds, a lot of gaps that looked like spider webs appeared on the glass walls. The blood-boiling, violent battle hymn was even more inspiring than before. Almost all the prisoners had been living a life more miserable than death in the hellish prison and hated the jailer's guts. They were so excited that they almost couldn't control themselves when they watched Li Yao butchering the jailers as if they were chickens. While crashing the transparent glass walls non-stop in cooperation with Li Yao, with the hope of completely blowing up the gaps, they roared in their primitive animality and vented their anger and ecstasy to their heart's content. They did not know Li Yao's name yet, but in their eyes, Li Yao had turned into the embodiment of their infinite fury that had been accumulated to the zenith after decades of imprisonment and torture. Boom! Another jailer was blown away by Li Yao brutally into a transparent glass wall that was on the brink of collapse. The man was rather sturdy. Although his bones and internal organs were all broken, he was not dead yet. But before he struggled, a furry claw extended out of the broken gap on the transparent glass wall and grabbed him by the neck. Squeezing and churning it brutally, the claw broke the man's spine by force. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Finally, the first prisoner broke the transparent glass wall. A bleeding, magnificent body crawled out of the hole and stared at the god of killing Li Yao at the center of the black tornado with utmost admiration while letting out roars that were equally filled with the will of slaughter and resistance. The alarms in the Beehive prison were even more ear-splitting and panicking. However, even the most ear-splitting alarms would be eclipsed by Li Yao's unbelievably vehement hell march. The hundreds of jailers were all horrified. Under the intimidation of the overwhelming aura of the divinity transformation stage, they could not summon any courage to resist at all. Many of them ran away immediately, hoping to enter the main body of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, from the bottom of the vertical channel. However, with Li Yao's help, more and more prisoners had blown up the transparent glass walls before them. Given temporary freedom, they all sprinted forward and jumped at the jailers who were fleeing in panic, knocking them away brutally. Turmoil. The whole Beehive prison was caught in the turmoil. More and more prisoners escaped like floods breaking the dam. They were all running to the control room at the top where the warden was at. Although they were in ragged clothes and barely armed, their bodies of flesh and blood were already the best weapons after dozens of refinements. Hurry up and activate the dragnet to the maximum. The warden shouted hysterically in the control room. A dull noise echoed, and electric arcs as thick as boas rose from the bottom of the vertical channel, sweeping across the entire Beehive prison instantly. Due to the attraction of the powerful magnetic field in all directions, all the prisoners couldn't help but open their arms and legs, before they were bound to the wall and the floor tightly. The shackles were deeply entangled with their spines and their brains. If they resisted, there would only be excruciating pain that nobody could resist. Ah! 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 The prisoners were stuck to the floor, their arms and their legs stretched out. They could do nothing except to bulge their bloodshot eyes and utter roars of discontentment. He. At this moment, Li Yao had already cleared all the prisoners within 100 meters from him, who were shot at the transparent glass walls as cannonballs without any exception. Glancing at the prisoners who had been pressed to the ground, he tilted his head and stared at the control room up above. With his left hand behind his back, he straightened his right arm and opened his fingers. A dark red light ball that contained extremely dangerous energy, with the deep golden electric arcs as the framework, began to condense, revolve, and expand rapidly at his palm. Not good. The warden in the control room seemed to be able to see Li Yao's eyes, which were exploding before him like two supernovas. The warden wanted to escape out of his natural instincts, but his entire body from the muscle fibers to the nerve endings to the spine had been completely destroyed by Li Yao's eyes. He could not even move his toe as he watched the dark red light ball that looked like a black hole grew larger and larger, until it filled his eyes and completely melted him as well as the control room. Li Yao demolished the control room of the Beehive prison in one shot. However, the dragnet that had been activated to the maximum could not be cracked so easily. Thousands of prisoners were still attached to the floor tightly. Li Yao smiled and turned his eyes downward again. The pitch-black channel seemed to have become a translucent structure, allowing him to easily detect the spiritual energy relay station that was buried at the deepest part of the Beehive prison, which was the source that provided incessant energy for the Great Array. Under the watch of all the prisoners who were full of expectation and disbelief, an unprecedented miracle took place. Li Yao stabbed his hands deeply into the midline of the breastplate of his crystal suit and pulled the two parts heavily. The crystal suit should have been made of metals and crystals, but a structure that looked like the crystalline lens of living creatures was revealed on the chest. Then, after a moment with weird rhythms, two clusters of the crystalline lens the size of goose eggs also protruded out of the hands of the mystic skeleton blood wing. Electric arcs and ripples of spiritual energy appeared from the void around the four clusters of the crystalline lens. Leaving unpredictable traces behind, they were condensed into sophisticated and calligraphic runes that were all absorbed by the crystalline lens. The four clusters of the crystalline lens were more and more bright, dazzling, and scorching, as if four small suns were growing out of Li Yao's body. At first, many prisoners were still bulging their eyes while watching the incredible scene. But very soon, the light spots triggered by Li Yao's body were already as intense as the solar flare of the sun. It was impossible for the prisoners to look at them directly at all. In the end, even though they shut their eyes tightly, they could still feel the ubiquitous light stabbing into their eyes and blinding them like golden swords. It was the strength incomparable and even unavoidable for them. They could do nothing except to roar and bellow at the loudest of their voices, venting their fear and ecstasy in such a way. Even if they had to die, they still wanted to die together with the Beehive prison, Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and the immortal cultivators. It's been a long time. 100 billion times, the cell obliteration cannon burst now. When every mitochondrion in every cell had been burnt to the maximum and had the deepest reverberation with his soul, Li Yao shouted and pushed his palms out brutally. It was like 100 billion suns exploding inside the narrow vertical channel at the same time. Congregating into a storm of light that could pierce through the entire universe, they marched forward at the depths of the channel unstoppably. At the bottom of the vertical channel, a lot of immortal cultivators were still fleeing in panic, too intimidated by Li Yao's unparalleled might to confront Li Yao at all. They were about to escape to the inner parts of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, to ask for help. However, the sharp alarms from their crystal processors and the sense of burning of their nerve endings completely ossified their body. Driven by their natural instincts, they all turned around in devastation. They saw an ocean of light, heat, blast, ultra-radiations, and high-energy particles smashing at their faces overwhelmingly, enshrouding them in the blink of an eye. Their crystal suits were melted, their skin withered, their blood boiled, their bones were burned into ashes, and their souls ripped apart, turning into a tiny bubble in the ocean of light. The unpardonable immortal cultivators were obliterated into nothingness before they had the opportunity to scream. All the prisoners in the cells nearby found it impossible to open their eyes under the incomparably brilliant light. Some of the flames and blasts even surged into the cells through the cracks on the transparent glass walls, rushing past their heads and savaging crazily. It was like an infuriated river of magma, running unstoppably above their heads with surging tides. They could only stick their heads to the floor and scratched it hard with their fingers while keeping their mouths wide open, letting out hysterical roars, melting their wrath, hatred, and entire soul into the overwhelming tides made of flames of light and blasts. The roars of light that felt like an outburst of a solar storm continued on for more than half a minute. The prisoners could see absolutely nothing except for pure whiteness. There was nothing but the sound of frictions caused by the air burned by the high-speed spiritual energy in their ears, like what people might hear when they broke into the atmosphere at a super high speed on a landing capsule. Suddenly, everybody sensed that a dull explosion took place in the depths of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, below their feet, followed by such a great earthquake that something seemed to have been completely destroyed. The storm of light finally died down bit by bit. The whiteness before their eyes gradually faded away, replaced by the hints of the color of blood. They were the capillary vessels on their eyelids, which were now clearly seen by them. Before the prisoners took a breath in relief, a series of world-shaking explosions burst out deep down their feet. As if they were a response to the storm of light just now, infinite mystic rays, blasts, and high-energy particles spurted upward along the vertical channel in the form of a volcano eruption, splashing all the way to the outside of the Beehive prison through the gate. The prisoners moaned in pain again and buried their heads deep in their arms. Their heads, which were now a mess, were occupied by two questions. Firstly, was the unbelievably strong freak outside capable of resisting such violent blasts of spiritual energy? Secondly, why were they able to move their arms now? They could cover their head. Did it mean that the array of Dragnet was losing effect? The outburst of spiritual energy from bottom to top lasted slightly more than 1 minute intermittently, before it ran out of momentum too. The energy system of the Beehive prison seemed to have a lot of faults. Even the illumination rune arrays and the defense shields had stopped functioning, not to mention Dragnet, the supermagnetic shackles that tied all the prisoners up tightly. The prisoners staggered to their feet. Wiping the blood that flowed out of their eyes, their nostrils, their noses, and their mouths, they shook their dizzy heads hard and looked at the shackles on their wrists and ankles suspiciously, still not having the vaguest clue what had just happened. They only knew that. First of all, now that the magnetic shackles had lost effect, they were now able to perform the swiftest and most agile body movement skills. Secondly, after so many rounds of repetitive savaging, the transparent glass walls before them were riddled with holes. Even if they had not completely collapsed yet, it would be very easy to blow a reasonably large hole on the glass walls. Thirdly, all the jailers in the Beehive prisoner had been killed in the most miserable way. Now, the prison was theirs. Fourthly, all the prisoners looked at Li Yao, who was still floating in the vertical channel at the center of thousands of prison cells, in shock, astonishment, confusion, and admiration. At first, he burned tremendous cells and mitochondria into the purest energy to bombard the energy relay station of the Beehive prison. Then, he resisted the counterforce of the explosion of the energy relay station the hard way and even absorbed some of the escaping spiritual energy for his own use. Under the protection of Li Yao's spiritual energy in the divinity transformation stage, the mystic skeleton blood wing showed absolutely no sign of being damaged. Instead, another layer of bouncing flames was added to the pair of broad wings, making them look even more eye-catching, majestic, and dominating. Such an unparalleled appearance almost made all the prisoners grow the urge to worship him in their excitement. Who is he exactly? Why is he so strong? 10,000 question marks were popping up in the hearts of the prisoners. They were perhaps not immortal cultivators, but having grown up in such a dog-eat-dog world as the Imperium of true human beings, they had natural reverence for the experts. Li Yao's mysteriousness and magnificence were like burning nails that were deeply pinned into their hearts. Hiu! 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 Behind Li Yao, the wings that were almost 40 meters long were withdrawn, rolled, and loosened again, blowing out thousands of feathers to all directions like a storm. Every feather was like a tiny flying sword when they darted at the transparent glass walls of the thousands of prison cells. In the next moment, Li Yao's hands performed almost 10,000 signs, extending thousands of spiritual threads from his fingers to pull the feathers. The feathers turned from red to gold, and from gold to dazzling white. In furiously burning flames, they burned a hole almost 2 meters in diameter on the transparent glass walls of all the cells. As a result, even the prisoners who could not escape from the cells on their own were now able to breathe the freshest air. Hooray! Ho! Aoo! Many prisoners jumped out of the holes in a hurry before waiting for the orange materials at the edge of the hole to cool down. They stared at Li Yao carefully at first, before they glanced downward in curiosity, wondering what kind of damage Li Yao's blow had caused just now. After a look, everybody was completely dumbfounded. At a very far place down in the Beehive prison, the channel and the metal structures had been completely melted up into boiling magma. When they looked at it from a distance, they could see nothing but red and orange colors. It could be vaguely seen that the shell of the energy relay station had been completely blown up, and a series of smaller explosions were still going on inside. It seemed that the Beehive prison was not the only victim whose energy supply had been affected. Even the main power source of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, might be caught in trouble too. If the main power source of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was affected or even completely sabotaged, it would mean that the space fortress lost the ability to power the spiritual shields and the anti-gravity rune arrays. That would certainly be a lot of fun. Was it really done by a single person? It is even more unbelievable than the damage that a whole army could have made. Who is he exactly? What does he want? After witnessing the damage that Li Yao had caused on his own, all the prisoners began to tremble hard. All of their nerve endings were shaking unpredictably under Li Yao's pressure. More and more prisoners broke out of the cages, but they did not know what to do in the next step. They were all in the middle of the dark, boundless space, with nowhere to run to at all. The thousands of prisoners, the ghastly monsters, and the poor creatures who had gone through all kinds of suffering, although they were all common miners, farmers, or even unlucky bottom-level immortal cultivators in the past, all stared at Li Yao at a loss. The Hell March that had been bombarding the Beehive prison all the time, however, did not stop, although the energy supply of the entire prison had been cut off and the broadcast rune arrays had been blown up. The music that was full of incitement and explosiveness was getting even more passionate and soul-stirring. This time, it directly burst out from Li Yao's body. You can stop looking at me like that. I am not here to save you. Li Yao's very first declaration dumbfounded all the prisoners. What did he mean? Having killed so many jailers, destroyed the array of the dragnet, and set all of them free, he claimed that he was not here to save them? I am a cultivator and a resistor who is unwilling to be enslaved, tortured, and living in a dark, miserable, hopeless life forever. Glancing around coldly, Li Yao roared in a sound that felt like rumbling thunders and spread it out in the waves of spiritual energy. The cultivator's army is now attacking Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and determined to demolish it even at the cost of their death. Simple as that. The cultivators. The prisoners were all shocked. In the Imperium of true human beings propaganda, cultivators were never a formidable enemy and often showed up as the lackeys of the Covenant Alliance or the extraterrestrial devils. However, the powerful damages that Li Yao demonstrated just now were enough to overthrow all the stereotypes that the prisoners had for cultivators. Li Yao's explanation for the cultivators triggered a strong mutual feeling in the hearts of the prisoners too. To be enslaved, tortured, and living a dark, miserable, hopeless life forever. Wasn't it exactly the depiction of their life? The prisoners swallowed back their blood-stained saliva. Many of them breathed fast as they watched Li Yao's awesome look, and they clenched their hands that carried sharp talons into fists. Nobody can save you right now except for yourselves. Li Yao continued bellowing. Right now, the fleet of the cultivators is engaged in a fierce battle with the fleet of the immortal cultivators in space. We are all determined to blow up Manjasaka, the city in the sky, even if all of us will be sacrificed here. In order to completely annihilate the cultivators, the immortal cultivators have launched most of the forces in Manjasaka, the city in the sky, deep into space. This place can't be more weakly defended right now. Only 1/10 of the soldiers at best, and we are left here.